Introduction. 16 years. Your lifespan is merely 16 years. This was the first statement bestowed upon Lin Fei by the Oracle Master Jia Ye upon their initial encounter in Luoyang. In this year, Lin Fei is 16, and a novel and enigmatic world unfolds before him. This narrative belongs to the genre of Eastern fantasy, chronicling the journey of a young man's growth. Rather than a mere summary of the book's content, it is more profound to articulate the essence it seeks to convey, a struggle against fate and the desire for defiance. In the realm of Beiyu, all things in the universe originate from Qi, and the Tao permeates everywhere. Beiyu signifies the mysterious and the unknown. Chapter 1. My name is Lin Fei. However, many prefer to call me trash, little wretch, stinky rogue, or pervert. In truth, a name is but a cipher. While I am called Lin Fei, I am far from soaring to great heights, resembling more a puddle of muck beside the drainage at the base of Luoyang city wall. Perched atop the grand locust tree, I shielded my head beneath a broad lotus leaf, squinting my eyes and extending my neck to gaze at the garden of Wang Yuanwei across the way. I am a man, and my gaze is naturally drawn to a woman, a stunning young lady. She sways joyfully on a swing in the garden, her head tilted back, her alabaster neck shimmering in the sunlight. The swing rises high above the wall at times, only to vanish beneath the shade of the trees, her laughter ringing out like silver bells scattered across the ground. Under the blazing sun, the heat wilts the leaves and the sweat trickles down, nearly gluing my eyelids shut. Yet I remain enraptured, my gaze fixated, intoxicated by the sight before me. Second brother, you are peeking at Miss Wang again. A voice called up from below, a small figure lifting his head to shout, his dirty face adorned with two snorts that flared from his nostrils before retracting rapidly. Shoo! I raised my index finger to my lips and waved my fist at him. He is Li Jiejing, a subordinate in our band of beggars, swindlers, thieves, and robbers. I hold the position of second in command, a title earned through my cunning, as the leader bears the brunt of any trouble that arises. Don't look too long, come down quickly. The brothers are waiting for you at the entrance of Bema Temple, Li Jiejing urged, his eyes wide with anticipation. Few dare to climb this steep locust tree in our gang, so when I bravely ascended to sneak a glance at Miss Wang, I gained a modicum of pride amidst the 10 or so brothers watching. Such audacity, the brothers remarked in jest. Do I truly deserve pride? After stealing one last glance at Miss Wang, I swiftly descended the tree, striding boldly alongside Li Jiejing towards Bema Temple in the south of the city. As we walked, pedestrians recoiled, pinching their noses and frowning in disgust. Even burly men made a point to steer clear of us. The reason? Li Jiejing was unbearably odorous, reminiscent of food left to spoil for nights on end, with flies buzzing around him incessantly. Any brother in the gang suffering from nasal congestion would find relief merely by approaching him. As for myself, I was not much better off, having gone without a bath for half a month, my smile revealing a set of dark, unkempt teeth. Yet my clothes, though tattered, were washed clean. The afternoon at Bema Temple was quiet, the worshippers had departed, and faint chant from the monks drifted from within the yellow temple walls. A group of ragged boys loitered by the wall, some lost in thought, others reclining and dozing, while a few were intent on picking lice from their hair. Xiao Fei, you finally arrived, called out a robust boy, known as Big Bear, as he approached. I lazily greeted him, hello, boss. Big Bear was the leader of our band of beggars, swindlers, thieves, and robbers, aptly named for his stout and dark appearance, with hairy arms that suggested his father might very well have been a wild man from the mountains. We were all orphans, wandering the streets with little purpose. To ensure we had enough to eat, I had proposed the formation of this gang with a seemingly long name. Upon my arrival, the other brothers gathered around, and Big Bear gruffly stated, Xiao Fei, as usual, you come up with the ideas, and we will follow your lead. I quickly waved my hands, no, the ideas come from you. Boss, I merely provide suggestions, understand? I had no desire to shoulder the blame, should anything go awry. Big Bear, growing impatient, replied, all right, you say what you wish. We all know your late father was a scholar. You enjoy nitpicking words. I smiled sheepishly, always keen to remind them of my deceased father, a scholar by profession. A scholar, you see, is one who can read and might hold an official position in the imperial exams. Yet, in his lifetime, it seemed he was only ever summoned and scolded by the county officials. This time, our plan is set at the Daxiong of Bema Temple, with the target being the merit box filled with copper coins. I clear my throat, placing my hands behind my back and adopting an authoritative tone. Does everyone understand? Li Jiejing sniffled loudly. Second brother, We already know, just tell us what to do. I shot him glare, why the rush? You always stand watch outside, what good does it do to tell you? The timid second in command, Eru, hesitated, second brother, there are so many monks in Bema Temple, isn't it too risky to steal money? Coward, what do you know? I snapped. Today, the county magistrate is holding a ceremony for his late father. Most of the monks have gone to the yamen, leaving only a few behind. This is an unparalleled opportunity. Did you not notice that even the patrolling officers are absent this afternoon? Big Bear nodded in agreement. The second is right. I just took a covert glance, and there are only 3 or 4 bald heads left in Bema Temple. Proudly, I declare so. My plan is this. Eru, Xiao Qian, and Zhu Damao will be the first group. Your target is the vegetable garden of Bema Temple. Act as if you're going to steal cabbage and lure the monks away. Wang Fugue, you have the nimblest hands. You will act second, entering the Daxiong Baodian first, then make a mad dash to the back hall. This way, the monks responsible for receiving worshippers will surely chase after you, leaving the Daxiong Baodian empty. Big Bear exclaimed excitedly, I understand. Then we will be the third group. Grab the merit box and run. I'm the strongest. I can carry it by myself. I nodded. No need for everyone to go and leave a few behind to support in case of any accidents. Now, they'll count to 3, and everyone scattered to begin. The brothers immediately dispersed like startled birds. I followed Eru and 2 others, circling to the south wall, letting them step on my shoulders to climb over one by one into the vegetable garden. I crouched on the wall, nervously peering over. Soon, the monks, alerted by the commotion, rushed towards us. In an instant, chaos ensued, with monks shouting and Eru and the others fleeing in all directions. Step 1 achieved. I pulled out a short flute from my pocket and let out 3 sharper calls. The plan unfolded precisely as I had envisioned. Though Eru and the others received a few good whacks from the monks, they were allowed to escape. Despite being monks, they showed no mercy. Seeing Eru's panda eyes swollen from the blows brought me joy. I always found delight in others' misfortunes. It was my sole source of happiness aside from peeking at Miss Wang. Before long, I heard a cacophony of frantic footsteps approaching the temple gate. Success! I raised my arms in celebration, only to lose my footing and tumble from the wall, landing heavily in a rather undignified manner. Damn it! I had fallen straight into the vegetable garden of Bema Temple. Clutching my mouth in pain, I attempted to rise, only to find a pair of straw shoes suddenly before me. Oh no! I looked up, and to my horror, it was none other than Master Jia, the abbot of Bema Temple. The entire city of Luoyang is aware that Jia Ye is an extraordinarily revered monk. Even the Emperor Tang Xuanzong must address him as the living Buddha. His foresight is unparalleled, making him the greatest oracle in history. His prophecies have never been wrong. However, this remarkable figure seldom reveals himself, shrouded in an air of mystery, perhaps aware of his own unappealing appearance, resembling a mere skeleton with skin stretched over bones. I was eager to escape and quickly flattered him with a smile. Master Jia Ye, it is an honor to finally meet you. My admiration for you flows like the relentless waters of the Luo River, continuous and unending, akin to 16 years. Your lifespan is a mere 16 years. Jia Ye gazed at me in horror, his pupils shimmering with a spectrum of colors. A shiver ran through me. The sun-soaked sky suddenly darkened, heavy with ominous clouds. With a deafening crash, the heavens erupted with a thunderclap. Brilliant blue lightning sliced through the clouds. Jia stood motionless, stunned like a statue, only to be reduced to a charred figure, emitting the scent of roasted meat. Jia Ye was struck dead by lightning. I stared at him in disbelief and suddenly let out a wild scream, dashing out of Bema Temple. Rain poured down in torrents. That year I was 16. The downpour was relentless, accompanied by fierce lightning. Raindrops, as large as soybeans, fell in a dense cascade, splashing like arrows. The dark sky seemed to whip out countless white whips. My vision was a blur of white, as passers-by sought shelter beneath eaves. Only I, like a madman, ran frantically through the empty streets, trembling with fear. I knew my fate was sealed. Jia Ye's prophecies were always accurate, and being struck dead by lightning only confirmed the ancient saying, those who reveal heavenly secrets shall face divine retribution. I cursed Jia Ye's ancestors. I cursed the heavens. I was only 16. I cannot tell how long I had run, until with a thud, my legs gave way, and I collapsed to the ground, the world spinning around me. I found myself at the outskirts, the Luo River flowing gently like a dark blue ribbon, shrouded in mist as the rain billowed up, desolate and cold. I wiped my face vigorously, unable to discern whether it was rain or tears. I was nearing death. It was only until deep into the night that I accepted this harsh reality. Chapter 1. The rain ceased, and curled up by the banks of a Luo river. I still trembled, yet felt a semblance of calm. My deceased father had once said, "Do not weep for broken eggs, for it is futile." After all, there was no turning back. What should one do before death? I resolved to live life to its fullest. Rising to my feet, I directed a series of curses at the heavens, tightened my belt, and began to indulge in wicked fantasies. First, I would rob and feast on shark fin soup at the Drunken Wind Tower. Then I would take revenge on the ruffian leader, Bai Yanlang, who had slapped me several times. Furthermore, as a virgin, I often awoke to find my trousers dampened. I aimed to rectify this regret. The Ichuan courtyard would suffice, and the Red Building would do in a pinch, for their girls had delicate skin. Though I was on the brink of death, I intended to reclaim my former glory. I envisioned Bai Yanlang kneeling before me, weeping and pleading for mercy, and the courtesan from Ichuan courtyard clad in a butterfly belly band, fair and delicate, caressing me while laughing sweetly. Lost in thought, I leaned against the riverbank and fell asleep. I was plagued by nightmares throughout the night. The next day, I awoke in a daze and, as usual, hurried to the Lion Bridge in the city center. Each morning, wealthy patrons distributed gruel there, though thin enough to reflect one's image. The line of beggars stretched long. My father, in his lifetime, resolutely refused to consume charity gruel. Insisting that a gentleman does not partake in food offered out of pity, he ultimately perished from hunger. If the proud man knew of my current state, he would surely be infuriated. After selling our thatched cottage and purchasing a coffin for my father's burial, I was left with nothing. Standing at the head of Lion Bridge, I looked at the desperate, pallid beggars jostling for a meal, finding it both comical and tragic. I realized I was one of them. We were like wild dogs, fighting for bones devoid of meat. Luoyang is a bustling and beautiful city, yet has never belonged to us. Second brother, you're here too. Where were you yesterday? The boss saved your share for you. Li Jiejing, cradling a broken porcelain bowl, struggled to squeeze through the crowd, tilting his head back, slurping the gruel with a splish-splash. I gazed at him silent. Li Jiejing wiped his mouth, a long string of mucus trailing down. Aren't you going to get your gruel? If you wait too long, there won't be any left. With that, he squeezed back towards the large iron pot. I want drink gruel, I want meat. I shouted, turning to run away. Before I die, I refuse to live like a wild dog. Soon, I found a rusty hatchet and brandished it, zeroing in on a rotund, silk-clad fellow on the street, planning to follow him discreetly to a secluded spot for robbery. Not far along, he noticed me. "You little rascal, what do you want?" He turned around and slapped me, stars exploding in my vision, sending the hatchet flying. I cursed my grandmother. I was far too frail. Robbery was futile, let alone confronting that burly Bai Yanlang. "Forget it, Bai Yanlang. Out of pity, I shall let you go this time." With my robbery attempt foiled, I boldly strolled into the Drunken Wind Tower, intending to dine without paying. As soon as I entered the door, the waiter kicked me out. "There's no leftover food here," he growled menacingly, then turned, smiling broadly, to usher a richly dressed guest inside. I stood in the street, tears welling up. Oh heavens! Must you deny me a moment of pleasure before my demise? A lavish carriage passed slowly by me. The carriage suddenly halted, the thick velvet window was drawn open, and someone inside cast a deep, piercing gaze at me. Though the sunlight was scorching, I could not help but shiver. Those were strange eyes, malicious, cold, with dark red pupils, as if they were choosing their prey. "How old are you?" the person suddenly inquired, their voice hissing like a rattlesnake. 16, I replied softly, not wishing to disclose my age, but fear crept in. My principle of survival was to fear the strong and bully the weak. "What is your birth date and time?" They pressed, and upon hearing my answer, their eyes lit up with an eerie crimson glow. Something felt amiss, and I thought to slip away, but then realized, what did a dying man have to fear? I squared my shoulders and met their gaze. Today, I feared neither softness nor hardness. "You're about to die, do you know?" They coldly stated. "Your fortune is dim, with dark patterns leading straight into your brows, an omen of great misfortune." I nearly fainted from shock. This person could see through my impending doom. I stammered, Can you save me? Is there a way?" "Get in the carriage." They opened the door, their face lined with wrinkles resembling an eerie flower blooming before me. The interior of the carriage was dark and opaque, and as it slowly moved forward, I was bewildered. How could a carriage without a driver be controlled? It seemed this individual possessed some extraordinary capabilities. You may call me Wuka. Wuka? What a peculiar name. Unlike any I had heard among our people. I scrutinized him from the corner of my eye. Wuka appeared ancient, so old I could not discern his age. Yet his hair was jet black and glossy, cascading down to obscure the sides of his face. He did not resemble a Hu person, or rather, he did not resemble a human at all. The sound of the rolling wheels was monotonous and dreary. Wuka posed numerous questions to me, and when I informed him of Master Jay's demise, he suddenly smiled mysteriously, gazing at me as he murmured to himself, "Indeed, a natural medium has been found at last." "Am I to be saved?" I inquired, aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. This ominous fellow might desire something from me. No matter what it entailed, indulgence in food, drink, or vice, as long as he could ensure my survival, I was willing to comply. A starved camel is worth more than a living ant. Wuka spoke in a low tone. "As long as you heed my words and follow my instructions, you shall live." To be frank, I harbored doubts about his credibility. The prophecies of Master Jay were not as fickle as the whims of courtesans. Nevertheless, he was my only glimmer of hope. Even if he could not save me, I could still seize the chance to profit before my demise. "Very well, I shall obey you. But now I am famished. I must go to the Drunken Wind Pavilion. We have little time. There is an eatery ahead. We shall dine quickly and then depart the city," Wuka replied sternly. I was taken aback. "Are we leaving Luoyang?" Wuka retorted. "Do you wish to languish here and await death?" Blast it! I still hope to con some money and shed my virginity. Yet, I reassured myself to take it one step at a time. There would be future opportunities. After all, virtue is precious, but life is of greater worth. At the eatery by the eastern gate, I loosened my belt and indulged in a feast of braised beef, crispy duck, chicken slices, sweet and sour ribs, fried shrimp, and a three-flavor carp soup, eating until I could barely breathe. Before departing, I wiped my greasy mouth and took with me a jar of daughter's red wine. The sensation of belching after a hearty meal was truly delightful. Licking my fingers, I approached the carriage, thankful not to have perished from hunger. As dusk fell, the vibrant lights illuminated the city, and in the distant tall buildings, music and dance flourished, accompanied by the soft strains of strings. I was suddenly filled with desires, and my youthful vigor surged. "Let's move," Wuka urged impatiently. In that moment, it struck me that I was about to leave Luoyang, the place I had called home for 16 years. Yet, regardless of where I went, it would make little difference to me. "Wait," I called loudly. "I must go to one more place." Wuka's gaze was sharp as fangs. "I have no time for your frivolities. Do not test my patience." I shivered. "I must go. Otherwise, I would rather die." In that instant, Wuka appeared as a terrifying beast, his hair standing on end. He stared at me for a long while before finally relenting. I sighed with relief. It was not that I was fearless of death, but I understood my value to Wuka, for I was a rare commodity. Guided by my directions, the carriage halted outside the garden's walls. Wuka cast a curious glance at me as I stood beneath the great locust tree, lost in thought, before I climbed swiftly up to the top. The garden was tranquil, with only the gentle breeze swinging the swing to and fro. In the grass, summer insects chirped softly. What was the young lady of the Wang family doing now, behind the closed curtains of her chamber? The brothers in my gang often mocked me for reaching beyond my station, unaware that whenever I spied on the Wang girl, my manhood had never stirred. Though she was fair-skinned and beautifully proportioned, my interest in her did not stem from these attributes, nor from the memory of a snowy evening 3 years prior when she had bestowed upon me a piece of silver. I cherished those moments because she had placed the silver directly into my hand. Her snow-white hand, my dark one. She did not scorn my dirtiness. The night breeze was dreamlike, and the golden locust blossoms exuded a faint fragrance. I had not kept that piece of silver. I'd spent it long ago. For I understood that while one might hold on to silver, other things are far more elusive. A toad cannot feast upon swan meat. The young lady of the Wang family was as distant as the opulent city of Luoyang. In this lifetime, I could only gaze at her from afar, secretly, ever so secretly, to watch her smile, to see her merry. In this life, I could only be a rogue. For reasons unknown, a pang of sadness washed over me. The empty garden, the laughter of the Wang girl, like a dream. 16 years in Luoyang, a dreamlike existence. My youth, a fleeting reverie. Damn it, I shouted, slapping my chest vigorously, sliding down the tree and striding towards the carriage. Farewell, Luoyang. Farewell, beggars, swindlers, thieves, and robbers. Farewell, deceased father. I have no money to offer you at your grave. In 20 years, I shall be a hero once more. Amidst the resplendent night filled with grandeur, the sound of hooves echoed as the carriage rolled out of Luoyang. Ah, and by the city wall, I took a forceful leak and scrawled with a brick, Lin Fei was here. Chapter 2. Once the carriage exited Luoyang and ventured onto the outskirts, it began to accelerate uncontrollably, as if possessed. Though I had never ridden a horse, I knew that even the swiftest steed could not gallop this fast. It was most peculiar. The carriage jolted violently, and Wuka wore a grim expression, silent as though he had just suffered a great indignity. What on earth was this bastard up to? But what did it matter? I was living day by day, unafraid of death, merely seeking to indulge in food and drink. In the days that followed, apart from attending to nature's calls and eating, Wuka would not allow me to leave the carriage. Even sleeping had to be done inside. The plan to lose my virginity was clearly far off. All I knew was that the carriage was heading further into desolation, likely beyond the borders. Along the way, the scenery was bleak and eerie, silent as a grave, with not a soul in sight. Meals consisted only of dry rations, and thirst was quenched with mountain springs and streams. Regardless of my inquiries, Wuka remained obstinately silent, insisting that I obey him. As the days passed, I gradually sensed the looming shadow of death. For instance, while urinating under a tree, a sudden crash could send it toppling onto my foot. When relieving myself, scorpions might unexpectedly emerge from the grass, stinging me in the rear. Even drinking water was fraught with inexplicable hazards. I had no choice but to remain vigilant in all my endeavors. After half a month, we arrived at a swampy area. "Get out of the carriage." "Understood," I replied lazily, pushing open the door, only to be startled by the sight before me. For magnificent steeds had deteriorated into skeletal remains, standing rigidly in place. I let out a scream and turned back to see Wuka's eerie, shifting gaze, sending chills down my spine. Had I encountered a demon? What could a demon want with me? My flesh was filthy and foul. Surely unappetizing, perhaps it was a female demon intrigued by my appearance? Yet, upon closer inspection, Wuka's Adam's apple did not appear to be a mere disguise. From the thicket emerged three shadowy figures, an old man with white hair, a burly man, and a lecherous dwarf. They knelt before Wuka in unison. "Master, you have finally returned." Wuka replied with a curt stating, "I have found the medium." "Congratulations, Master, for finding the medium ahead of schedule." The three figures raised their heads, gazing at me with avarice, as if my face bore a wealth of silver. I remained silent. This was not the moment for words, and even if I did inquire, Wuka would not divulge anything. The only certainty was that I was the medium they spoke of, and they intended to employ me for some grand undertaking. There were 4 of them, and I could only adapt to the situation. Impulsive resistance would be futile. Besides, I was nearing death. In 3 days, I would turn 17. Wuka seemed somewhat surprised by my compliance, patting me and ominously stating, "If you obey, you may survive." I suspected he was merely deceiving me, yet I had nothing to lose. Deep down, I wished Wuka were a genuine monster, for then he might possess the power to save me. "Let us hurry. Master, we have only 3 days left," the dwarf exclaimed, bouncing with impatience. My heart stirred. 3 days? How fortuitous. Wuka nodded. "Proceed." His dark robe unfurled and glided into the swamp. The white-haired old man and the muscular man flanked me closely, trailing behind. Damn it, are we in such a hurry to be reborn? The swamp was eerie and silent, with tangled vines obscuring the sky, leaving only tiny slivers of light. The murky water, sickly green, wound its way through the underbrush, bubbling with foul gases. The fallen leaves were thickly piled, mostly decayed into putrid muck, exuding an unbearable stench. As we ventured deeper into the swamp, I found it peculiar I had yet to encounter a single creature, not even a tiny insect or an ant. It was as if this marsh had devoured all life. "Move faster, move faster," the dwarf urged with a menacing tone, and I felt an overwhelming urge to punch his bulbous nose. The days swiftly passed, and I lost all sense of direction. Wuka held a yellowed parchment in his hand, glancing down at it intermittently as he led the way. "I can't go on," I gasped, collapsing onto the ground. Wuka glanced at me, then let us rest for a moment. After entering the swamp, Wuka had been surprisingly courteous. Accepting a cold bun from the muscular man, I devoured it ravenously. Wuka, with his back to me, continued studying the parchment, while the dwarf's unwavering gaze made me uneasy. The white-haired old man settled on a tree stump, producing a pipe, tapping it against his heel, and placing it in his mouth. Suddenly, with a loud pop, the pipe slipped from his grasp, and he erupted into a violent coughing fit. The sound was thin and sharp, as if something were trying to escape his throat. The dwarf turned to look at him in shock, and Wooka's expression shifted. Wow! A kaleidoscope of colors spewed from the old man's mouth, blood, entwined intestines, followed by a crimson lung and a yellow liver. The old man clutched his throat in agony, collapsing to the ground. A warm heart thudded out, landing in the mud, pulsing faintly. At first, I thought the old man was performing a trick until he fell limply, and I realized the white-haired old man had perished. The muscular man screamed in horror. Silence. Wooka barked, his face pale. He nervously scanned the surroundings, the red glow in his eyes flickering. I was not afraid of the dead. Every winter in Luoyang, several beggars inevitably froze to death. I would rush over and strip their pockets clean of the few remaining coins. But witnessing such a bizarre death was a first for me. I felt a mix of fear and morbid glee. If I were to die, at least I would have company in the afterlife. The entire night, the muscular man remained awake, as Wooka ordered him to keep watch. At dawn, still groggy from sleep, I was forcibly pulled to my feet by the dwarf. Hurry up, the dwarf screeched, surprisingly strong for his size. The morning air was damp and cold, a pale mist swirling around us like wandering spirits. We trudged in silence, passing through a thicket of thorns. Suddenly, I sensed something amidst the ground beneath my feet was soft and muddy. We should have left footprints, yet nothing remained smooth as silk. It felt as if we had stepped into a realm of magic. A drop of icy dew fell from the leaves, sliding down my neck, prompting an involuntary shiver. Where on earth was Wooka leading us? The muscular man abruptly halted, his gaze vacant, and he let out a primal scream. Wooka turned, frowning. What are you doing? Ignoring him, the muscular man charged forward like a frenzied beast. With a sickening thud, his head collided with a sturdy tree, blood splattering everywhere. Yet he continued to roar, clutching the trunk and gnawing at it, producing a chilling crunch. He seemed to have lost his mind. Wooka's expression shifted again, and after a moment, he said, "Ignore him, we shall proceed." Suddenly, the muscular man turned back, grinning at us, his smile grotesquely writhing like worms on his face as he approached. With a sickening splatter, blood sprayed forth as the muscular man's left hand severed, falling to the ground, followed by his right, his entire arm, eyes, mouth, and body parts disintegrating one by one, littering the ground. In the end, only his 2 feet remained, stepping toward us through the crimson pool. The dwarf turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. I was equally shaken, my heart racing. Wooka, however, remained composed, as the disembodied feet approached him and suddenly exploded, the mud turning crimson with blood. We exchanged horrified glances, and after what felt like an eternity, Wooka rasped, "What are you waiting for? Move!" Another day quickly passed. That night, as we rested, the dwarf squatted beneath a gnarled tree stump, trembling incessantly. At the slightest sound, he would leap up like a frightened rabbit. I yawned and collapsed in a sleep, while Wooka kept watch. The nighttime swamp was filled with a haunting atmosphere, unsettling whispers occasionally echoing in the darkness. Though the deaths of the old man and the muscular man were peculiar, I soon dismissed my fears and slept soundly. What was there left for me to fear? As the sun rose, I lifted my head, gazing at it for a long time. The sunlight felt chilled against my face. Today was the last day of my 16th year. Last night, I dreamt of many people, my father, the young lady from the Wang family, De Xiong, Li Jiejing, and my mother, who had passed away at my birth. I suddenly felt that fate had been incredibly unfair to me. Wooka commanded the dwarf to discard all our provisions and water. Gripping my hand tightly, he urged me onward, his clammy, slippery grip reminiscent of a slug. In the silent swamp, our footsteps echoed, shush, shush, monotonous and heavy. The path grew increasingly treacherous, often comprised of waterlogged areas and dense thickets. The mud was slick, and a misstep could lead to instant peril. Had it not been for Wooka's grip, I might have met my end several times. By noon, we traversed a patch of white reeds, and Wooka halted. "It should be right here." He unfolded the parchment, revealing numerous black lines intersecting, with a conspicuous red mark at the center. "Master, look!" the dwarf exclaimed, his eyes wide, pointing ahead. The sunlight shimmered like water, and behind the trees, a miraculous oasis emerged. Beautiful flowers, a clear pool, and a lush meadow piled high with gleaming treasures. Damn it, a treasure trove. If I could bring this back to Luoyang, I would be instantly wealthy. Could it be that Wooka came here in search of these riches? Greed glimmered in the dwarf's eyes as he bounced toward the oasis. "Do not go. The time is not yet right." Wooka shouted, but it was too late. From the pool, a claw-like hand emerged, bony and gaunt, seizing the dwarf by the throat. He struggled, slowly being dragged into the water, his legs thrashing futilely above. I stood there, dumbfounded. The dwarf vanished into the pond, and after a while, he suddenly leapt from the water's surface, transformed into a crimson orb of flesh. His skin had been entirely peeled away, revealing blood-soaked muscles bubbling, with blood blisters rolling down and bouncing across the grass. Before long, the dwarf had dissolved into a pool of blood. Silence enveloped the surroundings, as if nothing had ever transpired. I bent down, feeling the urge to vomit. Wookhasen remarked coldly, "He got what he deserved." Glancing at the sky, he settled down, fixated on the oasis like a ravenous wolf, patiently waiting. The sun gradually descended, and as the evening breeze swept through, I laid back in the puddle, weary and somewhat frantic. According to Jia Ye's prophecy, I was supposed to die soon. The bastard beside me seemed indifferent to my fate. Suddenly, Wooka sprang to his feet. A series of bubbles erupted from the oasis, bubbling like a pot of boiling porridge, violently churning. The once beautiful oasis transformed into a murky swamp as jewels sank into its depths. A colossal head slowly emerged from the mire, adorned with green horns, eyes like copper bells, and sturdy limbs bristling with sharp spines. The monster arched its body and roared at the heavens, spitting out the words Northern Realm. Northern Realm. It truly is the Northern Realm. Wooka exclaimed in a trembling voice, discarding the parchment, his face alight with ecstasy. The words Northern Realm gradually morphed into two sharp swords, and figures clad in robes soared through the air, wielding their gleaming blades, slicing the monster into a vibrant rain of blood. Before I could comprehend the situation, Wooka had seized me and rushed forward. The robed figures shouted fiercely, their swords slashing towards us. The brilliance of the blades shone like the blazing sun. Wooka lifted me, shielding himself with my body. I cursed furiously, "You son of a bitch! Wooka, you bastard!" As the lethal swords approached, chilling my skin, I realized Wooka had brought me here to meet my demise. It was truly a farcical joke. I had followed Wooka to save my life, only to dig my own grave. Jia Ye, your treacherous prophecy was indeed accurate. Just as the swords grazed me, they melted away like candle wax. The robed figures gasped, stared at me, and suddenly vanished. I was still alive? I could hardly believe it. Could those glistening swords have been made of maltose syrup? With a thunderous rumble, an ancient tomb slowly emerged, the tombstone cracking apart and transforming into fine sand that rolled away, revealing a dark abyss beneath, unfathomably deep. Wooka's sinister laughter echoed in my ears as he suddenly seized me, propelling us into the depths of the grave. At that moment, the sun vanished below the horizon. On this day, I, just 17, disappeared within the borders of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 2. The wind howled past my ears, and darkness surrounded me as I plummeted swiftly into the abyss. With a thud, my rear hit solid ground, and stars exploded in my vision. I coughed up blood and fainted. When I awoke, I found myself in an entirely new world. A sea of yellow. Endless dunes of desert stretched out before me, reaching the very edges of the sky. A raft skimmed swiftly across the sandy expanse, as light as a leaf. Wooka lay at the front of the raft, his wide robe billowing, sweeping across the sea of sand like the stroke of an oar. What is this place? I blinked in confusion, surveying my surroundings. The blazing sun overhead was blindingly white, and there was not a hint of wind. The air felt like a solid mass of steam. The desolation and silence around me were haunting. The sea of reincarnation. Wooka turned his head, his expression enigmatic. The sea of reincarnation? I repeated, dazed. The ache in my bones and the bloodstains on my clothes reminded me that this was no dream. I was not dead. I was still alive. I was truly alive. I was overwhelmed with joy, dancing with excitement. I had escaped disaster. Damn it, Wooka actually had some skills. Wooka stared at me and suddenly plunged his hand into the sea of sand, withdrawing it to reveal flesh that horrifyingly vanished, transforming into stark white bones. As I gasped in shock, Wooka plunged his hand back into the sand, withdrawing it again, and his flesh returned. This is reincarnation, death, and rebirth. Wooka squinted, grinning like a demon. I shivered. Where are we headed? To the Northern Realm. The Northern Realm? Images of the grotesque monster and the robed figures wielding swords flashed through my mind. What kind of place was the Northern Realm? Why had I never heard of it before? Wooka's voice turned cold. Don't worry, as long as you follow me, you will have whatever you desire. I gazed up in bewilderment, the endless sea of sand swallowing the past 16 years as the raft drifted away. It felt as distant as a dream from another lifetime. In a vast sandy expanse, several swaying figures appeared. The raft sped past them. A bird with dull feathers flapped its wings, struggling out from a sand dune, only to collapse back into the sea of sand, becoming a mere skeleton. A hand suddenly shot out from the desert, only to quickly retreat. In that moment, I glimpsed the thick black hair on the palm. I exclaimed in surprise, "What was that?" "Those are a few who foolishly sought to enter here," Wooka scoffed. They were all exceptionally clever, inadvertently uncovering the secret of the Northern Realm. Alas, they now find themselves trapped in this boundless sea of sand, transformed into livestock, enduring the ceaseless agony of reincarnation. I was appalled. What kind of place is the Northern Realm? Wooka did not respond, though he had saved me. He was no benevolent figure. I recalled the legendary tales told by the storyteller in Luoyang. Was the Northern Realm a realm of deities and demons? A sudden cold wind swept through, lifting Wooka's black robe. The wind intensified, swirling the sand around us. The blazing sun vanished, and the sky darkened, heavy clouds gathering above. "It's about to rain lightning." Wooka suddenly clutched me tightly, our skin pressed together. I had fantasized countless times about embracing a beautiful maiden, but now, an old, ugly, and terrifying man like Wooka had ruthlessly shattered my dreams. I shuddered. It was grotesque. The sky had turned into a pitch-black night. The winds howled, and thunder rumbled. The sky was illuminated by erratic flashes of lightning, like serpents of fire, dancing wildly. A torrential downpour began. The raindrops blew, striking down like merciless steel whips. Blue streaks flickered everywhere, slicing through the night. Strangely, the lightning rain that fell near me veered off course, and I remained untouched. A realization struck me: neither the swords of the robed figures nor the lightning rain could harm me. This was the reason Wooka had chosen me. Only with me, a medium, could he successfully enter the Northern Realm. The raft sped along, as the entire sea of sand surged like waves, spinning and twisting. I cried out, my voice swallowed by the roaring storm. Countless bizarre monsters and demons emerged from the desert, wailing mournfully as they charged toward the raft. I was nearly paralyzed with fear, but before the demons could reach us, they collapsed. The blue rain struck them, igniting them in flames, swiftly turning them into charred remains. As the lightning rain gradually ceased, bright clouds appeared in the sky. Wooka sighed in relief and released me. My poor first embrace had been claimed by an old man. After a long while, the raft slowly came to a stop. We had reached the end of the sea of sand. Amidst swirling clouds and mist, an enormous stone egg looms, perfectly round and solid, rising to heights beyond sight. Its grayish-brown surface is etched with two peculiar characters, shimmering and flowing with a spectrum of colors. Fixated on the script, fiery red light emanates from Wooka's eyes as he pulls me towards the stone egg. At its base lies a rectangular hollow, where he instructs me to lie down. He positions himself beside me, closing his eyes. I pause, perplexed by his intentions. Is he suggesting we sleep together? His abnormality leaves me astounded. Suddenly, the stone egg rumbles and rolls towards us. My heart races as it descends like a colossal mountain, plunging me into darkness. Pain engulfs me, my bones feeling as though they're being crushed, and I lose consciousness. Upon awakening, I hear the gentle sound of flowing water. Surrounded by clear, transparent water, akin to a maiden's gaze, it flows continuously, entering my nostrils, ears, and eyes, yet I feel no discomfort, as if still on solid ground, able to breathe freely. We find ourselves in a dim stone cavern filled with water. Wooka relentlessly slaps my face, but upon seeing me awaken, he ceases. Rubbing my swollen, painful cheek, I spring up in anger. You scoundrel, why strike me? Even if you do, I'm handsomer than you. Wooka grips my throat fiercely, his face contorted with rage. Utter another word, and you shall meet your end. His sharp nails dig into my flesh. Suddenly, clarity strikes me. We have undoubtedly entered the Northern Realm, and Wooka no longer requires me. A smile spreads across my face, as killing me would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Behave yourself, Wooka warns, releasing me and gesturing toward the door at the back of the cave. Push it open. One must bow beneath the eaves. Though I curse Wooka silently, I comply with his command. Behind the door lies a palace. Despite half of its pillars collapsed and the door plaque in tatters, overgrown with weeds, the palace remains resplendent and luminous. A crystal palace. In the vast hall, no one is visible. Summoning courage, I call out several times, yet there is no response. Wukka swiftly darts into the hall, and my curiosity compels me to follow. We traverse a winding corridor leading to a curtain of luminous pearls, glimmering and swaying in the water's embrace. My heart races as I sense something familiar calling to me from behind the curtain. It is utterly strange, I am sure. I have never been here before. Trembling, I stretch out my hand and pull aside the curtain. A massive, fearsome beast skeleton comes into view. Resembling a butterfly yet distinctly different, the stark white bones spread their wings gracefully to either side, forming an elegant arc. Two sharp horns rise from its head, and beneath its bulging abdomen, 7 claws emerge, embedded in a fiery red agate pillar. The beast's head is held high, and despite being merely a corpse, an air of majesty emanates from it, as if it could take flight at any moment, soaring into the heavens. Wukka stands before the skeleton, trembling with excitement, a maniacal expression on his face, the legendary dragon butterfly demon king. At last, I have found you. Grant me your power, I shall be your loyal servant. Blood-red light glimmers in his eyes as he laughs maniacally, resembling a bat eager to feast. Suddenly, I comprehend Wukka's true desire. With a thunderous roar, flames erupt from the agate pillar, engulfing Wukka. A chilling scream escapes him as he is consumed by the fire. Great dragon butterfly demon king, I come to pledge my loyalty. He struggles desperately in the flames, eyes wide with terror. I chuckle with delight. The scoundrel has met his match. Help me, save me. Wukka rushes towards me in panic. I nimbly dodge, and he falls short as the flames continue to devour him. He cries out, "Great dragon butterfly demon king, today is your reincarnation day. Without my body, you cannot be reborn." His gaze shifts to me, filled with horror as he utters, "Could it be that you are?" Before he can finish, a charred mass collapses to the ground. By the heavens, Wukka truly has an extraordinary endurance to have lasted so long. I approach and deliver a powerful kick, sending him aside. The beast skeleton stands before me, and for reasons unknown, I am irresistibly drawn to it, stepping closer in a daze. After a long moment, I tremble as I reach out to touch the skeleton. With a thunderous crash, the colossal structure collapses, sending plumes of dust into the air as the white bones disintegrate into a fine powder. Miraculously, the agate pillar shrinks, becoming slender and short, eventually condensing into a fiery red orb that soars towards me. With a soft whoosh, the fire orb penetrates my forehead and vanishes. A wave of heat surges within me, radiating through my torso. I feel as if I have ignited like a volcano, energy coursing through my veins, and I could obliterate the palace with a mere punch. The heat continues to expand, and I cannot contain a shout as the ground shakes violently. The palace erupts in a deafening explosion, and I am propelled upwards by a tremendous force. Around me, a whirlwind of fantastical sights flashes before my eyes. With a resounding crash, I plummet from the sky, landing flat on my back. Surrounding me are dense forests, fields of lavender, and crystal-clear lakes, with verdant mountains stretching into the distance, fluffy clouds drifting in the sapphire sky. Rubbing my sore backside, I almost believe I have entered a paradise, especially when I behold 3 stunningly beautiful women, 3 exceptionally enchanting beauties. The first stands by the lake, her golden hair a radiant flame, dazzling to behold. Beads of water cascade down her soft, white shoulders, glistening as they slide along her voluptuous back. With pronounced curves and long, alabaster legs, her delicate ankles surpass the beauty of any goddess from ancient art. At her feet rests a golden shield, reflecting her creamy figure in a kaleidoscope of colors. My body responds instinctively to her allure. On the lake's surface blooms an immense snow lotus, and the second beauty reclines within its petals, her long, dark hair flowing gracefully, swaying with the water, devoid of any earthly presence. Her eyes, mirrored in the ripples, shine brighter than the water itself. Clad in a pure white robe, her curves remain tantalizingly concealed. She curls her legs, resembling a sleeping fairy, with a radiant sword resting across her knees. The third woman descends from a great tree like a mesmerizing serpent, approaching me. Her olive skin is adorned with delicate patterns, her firm breasts rising proudly, resembling dark purple grapes. As she walks, her slender waist sways enticingly, and through her tight-scaled skirt, the outline of her shapely backside is unmistakable. She is utterly captivating. My throat dries, and I swallow hard, for she resembles a ripe, juicy fruit. My body is aflame with desire. You have finally returned, dragon butterfly demon king. She purrs, her voice sultry and husky, making even the courtesans of the pleasure quarter seem like mere shadows. In an instant, the three beauties fix their gazes upon me, their 6 eyes cold as ice, seemingly laced with hatred and disdain at I and the dragon butterfly demon king. What does that even mean? I gazed blankly at the lake's surface, when my reflection revealed a mane of fiery red hair billowing wildly. As for the VIP number at the starting point, once acquired, it will surely be obtained by the end of May. I shall not go back on my word. Chapter 3. My hair. To my astonishment, I have grown a mane of fiery red. The dragon butterfly demon king, you truly have a remarkable grasp of time. Returning in the final moments of your reincarnation, declared a stunning beauty with golden short hair. With a graceful wave of her hand, the golden shield shattered, radiating brilliance and transforming into resplendent golden armor that enveloped her breathtaking figure. My goodness, it was akin to sorcery. I gazed at her in confusion, my lady. While I do relish our conversation, I believe you have mistaken your identity. I am not the dragon butterfly demon king. My name is Lin Fei. Lin as in the dense forest, and Fei as in soaring to the heavens. The enchanting beauty chuckled melodiously. The reincarnated dragon butterfly demon king has already forgotten his former life. Ah, the beauty spoke with such depth that I could hardly comprehend her words. I smiled amiably and replied, call me whatever you wish, it matters not. As a poet once said, why must we have known each other before to meet? The golden-haired beauty furrowed her brow. With each reincarnation, your demeanor has become so frivolous. Listen, Lin Fei. You must understand, your past incarnation was the dragon butterfly demon king of the northern realm. After your demise, your soul was reborn into another world. And now you have returned. I paused, taken aback by the seriousness etched on her face. She did not appear to be jesting. Reflecting on my experiences within the palace, the scene of the agate pillars pierced through my body. I felt a wave of disorientation. Could it be true that I was indeed the dragon butterfly demon king they spoke of? How utterly absurd. According to your assertions, I am the reincarnation of a demon. In other words, in my previous life, I was a creature of the night? I tentatively inquired. A glimmer of resentment flickered in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Indeed. You were a demon. I touched my face, devoid of any fur, but I am clearly human now. The alluring beauty cast me a flirtatious glance. As for your current state, well, you cannot be deemed a pure demon, nor can you be considered entirely human. She leaned closer, whispering softly in my ear, leaving me utterly weak in the knees. You are a human demon. Human demon? Goodness. In my past life, I dwelled in the northern realm as the dragon butterfly demon king. In this life, I have been reborn as a human in the Tang dynasty. I exclaimed, so now I have returned to continue my existence as a demon, correct? The golden-haired beauty replied with indifference, that is about right. Who would have thought that the reincarnated dragon butterfly has lost his wits? How tragic. A once mighty demon king can no longer reclaim his former grandeur. Damn it. Am I truly the one lacking sense, or are you the fool? What makes you so remarkable? As I began to accept the notion of my identity as the dragon butterfly, I pondered and asked, if I am indeed the dragon butterfly, then who are you all? What is our connection? Are you my subordinates? Or perhaps my wives or concubines? Huh, how delightful. Ladies, I trust you have not been unfaithful to me during these years apart. My excitement grew. If the dragon butterfly was truly a formidable being, then these 3 stunning beauties must be here to serve me. The tides of fortune have turned. Today, the humble beggar of Luoyang shall rise with pride. Be silent. The voice rang clear and proud, akin to the pristine snow in a desolate valley. As my vision blurred, a beautiful woman clad in a Taoist robe, who had remained silent until now, suddenly appeared before me. She exuded an air of noble elegance, her long hair gleaming like polished gold. A wave of anxiety washed over me as I realized I had misspoken. These 3 enchanting ladies were no ordinary beings. If they were indeed my adversaries from a past life, I was in serious trouble. The alluring beauty smirked and said, Dragon butterfly, be cautious. Do not provoke our esteemed Ganning true immortal. Her sword has not tasted battle in 16 years. The golden-haired beauty shook her head in disdain. The reincarnated dragon butterfly is utterly insignificant. It is no wonder that before its demise, it sought to bind us to an oath. In her opinion, this individual had very little demonic power left. The captivating beauty lamented, It is a pity we forged the most venomous reincarnation oath back then. Otherwise, you would be in for a surprise. I pondered her insinuations, sensing a foreboding atmosphere. Ganning True Immortal spoke with an air of detachment. Since we were defeated by the dragon butterfly 16 years ago, we are bound to honor our oath and protect its reincarnation. Dragon butterfly, heed my words. Before you faced calamity, you sought out me, Jia Ye, and Haiji, requesting a contest. Although you employed trickery, you emerged victorious in 3 matches. As a consequence of our defeat, we were compelled to swear a reincarnation oath to watch over you. Should you return within 16 years, we are obliged to ensure your safety. Though she addressed me directly, her gaze never met mine, as if my presence would taint her clear, dark eyes. The enchanting beauty sighed lazily. Today marks the final moment of the deadline. I had expected that Ganning and I could finally be free, yet you have returned. Dragon butterfly, you truly have impeccable timing. It dawned on me that in my previous life, as the dragon butterfly, I had foreseen my reincarnation as a weakened being and had cunningly compelled these 3 stunning women to swear a toxic oath to serve as my protectors. No wonder they appeared so aloof. My return at the last moment must have driven them to the brink of madness. With this realization, I couldn't help but admire the dragon butterfly. Truly, as a demon king, it was not only foresight in securing my future guardians, but also astutely predicted that I would remain in the Tang dynasty for merely 16 years, far surpassing the ordinary. I cleared my throat, brimming with confidence. So, you 3 are my guardians then? The golden-haired Haiji replied coldly. Dragon butterfly, you Lin Fei? I corrected myself again. Lin Fei, you must understand that we are not your subordinates. We will not take your orders. Our sole duty is to safeguard your life. Is it true that many seek to harm me in the northern realm? I inquired. Humph. Those who cultivate the Tao would find great value in capturing you. They could forge a rare cauldron from your essence. Even the most mundane herbs, when refined within that cauldron, could transform into miraculous substances. Should demons seize you and drain your dragon-scented essence, they could achieve a legendary state of evolution. I was taken aback. It seemed that anyone who captured me would benefit. Did this mean I was destined to become the unfortunate Tang Seng? I recalled my father's tales of Xuanzang's return from the west. Once, while lecturing at the Beima Temple in Luoyang, the crowds outside were overwhelming, their eyes gleaming with hunger, eager to feast upon the flesh of the Tang monk for eternal life. Terrified, Xuanzang had fled Luoyang that very night. Can these 3 delicate women truly safeguard me? I harbor some doubts, yet upon reflection, if the dragon butterfly from my past life has chosen them, they must possess the capability. During my time in Luoyang, I often heard wandering storytellers claim that among women, old crones, and monks, there often lurked martial arts masters. One should never underestimate them. I raised my head, clasped my fists, and expressed my admiration. Ladies, I, Lin Fei, am deeply grateful for your heartfelt protection. I hope we can coexist harmoniously from now on, sharing joy and cultivating feelings that grow stronger with time, bonds that are more precious than gold, and friendships that endure through the ages. Jia Ye erupted into laughter, her mirth bubbling over. Enduring through the ages? Lin Fei, you are truly naive. Even with the dragon butterfly's formidable powers, it could not escape calamity. What hope do you have? I stepped back in alarm. What do you mean by that? You wouldn't betray me, would you? Gan Ningxin clearly appeared to be a practitioner of the Tao, while Jia Ye exuded an aura of enchantment. As for me, I was but a target for both practitioners and demons alike. Haiji cast a sidelong glance at me. In the northern realm, demons face minor tribulations every decade, major tribulations every century, and profound tribulations every millennium. The dragon butterfly failed to survive the profound tribulation, yet it was impressive enough to reincarnate with its demonic powers in another realm. As for you, dear human demon, you may not be so fortunate. You might not even evade the minor tribulation. I remain skeptical, but aren't you able to protect me? Human strength cannot defy the heavens. When the heavenly tribulation arrives, no one can shield you, Gan Ningxin replied coldly, her snow-white Taoist robe fluttering, exuding an ethereal grace. My heart sank. In the Tang dynasty, fate had only granted me 16 years, and now in the northern realm, I would have to face heavenly tribulations. Damn the heavens, how unfair they are to me. Preview. Chapter 10 will be officially uploaded on Monday. Chapter 3. The evening sky blazed with vivid hues, the sunset glimmered softly, and the lavender fields sparkled as if sprinkled with fine gold dust. I pondered for a moment before asking, what is the nature of these heavenly tribulations? Jia Ye replied with a gleeful smirk. The will of heaven is inscrutable. Tribulations could manifest as lightning and thunder, or as attacks from demons and practitioners. The dragon butterfly met an enigmatic end. I suspect it was slain by someone. I was taken aback. Isn't the dragon butterfly powerful? It could be killed? Hai Ji smiled slightly. In the realm of demons, the dragon butterfly is indeed notable, but it may not rival seasoned human practitioners. I could at least match it in combat, and as for Ningxin, her prowess is even greater. Had it not been for your underhanded tactics back then, victory would have eluded you. I immediately regarded them with newfound respect. It seemed the dragon butterfly had won through trickery, explaining the lady's disdain towards me. However, deception is also a skill. The victor is crowned king. After conversing for a while, my stomach grumbled, prompting me to ask Hai Ji, could you fetch me something to eat? Find it yourself. We are solely responsible for your protection, she replied, her demeanor as unyielding as iron, devoid of compassion. I surveyed my surroundings and, with a splash, jumped into the lake, intent on catching a few fish. The water was refreshing, and the rocky surroundings were abundant. The lush green aquatic plants swayed gracefully like ribbons. Red corals bubbled, and a school of shimmering silver fish darted out momentarily before vanishing into the depths. A large brown-striped shell lay horizontally upon the rocks, opening and closing rhythmically. I discovered that my body was remarkably agile, allowing me to breathe effortlessly underwater. With a gentle stroke of my arms, I could glide over a considerable distance. Suddenly, a massive red fish surged towards me, resembling a small mountain, its underbelly adorned with hundreds of sharp, fan-like spines. Its mouth curved menacingly, revealing two gleaming fangs that glimmered ominously, accompanied by a resounding roar. In an instant, it was upon me, and panic surged through my heart, prompting an instinctive punch. My fist struck the spines, breaking through and piercing its belly as though I were penetrating a block of soft tofu, and blood erupted from my knuckles. Stunned, I marveled at the newfound strength of my fist. The fish let out a horrific cry and violently whipped its head around, its fangs aimed directly at me. Reacting swiftly, I struck out with my left palm, my reflexes astonishing even myself. With a resounding crack, my palm cleaved through its fangs. Just as I exhaled in relief, the fish's enormous jaws descended upon me. In a moment of desperation, a searing heat surged through my brow. A crimson claw erupted from my left rib. Seizing the fish's mouth with fierce strength, and with a mighty tug, the entire head was torn from its body. I stood in shock, staring at the claw that had emerged from my side. A small arm adorned with shimmering silver scales, gracefully arched and extending 5 robust red talons, glinting menacingly. A flash of realization struck me as I recalled the skeletal structure of the dragon butterfly, with its 7 fierce claws. In that moment, I fully embraced the notion that I was the reincarnation of the dragon butterfly. Gazing at the claw, I felt an undeniable connection to its bloodline. However, possessing an extra claw seemed somewhat incongruous, tarnishing the image of Lin Fei. If only I could retract it, but the claw remained unyielding. Remembering the warmth I felt in my brow earlier, a light bulb ignited in my mind. The 7 claws of the dragon butterfly had firmly grasped the agate pillar, which had then flown into my brow. Could the agate pillar be the key to controlling the claws? I concentrated my thoughts on my brow and began to will. Claw, please retract. To my astonishment, the claw silently retracted into my body. I touched my smooth left rib, both astonished and elated. If the claw could retract, surely it could extend once more. Focusing my thoughts on my brow again, I willed the claw out, and as soon as my intention stirred, a tingling sensation coursed through my rib, the water rippling as the claw shot out like lightning, shattering a nearby rock into fragments. How exhilarating! I reveled in this newfound ability, repeating the action several times with consistent success. Transforming into a creature of the depths had indeed altered me. With a massive fish now hoisted from the lake's depths, I emerged triumphantly, swimming to shore and crashing the fish down before the sea princess. What do you think? Even such a formidable beast has been subdued by me. My demonic power is quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? I proclaimed, standing tall with one foot on the fish's tail, my right hand on my hip, striking a mighty pose. The sea princess regarded me in silence, while Jiao Danmei erupted in a fit of raucous laughter. Is a spinefish truly considered fierce? Dragon butterfly, you are quite the jester. Pray, do not tell me it took you much effort to slay it. In the northern realms, even the most unfortunate souls can effortlessly slay a spinefish. To my astonishment, these peculiar creatures are rather unimpressive. My cheeks flushed, I boasted with bravado. Such a trivial matter is but a piece of cake. Yet, I must commend you, fair lady, for your ability to grasp my sarcastic jest. You are indeed endowed with both beauty and intellect. Ladies, let us feast upon this fish. The treat is on me. The sea princess cast a cold glance my way, remaining utterly still, while Gan Ning gracefully ascended, landing back amidst the snow lotus flowers on the lake's surface. Having grown accustomed to the disdainful looks of others in Luoyang, I remained unfazed. If they looked down upon me, I, in turn, would not regard them. I cleaned the spinefish, scraping off its scales and removing its entrails, then ventured into the woods to gather a heap of dry twigs. Employing the method of friction to kindle a fire, I began to roast the fish. Jiao Danmei observed me with keen interest. Long Dai, when did you adopt such a refined approach to dining? Aren't you accustomed to consuming your meals raw? As I turned the fish over, my gaze slyly wandered towards her ample bosom. I am Lin Fei reincarnated. I am not the Long Dai of my previous life. By the way, what does Long Dai look like? Surely she does not resemble me identically? Certainly not, she replied. Long Dai boasts a pair of horns, bears a fierce countenance, and possesses a towering, muscular frame covered in scales. When she glares, her eyes blaze like two flames. What splendid news! This transformation would render me unrecognizable to both practitioners of the Tao and demons alike. Yet, Jiao Danmei countered, this is quite uncertain. Your dragon saliva possesses a unique fragrance. Those adept in cultivation, upon catching a whiff, will recognize its rarity. Even if they do not discern you as Long Dai reincarnated, they will still pursue you. Otherwise, why would Long Dai go to such lengths to seek our protection? Curiosity piqued. I inquired, what exactly is dragon saliva? Jiao Danmei languidly licked her luscious, sensuous lips. Dragon saliva is none other than your own spittle. It not only nourishes and invigorates, but can also be utilized in medicinal concoctions to create precious Taoist elixirs. I was taken aback. Who would have known my saliva held such value? Would my excrement also be sought after? The spinefish crackled as it turned golden brown, its oils oozing from the flesh, dripping onto the fire and filling the air with an enticing aroma. I swallowed hard and indulged eagerly. My goodness, this is utterly delicious. I nearly swallowed my own tongue. The most astonishing part was that the numerous spines, upon a gentle bite, dissolved into a pool of sweet broth. In the blink of an eye, the mountain of spined fish had vanished into my belly, yet I found myself still yearning for more. Since my transformation into a demon, my appetite had considerably surged. As dusk fell, the fire flickered in the night, casting shadows that deepened the surrounding foliage. Beneath the faint starlight, the lake shimmered, and Gan Ning, clad in snow-white attire, appeared as though cradled by the starlight in slumber. The sea princess stood motionless at the shore, her golden locks radiant even in the darkness. I wondered aloud, doesn't she grow weary standing there? Jiao Danmei burst into laughter. You foolish one. The sea princess practices a unique martial art that draws upon the energies of heaven and earth. While standing, her feet absorb the earth's essence for her own use. This is the singular approach of the sea princess in her cultivation. I listened, partly understanding, but I was genuinely captivated by Jiao Danmei's ample figure. Engaging in conversation with her while feasting my eyes served as a delightful form of post-meal digestion. After engaging in a leisurely conversation with Jiao Danmei for an entire afternoon, I gleaned that in the northern realm, practitioners of cultivation are categorized into two types: those who cultivate secret arts and those who specialize in armor techniques. In the Tang dynasty, there are indeed many cultivators, yet I have never heard of armor techniques. They seem to be quite an intriguing novelty. Both secret arts and armor techniques boast numerous sects and regulations. As for the demons, their intentions are far simpler. They relentlessly seek to enhance their demonic power in order to evade heavenly tribulations. Once their power reaches a certain threshold, they enter the legendary state of evolution, undergoing a metamorphosis that significantly amplifies their strength. As night deepened, I stifled a yawn and said to Jiao Danmei, if you have no desire to engage in other activities with me, I shall retire for the night. Jiao Danmei chuckled lightly, half kneeling before me, her body undulating like a serpent, her form almost brushing against my nose. What else would you like to do? Don't say I didn't warn you. I am quite voracious. She teased. Do you dare to touch me? Go ahead, you little rogue. I swallowed hard, thinking to myself that she wouldn't dare impose any harm upon me. I am going to sleep now, so kindly step aside. I pretended to push her away, but the moment my fingertips grazed her voluptuous figure, it felt as though I had been struck by a searing bolt of electricity, causing me to retract my hand in agony. Upon glancing down, I realized my skin had been scorched. Ha ha ha. Jiao Danmei erupted into a cacophony of laughter, and after a while, she rose slowly, her eyes reflecting a mixture of mockery, coldness, and a touch of resignation. No man may touch me. My body has long been cursed. In this lifetime, I shall have no man. I stared at her. The night breeze brushing past, a chill enveloping me. Beneath the pale starlight, Qiu Danmei's smile faded into silence as she gazed skyward. Her satin-like form shimmered, resembling a frozen flame flower, cold, intense, and blooming in solitude through the seasons. Chapter 4. Awakening from my slumber, I felt invigorated. The sun had already risen high, casting warmth upon me, the gentle breeze carrying the rich fragrance of lavender, making my bones feel pleasantly relaxed. Such is the blissful life that I would not trade even for a different emperor, I exclaimed, rising to stretch and scratch my itching back. Where have the beautiful ladies gone? By the lakeside, near the trees, a thin veil of white fabric had mysteriously appeared, obscuring the surface of the water. The sound of flowing water was heard, and the veil fluttered, as if shadows danced beneath. I tiptoed closer, lifting a corner of the veil for a furtive glance. Nearly bursting with excitement, 3 stunning beauties were bathing. The joy of bathing alone pales in comparison to that of bathing in company. I too wished to partake. In haste, I shed my clothing and prepared to leap into the water. Although I had previously shunned bathing, I was now determined to cultivate this hygienic habit. Suddenly, a flash of white light streaked toward me, as crisp as a snowflake kissing my forehead. A chill enveloped my chest, and before I could evade it, I was sent flying, completely naked. The object that struck me was a snow lotus petal, which landed softly on the ground, melting into a single drop of clear water. Qiu Danmei's teasing laughter resonated from the heart of the lake. Little wolf, do you think you can take advantage of the heavenly body of the fairy? I reluctantly rose to my feet, donned my attire, and cursed under my breath at the audacity of Gan Ning, who struck without so much as a word. An idea struck me. I quietly circumnavigated to the opposite side of the lake, loosened my belt, and relieved myself into the water, releasing the pent-up urine from the night before. The surface of the lake erupted with splashes, creating ripples that danced across the water. The thought of 3 stunning beauties bathing in the enhanced lake made me chuckle until my stomach ached. When they emerged, they would surely carry the scent of urine. The essence of Long Dai's urine surpasses mere saliva, nourishing the skin and enhancing beauty. Let the lovely ladies indulge a while longer. I wandered about for a time, venturing into the lush forest where towering trees flourished in vibrant hues, as if I had entered a kaleidoscope. Sunlight filtered through the multicolored leaves, casting bright halos upon the grass. Indeed, this was the north, where even the trees donned a multitude of colors. Many grand trees were laden with plump fruits, all unfamiliar to my eyes. Some were a radiant red, smooth and round. Others, a bright yellow, flat and wide like a large pancake. Some were a deep green, slender and longer than cucumbers, and still others were larger than my head, covered in fluffy white fuzz. The fruits were ripe, swollen on their branches, exuding a sweet fragrance. Just as thirst overcame me and I prepared to climb a tree for a taste, I reconsidered and opted to test my dragon butterfly claw instead. Standing beneath a tree heavy with purplish-red berries, I focused my mind, and my crimson claws swiftly emerged, grasping the lowest branch. With a sharp crack, the sturdy branch snapped, sending a shower of fruit cascading down. Quick, catch, I thought, and my claws moved with remarkable speed, seizing a full handful of berries. The power of the dragon butterfly claw was indeed boundless. Filled with exuberance, I leapt from one tree to another, continually plucking fruits and honing my skills. I discovered that the arm adorned with silver scales could extend up to 2 meters, entirely governed by my will, lengthening and shortening at my command. As I practiced, perspiration beaded on my brow, my control becoming increasingly adept. In the end, I wielded it with ease, sending forth my claws with precision and speed. No longer sluggish as before, energized by my progress, I let out a triumphant roar, spinning like a whirlwind, my claws sweeping backward in a fierce motion. Uprooting a large tree, soil flew in all directions, fruits raining down around me like vibrant droplets. My fiery red hair danced in the wind, cascading gracefully over my forehead. Lin Fei, you are truly magnificent, I exclaimed, only to be met with the heavy thud of several fruits striking my head, splattering my face with their crimson juice. Cursing under my breath, I found the tree's fruits to be both pungent and spicy, the juice igniting my lips as if I had swallowed fire. I coughed loudly, my eyes watering uncontrollably. Wiping my face dry, I began to discern which fruits were edible. Just as the ancient Shin gnome tasted 100 herbs, today, Lin Fei would sample 100 fruits, refusing to let the ancients claim all the glory. The grass was strewn with mounds of fruit, all ravaged by my claws. Cautiously, I extended my tongue, sampling one fruit after another. The small purple berries possess a delightful combination of sweetness and tartness, while the large yellow fruits offer a notably hard texture, accompanied by a salty bitterness. The green fruits emit a fragrant aroma, yet their flavor resembles that of chewing wax. The fruits covered in white fuzz must be split open for consumption. Their flesh, resembling pink crystals, is crisp and bursts with sweet juice upon biting. Surprisingly, the most exquisite flavor emanates from a pungent fruit, its surface adorned with sharp spines. As its skin splits, the golden orange flesh reveals itself, rich and decadently sweet. Truly, one must not judge a fruit by its appearance, much like myself, seemingly shabby on the outside, yet possessing great worth within. With a satisfied belch, I caressed my distended belly. Reclining on the soft, lush grass, crossing my legs, and humming a tune. The melodious chirping of birds danced among the leaves, while bees buzzed around the blossoms. The fragrance of nectar, the aroma of fruits, and the radiant sunlight intertwined, creating a transparent and vibrant tapestry, akin to a shimmering sea of light and color. "You're quite content, aren't you?" A languid, magnetic voice floated in from behind. Without glancing up, I recognized it as the enchanting Jia Ye. Her piercing gaze fixed upon me. She inquired, "Are you not the least bit concerned about the calamity that occurs once every decade?" I chuckled. What use is worry? I have always considered the sky collapsing merely as a coverlet. Now, with food and drink aplenty, and 3 stunning beauties by my side, life is far superior to my days in Luoyang. Curious, Jia Ye asked, what was the world you came from like? After pondering for a while, I found myself at a loss for words to describe Luoyang. This place, where I had spent 16 years, suddenly felt foreign to me. It had never truly embraced me. Thus, I could only smile, a bitter smile. "From your expression, it seems you did not fare well there." "Who says that?" I retorted. "I feasted on lavish meals daily, adorned in silks and satins, surrounded by a multitude of servants and beautiful concubines. A mere stamp of my foot would cause Luoyang to tremble." I spoke with fervor, determined not to lose face in front of the lovely ladies. Jia Ye reclined languidly at my feet, propping her chin on her hand, resembling a lazy feline. "Thus, I lived quite splendidly, exceedingly splendidly," I exclaimed, gazing dreamily at the sky. 16 years spent begging from door to door, like a wild dog, rummaging through foul-smelling garbage heaps in search of scraps, sneaking into farms at midnight to steal chickens, only to be beaten and left with broken ribs. I watched helplessly as my father succumbed to illness, unable to afford the medicine. That year, winter in Luoyang was colder than ever. The biting wind and snow howled into our thatched cottage, causing the tattered window paper to flutter. I was both frozen and famished, weeping as I gazed at my father lying in bed. All I could do was cry. I was at a loss for any other action. The room was dark and frigid, with the wind slicing through like a thin, cruel blade. Gritting my teeth, I shielded the window with my body to stave off the cold, yet my father continued to tremble beneath the quilt, which revealed its blackened, yellowed cotton stuffing. We both shivered together. I longed to curse the heavens for their cruelty, yet I refrained, for I wished to beseech them for compassion, to save my father's life. From afar, the sounds of firecrackers and beautiful fireworks echoed. In Luoyang, many children donned satin cotton jackets and tiger head shoes, joyfully running through the streets. I find myself enveloped in envy and jealousy, acutely aware that my fate pales in comparison to theirs. Each individual is distinct. My existence seems of little worth, and my family's standing cannot be measured against others. While other children delight in candied hawthorn and carry lanterns shaped like rabbits, I can only turn away and quietly retreat. That day was the eve of the new year. I said to my father, "You will recover. You promised that we would eat dumplings and wear new clothes during the festival." He said nothing, merely gazing at me as tears streamed down his face, flowing silently until he took his last breath. Fate showed me no mercy. I stood motionless in the frigid, hut-like abode, listening to the increasingly thunderous firecrackers outside. From that moment on, my tears ceased to flow, for all that could be cried had already been shed. The heavens would not grant me any favors in response to my pleas. The more they sought to torment me, the more I vowed to resist. If they wished for my tears, I would respond with laughter. Chapter 4. The branches trembled in the wind, and through the gaps in the shade, hints of the sky's azure seeped through, as if to cascade down with the memories of 16 years. Jia Ye stretched languidly, curling her long legs. "How dull," she sighed. I sprang to my feet and declared loudly, "To be alive is certainly interesting. So what if no man can touch you? What is so remarkable about that? Just watch. I'll dare to reach out." My bare hand darted out, grasping Jia Ye's voluptuous thigh. Ouch! I winced, quickly retracting my hand. Thankfully, I did not get burned. I never expected that even my formidable dragon butterfly claw could not touch Jia Ye. Her skin felt as if it were laced with glowing, fiery needles. Goodness! Such a seductive creature, yet she bore thorns. I found myself curious about what kind of curse this was. Was it innate or inflicted? Xiao Danmei was indeed unfortunate, akin to a stone woman. She laughed heartily. Oh, no wonder you are so audacious. It seems you have cultivated your fiery claws. In the past, the dragon butterfly possessed 7 sharp claws capable of stirring the winds, yet they could not touch me. Do you think you can? I stubbornly retorted, but I just did. Didn't I? She looked at me, and a glimmer of mockery flashed in her emerald eyes, as if to say, do you truly possess that ability? I see through you. Your potential is so limited. Suddenly, a surge of blood rushed to my head, and glaring at Xiao Danmei, I gritted my teeth and shouted, Lin Fei, swear to the heavens that one day, I will explore every inch of you. With the roaring wind at my back, my claw sprang forth, striking the ground and creating a small crater. A bright flame erupted from the tip of my claw, blazing fiercely. I stood in shock. My claw could breathe fire? Before I could ponder further, an intense pain gripped my abdomen. Without waiting for Xiao Danmei to say anything, I turned and fled. Where to? I'm off to relieve myself. Care to join? Clutching my stomach, I hurriedly ran behind a large tree and hastily unfastened my belt. Goodness! Having devoured so many berries earlier, now I faced the consequences. Amidst the dappled shadows of the trees, Xiao Danmei appeared to be standing in a daze, likely astonished by my earlier display of vigor. After relieving myself, feeling utterly at ease, I idly paced about, observing the abundant fruit strewn on the ground, too plentiful to consume, destined to rot, which seemed such a pity. I dug up a considerable amount of earth, mixed it with water, and shaped it into the form of a wine jar, which I then placed over the fire to bake. Once the clay vessel had hardened, I peeled and crushed the sweet berries, stuffing them inside, and finally sealed the jar with wet mud. Xiao Danmei, looking perplexed, inquired, Little lecher, what are you doing? I shot her a sidelong glance and replied, Brewing wine. What is wine? She asked, seemingly oblivious. I couldn't help but think, was she genuinely ignorant of such a fundamental concept? I then transported the clay jar to a shaded spot by the lakeside, covering it with branches. The ever-still sea maiden also cast a curious glance in my direction. Xiao Danmei wiggled her waist and cooed, Come on, Lin Fei, tell me, what exactly is wine? My spirits lifted. It seemed there were moments when they sought my wisdom. However, I noted her humble demeanor, a sign of teachability. Clearing my throat, I proclaimed with pride, Wine is a beverage, said to have been invented by Dukong in ancient times. It warms the heart and intoxicates the senses, providing immense pleasure. Yet, wine also embodies a culture, often utilized during rituals and celebrations. Alas, you probably wouldn't grasp it anyway. Just know that a sip can invigorate the blood and soothe the muscles, enhancing vitality. Seeing Xiao Danmei's bewildered expression, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It appeared that the northern realms were devoid of wine, and their inhabitants were rather simple-minded. No sneaking sips, I declared with a sense of triumph, adding, To be honest, I'm not well-versed in winemaking myself. I'm merely experimenting. A gentle fragrance wafted by as Ning Zhen approached, softly stating, In the future, you are not to come near me during our baths, understood? Mimicking her posture, I lifted my chin and gazed skyward. In the future, I too will not allow you near during my baths, understood? Now I shall bathe. I turned away, slowly disrobing as I descended into the water. I imagine Ning Zhen's expression must be quite enchanting at that moment. This lake was vast, taking an eternity to swim around. While exploring the depths, I discovered a cavern and swam inside, revealing the crystalline palace of the dragon butterfly, with collapsed stone pillars and a landscape of ruin. Memories of the past seemed to linger amidst the crumbling walls. A feeling of familiarity washed over me. Yet the specifics eluded my mind. In a previous life, the dragon butterfly was a formidable demon king, while in this life, I was merely a petty ruffian. Was it my fate to be looked down upon forever? Was I truly content with that? For the first time in my life, I contemplated my future seriously. From behind a rock, a vividly colored water snake lunged at me, baring its blue fangs. I extended my claw, seizing it with lightning speed. Had it not been for my mastery of the red claw technique, I could have met my demise. Infuriated, I crushed the snake, thinking, how dare such a minor creature challenge me, a dignified demon king? Today's lunch would be snake stew, I decided. Just as I prepared to return to the shore for a feast, I suddenly recalled the spectacle of the red claw breathing fire, and a spark of inspiration ignited within me. I summoned my strength, attempting to recreate the fiery display. After a prolonged struggle, I found myself utterly exhausted, my bare hands producing not even a spark. Just as I contemplated surrender, a thought struck me. If I cannot conquer this trivial challenge, how can I aspire to realize my grand ambitions? I steadied my resolve, gently stretched my limbs, and gradually relaxed my mind, focusing my thoughts at my brow. My spirit became as clear as the tranquil surface of a lake. I gazed upon the crimson claw, its hue more vivid than blood, seemingly awakening from a deep slumber. My body's meridians trembled, and I felt an intrinsic connection between the claw and my very essence. For the first time, I understood. It was me, and I was it. It felt as though it had accompanied me for an eternity, inseparable and steadfast. Slowly, I lifted the claw, and I could almost hear its eager roar. After all these years, it must have felt so lonely. It awaited me, awaited the moment I would raise it, awaken it, and stand beside it to conquer the world. I roared to the heavens. The memories of my 16 years transformed into a defiant cry. My blood surged with fervor. I am the dragon butterfly demon king of the northern realm. With a fierce sweep, the claw unleashed its might. The lake surged forward, creating 5 formidable waves of energy. As scarlet flames erupted and blossomed in the water like a resplendent firework. The flames, far from being extinguished by water, shone even brighter. I laughed heartily. If Gan Ningjin dared to strike me with petals again, I would incinerate them to ashes with the claw. Perhaps I would even burn her robe to cinders. I mused with a mischievous grin, wondering what Gan Ningjin would look like without her clothes. Emerging from the water, I savored a delightful feast of snake soup. In the days that followed, my time was spent either hunting fish and shrimp in the lake or diligently practicing with the claw. At times, exhaustion tempted me to give up, yet I persevered. The flames emitted by the claw gradually intensified, until finally, with but a mere thought, I could conjure a blazing fireball. What use is mastering the dragon butterfly claw? Sitting beside me, Jiao Danmei lazily remarked, "You cannot escape the heavenly tribulation." As I roasted a bone-chilling fish over the flames, I replied, "I am not the dragon butterfly. Its fate does not dictate mine." Jiao Danmei chuckled, "Such bravado. I shall await the outcome. However, should you perish too soon, we 3 shall find our release. Fear not. I one team meet my end easily, not before I've had my fun with you," I retorted, grinding several yellow pancakes into powder and sprinkling it over the fish. Though the pancakes were somewhat bitter, when dried, they served as an excellent seasoning, akin to salt. During these days, I had discerned the flavors and properties of every fruit in the forest. Once the fish was roasted to perfection, I picked a purple berry, squeezed out a few drops of its sweet-sour juice, and applied it to the golden fish to mask any fishy odor. Jiao Danmei extended her long, delicate tongue and gently licked her lips. "It seems quite delectable." I thought to myself, "Your fragrant tongue must be even more exquisite," but instead replied, "Of course." Back in Luoyang, my beggar's chicken was so renowned that wild dogs would be drawn from 3 miles away. "Care for a taste?" Jiao Danmei shook her head. "I am a vegetarian." "Ah, it seems you cannot be touched by men, akin to a nun, and a vegetarian diet suits you well." "Not quite. It is said that a vegetarian lifestyle can mitigate the dangers of heavenly tribulations." I exclaimed in astonishment. "Really? Is that true?" Jiao Danmei replied, "Look at Gan Ningjin and Hai Ji. Which one of them consumes meat? Don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. With your meager demonic power, even a lifelong vegetarian diet won't spare you from heavenly calamities." Momentarily taken aback, I hastily inquired, "Will Gan Ningjin, Hai Ji, and you also face heavenly tribulations?" Jiao Danmei nodded affirmatively. "Cultivators encounter minor tribulations every 20 years, major tribulations every 200 years, and profound tribulations every 2,000 years. I chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. "Haha, so you all must face tribulations too. You're not faring much better than I am. As for being vegetarian or carnivorous, I shall indulge daily in lavish feasts of fish and meat, and I shall outlive you all." Suddenly, the sky darkened, heavy clouds gathered, and with a resounding clap of thunder, torrential rain began to pour. I swiftly seized the piercing fish and darted into a modest wooden cabin by the lakeside. This cabin, crafted from felled trees, was quite rudimentary, with a bed made of stacked boulders, fine ropes woven from tree bark, and mats and quilts fashioned from grass. Several earthen jars, baked from clay, were piled in the corner, filled with the fruit wine I had brewed. Strings of dried fruits, vibrant in hue, hung from the eaves. Jiao Danmei followed me inside, seemingly transformed into my shadow. I cast a disapproving glance at Jiao Danmei's curvaceous form. Regrettably, she was alluring yet unattainable. The rain fell heavily, and a thick mist rose from the lakeside. The petals of the snow lotus flower closed automatically, enveloping Gan Ningjin, as if she had dissolved into the ethereal mist. Hai Ji stood motionless at the water's edge, untouched by a single drop, as if an invisible giant umbrella shielded her from the deluge above. I marveled. Hai Ji is truly impressive. Is this the so-called armor technique? Jiao Danmei scoffed. Ji's armor technique is of the purest lineage. And as the foremost Valkyrie of the Sea Palace, she certainly possesses remarkable skills. I recalled Qiu Danmei mentioning that the Sea Palace was a renowned sect specializing in armor techniques in the north, but I had not anticipated that Ji was its Valkyrie. However, in my presence, she would gain little advantage. Noticing my gaze, Qiu Danmei expressed a hint of jealousy. I believe in you, my beauty, I winked at her. Realizing that any of my 3 stunningly beautiful bodyguards could easily shake the very foundations of the north with a mere stamp of their foot. The rain poured relentlessly. The world outside shrouded in a misty white haze. I retrieved an earthen jar, broke the clay seal, and took hearty gulps of wine while gnawing on the piercing fish. Amidst the inclement weather, sheltered within the cabin, feasting and accompanied by beautiful women, was truly a grand pleasure. The fragrant aroma of the wine filled the room. Unable to resist any longer, Qiu Danmei snatched my jar, inhaled its scent, and cautiously took a sip. I grinned and asked, "How does it taste?" She glanced at me, suddenly raised the jar, tilted her head back, and drank deeply. The wine flowed down her elegant neck, sparkling as it rolled within her. I embraced another jar of wine and joined her in toasting. From noon until nightfall, the two indulged in copious libations, leaving a dozen or more empty vessels strewn haphazardly about. "Delicious. I wish to drink more," exclaimed Qiu Danmei, her complexion flushed and her eyes shimmering, her tongue stumbling over words. I burped and set down my empty cup, declaring, "You are quite inebriated, my beauty." Qiu Danmei giggled uncontrollably. "I am no mere beauty. I am a beautiful demon, just like you. Both of us are creatures of the night." I waved my hand dismissively. The sight of her swaying before me was almost dizzying. "Very well, beautiful demon. Do tell me how you came to be cursed. I am eager to hear." "It was a peculiar man. I do not even know who he is," Qiu Danmei said, licking the rim of her cup and shouting drunkenly. "He desired me, and when I refused, he placed a curse upon me. Oh, that accursed curse, that wretched man. Where's the wine? I want more." I pounded my chest with fervor, the sound echoing, "Fear not. I shall accompany you to seek him out. We will slay him and lift your curse. With me by your side, you need not worry. Tomorrow, I shall deal with him." Qiu Danmei nodded vigorously. "Yes, let us go and slay him." With a thud, she collapsed onto the stone bed, her snoring resounding like thunder. Good heavens, is it true that the larger the bosom, the louder the snores? I stumbled to my feet, exclaiming, "For heaven's sake, why are you sleeping in my bed?" Yet before I could finish, my legs buckled, and I fell to the ground. Outside, the night rain fell coldly, drumming incessantly on the rooftop, creating a cacophony of sound. The room was dimly lit, and I lay quietly on the floor, listening to the rain and the melodic snores of Qiu Danmei. A smile suddenly spread across my face. The room was small and rather rudimentary, yet it exuded warmth, because there were 2 of us. Chapter 5. As dawn broke, I rose from my slumber. With the remnants of a hangover still lingering, I felt no thirst at all. Since transforming into a creature of the night, my need for sleep had gradually diminished, even after a long day. A mere 5 or 6 hours of rest would leave me invigorated. Qiu Danmei remained sprawled on the bed, her long, deep azure hair cascaded like jewels, rising and falling rhythmically with her snores. I gazed at her greedily for a moment before averting my eyes. The rain had ceased, leaving the air fresh and humid, with translucent droplets cascading from the violet lavender petals. The morning breeze carried the fragrant scent of grass and foliage. From the tree nest opposite, a few yellow-billed, blue-feathered birds flitted out, chirping merrily, their wings shimmering as they sliced through the rosy dawn. It was indeed a beautiful and tranquil place, a veritable paradise. Yet, I was resolved to depart. Rise and shine. I kicked the stone bed. Qiu Danmei opened her sleepy eyes, lazily glanced at me, stretched her legs, and turned away. "Do not disturb me. I wish to sleep a little longer." A peculiar feeling surged within me. Qiu Danmei resembled a drowsy wife, playfully teasing her husband. Stealing my resolve, I called out, "Hurry up, you lazy creature. I intend to leave this place and venture outside." Qiu Danmei turned in surprise. "You wish to go out?" I nodded. Having lingered here for so long, it has become stifling. The northern lands must be vast. I yearn to explore. Qiu Danmei stretched languidly and remarked, "Do as you wish." After 16 years of confinement in this wretched place, I too have grown weary. I chuckled softly, gathering a dozen strings of dried fruit and draping them over my shoulder as provisions. With a swagger, I exited the dwelling and called out to the mermaids by the lake. "I am venturing out now. Care to join me? It's entirely up to you." This was merely a formality, for I was well aware they would follow, bound by the vow of reincarnation. Wherever I went, they would dutifully trail behind like loyal shadows, ensuring my safety. The mermaid paused in surprise and inquired, "Where are you headed?" I rolled my eyes in response. "I do not know. I simply wish to wander." Gan Ningxin, having leapt from the snow lotus, landed before me and coldly stated, "Why invite trouble upon yourself? This place is secluded and safe. It is an ideal refuge. If you venture out and your identity as the dragon butterfly is discovered, you will become a target for many." I scoffed. "What do I have to fear? You three are not idle bystanders." Gan Ningxin, I perceive your intentions. You would prefer I remain here in peace for a decade only to be struck down by heavenly tribulations, thereby freeing you from the vow and allowing you to live your carefree days. Isn't that preferable? She replied. At least you could live a decade without worries. Out there, you might lose your life at any moment. The vastness of the northern region is unfathomable, and the number of adept practitioners is legion. Even the three of us, formidable as we may be, cannot withstand endless pursuits. Ultimately, it is you who will suffer. I dismissively retorted. I refuse to be a turtle hiding in its shell, waiting to die a slow death here. The mermaid, her beautiful eyes glimmering, observed our quarrel without interjecting. Jia Ye, with a half-smile, remarked, with Gan Xianzi wielding the 3,000-week water sword, how many in the northern region could possibly harm Lin Fei? Gan Ningxin replied coolly. There are always greater forces beyond our own. In the realm of mortals, the three of us may be invincible, but do not forget. The northern region has its 9 heavens. She shifted her tone, saying, Dragon Butterfly, listen closely. My name is Lin Fei. I have repeated it countless times. Gan Xianzi, are your ears not functioning properly? I interrupted her candidly. For some reason, I took pleasure in disagreeing with Gan Ningxin. However, my insistence on having them call me Lin Fei was deliberate. The 3 beautiful women harbored resentment toward my past self and might not exert themselves to protect me. If they regarded me as another individual, perhaps their sentiments would shift. Gan Ningxin inhaled deeply and stated, Lin Fei, heed my words. The expanse of the northern region far exceeds your imagination. It is divided into 9 heavens. Currently, we reside in the mortal realm, alongside the clear void heaven, the realm of birth, the celestial heaven, the demon abyss heaven, the spirit treasure heaven, the auspicious heaven, the yellow springs heaven, and the legendary free heaven. Among these, the beings in the mortal realm are the weakest, while the other heavens are home to those with profound cultivation. The dragon butterfly of your past was merely a king among the weak in the mortal realm. It is said that it once ventured to the demon abyss heaven, only to return, grievously injured, to the mortal realm. Consider your own worth. Once your identity is exposed, beings from all 9 heavens will come flocking. Can the 3 of us contend with them? As I listened, my head spun with confusion. What were these 9 heavens? It was clear that many formidable beings sought to capture me. I scratched my head, feeling a twinge of fear within. Yet, having come this far, how could I possibly succumb to trepidation? To do so would only invite scorn from Gan Ningxin. Moreover, as the old adage goes, one cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. I have contemplated this matter thoroughly. Remaining here, I might live a mere decade. However, venturing out could bring unexpected fortunes. As the ancient wisdom suggests, those who dare often succeed. By learning some secret techniques or skills, perhaps I could enhance my powers and evade the tribulations ahead. In essence, if I wish to prolong my existence, I must embrace risk. Suddenly, Ji interjected, Ningxin, why must you be so modest? Aside from the uncharted realm of Zizishan, I doubt the experts from the remaining 7 heavens could surpass us. Jia Ye cast a glance my way, smiling coyly, as long as our Lin Fei refrains from drooling indiscriminately and avoids using the dragon butterfly's claws. His identity will remain concealed. Just look at him now. He bears no resemblance to the dragon butterfly at all. Ji raised an eyebrow. Even if they recognize him as the dragon butterfly, what of it? My protective techniques have lain dormant for years. I am eager to put them to use. I observed that among the 3 enchanting women, Gan Ningxin was the most composed and rational, while Ji displayed a bold and combative spirit, coupled with a hint of childishness. Jia Ye, on the other hand, exuded warmth and charm, though she seemed rather cunning. How delightful it would be if all 3 of these captivating beauties were my wives. Yet, I feared I might be utterly drained in the process. Since both the illustrious Hai and the charming Jio had no objections, I boldly declared, then it is settled. Let us depart at once. Striding forward, I intentionally averted my gaze from Gan Ningxin. Wait a moment. Gan Ningxin waved her long sleeves, summoning a colossal snow lotus from the lake, which gracefully descended into her palm, gradually shrinking to the size of a bowl. After a brief hesitation, she flicked her finger, and a petal of the snow lotus fluttered toward me. Damn it, she intends to strike. I smirked inwardly, extending my claw-like hand to seize the petal, ready to retaliate with a fiery response, hoping to show Gan Ningjin a thing or two. Yet, the snow lotus unexpectedly melted away, transforming into a snow-white robe that draped softly downwards. Gan Ningjin's expression remained indifferent. If you wish to venture out, at the very least, change your attire. Haiji nodded in agreement. Your tattered clothing is rather unbecoming. It leaves little to the imagination. Jiao Danmei remarked. Gan Xianzi is most generous, even bestowing precious 7-orifice lotus petals upon him. Lin Fei, this lotus robe offers warmth in winter and coolness in summer, impervious to fire and water and untouched by dust. It is indeed a rare treasure. Now you understand, do you not? The cold exterior belies a warm heart. Gan Ningjin retorted coolly, I am merely lending it to him. Having made a vow, I shall do my utmost to ensure his safety. I gazed at the lotus robe, its elegance and refinement striking me. The fabric was light and delicate, exuding a subtle fragrance. How long had it been since I donned new clothing? As I caressed the robe, a wave of emotions surged within me. Standing by the lakeside, I shed my ragged garments, indulged in a refreshing bath, scrubbing away countless dirt clumps and extracting a few lice, before cleaning my face of all stubble and grooming my long hair. Finally, I donned the lotus robe. The soft, cool fabric clung to my skin, caressing me gently, an indescribable comfort. Gazing down at my reflection in the water, I beheld a cleansed visage. Today marks a new beginning. From this day forth, I, Lin Fei, shall strive with all my might for my future. Turning around, I beckoned the three ladies with a gesture of my fingers. Come with me. The three stunning beauties paused, as if they no longer recognized me. Jiao Danmei widened her eyes, staring at me for an extended moment, and exclaimed, So, you are quite handsome. I shrugged, responding, being good-looking won't fill one's stomach. Suddenly, Jiao Danmei sprang up like a large fish leaping from the water and darted into the foliage, her laughter echoing faintly. Wait for me a moment. I need to prepare myself before I can face others. Haiji lowered her head, gazing at her reflection in the lake, raising her hands gracefully, and emanating a dazzling golden light. Her armor glimmered with brilliance, beginning to transform. Today, I truly experienced how long it takes for a woman to adorn herself. After what felt like an eternity, Jiao Danmei finally emerged. Her long, emerald hair was intricately braided into slender plaits, exuding a wild beauty. A striking flower adorned her forehead, and her large cat-eye earrings hung down to her shoulders. The crimson corset accentuated her ample form, and a ruby was embedded just above her navel, exceedingly alluring. How do I look? Is it acceptable? Jiao Danmei winked at me, performing a twirl in her rose-hued dress, which was both delicate and short, tightly hugging her curves. My eyes widened, and my younger self stirred with excitement. It seemed that clothing could be even more enticing than nudity. At that moment, the golden light enveloping Haiji dissipated, and my gaze was instantly drawn to her. Her upper body was adorned with a golden armor that transformed into delicate strands of gold, each connection adorned with pale yellow pearls, resembling a resplendent fishing net. Within its mesh, her milk-white skin glistened like flowing honey. She wore knee-high golden boots, etched with sparkling patterns that accentuated her sculpted thighs, resembling creamy silk. I found myself continuously swallowing, alternating my attention between Haiji and Jiao Danmei, dazzled by the vibrant scene before me. The phrase vivid and fragrant had never held more meaning for me. Lin Fei, do you think my attire is suitable for public appearance? Haiji inquired, casting a glance at Jiao Danmei, who was also assessing her. I couldn't help but smile. The two women resembled two peacocks displaying their plumage, vying for my admiration. For a full 16 years, they had languished in this place, allowing time to slip away. Now, the prospect of venturing out filled them with excitement. Gan Ning stood by the lake, her hands clasped behind her, observing them. After a moment's hesitation, she brushed her hair, tousled by the wind. Her snow-white fingers against her raven locks were truly exquisite. Turning back, I took a deep look at the wooden cabin before making my way. We traversed through the woods and scaled the undulating mountains, the three beautiful women following me like stars encircling the moon. I moved swiftly, as if propelled by the wind. With a gentle push of my toes, I leaped over steep rocks, climbing effortlessly without a hint of fatigue. Having ventured quite far, we ascended another mountain, upon which we would reach the outskirts. Jiao Danmei remarked that from there, we could directly access the town. As dusk fell, the night sky shimmered with stars, and the mountains were bathed in a milky glow. Standing atop the mountain, I looked down to see the emerald lake reduced to a tiny dot, and the wooden cabin was already out of sight. Suddenly, I found myself longing for the moments of last night. It was a feeling akin to home. Chapter 5. As we descended the mountain, I meticulously inquired with Jiao Danmei about the realms of the nine heavens. It became clear that the nine heavens in the Northern Territory are isolated from one another, each possessing its own unique wonders. The realm we inhabit, the Red Dust Heaven, is a bustling hub, teeming with life and diversity, making it the most vibrant of the nine heavens. The auspicious heaven boasts the most exquisite scenery, suffused with ethereal mists and radiant clouds, serving as a sanctuary for philosophical discourse. However, entry is strictly forbidden to ordinary mortals. Only the most esteemed masters and demons are granted invitations to grace the auspicious heaven. In a previous life, the dragon butterfly also visited this celestial realm once. The clear void heaven is predominantly inhabited by practitioners, home to the greatest number of secretive sects. It is from here that Gonningshan hails. The realm of birth and existence is the dominion of the art of armor, where every 3 years, the clear void heaven and the realm of birth and existence each dispatch their 10 strongest representatives to the red dust heaven for a grand contest. On that day, practitioners from all corners gather to witness the spectacle. I heard that 20 years ago, as a representative of the clear void heaven, Gonningshan triumphed over a formidable opponent from the realm of birth and existence within 10 moves. I marveled at Jiao Danmei, remarking, "It seems that the secret arts are indeed superior to the art of armor." At this, Haiji could no longer contain herself. "Do not speak so frivolously. I too defeated an opponent from the clear void heaven during that contest." After a moment of silence, Gonningshan remarked, "The secret arts and the art of armor each possess their own merits, making comparison difficult." I inquired further, "What of the other realms?" To which Jiao Danmei replied, "The demon abyss is a world overrun by demons, exceedingly terrifying and drenched in bloodshed. The Yellow Springs Heaven serves as the final resting place for all beings of the Northern Territory upon death. In the Yellow Springs Heaven, even the mightiest beings and demons are obliterated." Confounded, I asked, "What then of the dragon butterfly? If he is dead, he should surely be lost in the Yellow Springs Heaven." Jiao Danmei sighed with a wry smile. "This is precisely the enigma that has left the 3 of us perplexed. The dragon butterfly insisted he would reincarnate, and we thought him deluded. Yet, bound by our oath, we had no choice but to wait foolishly. It was not until the last day of the 16th year, when you appeared unexpectedly and the dragon butterfly's inner core sought its master, that we realized you are the reincarnated dragon butterfly. It dawned on me that the agate pillar was the inner core cultivated by the dragon butterfly over many years. My spirit lifted. It seemed my existence was indeed an anomaly." Gonningshan's countenance reflected deep contemplation. The dragon butterfly may have unraveled a fragment of the secret of life and death. Birth, existence, decay, and emptiness. Life inherently entails an end, a natural law of the Northern Territory, yet it appears the dragon butterfly has defied this. Haiji scoffed. "The dragon butterfly's demonic power is not the strongest, but he is the most cunning creature I have ever encountered." With that, she shot me a glare. I responded with a playful grimace, and Jiao Danmei continued, "Between the 9 heavens lies treacherous chasms, making passage perilous. On the night of the full moon each month, the chasms vanish for 1 hour, allowing individuals from the red dust heaven, clear void heaven, realm of birth and existence, and demon abyss to traverse between them. However, the remaining 5 realms are not so easily accessed. For instance, in the heaven, only demons that have achieved an evolutionary state may ascend, but they are expelled after a day. As for humans, they cannot enter the heaven at all. The spirit treasure, heaven, bears similarities to the heaven, yet it is accessible only to practicing humans, while demons find it difficult to enter." The sea maiden revealed a look of longing. "When my meridian mastery was initially accomplished, I was fortunate enough to ascend to the heavenly treasure. Alas, I could only remain there for a single day." I pondered in silence. As a being of both human and spirit, would I not be able to traverse both realms? What of the realm of unfettered freedom? Suddenly, the 3 beautiful women fell silent, and Gonningshan halted her steps, gazing intently ahead. Before us, a rugged path wound through the thicket. We had reached the foot of the mountain. At that moment, dawn broke, unveiling a hint of pale light. In the soft lavender sky, a bright star flickered amidst the mist. I looked at Jiao Danmei in confusion. Why the silence? Is the realm of unfettered freedom truly a mysterious place? No one has ever succeeded in finding it. The sea maiden lifted her gaze to the twinkling star, letting out a sigh. It is merely a legendary place, filled with hope, where calamities do not exist, and the laws of existence and non-existence are forever absent. Jiao Danmei spoke softly. I laughed joyously. Splendid. I must find the realm of unfettered freedom and attain immortality. The sea maiden sighed ruefully. Do not harbor such dreams. The former master of secret paths in the northern borders, Lin Fei, spent his life in search of the realm of unfettered freedom and ultimately succumbed to madness. Silence. Gan Ningjin abruptly turned, her robe swirling, her gaze as cold as ice. I was taken aback, having never witnessed Gan Ningjin in such a state of agitation. The sea maiden scoffed, meeting Gan Ningjin's eyes. Lin Fei is your master. Is it taboo to speak of him? Indeed. I insist on speaking. Try saying it again. How amusing. Just because you ask, must I comply? The two remained locked in a standoff, while Zhou Danmei watched with delight from the sidelines. Overwhelmed by their bickering, I exclaimed, for heaven's sake, enough already, both of you be quiet. The two beauties turned in surprise, and I felt a pang of guilt, awkwardly adding, ah, what splendid weather today. Well, I've finished my dried fruits. Who will fetch me some food? Go find it yourself. The sea maiden and Gan Ningjin glared at me. Their voices unified in a sharp reprimand. I covered my ears, sprinting forward while nodding like a chick pecking at grain. The fury of these two formidable women was indeed a fright. On the path, desolation reigned, devoid of human presence. Until midday when a small town came into view in the distance. I immediately dashed forward, for the pressing matter was to indulge in hearty feasting to appease my hunger. At the entrance of the low stone wall, a few figures squatted, and upon the dilapidated gray gate hung a wooden plaque, missing a corner, inscribed with the characters, for Rui City. The wind blew, causing the sign to sway incessantly. What a shabby place. Far inferior to the grandeur of Luoyang in the Tang dynasty, I remarked disdainfully. Zhou Danmei laughed. Do not underestimate Rui City. It is renowned in the northern borders for its underground market. Many unsavory items are frequently sold here. If fortune smiles upon you, you may find treasures, though counterfeit goods abound. The few figures at the gates sprang to their feet, greedily eyeing us. To be precise, they were demons, despite their clothing. A figure of considerable bulk appeared, his visage adorned with coarse black hair and piercing green eyes. Another bore a fearsome expression, his fangs protruding from his crimson lips. Yet another, despite his refined appearance and meticulously tailored attire, sported a twisted horn atop his head. Encountering such grotesque creatures for the first time instilled a modicum of trepidation within me, however, bolstered by the presence of 3 stunning female bodyguards. I summoned the audacity to scrutinize them unabashedly. The monsters, oblivious to my gaze, were entranced by the trio of beauties, their eyes fixed in a trance, mouths agape. Drooling with unrestrained desire, their lower halves evidently aroused. A fleeting glance at their endowments, followed by a comparison to my own, filled me with self-reproach. Truly, the disparity between individuals is enough to incite envy. Hey, sweet thing, come play with me, the horned creature bellowed suddenly, extending his hand toward the alluring form of Zhou Danmei. Among the group of fiends, he appeared the most genteel, yet it was he who exhibited the most lascivious intent. Zhou Danmei chuckled softly, her waist twisting gracefully as she deftly swatted away the creature's hand with lightning speed. He howled in pain as his palm darkened, his body withering into a heap upon the ground. I observed with clarity as 5 sharp needles emerged from the tips of Zhou Danmei's fingers, glistening a vivid crimson, radiating a menacing light. With a swift motion, she tore open the horned creature's chest, delving inside to extract a yellow inner core. After a cursory inspection, she frowned, deeming it inadequate, and casually discarded it, kicking the lifeless body aside. The remaining fiends trembled with fear, one stammering in terror, the Dan Scorpion Needle. You are the 9-tailed scorpion demon, Zhou Danmei. Leaning back languidly, Zhou Danmei replied, It has been 16 years since I last emerged. It seems someone remembers me. Now, who else wishes to lay hands upon me? With a collective cry of alarm, the monsters scattered in all directions. I gazed at Zhou Danmei in astonishment, realizing she was indeed a demoness. Her casual demeanor in the face of lethal violence and her audacious extraction of cores was both thrilling and disconcerting. Zhou Danmei shot me a flirtatious glance. Not everyone has the privilege of taking liberties with me. I shrugged and ventured into the bustling city, where the atmosphere was vibrant and alive. On either side of the streets, myriad stalls displayed an eclectic array of goods, while vendors, both human and demon, vociferously peddled their wares. Rare flesh fungi from Lingbao Tian, for the discerning cultivator, ascend to the heavens instantly. Honest dealings, guaranteed exchange. The 9-segmented tiger whip from the otherworldly white tiger demon ensures vigor for 365 days. Maneuver with ease. As we entered the city, the cacophony abruptly ceased, as if silenced by an unseen hand. A profound stillness enveloped the surroundings, all commerce halted, countless eyes transfixed upon the 3 beauties, motionless as statues. Excuse me, could you step aside? I nudged a burly man blocking the thoroughfare, resembling an impenetrable wall, engrossed in his admiration of the women. "Get lost," he grunted, barely sparing me a glance. His fist, as large as a millstone, swung toward me. A flash of golden light ensued. A bloodied hand fell to the ground. Ji slowly retracted her palm, the edges aglow, reminiscent of a golden blade. With a thud, the robust man collapsed to the ground, his severed wrist gushing blood. His right hand severed by the sea princess. I shook my head, reflecting on the misfortune of this man. Why provoke anyone at all, let alone me? "Oh, magnificent sea beauty, your loyalty is commendable. I am thoroughly pleased with you." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, and after a moment, someone exclaimed, "She is the sea princess, the chief Valkyrie of the sea palace of the Luoyang heavenly veins." Instantly, the crowd erupted into chaos, and another voice shouted, "Heavens! The one in the white robe is Ningxin. It's truly Ningxin." Another murmured, "Strange, how could they be together?" A third cautioned, "Shoo, keep your voice down. There's also Jia Ye. We must not provoke this harbinger of doom." As we traversed the street, the crowd fell silent, parting to create a clear path for us. Goodness, it felt as if an emperor were parading by. After a considerable while, the surrounding noise resumed, with people engaging in trade while casting furtive glances in our direction. I wandered about, intrigued by the unusual wares, flying swords, humanoid herbs, gossamer thin beast hides, and the inner alchemy of monsters, a dazzling array, though regrettably, I lacked the funds to procure any. I halted before a stall. Upon a crumpled woolen blanket lay a hodgepodge of items, among which was a purple copper octagonal box containing a round, ruby-red agate bead, reminiscent at first glance of the inner alchemy of the dragon butterfly. I crouched down, curiously scrutinizing the agate bead. The vendor, an elderly man clad in a robe, leaned closer, his voice dripping with mystery. "Care to buy? This is the inner alchemy of the dragon butterfly demon king, an absolute genuine article, highly nourishing if consumed." My inner alchemy? I nearly choked. The three beautiful women glanced at me, and Jia Ye along with the sea princess could not suppress their laughter. Even the aloof Ningxin revealed a fleeting hint of a smile. The old man leered at the beauties before turning his gaze to me, eagerly proclaiming, "Young man, you strike me as someone with discerning taste. I can offer you this inner alchemy at an 8% discount, just 10,000 taels of gold. What do you say?" I was taken aback, selling counterfeit goods before my very eyes, and at such an exorbitant price. This old fellow would never dream that the dragon butterfly stood right before him. I waved my hand, preparing to leave, when the old man grasped my sleeve urgently, insisting, "Half price. I'll give it to you for half. This is the inner alchemy of the dragon butterfly, a treasure of rare worth." "All right then, a flat price of 3,000 taels of gold. Even selling me would not be worth 3,000 taels of gold." I spread my empty hands. I truly wish to buy it, but alas, I have no money. "Since you feel such an affinity for me, why not gift it to me?" The old man's eyes widened, and he waved me away. "Go, go, go. Speaking of money when you have none. You dress well, yet you are a pauper. Damn it, both the Northern Realm and the Great Tang are filled with these snobbish eyes." I huffed and turned to leave, but after just a few steps, I suddenly stopped. Oddly enough, upon departing that stall, a strange sense of loss welled up within me. "What was the matter?" Jia Ye inquired. "Nothing," I replied absently, continuing onward. Truly, how bizarre. The farther I moved from that stall, the more intense my feeling of loss became. It was as if something extraordinary had slipped through my fingers, something I had overlooked. I could no longer restrain myself and turned back, walking until I reached the stall, where my emotions finally steadied. A sudden realization washed over me. There was certainly something mysterious about this place. The old man glanced at me, but paid me no mind, continuing to call out to other customers. I gazed at the agate bead for quite some time when the sea maiden looked at me oddly and remarked, "You cannot seriously intend to purchase this inner elixir, can you?" I shook my head. The genuine dragonfly inner elixir resided within my forehead, making this one undoubtedly a counterfeit. My gaze swept past the agate bead, scrutinizing other items, a bronze sword, charred sheepskin parchment, a sapphire necklace. I touched this one and weighed that one, rifling through all the items on the stall, yet none sparked any extraordinary feelings within me. How peculiar. Disappointed, I began to step away, but that disoriented sensation returned once more. Could it be the agate bead after all? Suddenly, I turned on my heel, seized the octagonal copper box, and brought it closer to my eyes to examine the agate bead. As soon as my fingers brushed against the copper box, a soft hum filled my ears. The inner elixir in my forehead suddenly radiated warmth, and an unusual sense of fulfillment surged within me. I understood now. The oddity was not the agate bead, but rather the octagonal copper box that contained it. The old man snatched the box from my hands, his voice taking on a strange tone. Are you buying it or not? If you have no money, don't waste my time. The dragonfly inner elixir is a coveted item in any realm. Gazing at the copper box, I pondered for a moment, determined to acquire it. It could not merely be a simple copper box. I averted my eyes, feigning indifference towards the copper box and pretending to be interested in other merchandise. I was all too familiar with the art of haggling. Such street vendors, if they sensed your desire to purchase, would surely inflate the price. I inquired about the price of the curved dagger and then touched the sapphire necklace. The old man, growing impatient, snapped, Are you buying or not? I feigned a pained expression. I have only 1 tael of silver. What can that buy? The old man glared at me angrily. The cheapest item here costs no less than 50 taels of gold. I pretended to shout in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? Even this shabby box that holds the dragonfly inner elixir is worth 50 taels of gold? The old man hesitated. Well, surely this one can be had for 10 taels of gold. I scoffed dismissively. 1 tael of silver is more reasonable. With that, I turned to leave. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. My heart raced as I awaited the old man to call after me. On the 4th step, a voice rang out from behind. Young man, do not go. I will sell you this copper box for 1 tael of silver. How about it? A grin spread across my face, just as I had anticipated. The old man had taken the bait. I feigned hesitation for a moment before seizing the copper box and gesturing to the 3 beautiful maidens. Please, pay for me. Gan Ning shot me a cold glance. That is your affair. It has nothing to do with us. This response was also within my expectations as I tucked the copper box into my bosom and strode away. You haven't paid. The old man called after me. Brandishing a gleaming dagger and glaring fiercely, You dare to steal in Rui City, you little brat? I smiled cheerfully at him. The copper box was as good as mine. The moment the old man made a move, the 3 maidens would be compelled to protect me. If they wished to avoid the infamous label of robbers, they had no choice but to comply with my demand for payment. The 3 stunning women exchanged glances, quickly grasping my intent. Gan Ning frowned, exclaiming, I truly have no money. After spending 16 years in that place, how could I have brought any cash? Hai Ji shook her head, while Jiao Danmei, with a playful smile, challenged me. Do you believe I could possibly hide money on my person? I was utterly taken aback. It turned out they were all destitute. Return the copper box to me. The old man glared with malice, lunging at me with a hand that suddenly swelled in size, transforming into a skeletal claw. Emitting the foul stench of decay, Gan Ning swiftly drew her long sword, releasing a sharp mist that shimmered like ice and snow, which spread before the old man. He shrieked and was thrown back, his dagger shattering into pieces. Jiao Danmei marveled. Gan Xianzi's 3,000 waters are indeed as legendary as they say. Someone is stealing. The old man cried, scrambling to his feet, lamenting loudly as he dared not strike again. A crowd gathered, their eyes fixed on us, and someone whispered. With names like Gan Ning, Hai Ji, and Jiao Danmei, how could they be so brazen as to steal? What do you know? It is precisely because of their renown and strength that they dare to defy the rules of Rui City. Embarrassed, Hai Ji suggested to Jiao Danmei, Why not offer your cat-eye earrings as collateral to that old man? Jiao Danmei smiled lightly. That is unnecessary. She approached the old man, leaned in, and whispered a few words into his ear. The old man trembled, and after another remark from her, his expression shifted, and after a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and dejectedly declared, It's nothing, nothing at all. I was merely jesting earlier. Everyone, please disperse. I have business to attend to. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Jiao Danmei winked at me. Curious, Hai Ji asked, What exactly did you say to him? I lazily replied, Just some threats. Like how the inner core of the dragon butterfly is a fake. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll ensure everyone knows you're selling counterfeit goods. Humph. Even if I return your copper box, my 9-tailed scorpion demon will come for your life at midnight. Just imagine, for a worthless box. How could the old man afford to offend our enchanting Jiao Danmei? Jiao Danmei pouted her alluring lips and said, Lin Fei, you truly understand people's hearts. I could almost kiss you. Not a chance. I can't handle that. I chuckled, feeling exhilarated. With 3 stunning beauties backing me, I could indulge in free food and drink in the future. This truly exemplified the saying, a fox relying on the tiger's might. I patted my belly and exclaimed to the ladies, I am famished now. Since you have no money, I shall have to dine on the house. Where's the finest restaurant? Chapter 6. Hai Ji stamped her foot, scolding, How can you be so shameless? I replied in astonishment, You all come out without money. Isn't that a clear invitation to dine on the house? I may be a petty rogue, but you are the real scoundrels. Ji rolled her eyes at me. I always carry provisions. From her ear, she miraculously produced a golden conch, its round opening revealing a plump kernel of corn that rolled in her palm. I stared at the minuscule grains of corn, pondering how one could possibly consume such meager sustenance, merely licking a morsel each day. The sea princess, with an air of pride, declared, "These are 9 stalks of rice, as grand as mountains, merely shrunk by my magical arts." As for Gan Ningxin, she has always feasted on the winds and drank the dew, while Jiu Danmei draws nourishment from the moonlight. Unlike you, who is nothing but a lowly little demon. I let out a scoff, feasting on winds and drinking dew, fancying yourselves deities? If you possess such skill, why not turn stone into gold for me to behold? Gan Ningxin replied calmly, "Transmuting stone into gold is a unique and clandestine technique of the pure void celestial alchemy sect. Regrettably, the sect perished many years ago, and with it, the art of transmutation has been lost." At that moment, a group clad in silver silk robes surrounded a one-armed giant who approached. Upon noticing the 3 stunning beauties, the one-armed man paused, then inquired, "Who was it that purchased goods without payment?" The elderly man replied weakly, "It was my mistake. Please do not take offense. Do not shout indiscriminately again." The one-armed giant admonished, casting several scrutinizing glances at the sea princess, and suddenly, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. "If I am not mistaken, you are the sea princess of the Meridian Sea Hall, correct?" The sea princess nodded indifferently. The one-armed giant's face brightened. "I am a subordinate of Lord Ouyang Yuan, the Lord of Rui City. 21 years ago, I had the fortune of accompanying the Lord to visit the Meridian Sea Hall. From a distance, I caught a glimpse of the martial goddess, an unparalleled beauty that remains etched in my memory." With a simple acknowledgement, the sea princess continued. The one-armed giant bowed deeply. "Since the martial goddess is here, it would be an honor if you would grace the residence of Lord Ouyang." The sea princess furrowed her brow, while Jiu Danmei grinned. "This is splendid. Our Lin Fei could certainly use a place to eat and drink. Otherwise, we would have to fight on his behalf." Gan Ningxin hesitated for a moment before nodding. The sea princess turned to me. "Will you join us?" The one-armed giant looked at me in astonishment, as the renowned martial goddess sought my opinion on where to go. How amusing. He likely did not anticipate that while I headed east, 3 stunning beauties would not dare venture west. A surge of pride washed over me, and with a flourish of my hand, I declared, "Lead the way. Have your lord prepare a banquet for us. I express my gratitude to all for your hospitality." The one-armed giant scrutinized me closely, then lowered himself, supporting his weight on 3 limbs and inhaling deeply. Instantly, his form began to expand like a balloon, black scales erupting from his skin, thick pads extending from his limbs, and a sharp tail sprouting from his rear, transforming him into a colossal lizard. While his face retained its human shape, the one-armed giant bowed his head. "Please, allow me to carry you." I gasped in surprise. It turned out he was a lizard demon. The 3 beautiful women appeared unfazed, elegantly leaping onto the lizard's back. As I settled in, the lizard demon surged forward. Despite having only 3 legs, his speed was astonishing, and he ran with such steadiness that I felt no jarring as I rode atop. The wind howled past my ears, and the scenery rushed by in a blur. Having never ridden even a horse in my life, I was now exhilarated to be mounted on a demon. Overcome with excitement, I waved my arms and shouted joyfully. The sea princess leaned close to my ear and whispered, "I must caution you. Ouyang Yuan has extensive connections, maintaining friendships with numerous sects from the realms of Red Dust, Clear Void, Luo Sheng, and Demon Slaughter. When you encounter Ouyang Yuan later, exercise utmost caution and do not reveal your true identity." Her breath, fragrant and tantalizing, made my ears tingle. Gazing at her luscious cherry lips, I murmured, "I feel compelled to warn you as well. If you remain this close, I may be tempted to kiss you." The princess's face flushed, and she instinctively took a step back, exclaiming, "You rogue, I am discussing serious matters." I patted my chest confidently. "Fear not, my beauty. I am not foolish enough to invite trouble. However, I do wonder, can all demons shapeshift at will? Just like this fellow?" Jiu Danmei smiled slyly. "That is a question better directed at me. Lesser demons lack the ability to transform. Only when their demonic power increases and they reach the initial evolutionary state can they shift between human and demon forms at will." Initial evolutionary state? Are there many stages of evolution for demons? Indeed, the initial state is referred to as body state. As their demonic power cultivates, demons continuously evolve, ascending to higher tiers such as recipient state, numerous state, intention state, divine state, transformative state, worldly state, monas state, and ultimately the Alaya state. Given your current level of demonic power, you would not comprehend it. I felt dizzy. At present, I couldn't even reach the body state. Jiao Danmei quietly remarked. In your past life, you attained the transformative state. In the realm of red dust, you were quite formidable. I raised my fingers and counted. There were 9 stages of demonic evolution from lowest to highest. To regain my former powers, I would need to evolve at least 6 times. Before a resplendent mansion, the lizard demon halted and turned its head, saying, "We have arrived at the residence of the city lord." I dismounted from the lizard's back, astonished by the mansion's appearance. It resembled an enormous turtle shell, arched high. With 13 shell plates, the center hollowed out, half adorned with vibrant gemstones, and the other half retaining its original tortoiseshell hue. The lizard demon let out a deep roar and transformed back into a one-armed giant, leading us through the grand circular entrance. Inside was a vast garden, encircled by corridors, with pavilions and towers distributed throughout, their splendid glazed roofs shimmering under the sun. I marveled. Ouyang Yuan is certainly wealthy. Jiao Danmei replied, "Indeed, in Ruyi City, one must pay taxes to the city lord for conducting business. In return, Ouyang Yuan ensures the safety of their possessions." It was no wonder that early this morning, a colorful phoenix had flown to the entrance, heralding the arrival of esteemed guests. Even before the guests arrived, a warm, inviting voice wafted forth like a gentle spring breeze. From the inner courtyard emerged a plump middle-aged man with small, bean-like eyes and a broad smile. "I am Ouyang Yuan. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive me." The one-armed giant bowed. "Greetings, city lord. This person hails from Luoyang." "No need for introductions," Ouyang Yuan interrupted with a smile. "How could I forget the chief Valkyrie of the Pulse Sea Hall? Once I have seen Miss Haiji, no matter the passage of years, she remains unforgettable." Haiji nodded. "Greetings, city lord Ouyang." Ouyang Yuan's gaze shifted towards Gan Ningxin. "If my old eyes do not deceive me, this must be the renowned fairy Gan from the northern realm?" Gan Ningxin responded with a nod, her hands clasped behind her back as she gazed at the sky, not sparing a glance at Ouyang Yuan. Quite the character. I silently admired her. It seemed that Gan Ningxin maintained her proud and aloof demeanor regardless of whom she faced. Ouyang Yuan, undeterred, wore a constant smile. I thought so. Apart from the ethereal fairy Gan, who could possess such grace? Truly, meeting you in person is even more impressive than the tales. He then turned to Jiao Danmei. The colorful phoenix does not associate with crows. Besides the stunning beauty of Jiao Danmei from the demon's abyss, there is no other woman in the northern realm who could stand alongside fairy Gan and the sea god without feeling inferior. Jiao Danmei chuckled. "Ouyang Yuan, you have a knack for flattery. No wonder you've held sway over Ruyi City for so long without anyone daring to challenge you." I rolled my eyes. Ouyang Yuan, this rotund fellow, certainly excelled in the art of compliments. Ouyang Yuan glanced at me, prompting me to interject. "I am Lin Fei, not particularly famous, so please spare the formalities. Otherwise, I might break out in goosebumps." Haiji stifled a laugh, while Jiao Danmei giggled uncontrollably, causing a delightful tremor in her demeanor. Gan Ningxin regarded me with an appreciative glance, seemingly impressed by my response. Ouyang Yuan chuckled. "As they say, a true gentleman does not reveal himself. Today, I finally understand. However, despite your disdain for superficial fame, young Master Lin, your innate elegance shines like a brilliant jewel, impossible to conceal." Young Master Lin? I couldn't help but chuckle. The title felt rather novel to me. Although I knew Ouyang Yuan was merely flattering, I had to admit, it was rather enjoyable. I patted my empty stomach, suggesting, "City Lord Ouyang, you are quite the hospitable host. We have just arrived in Ruyi City and have yet to dine, yet you have summoned us." Ouyang Yuan promptly replied, "It was my subordinate's oversight. I hope you can overlook it. I have arranged a modest meal in the main hall to welcome you." The banquet was indeed lavish, primarily consisting of vegetables and fruits, as Ouyang Yuan clearly understood the preferences of the ladies. Throughout the meal, he was charming and attentive, ensuring no one felt neglected. For years, there had been no news of the sea god, fairy Gan, and the stunning beauty Jiao Danmei. The various sects of the northern realm believed the three had vanished. Ouyang Yuan casually remarked. The 3 beauties exchanged glances, and before they could respond, I seized the opportunity to speak. "City Lord, your statement is rather questionable. Jiao Danmei is indeed a great beauty. Does that imply that Haiji and Gan Ningxin are not as well?" I continued. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Are you perhaps enamored with our Jiao Danmei?" Ouyang Yuan paused. "All 3 are exquisite maidens. How could I favor one over the others?" "Young Master Lin, who is this she sure? She sure? You must have misheard. I mention I'm mucus. Staring at your beloved for too long can lead to sore eyes and the inevitable eye discharge." I rambled on, and while Ouyang Yuan was quite astute, I was no fool either. Each time he attempted to glean information about the three ladies and me, I deftly diverted the conversation. At the table, the sounds of clashing bowls and plates filled the air, yet I was the only one indulging in the feast, while the three beauties remained untouched by their utensils. As dusk approached, the hall remained brightly illuminated, adorned with dozens of luminous pearls that shimmered like stars, casting a radiant glow throughout the surroundings. Pointing to a jade basin, Ouyang Yuan earnestly addressed Haiji. This is the juice of the Millennium Zhu fruit, sourced from the auspicious peaks of Daimei in the heavenly bliss, possessing remarkable effects of refining the essence and fortifying the foundation. Divine warrior Haiji, please do give it a try. The emerald basin cradled the blood-red juice, undeniably tempting to behold, especially given its purported powers of purification and enhancement. At that moment, my desire to amplify my demonic prowess surged, and without awaiting Haiji's response, I seized the jade basin, lifted it to my lips, and drank deeply. With a resounding thud, I set the basin down and wiped my mouth. The flavor is rather mediocre, a touch bitter. Could it be a counterfeit? Ouyang Yuan appeared taken aback, eventually stammering. This, Lord Lin, this. I interjected with a smile. Enough of that. I comprehend your intentions to please Haiji. However, she has her own provisions and is not in need of your Millennium Zhu fruit. Am I right, my lady? Haiji scoffed. Eat until you drop. All you think about is food. I responded with pride. For the common folk, food is paramount. You know not what you speak. Eating is an art form. When I have the leisure, we shall discuss this further. Ouyang Yuan regarded me, then glanced at Haiji, evidently puzzled by our relationship. After a brief pause, he remarked, Lord Lin, with your profound cultivation, it is of no consequence. Otherwise, consuming this entire basin of Zhu fruit juice would leave you incapacitated for several hours. What? I leaped to my feet. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Have you administered some kind of soporific? Ouyang Yuan let out a wry smile. Lord Lin, you possess a remarkable sense of humor. What is a soporific? I have never encountered such a term. The Zhu fruit, originating from the heavenly bliss, is a manifestation of the earth's fiery core, inherently warm in nature. For a practitioner, a single Zhu fruit suffices. In this basin, there are enough fruits for dozens of servings. If one were to consume it all at once without sufficient cultivation, the excess vitality would congeal within, rendering one immobile. However, fret not. With a night's rest, you shall recover fully. At that moment, I began to feel a rising heat within me, my head spinning. After a short while, my limbs grew weak, leaving me only the strength to speak. Haiji, reveling in my predicament, remarked, Lin Fei, it's rare to see you so subdued. I retorted, the hour is late. I was just contemplating sleep, and this is quite convenient. Ouyang Yuan smiled graciously. I have already prepared several elegant and pristine chambers. It would be my utmost honor if you would deign to stay. The three beauties exchanged glances, and Jiao Dan smiled charmingly. Such courtesy from the city lord compels us to accept your invitation. However, one chamber will suffice. Ouyang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. You four intend to share a room? Haiji nodded with resignation. For my protection, they had no choice but to do so. Gan Ning earnestly requested, City Lord, please summon a few individuals to carry Lin Fei inside. Ouyang Yuan cast a mix of envy and astonishment in my direction before calling upon several maidens, who gently lifted me and made their way toward the chamber. The maidens were all charming and soft, and though my limbs were feeble, I swayed and leaned, seizing the opportunity to indulge in their delicate presence. The maidens giggled incessantly. Oh dear, young master, you make me feel so ticklish. With a mischievous grin, I replied, Alas, I am unable to assist you. Otherwise I would surely scratch that itch. You are quite naughty, young master. I possess some good qualities, though you cannot perceive them. You are truly handsome, young master. And you are quite charming, my dear. We are a match made in heaven. Along the way, I exchanged playful banter with the maidens, reveling in the delight of the moment. In the past, when in Luoyang, I had never experienced such indulgence. Chapter 7. The Big Spender. The embroidered phoenix silk quilt, soft to the touch, exuded a fragrant aroma. Lying on the splendid canopied bed, I felt as if I were floating on a cloud. Just before my departure, one of the maidens stealthily pinched my backside. In the chamber, there was only one bed. Originally, Ouyang Yuan intended to add another, but Jiao Danmei insisted it was unnecessary. The memory of Ouyang Yuan's dazed expression made me chuckle. With one man and three women sharing a bed, my thoughts began to wander. Haiji shot me a glare. Have a few enchanting vixens bewitched you? Vixens? I scoffed. Only you fail to see it. Those maidens are all fox spirits. Pathetic. To be entranced by a few minor demons. I retorted defiantly, what is wrong with vixens? And what of minor demons? I simply admire them and hold those lofty individuals in disdain. Besides, I too am a minor demon. Hai Wuxian, walking with me truly tarnishes your reputation. Hai Ji huffed. I never claimed you were inferior. I turned my head and continued. You are fortunate, noble and esteemed, a Valkyrie of the Sea Palace. But had you been born a mere minor demon, would you still carry yourself with such arrogance? Hai Ji paused, while Gan Ningxuan cast me a glance. Her fingertips releasing a snow lotus that expanded and floated gracefully in midair. Gan Ningxuan leapt lightly upon it, lying in silence. Jiao Danmei approached with a graceful demeanor, offering a bewitching smile. What is there to argue about? Hai Ji has that temperament. She does not intend to target you. Furthermore, the distinctions of high and low status have existed since time immemorial. It is the will of heaven. By the way, that bronze box you were interested in during the day must be somewhat peculiar. Reaching out, she retrieved the purple copper octagonal box from my embrace. I replied eagerly. This box is extraordinary. Please help me discern its secrets. After examining it for some time, Jiao Danmei shook her head. There is nothing remarkable about it. This item is worth at most a few coins. Let me see. Gan Ningxuan suddenly interjected, extending her hand, causing the box to fly into her palm. After scrutinizing it for a moment, she abruptly closed her eyes. A transparent lotus flower blossomed from her forehead, its petals quivering like a blinking eye. After a prolonged silence, the lotus gently unfurled, dispersing into a wisp of mist, and Gan Ningxuan slowly opened her eyes, tossing the copper box back to me, stating coolly, there is a hidden compartment within, concealing a piece of silk paper. I gazed at Gan Ningxuan in astonishment, while Jiao Danmei seized the copper box. Tearing it open with a sharp motion, a yellowed piece of silk paper floated out, inscribed with intricate red characters. I had long heard of Gan Xianzi's ability to see through to the heart of things. Indeed, her prowess was formidable. Jiao Danmei let out a delicate laugh, picked up the silk paper, and softly recited, the 9th tier of the secret technique of the Cloudlight Stone Flowing Flying Dan Pill. This name seems familiar. The Cloudlight Stone Flowing Flying Dan is an introductory secret technique of the Dan Ding school from days of yore. Gan Ningxuan paused for a moment, then continued. The secret techniques of the Dan Ding school primarily focus on alchemy and are divided into 9 tiers. After the mysterious demise of the Dan Ding school, these techniques have been lost to time. Lin Fei, you are, in essence, a cauldron yourself. The Cloudlight Stone Flowing Flying Dan might prove beneficial to you. She turned away, not casting another glance in my direction, seemingly ready to sleep. How curious. This ice-cold beauty seems unusually warm towards me tonight. Jiao Danmei handed the silk paper back to me, languidly stating, so it is merely the heart method for alchemy. I casually took the silk paper, and to my astonishment, I found I could move. I leapt from the bed, raising my arms and kicking my legs, feeling agile and unrestrained. I burst into laughter. Ouyang Yuan, you fraud. He claimed I needed to lie down for an entire night. Yet here I am, brimming with vitality after just a few hours. Hai Ji scoffed. He did not deceive you. It's simply that you are a natural cauldron, allowing you to effortlessly refine the Zhu fruit. Seizing the moment, Jiao Danmei reclined on the bed and playfully winked at me. Little lecher, care to sleep with me? I swallowed hard, feeling inexplicably drenched in sweat. A warm sensation coursing through my body as if my blood were a lively little mouse scurrying about. I felt invigorated, and the view outside, the deep night, appeared as clear as day. I surmised it must be the effect of the Zhu fruit. With Jiao Danmei and Gan Ningxuan asleep, Hai Ji stood motionless at the doorway. Sitting on the floor, I scrutinized the silk paper. The Cloudlight Stone Flowing Flying Dan is indeed the alchemical heart method of the Dan Ding school, albeit the most rudimentary 9th tier. According to the paper, one must gather the requisite herbs, place them in a copper cauldron, add substances such as sulfur, metals, and mica, and then combine them with the heart method for refinement. Damn it, this heart method is of little use. What I truly need is a tome that will grant me immediate strength, not some trivial alchemical recipe. Hey, Hai Ji called softly. I huffed and ignored her. Hai Ji bit her lip. Lin Fei, I teasingly replied. Just call me a lowly little demon. No need for such formality. Hai Ji shot me a fierce glare. Miser. It's not that I look down on you. I simply cannot abide your infatuation with those fox spirits. Moonlight poured through the window frame like a delicate layer of frost. Hai Ji, bathed in moonlight, gazed at me. Her skin surpassing the frost's purity, her hair like strands of gold, radiant as an apparition. I suddenly felt a pang of inferiority and murmured, it's fine if you look down on me. I'm used to it anyway. Hai Ji glanced at Gan Ningxuan and Jiao Danmei, whispering, actually, bickering with you is quite enjoyable. In the northern territories, most regard me with utmost reverence. Like a dull plank, which can be quite suffocating. Only you disregard me, and it oddly pleases me. I was taken aback. Goodness. This beauty seems to have a penchant for masochism. Hai Ji added. Today, when you snatched the zhu fruit, Ouyang Yuan's expression was utterly amusing. This fellow used to cling to me incessantly, becoming a source of great annoyance. I suddenly realized. He has feelings for you. No wonder he would go to such lengths. Offering you the rare and precious juice of the zhu fruit. Hai Ji scoffed dismissively, stating that he merely seeks to leverage our connection to the esteemed Mai Jingxi palace. With a mischievous grin, she added, tomorrow, help me play a trick on him. Given his good rapport with the palace, I cannot afford to show him any disdain. I replied slyly, that depends on the rewards you're willing to offer me. Hai Ji flashed a radiant smile, her beauty dazzling, and remarked, you truly are quite the scoundrel. While Jiao Dan Mei calls you a little lecher, I shall refer to you as my little rogue. Does that sound agreeable? Jiao Dan Mei, with her eyes closed, suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Hai Ji blushed slightly, turned away, and fell silent. After a while, her eyes gently closed, and her entire being radiated a golden light, as if she had entered a meditative state. I lay on the ground for a while, unable to sleep. After consuming the zhu fruit, my energy was exceptionally high. With nothing else to occupy my time, I began practicing the cloud light stone flowing pill technique using silk paper as a guide. Lacking an alchemical furnace, I envisioned my body as a cauldron. In the absence of herbs, I treated the blood and energy coursing through me as the necessary ingredients. With stone as a barrier, the clouds flowed freely. The two entities embraced, transforming under the influence of the divine. First the liquid, then the solid, the clouds and stones exchanged forms. Below lay the flowing light stone, while clouds billowed in an instant. The two were perceived as true, as the cloud light stone flowed and soared. I silently recited the silk text and commenced my cultivation. Gradually, I gained control over the energy within me, dividing it into two. The turbid energy sank like stone, while the pure energy ascended like clouds. My body felt as though it had been cleaved in two, my head rising upwards while my feet descended. It was quite an amusing experience. Next came the challenge of reversing the forms of the turbid and pure energies, a feat that proved difficult. I struggled for some time without success. Just as I was deeply engrossed in my practice, a sudden warmth surged through my forehead, and a resounding thud echoed in my mind, causing the agate pearl to begin its languid rotation. My entire being felt ablaze, reminiscent of a furnace glowing red-hot. Embracing the essence of tranquility, I immersed myself in the 9 cauldrons practice. In an instant, a phrase from the silk text flashed through my mind, and in a moment of inspiration, I focused on my lungs and entered a meditative state. In a trance, a cauldron rose from my lower dantian, where the turbid and pure energies swirled within. The pure energy seemed to solidify into a stone, rapidly sinking, while the turbid energy transformed into wisps of smoke, gently ascending. The cauldron pulsated rhythmically, the stone shimmered, and the clouds billowed. Time slipped away unnoticed until I exclaimed, the two are perceived as true. The cloud light stone flows and soars. A tremendous vibration coursed through my being, and the cauldron expelled an unusual substance, which gradually sank back into my dantian. This substance raced chaotically within me, akin to a wild stallion unleashed, spiraling for several cycles before erupting like a torrent of liquid mercury, cascading through my meridians. A refreshing energy flooded my body, and I felt as if I had been reborn, light as a feather, as if ready to ride the winds. The essence flowing within me no longer felt like blood, but rather a luminous, ethereal liquid. Gan Ningzhen was indeed correct. For others, the cloud light stone flowing pill was merely a method of alchemical practice. But for one like me, a natural cauldron, it was a bespoke path of cultivation. The Danding flow could scarcely have imagined that, years later, the Yun Guang stone flow flying elixir would lead me to cultivate a new realm. I gazed at the silk scroll, contemplated its contents, committed it to memory, and subsequently incinerated it. Having cultivated the Yun Guang stone flow flying elixir to this juncture, I had attained a minor success, according to the scroll. The final step involved solidifying the liquid within the cauldron into Yun stone essence, marking the completion of my endeavor. Henceforth, with diligent practice over time, I would surely reach this milestone. The thought of the other 8-tier Danding flow's alchemical methods stirred a restless desire within me. I wondered where they had scattered. If I could obtain them all and study them in detail, I might just evade a decade of minor tribulations. Outside the window, the dawn light illuminated the surroundings, and I realized, unbeknownst to me, I had been cultivating the entire night. Throughout my life, it seemed I had been perpetually occupied, tirelessly striving to survive. Chapter 7. The foolish benefactor. A melodious voice, akin to that of a charming rogue, reached my ears from behind. I turned and shot a glare at Zhou Danmei. "What are you doing eavesdropping on my conversation with Haiji?" Zhou Danmei chuckled, her eyes suddenly widening with surprise. "Ah, your complexion has changed." The sparkle in her eyes, was it the effect of the Zhu fruit? I replied with pride. "Do you think I've become more formidable?" "Not quite yet," came the teasing response from Gan Ning, as the snow lotus gradually shrank and nestled into her fingertips. Haiji, her aura a radiating golden light, cast several approving glances my way and nodded. "Indeed, you appear quite spirited." After indulging in a bit of self-adulation, I stepped out of the guest chamber. Early in the morning, numerous maidservants bustled about the residence, bowing in deference upon seeing us. There was no need for such grand gestures. I was unaccustomed to it. With a cheerful demeanor, I approached a maid, inhaling deeply, though she was a fox spirit. She bore no foul odor, instead exuding a delightful fragrance. Ouyang Yuan appeared at the corner of the corridor, approaching us with a broad smile. "How did you sleep, esteemed ladies? With the presence of the three fairies, my humble abode shall surely gain unparalleled prestige in the northern realm." "What a sycophant!" I snorted softly. Flattery only feels pleasant when directed at oneself. To flatter others is mere obsequiousness. "Ouyang City Lord, we must take our leave," I stated. Ouyang Yuan replied, "Why the haste? Today, several guests will arrive to trade rare treasures. Would you not care to take a look?" My curiosity piqued. I boldly responded, "Since the city lord is so hospitable, I shall grant you this favor. However, how will you repay this kindness?" Ouyang Yuan hesitated for a moment before smiling again. "I have already prepared generous gifts for you." With a clap of his hands, several maidservants soon arrived, each bearing a colorful gift box, which they intended to present to Haiji and the others. However, I snatched one away, swiftly tearing through the silken wrappings. To my dismay, I found only herbs and elixirs, nothing of gold or jewels, as I had anticipated. Nevertheless, they were precisely what my cauldron craved. I seized the herbs and, without hesitation, swallowed them whole. Ouyang Yuan's expression darkened. "Young Master Lin, these are very precious elixirs." I smacked my lips, resting my hand on Haiji's fragrant shoulder. "Fear not, no matter how much I consume, I shan't surpass your figure." "Why do you stare at me like that? Aren't you off to prepare breakfast?" After Ouyang Yuan departed, Haiji playfully swatted my hand away, chiding, "You little rogue with your clumsy antics." I raised my eyebrows and grinned. "I sent it all for you?" With my handsome and dashing presence, towering stature, and indomitable spirit, that hefty fellow will surely retreat in defeat. Haiji, in a serious tone, cautioned, "Do not be deceived by Ouyang Yuan's amiable demeanor. He is quite formidable. So exercise caution. With beauties to protect you, the heavens could fall, and you would remain unscathed. Since he seeks to curry favor with you, I shall take this opportunity to extract some benefits, allowing him to play the fool for once." As I hummed a tune and entered the hall, the lizard demon slipped in and whispered, "All the guests have arrived." Ouyang Yuan nodded, instructing, "Please usher them in, and you stay outside. Should anyone intrude, eliminate them without hesitation." Once the maids cleared the table, they brought in 8 large screens made of marble inlaid with rosewood, arranged around the round table. They closed the windows and retreated. The 3 beauties gazed thoughtfully at the rosewood screens. At that moment, 6 individuals rushed into the hall, each adorned with colorful masks, frequently glancing around. Upon seeing Haiji and the others, they paused, momentarily taken aback. The leader, a tall and slender man, stepped back a pace and demanded, "Why are there outsiders present?" Ouyang Yuan chuckled, "Rest assured, in my dealings, I, Ouyang Yuan, never err. They are my friends and would never divulge the nature of our transactions." He deftly closed the door. A short man muttered, "Stop with the nonsense. Let us proceed with the trade. The goods are cumbersome, and we must leave swiftly afterward." Another tall figure exhaled with relief. "So it is the renowned Gan Yuan, the sea god, and Miss Zhou Danmei. No wonder the city lord dared to accept our cargo. With these 3 here, we can finally breathe easy." A flicker of realization crossed my mind as I observed Ouyang Yuan's narrowed, calculating smile, sensing I had been ensnared in his scheme. The tall man pondered for a moment before resolutely unfastening the burden from his back and placing it on the table. With a gentle shake, he released an object that began to spin ceaselessly on the table. It was an oval pearl, gleaming a brilliant white and resembling a grape. Upon closer inspection, intricate red patterns emerged on its surface, resembling writhing insect eggs. Strangely, the pearl continued to rotate without pause from the moment it touched the table. Haiji shuddered slightly, exclaiming, "It's the snow spirit brain." The tall man nodded, Acknowledging, the sea god possesses keen eyesight. I need not elaborate on the value of the snow spirit brain. With a wave of his hand, the short man produced a second item from his clothing, erecting it on the table. It was a jade plate of vibrant emerald hue, exquisitely charming. Upon it were intricately carved bizarre creatures, each with multiple arms and a single leg, engaging in peculiar dances. Jiao Danmei suddenly quivered, inquiring, "Could it be the charm dance?" The tall man chuckled. "The misty waves give rise to the charm dance. The long-lost charm dance jade mirror, when placed in water, reveals its authenticity." A fervent light sparkled in Jiao Danmei's beautiful eyes. Legend has it that the charm dance is an ancient biological dance that conceals not only artistic skill, but also a lethal martial technique. The tall man cleared his throat and lowered his voice. "The final item is a map leading to the realm of freedom." "What did you say?" Three beautiful women exclaimed in unison. Ouyang Yuan smiled calmly, clearly already aware of the situation. The tall man crouched down, rolled up his trousers, and gently peeled a thin layer of skin from his calf, placing it on the table. All eyes were fixated on this palm-sized piece of skin. The slender man remarked, "Although the map is incomplete and its authenticity cannot be verified, it has passed through the hands of 16 individuals, all of whom have mysteriously perished, including the dragon butterfly demon king from the red dust realm." A shiver ran through me. Could the dragon butterfly's death be linked to this map? Ouyang Yuan took a deep breath. The snow soul brain, the charm dance jade mirror, the map of the free heaven, each one more precious than the last. However, apart from the City of Wishes, I doubt anyone would dare to undertake such a significant transaction. He continued, "Speak. What is it that you desire?" "You shall acquire nothing." A harsh voice, like the sound of stone shattering, burst through the door. At the utterance of the first word, the door was obliterated. As the second word echoed, a corpse flew in, blood streaming from its 7 orifices. It was the lizard demon. My vision blurred as a figure materialized in the hall, striding forth, sidestepping, and throwing a punch. The impact reverberated like a stone drum, and several masked individuals were splattered with blood, flung about like rag dolls, leaving only the tall man, who scrambled in terror behind Ouyang Yuan. At that moment, the words "you shall acquire nothing" had barely left his lips when 6 more corpses lay on the ground. A chill enveloped me. The newcomer was terrifying, having killed 5 guests in the blink of an eye, and I had scarcely witnessed his movements. I suddenly realized how vulnerable I was in the northern realm. The 3 beautiful women stood silently before me. The newcomer wore a bamboo hat that obscured his face, revealing only a pair of eyes glinting with a cold light. He approached the tall man deliberately, each step heavy as if it were a drumbeat. The tall man trembled. "He is coming, City Lord Ouyang. You promised to ensure my safety." Ouyang Yuan remained unfazed. "Rest assured, the reputation of the City of Wishes, built over many years, is not to be trifled with." With his gaze fixed on the newcomer, he smiled warmly. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Shi Zhilong," the newcomer replied hoarsely. Ouyang Yuan responded with composure. "Brother Shi, pursuing my guests all the way here, breaching the defenses outside my door, and slaughtering my subordinates. Such wanton disregard is quite unacceptable. Though the City of Wishes is small, our established rules must not be violated." Shi Zhilong's expression remained impassive. "Spare me your empty words. Hand over what I seek, or you shall all perish." Suddenly, Jiao Danmei exclaimed softly, "Aren't you Shi Tsiu from the Demon Abyss? When did you change your name to Shi Zhilong?" Shi Zhilong fixed his gaze on Jiao Danmei, his expression shifting. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the 9-tailed scorpion demon, Jiao Danmei. The current Shi Zhilong is merely a servant. The name Shi Tsiu has long been forgotten. Jiao Danmei inquired with astonishment. "You have become someone else's servant? Who possesses such power to make you willingly submit?" Shi Zhilong let out a snort, his gaze fixated on the 3 extraordinary treasures upon the table. With a swift leap, his fingers curled like claws, but as he lunged forward, the 8 purple sandalwood screens erupted with a blinding violet light, forming a dazzling wall that sent him sprawling backward. In midair, he twisted and surged towards the tall, lean man. His fist struck with a resounding force, akin to the beating of a drum. The tall man turned pale with fright, retreating behind Ouyang Yuan, who, with a flicker of his eyes, slipped away like a gliding fish. Caught off guard, the tall man was struck down by Shi Zhilong's punch. Ouyang Yuan merely smiled faintly, choosing not to intervene. A realization dawned upon me. Ouyang Yuan was clearly leveraging Shi Zhilong's hand to eliminate 6 guests, thereby claiming the 3 treasures for himself. Ouyang Yuan remarked leisurely, "Brother Shi, while taking a life may be easy, acquiring treasures is a far more daunting task." Shi Zhilong scoffed, his eyes locked on the purple sandalwood screens. Suddenly, a sturdy stone pillar erupted from his back, rumbling as it spun. Carved upon the pillar was a monstrous creature with 3 heads and 6 arms, seemingly alive. Restless in its movements, Shi Zhulong embraced the pillar, spiraling upwards as a gray-white light radiated from it. His body contorted, merging with the 3-headed, 6-armed beast. With a thunderous roar, this amalgamation lunged at the screens, its 6 arms whirling like windmills, tearing apart the violet light emitted by the 8 screens. Just as he was about to grasp the 3 treasures, Jiao Danmei let out a tinkling laugh and advanced, 5 vividly red needles shooting forth from her fingertips. Aimed at Shi Zhulong. Forced to retreat, he leapt back to the stone pillar and rasped, "Jiao Danmei, when did you become a lackey of Rui City?" Jiao Danmei licked her lips. Everyone covets these 3 treasures, do they not? You, surnamed Shi, are merely a stone that has gained sentience. Do you truly dare to contend with me? Shi Zhulong retorted fiercely, "Jiao Danmei, do not overestimate yourself. Others may fear you, but I do not." Ouyang Yuan smiled slightly. "Brother Shi, if you can seize these 3 items in front of Miss Jiao, the Sea War God, and Fairy Gan, I would genuinely be impressed." Shi Zhulong trembled, his gaze sweeping over Gan Ningxin and Hai Ji, revealing a look of shock. Ouyang Yuan continued, "Everyone must ensure he does not escape. Otherwise, the news of these treasures will leak, and the consequences will be dire." Hai Ji let out a cold laugh, and I understood Ouyang Yuan's cunning scheme. He had long received word of Shi Zhulong's pursuit of the 6 guests, and from the outset, he intended to use the 3 beauties as a shield against disaster. The 3 treasures were merely bait for him to exploit the women's involvement. Damn it, we had not gained much from him, and instead, we had been used as pawns, becoming unwitting fools. Chapter 8. Greasing the soul. Suddenly, Shi Zhulong spoke sharply, "Jiao Danmei, do you know that just a month ago, the Sarala iron tree of the demon paradise bloomed?" Jiao Danmei shuddered. Shi Zhulong ominously stated, "When the iron tree blooms, the demon lord descends." You do not forget the millennial-old legend of demon paradise, do you? To speak plainly, the demon lord has already arrived and is poised to unify demon paradise. These 3 treasures are specifically demanded by him. Jiao Danmei's expression shifted continuously. After a long pause, she suddenly laughed. "I do not believe in such deceptive legends." A claw shot forth, swift as lightning, lunging at Shi Zhulong. "Jiao Danmei, you possess great audacity. You dare defy even the demon lord." Shi Zhulong bellowed as he charged forward. Boom, boom. His fist struck with a rapidity that dazzled the senses, creating a thunderous cacophony akin to a multitude of drums resounding in succession. The ground and walls bore witness to numerous indentations. Jiao Danmei's dual claws transformed into a flurry of crimson shadows as both combatants engaged in a fierce exchange. Amidst the fray, Jiao Danmei let out a melodic laugh, her hips twisting as 9 elongated scorpion tails unfurled, slicing through the air and radiating vibrant red light. With a sharp crack, one of the tails struck Shi Zhulong, who grunted in discomfort, momentarily staggering as the remaining 8 tails ensnared his limbs, their needle-like tips poised to pierce him. Shi Zhulong's bones creaked, and suddenly his complexion turned ashen, transforming into a hardened stone figure. The scorpion tail stingers jabbed at him, only to be repelled. With a sinister grin, Shi Zhulong declared, "I have warned you, your scorpion tails are of no consequence to me." Jiao Danmei replied sternly, "Hai Ji, quickly, shatter that stone pillar. It is the manifestation of his inner core." Taking a deep breath, Hai Ji unleashed a powerful chop, sending a golden shield soaring towards the pillar. The pillar trembled, and the shield circled back, colliding with it once more. Shi Zhulong's expression shifted as he opened his mouth and inhaled forcefully, drawing the pillar towards him. Hai Ji snorted dismissively and pursued the pillar, her palms glowing with golden light, as sharp as a blade, striking down repeatedly. In an instant, hundreds of palm strikes battered the stone column. Cracks began to spiderweb across its surface, culminating in an explosive shattering of the pillar. Shi Zhulong trembled as his petrified form reverted to flesh and blood, his 3-headed, 6-armed visage vanishing. Seizing the moment, the scorpion tails pierced into Shi Zhulong's body, causing his skin to swell and darken to a deep purple hue. With a pained scream, he struggled violently, breaking free from the tail's grasp and charging outward like a frenzied beast. Gan Ning gently tapped the sword sheath, releasing a misty spray that surged forward like a silken ribbon, overtaking Shi Zhulong, who erupted into a shower of stone fragments. Under the combined onslaught of the 3 formidable beauties, the once formidable Shi Zhulong was reduced to mere dust and rubble. It was only now that I truly recognized the extraordinary prowess of the 3 bodyguards Dragonfly had procured for me. Ouyang Yuan remarked, Gan Xianzi's 3,000-week waters sword has reached an unparalleled level of mastery. Zhou Danmei exchanged a knowing glance with me, and I grinned. Lord Luoyang. With the 6 guests now deceased, these 3 treasures have become unclaimed. Before I could finish, Luoyang Yuan chuckled. Let us share them among us. I nodded in satisfaction, realizing the rotund fellow was quite astute. The practice of dividing the spoils seemed to be well within his expertise. Luoyang Yuan first produced a silver dagger, carefully slicing the snow spirit brain in half. One half he secured in a white jade box to keep for himself, while the other half he graciously offered to Hai Ji, stating, with the snow spirit brain, the defensive techniques of the sea warrior will surely ascend to new heights. He then presented a basin of water, placing the enchanting dance jade mirror within, retrieving paper and brush, and said to Zhou Danmei, allow me to replicate the grace of the enchanting dance before I present the jade mirror to you. With curiosity, I gazed at the enchanting jade mirror as it sank to the bottom of the basin, only to slowly rise again. The rippling water transformed, and the ethereal figures upon the jade appeared to come to life. The once clear water gradually morphed into a verdant hue. Wisps of green mist emerged from the mirror, swirling in the air, taking on countless forms of mesmerizing dancers, gracefully twirling. Luoyang Yuan's round face lit up with delight as she swiftly captured their various postures with her brush. The 3 beautiful ladies lifted their heads in rapt attention, utterly captivated by the dance. I, too, recognized the value of this spectacle and wished to retain the poses in my memory. Yet the ever-changing green smoke was so enchanting that it left my eyes dazzled, rendering memorization an impossible task. I rubbed my sore neck and, feeling dejected, lowered my head, realizing I would not learn anything substantial. At that moment, I caught a glimpse from the corner of my eye, a shadow of a dancer reflected at the bottom of the basin. The shadow was faint yet danced with clarity, unnoticed by the others who were entranced by the green mist above. My spirits lifted. The dance at the basin's bottom was slow and clear, making it easier to memorize. I focused intently on the basin, committing the dance postures to memory, acknowledging that while it paled in comparison to the fantastical display above, it was certainly better than nothing. As the saying goes, if others feast on meat, one must content oneself with soup. After a while, the green mist gradually dissipated, and the dance at the bottom of the basin vanished. I estimated that I had managed to remember over 90 poses. Strangely, Hai Ji furrowed her brow, stating, though the dance is marvelous, it is merely a dance. I fail to perceive any martial techniques hidden within. Zhou Danmei pondered. Perhaps it requires deep contemplation to unravel its mysteries. When Luoyang Yuan retrieved the jade mirror from the basin and handed it to Zhou Danmei, everyone was taken aback. The enchanting figures on the jade had entirely vanished, leaving behind a smooth, ordinary jade mirror. Even its emerald hue had faded to a pale milky white. After a moment of stunned silence, Luoyang Yuan remarked, it is said that the enchanting jade mirror is a vessel of spirit. Once the martial techniques concealed within are discerned, the enchantments will automatically fade away. It seems you 3 have grasped the essence of the dance. Zhou Danmei's beautiful eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze upon Gan Ningzhan. Fairy Gan, you must possess greater insight than us, having discovered the martial arts hidden within the dance. Gan Ningzhan shook her head. I, too, have not discerned anything. Zhou Danmei chuckled. Luoyang Yuan, could it be that you have figured it out? Luoyang Yuan smiled wryly. If even the 3 of you could not, what hope is there for me? I contemplated revealing my discovery, but knowing that even their exceptional talents could not unveil the dance's intricacies, I feared being ridiculed for my own insights. Zhou Danmei, somewhat skeptical, chose not to press further and carefully stored the jade mirror. In the end, Luoyang Yuan unfurled the map of Zizishan, scrutinizing it for a considerable time before passing it to Gan Ningzhan. After a moment's hesitation, Hai Ji remarked, we assisted him in dealing with Shi Zhulong. This is the reward we are owed. Finally, Gan Ningzhan accepted the map. The division of spoils came to a close, and the 3 beauties appeared somewhat satisfied. While Luoyang Yuan had deftly discerned their preferences, I cleared my throat. City Lord, it seems I am left empty-handed. Luoyang Yuan chuckled warmly. Young Master Lin, you may select a few of my maidservants to take with you. I called out, women are unnecessary, I cannot afford them. A virtuous man, as always, is untainted by greed. Shortly thereafter, Luoyang Yuan had a heavy, solid bundle sent to me. Upon squeezing it, I discerned it was filled with gold and jewels. Luoyang Yuan, you truly are a flower that understands the unspoken. It seems I am not destined to be that virtuous man after all. Thus, the 4 of us returned laden with riches from Luoyang Yuan's estate. The sun shone brightly, the grass by the roadside glimmering like white flowers. And as I counted the gold and silver within the bundle, My hands trembled uncontrollably. Such wealth could last several lifetimes. If I were to return to Luoyang, I would undoubtedly become a wealthy magnate. Perhaps I might even marry the esteemed Miss Wang. Along the way, Jiu Danmei remained silent. I looked at her curiously and asked, "What troubles you?" Jiu Danmei forced a smile, and a thought stirred within me. What was the true meaning behind the blooming of the iron tree and the emergence of the demon lord? She gazed at the sky, paused in silence for a moment, and said, "At the highest peak of the demon abyss, Kunping Mountain, there grows a colossal Shaluo iron tree. According to ancient lore, the Shaluo iron tree is formed from the blood of 100,000 demons. For millennia, it has never bloomed, but when it finally does, the most powerful demon in history will be born. He will unify the demon abyss and become the demon lord ruling over the northern realm." I gasped. If the iron tree is blooming, then the demon lord must have already appeared. That Shi Jiulong must surely be his servant. Jiu Danmei's expression grew grave. If this is true, chaos will soon engulf the northern realm. I exclaimed, "We have stolen 3 treasures from the demon lord and killed Shi Jiulong. Have we not made a formidable enemy?" Haiji scoffed. "The emergence of the demon lord is merely a ploy by the creatures of the demon abyss. I refuse to believe that he can do anything to us. Jiu Danmei, you have always been bold and ruthless. Why do you now show fear?" Jiu Danmei's face turned serious. "You have witnessed Shi Jiulong's strength. Even someone as arrogant as he has become a servant of the demon lord. Just thinking about it unsettles me." "Wait," Gan Ning suddenly exclaimed, gazing ahead. I too noticed that the vendors within Rui City had vanished, the streets now eerily quiet, nearly devoid of pedestrians. The once bustling Rui City had turned lifeless. Chapter 8. A hasty escape look. I pointed towards the direction of Ouyang Yuan's residence, from which billowing black smoke was rising. Jiu Danmei stated gravely, "He must have set his own house ablaze. He has likely fled." I shouted, "What a cunning swine." Many are aware that we visited Ouyang Yuan's home. Now that his house is burning, others might suspect us. This way, the whereabouts of the 3 treasures will lead the demon lord straight to us. While Ouyang Yuan can escape unscathed, Jiu Danmei added, "Not just the demon lord. Soon the entire northern realm will likely learn that the 3 treasures are in our possession. Ouyang Yuan is devious. He might intentionally leak this information to extricate himself." Haiji remarked, "I am eager to see who dares to challenge us." Gan Ning glanced at me, and Haiji, in a moment of realization, remarked, "I fear we may be a burden to the little rogue." I patted my chest confidently, declaring, "I am not afraid. I have faith in you all." Haiji chuckled softly, while Gan Ning's expression turned serious, saying, "The situation does not appear favorable. We should depart from this place of chaos." I raised both hands in agreement, acknowledging that the first course of action after gaining a benefit is to swiftly make an exit. I am well versed in this wisdom. Upon reaching the city gate, the 3 ladies suddenly halted in their tracks. Haiji pulled me behind her, her gaze intense and fixated on the ground ahead. Puzzled, I inquired, "What is it?" Jiu Danmei waved her hand at me with a playful laugh. "Come out. Are you hiding underground, planning to nibble at our feet?" About 10 meters away, the ground began to undulate slowly. Then, like a worm, it heaved upward. Dirt sprayed everywhere as a short, dark figure emerged from the earth, greedily eyeing Jiu Danmei's ample bosom, and exclaimed, "I am Tu Ba Lang." "Ah, you must be Jiu Danmei." A shiver ran down my spine. Could this Tu Ba Lang be allied with that Shi Jiulang? The 3 beauties exchanged glances, and Jiu Danmei, maintaining her composure, remarked, "So, it is the earth dweller from Mo Cha Tian. It has been a while. What a coincidence. Are you here in Rui City to shop?" Tu Ba Lang, bristling with indignation, retorted, "I abhor being called an earth dweller, Jiu Danmei. If you dare to utter that again, I shan't be polite." Jiu Danmei, unfazed, replied, "What can you do to me? However, I must leave the city now. I have no time to waste with you." Tu Ba Lang grinned maliciously. "I'm afraid that today, no one may leave the city. Otherwise, they shall meet a fate akin to theirs." With that, he pressed his palms against the ground, and corpses began to emerge, grotesquely mangled. In no time, the streets were littered with bodies. Jiu Danmei chuckled lightly. "No wonder there are no people to be seen in Rui City. It turns out you have slain them all. After all this time, you remain as cruel and merciless as before." My hair stood on end. This seemingly inconspicuous dwarf had taken so many lives. Tu Ba Lang boasted, "Those who do not obey are destined for death. Some of the more sensible ones have been detained by my companions for the time being." Jiu Danmei, "Considering we all hail from Mo Cha Tian, I advise you to stay here until my brothers complete their business, and then you will be allowed to leave the city." Jiu Danmei feigned curiosity. "What business brings you here that permits you to bar others from leaving the city?" "How domineering." With a lewd grin, Tu Balang responded. If you let me touch you, I shall divulge that information. After all, my skin is tough. I am not afraid of your tender flesh. Your two companions are equally delightful, ripe enough to squeeze out water. Jiao Dan may swiftly change the subject. I heard the Sha Luo iron tree has blossomed? Tu Balang nodded. The entire Mo Cha Tian is in an uproar. It has been years since you returned, yet you are well informed. He cast a glance at me. What is this? Have you found yourself a pretty boy? Such a fellow is merely eye candy and of no real use. I lazily replied. What business is it of yours whom she chooses? Though I may appear weak, Jiao Dan Mei is fond of me. The earth dweller retorted angrily. You insolent brat. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Jiao Dan Mei smiled radiantly. What he said is precisely what I wished to express. I stood tall with pride. Just as Tu Balang was about to erupt in anger, Hai Ji suddenly interjected. Is your companion named Shi Jilong? Tu Balang was momentarily taken aback. Have you encountered him? And what of Mu Qilong? Have you seen him as well? Hai Ji regarded him coldly. As for Mu Qilong, we are uncertain. However, I am well acquainted with Shi Jilong. Tu Qilong's expression darkened. Have you visited Ouyang Yuan? Is Shi Jilong with him? Shi Jilong awaits you. In the realm of the underworld, Hai Ji declared as she lunged forward, her right palm gleaming like gold, slicing downward with a fierce whistle. Tu Balang let out a strange cry, twisting his body like a noodle, narrowly evading Hai Ji's strike. She unleashed a flurry of hundreds of blows, all deftly dodged by her opponent. A golden shield erupted from her palm, expanding continuously, as she wielded it with ferocity, leaving Tu Balang gasping for breath. Once engaged, Hai Ji exhibited unparalleled ferocity, wholly unlike a delicate beauty. Truly, the chief Valkyrie was not to be underestimated. Tu Balang shouted in anger, Jiao Danmei, what is the matter with your companion? Jiao Danmei replied with a smile, it seems she intends to slay you. Little Tu, you might as well die under the peony, becoming a spirit of the wind. Tu Balang howled at the sky, thrusting his palms into the ground, causing a sturdy earthen wall to erupt, blocking the golden shield. Hai Ji executed a flying kick, shattering the wall. Tu Balang's body sank into the earth, disappearing from sight. With a thunderous sound, he burst forth from behind Hai Ji, launching a barrage of mud projectiles the size of eggs. Hai Ji swiftly turned, her golden shield sweeping through the air, deflecting the mud projectiles entirely. Unperturbed, Tu Balang struck the ground with a fist, and suddenly, a gaping chasm opened beneath Hai Ji's feet, as if intending to swallow her whole. A cold smile graced Hai Ji's lips as she lightly stepped, appearing to be supported by an invisible wave beneath her. Tu Balang exclaimed, Who are you? Jiao Danmei chuckled. She is your mother. She maneuvered behind Tu Balang, her fingers subtly twitching, clearly preparing to strike. Tu Balang's expression shifted. Jiao Danmei, do you dare to lay a hand on me? Do you comprehend the consequences? Jiao Danmei suddenly inquired. Has the demon lord truly appeared? Is that even a question? You had better step aside, or you shall meet a gruesome end. The power of the demon lord is not something you can contend with. Hai Ji proclaimed proudly. What demon lord? Merely a buffoon. Tu Balang glared with murderous intent, retracting his limbs into his body, layers of thick, sticky earth erupting from his skin, enveloping him entirely. In a moment, he transformed into a mudworm, a yellow growth sprouting from his head, from which numerous soil columns emerged, shooting towards Hai Ji. He alternated between burrowing underground and springing forth, making him an unpredictable adversary. Even when Hai Ji's golden shield struck him, it only dislodged some dirt, causing no real harm. Earthen walls erupted from the ground, rapidly advancing towards Hai Ji in concert with Tu Balang's offensive. Suddenly, Hai Ji withdrew her golden shield and retrieved a golden seashell from her ear. Raising the shell to her lips, she gently blew into it. From the opening, golden threads emerged, weaving intricately like a shimmering fishing net. Tu Balang exclaimed in realization, the meridian net. You are Hai Ji. The golden net surged like a tumultuous wave, enveloping Tu Balang from all directions. He twisted and wriggled, with his lower half already burrowing into the earth. Jiao Danmei shouted, Don't let him escape. The golden net ensnared half of Tu Balang's body, its threads sharp as blades, cutting through the thick mud that clung to him. He let out a muffled grunt, his entire body heaving as the earth erupted, momentarily pushing the net outward by half an inch before he vanished into the ground. A mist of water lingered, fleetingly. Gan Ningxin had made her move. Blood gushed from the depths, accompanied by faint cries of anguish. Gan Ningxin slowly withdrew her sword sheath from the ground, crimson blood trickling incessantly from it. Jiao Danmei anxiously inquired, Is he dead? Gan Ningxin shook her head, uncertain. Jiao Danmei expressed her unease. If he is not dead, we may face trouble in the future. Alas, if your 3,000-week water sword were to be drawn, he would undoubtedly perish. Gan Ningxin replied nonchalantly, he is unworthy. Jiao Danmei sighed, and Haiji remarked, just now, the short fellow mentioned a companion named Mu Chalong. I wonder where he is now. Jiao Danmei responded, fortunately, they acted separately, otherwise, dealing with 3 monsters would be quite challenging. Let us hasten our departure. Upon exiting the city gates, Jiao Danmei surveyed her surroundings, little wolf. Where do you wish to go now? To the west, there are bustling towns along the way, while to the east lies the sea. Crossing the sea leads directly to the vibrant city of Dakian in the mortal realm. Alas, unless we retreat to Longdi's lair and hide, wherever we go from now on will be fraught with peril. Let's take the water route. I exclaimed, in my entire life, I have yet to see the ocean. Chapter 9. The journey of beauty. The azure sea stretched endlessly before us. Waves splashed white foam, and a seabird swooped down, its wings glimmering with silver under the radiant sunlight. So this is the ocean, I gestured excitedly. Jiao Danmei, Haiji, and I were perched atop a magnificent golden seashell, riding the wind and waves toward the east. Gan Ningxin reclined among the snow lotus flowers, their pure white petals swaying with the blue sea, while her long, dark hair reflected the stunning brilliance of the ocean's waves. I leaped to the tip of the shell, removed my shoes, and dipped my bare feet into the sea, splashing joyfully. More than a dozen flying fish leaped beside me before diving back into the waves, creating sparkling trails of light. I shouted in delight. Everything about the ocean was refreshingly intriguing. Haiji laughed. Since you adore the sea so much, why not visit my sea palace of meridians? It is constructed beneath the waves, and the view there surpasses this place. I winked mischievously. Shall I become a son-in-law? I could consider it. After all, I have a hefty sum of gold and silver as a dowry. Haiji blushed. You little rogue, always so impertinent. Speak another word, and I shall sever your tongue. I stuck my tongue out at her and turned to Jiao Danmei. By the way, have you encountered that person who cast a spell on you during our journey? Jiao Danmei paused. So you remember the drunken words from that night? You clamored to come out. Was it for this? I stretched lazily. It was for no particular reason. Merely a casual inquiry. Jiao Danmei fell silent for a moment before speaking. In truth, you need not take this too seriously. I wore a mischievous grin and replied, because I have sworn an oath to explore every inch of your body. How can I fulfill my dream without finding that fellow and eliminating him? Haiji glanced at me and then at Jiao Danmei, playfully chiding, you little rogue, what are you two discussing? I cannot comprehend. The sunlight caressed the milky white lobes of Haiji's ears, illuminating the golden fuzz upon them, a sight of exquisite beauty. I gazed at the 3 enchanting women, feeling invigorated, and recited, on the 3rd day of March, the weather is new, by the waters of Chang'an, many lovely women are in view. Their charms profound and intentions distant, graceful and true, with delicate skin and evenly balanced forms. Gan Ning looked at me with astonishment. I never imagined you could compose poetry. I felt a flush of embarrassment. This is a verse from an old man surnamed Du. I could never craft something like that. However, observing the demeanor of beautiful women, men are all rather similar. After exchanging playful banter, Jiao Danmei took out the charm dance jade mirror from her bosom, pondering over it for quite some time before submerging it in the sea. This time, the jade mirror did not emit green smoke. Haiji shook her head. The charm dance jade mirror has truly lost its efficacy. In my opinion, there is no martial skill within the charm dance at all. Jiao Danmei sighed in disappointment, casually tossing the jade mirror into the ocean. Haiji retrieved half a snow spirit brain, proudly declaring, this is truly effective. My curiosity piqued. I inquired, what exactly is this? It is the rare brain of a snow spirit, a peculiar organism that thrives in harsh, desolate environments. If one were to classify it as an animal, it is rooted in the mud for years, blooming and bearing fruit. Yet, if classified as a plant, it possesses a brain and facial features, vanishing at the slightest hint of being captured. How strange, I mused, scratching my head. What purpose does it serve? The snow spirit brain not only aids in cultivation, but also offers resistance against heavenly tribulations. Haiji gently tossed the snow spirit brain into the air, inhaling and exhaling, as it spun and glimmered with crimson threads of light. Suddenly, a blood thread seeped from the snow spirit brain, transforming into a drop of red liquid upon meeting the breeze. Haiji delicately swallowed the drop, and her golden armor appeared to shine even brighter. I gazed enviously at the snow spirit brain, thinking how such a treasure would shield me from any heavenly tribulations. Haiji winked at me, seemingly understanding my thoughts. I intend to use it to enhance my meridian techniques. Once I no longer need it, I shall gift it to you. I swallowed hard, really? You would truly give it to me? Haiji huffed. That depends on your sincerity. I nodded fervently. I promise to be earnest. As the saying goes, it is most difficult to bear the grace of a beauty. With such deep affection from you, I would surely remain steadfast before other women. Jiao Danmei couldn't help but giggle. Whenever she laughed, my gaze was irresistibly drawn to the waves of her bosom. Haiji shot me a glare and resumed her cultivation. Jiao Danmei lay back, gazing at the azure sky and drifting clouds, lost in thought. I decided to shed my clothing and leap into the sea, swimming freely. To my astonishment, my vision penetrated the depths of more than 10 meters of water, revealing the scene below. A massive dark creature emerged from behind a coral, slowly approaching us. It was a peculiar sea creature, with 2 tusks curving into a ring, thick 3-lobed lips, and a body resembling that of a human. Beneath its robust elbows, 2 flat fins swayed languidly. Ah, dinner has come knocking at my door, I exclaimed, charging towards the beast, my crimson claws shooting forth like lightning. Unleashing a fiery ball of flame. Bolstered by the might of my dragon butterfly claws, I acted with reckless abandon. Boom. The sea creature, taken by surprise, was charred to a crisp by the fireball. I laughed heartily as my claws seized the creature's flat fins and tore it asunder, blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding waters crimson. Just as I prepared to claim my prize, I noticed a dark current surging nearby. Another creature, identical but several times larger, emerged, its back adorned with triangular fins resembling daggers. It opened its cavernous mouth and unleashed torrents of water at me. A wave of trepidation washed over me. Had I slain its offspring, and was it now seeking retribution? In the blink of an eye, the creature lunged at me with ferocity. I extended my crimson claws, aiming to grasp its spine and rend it apart. Alas, this beast possessed tough flesh, and my claws could not penetrate. With a thunderous roar, it arched its back, propelling me high into the air. Before I could plunge into the water, the creature burst forth, arms outstretched, tightening its grip around my neck, its eyes burning with hatred. I could scarcely breathe as I struggled. My claws struck again, grasping the creature's forehead, and I unleashed another fireball. The flames spread, yet the creature's head remained unscathed, leaving me momentarily stunned with fear. The pressure around my neck intensified. My body felt increasingly heavy, and my blood surged backwards. The orderly flow of my internal essence, the cloud-like energy, suddenly spiraled into chaos. Help! I cried, my eyes darting wildly. Ladies, do come to my rescue. Chapter 9. The beautiful ones Jiao Danmei and the sea princess rushed forward, but Gan Ningxuan suddenly floated up, her sword sheath blocking their path. What are you doing, Gan Fairy? Jiao Danmei stammered. With a calm demeanor, Gan Ningxuan replied, he can handle this. The sea princess, anxious, protested, this is a ferocious water-eyed shark beast. He is too weak to contend with it. What are you thinking, Gan Ningxuan? Have you forgotten the cycle of poisonous oaths? Gan Ningxuan's expression remained serene. This time, it is merely a fierce sea creature. Next time, it could be countless masters from the 9 heavens. There will come a moment when we are ensnared by our enemies, unable to assist him. When that time comes, who will save him but himself? Jiao Danmei's eyes lit up with understanding. She called out to me, Little Lothario, this is an excellent opportunity for you to train. Do not forget, you are the reincarnated dragon butterfly demon king. I believe in you. You can surely defeat this water-eyed shark beast. I felt tears welling up, cursing internally, damn it. You all believe in me, yet I have no faith in myself. There will be plenty of opportunities to train in the future. Why the rush? Gan Ningxuan, you wretched one, sowing discord among us. I will seek vengeance even in death. My thoughts swirled in turmoil, and I was on the brink of asphyxiation. The head of this water-eyed striped shark beast is composed of an unknown material, as hard as iron. My red claws could only scratch its surface, unable to penetrate further. The sea princess stamped her foot, warning, you little rascal, be careful. My vision began to blur when suddenly, the shark beast's eyes emitted a yellowish glow, its arms tightening with a crack, sending a chill coursing through my body. The furnace within my dantian trembled violently, as the cloudstone essence transformed in an extraordinary manner. Alarm surged within me as I faintly heard Jiao Danmei exclaim, this is no ordinary water-eyed striped shark beast. Look at its eyes. It is on the verge of becoming a spirit. Concurrently, the chaotic flow of cloudstone essence in my body abruptly halted, solidifying into the cloudstone spirit at that moment. The furnace burst open, and the spirit energy erupted, surging from my lower abdomen through my chest. With a crack, the energy propelled the shark beast's arms away from my neck, and a graceful dance pose flashed in my mind. Without a second thought, I twisted my waist as if dancing. My left leg bent slightly, while my right foot traced a beautiful arc as I kicked out. The water-eyed striped shark beast let out a pained scream and was sent flying. Golden light sparkled as the sea princess arrived just in time, delivering a flurry of palm strikes that sent the shark beast crashing into the sea. "Are you all right, little rascal?" Jiao Danmei rushed over, concern etched on her face, while the sea princess, her beautiful eyes tinged with worry, gently touched my neck and sighed in relief. "Thank goodness your neck isn't broken. You scared me." Jiao Danmei apologized. "We were careless, thinking it was just an ordinary water-eyed striped shark beast." Still shaken, I questioned, why couldn't my fireball destroy it? Jiao Danmei explained. Sea beasts on the verge of becoming spirits have usually refined themselves into true water, making them impervious to fire. Observing their anxious expressions, my torrent of complaints suddenly dissipated. The sea princess smiled brightly. "Little rascal, you're quite formidable now. Even the spirit-aspiring water-eyed striped shark beast is no match for you." Jiao Danmei nodded in agreement. "At this rate, you'll soon evolve to the realm of a monster." Upon returning to the Golden Conch, I huffed heavily at Gan Ningxuan. Damn it. She almost got me killed. Fortunately, I have great fortune. Gan Ningxuan gazed at me intently and remarked, "That move you used to kick the water-eyed striped shark beast away was the charm dance, wasn't it?" I retorted angrily, "So what? Can't I learn the charm dance?" The three beauties looked at me in astonishment, and Gan Ningxuan sighed. "So the secret of the charm dance has been unveiled by you." My mouth fell open in disbelief. What? Did I hear that correctly? A lethal technique that even the three expert beauties couldn't comprehend was grasped by this lowly being? I hurriedly recounted my vision of the charm dance to them, and after a long pause, Jiao Danmei exclaimed, "So the charm dance that appeared at the bottom of the basin is the true martial art, while those green smoke dances were mere illusions?" Gan Ningxuan nodded. "It appears so. The charm dance's jade mirror has changed hands numerous times, yet no one has ever grasped its intricacies. Drawn by the enchanting dance of green smoke. Who would pay heed to the scene at the bottom of the basin?" Elated, I laughed heartily, realizing that I had grasped the true essence of the mesmerizing dance. No wonder I was able to send the water-eyed spotted shark beast flying with a single kick. "Splendid. You shall certainly make a name for yourself in the northern territories." The sea princess exclaimed joyfully. Jiao Danmei also chimed in, expressing her delight. "We must celebrate for our little rogue. The ultimate technique of the mesmerizing dance has been lost for years, yet you have mastered it. What extraordinary fortune. I shall catch a few of the most delectable red phosphor fish from the sea to reward you, my clever little rogue. I shall join you. For the colorful oysters of the deep are the finest delicacy indeed." The sea princess laughed, saying, "You will surely be tantalized." The two of them, like ethereal mermaids, gracefully leapt into the ocean, and I suddenly felt a pang in my heart, hastily turning my head away. Were they truly happy for me? It dawned on me that, apart from my father, there were others who could find joy in my accomplishments. I understood how difficult it was for someone like me to earn a genuine smile. "Do not rejoice too soon," came Gan Ningxuan's cold voice. "Your demon power is too weak. Even if you strike your foes countless times with the mesmerizing dance, they will suffer little harm." I rolled my eyes at her. "I will not be complacent. I shall diligently cultivate my powers. Just wait and see." Gan Ningxuan regarded me with indifference. "I hope that is the case." Seated cross-legged, the cloud-light stone flow had long since solidified into cloudstone essence within me. The water-eyed spotted shark beast had clutched my throat, causing my blood to reverse its flow, inadvertently allowing me to refine into the cloud-light stone flow. At that moment, I felt as if my entire body had hardened into cloudstone. Even if struck by a cudgel, I would remain unharmed. Excitedly rising to my feet, I danced with abandon, unwittingly adopting the postures of the mesmerizing dance. Over 90 different dance forms flowed through my mind like a clear stream in the mountains. The white clouds drifted lazily, and the waves rolled fiercely as I moved fluidly, limbs soaring freely, my snow-white lotus attire fluttering as if to take flight upon the wind. Soaring high, I tread upon the frost and dust of my journey. There will always be a sword-esque cold gleam that turns your hair white. Gan Ningxuan stood among the snow lotuses, suddenly striking her sword and singing. Her voice rang clear, like the purest snow atop a mountain peak. Soaring high, I could see neither predecessors nor successors. I vowed to ascend to the azure skies to slay dragons, having once descended to the yellow springs to gather the moon. In this moment, let us not speak of preening before the mirror. A melodious flute suddenly filled the air. I was unaware of how or when. But the sea princess and Jiao Danmei leapt from the ocean's surface. The sea princess produced a golden flute, accompanying Gan Ningxuan's song with a graceful melody. Jiao Danmei, with an enchanting smile, floated gracefully before me, raising her arms to dance alongside me. Soaring high, time flies like an arrow. Do not inquire for whom the past soared. In a drunken reverie, I look up, and all that remains is the flow of 3,000 feeble waters. Soaring high, time has held you dear, yet you are forgotten by the years. With the sound of a sword's cry, I hope you do not forget. Upon hearing the sound of a sword's whistle, I implore you to remember, do not forget. The song abruptly ceases, and the melodious notes of the flute linger, drifting between the azure sky and the cerulean sea. Jia Ye bends her waist gracefully, frozen in a poised stance. My repertoire of over 90 enchanting dances has just concluded at this moment. The gentle sea breeze caresses us, and all remain silent, quietly savoring the tranquility of this instant. The night sea lies in serene stillness. On the dark expanse of the water, waves shimmer with glistening white ribbons. The golden conch sways with the tide. I gently touch my swollen belly. The red phosphorus fish and the multicolored oysters are exquisite, so fresh that I feel as though my tongue might swallow them whole. The beautiful maidens have already taken their rest, while I stand atop the conch, gazing at them. As scenes from the day flash before my eyes. The worry etched on their faces when the water dog shark had me in its grip. Their joy when I mastered the enchanting dance, and the precious silence we shared as our quartet dispersed. They worry for me, and they rejoice for me. Perhaps all of this is merely the consequence of a cyclical vow. Yet, even so, I am filled with joy and gratitude. For in that moment, I was no longer the neglected wanderer of Luoyang. In that moment, I was cared for. In that moment, I was truly, genuinely happy. The refreshing sea breeze, damp yet warm, and the continuous sound of the waves create the sweetest of dreams. The stars twinkle brightly, embedded in the night sky. I stand upon the conch, tilting my head back to face the brilliant cosmos, arms outstretched. The wind blows toward me. My gaze meets the starlight. Life is truly beautiful. It turns out my existence can be just as splendid. Perhaps one day, they will depart from me, as if forgetting a chapter of time. At that moment, I would again become the forsaken wanderer. But that is enough. I have experienced it, and that is sufficient. Upon hearing the sound of a sword's whistle, I implore you to remember, do not forget. Chapter 10 Awakening from Slumber. I am greeted by the sunrise. At the horizon where the sea meets the sky, a fervent golden thread shimmers. The clouds cradle the sun, gradually arching it above the ocean's surface, painting the sky in hues of vibrant purples and reds. The sea is a tapestry of colors, reminiscent of undulating satin. I am entranced by the seascape before me. Jia Ye stretches lazily, casting a captivating glance my way. You little wolf, are you daydreaming so early? I snap back to reality and respond. The sunrise over the sea is breathtaking. Back in Luoyang, I toiled endlessly for food and drink, with no thought to admire the scenery. When hunger gnawed at me, seeing the round sun only reminded me of scallion pancakes. Now that I am free from such worries, I can indulge in leisure. The sea maiden remarks, you find it beautiful now due to your novelty. Once you grow accustomed to it, it will seem monotonous. I cheekily retort, I see you every day and have grown accustomed to it. Yet I do not find it monotonous. Rather, you seem more beautiful with each glance. The sea maiden glares at me, but her voice is filled with delight. You little rascal, always spouting nonsense. Gan Ning rose gracefully from her lotus seat, casting a frosty glance in my direction. Rather than engaging in flirtatious banter, it would be prudent for you to devote more time to practicing your enchanting dance. In just over half a month, we shall arrive at Dakian City, where it is likely that formidable adversaries will seek to trouble us. You would do well to prepare for fierce battles. Jia Ye nodded in agreement, her demeanor serious. What the esteemed Gan said is indeed correct. The three treasures have rendered us the targets of many in the northern realm. Little lecher, why not allow us to assist you in honing your skills over the next few days, enhancing your demonic prowess to prevent any opportunistic attacks? A surge of delight coursed through me. Such an offer was truly invaluable. I shall accompany you in practice. However, before I could utter a word, Haiji suddenly swayed, appearing before me with her palm radiating a brilliant golden light. Well, it seems we're starting right away, I thought, my heart racing in alarm. Wait a moment. Haiji's palm halted mere inches from my face. What is it? Let the training commence. Taking advantage of her momentary surprise, I executed the enchanting dance, my right leg soaring elegantly to strike at her ribs. Haiji, both irritated and amused, remarked, what a cunning little rascal. She extended her hand to intercept my right foot. In a swift motion, I retracted my leg as if I had never kicked at all, bending forward and gracefully twirling. My left leg rising like a serpent poised to strike, aimed at Haiji's knee. Indeed, such elusive martial skills. Jia Ye cheered from the sidelines. Haiji was compelled to sidestep. Yet my arms, like willow branches, already sealed off her escape route. As she attempted to deliver a powerful chop, My left leg silently connected with her shoulder. With a thud, Haiji's body wobbled slightly, a sharp golden energy emanating from her shoulder, causing my toes to tingle as I was propelled backward. Haiji pursued closely, unleashing a flurry of palm strikes, laughing, "Put some strength into your kicks. It feels more like a tickle." The dazzling golden palm strikes flickered in my vision, the air hissing ominously. Realizing the precariousness of my situation, I suddenly recalled a particular stance from the enchanting dance, leaning back and falling gracefully downward. Haiji chased after me. With a gentle upward sweep of my arms, I executed a somersault in midair, landing opposite her, my calf striking toward her abdomen. This kick was as elusive as an antelope's horn, without a trace to follow. With no options left, Haiji was forced to block. A sly smile crept across my face. This kick was merely a feint. Should Haiji engage, I would pivot and deliver an elbow strike. "Be careful," Jia Ye suddenly called out, her foot connecting with Haiji's palm, as if sliced by a blade. The pain shot through me, rendering my subsequent elbow strike impossible. Haiji immediately ceased her attack, her expression paling. "Is your foot all right? Why did you block my vital energy blade so forcefully?" I checked my foot, moving it around, and replied, "It's perfectly fine." Jia Ye and Haiji exchanged glances, the latter astonished. "Do not overexert yourself. The vital energy blade can sever steel. You truly haven't sustained any injury?" I surmised it was due to my mastery of the Yunguang Shili Ufei Dan that my foot remained unscathed. Nonchalantly, I declared, "Injured?" It felt more like a tickle. "Haiji, let us continue our sparring." Jia Ye pondered for a moment before stating, "There is no need to continue. Your weakness is glaringly evident. Your strength is simply too feeble. Even if one were to strike the opponent, it does not necessarily mean they would be harmed. Furthermore, your ignorance of sorcery, secret arts, and protective techniques renders you vulnerable. Without knowledge of how to manipulate inner elixirs to channel demonic power, encountering a master would surely lead to your demise." With a shameless grin, I implored, "Then teach me. I am open to all forms of sorcery, protective techniques, and secret arts." The sea princess shook her head, her expression tinged with regret. "Without the consent of the elders of the Pulse Sutra Sea Palace, I cannot impart the Pulse Sutra protective techniques in private. I am truly sorry, little rogue. If I were to teach you in secret, and the elders were to discover it, it would only bring you trouble." Gan Ningjin flatly refused. "The secret arts of the Biluofu are reserved solely for disciples of our sect." Jia Ye offered me a wry smile. "My sorcery relies entirely on the transformations of the scorpion's tail. You are not a scorpion demon, so how could you learn my sorcery? However, I can teach you the fundamental sorcery of inhaling the essence of the sun and moon." I grimaced. "I suppose I shall learn what I can." Facing the sun, I followed Jia Danmei's instructions, opening my mouth wide and utilizing the technique of breathing to draw in a breath of sunlight's essence. Next, I was to guide this energy throughout my body. But at that moment, the cauldron within my dantian suddenly manifested, spinning as the sunlight essence was drawn into it. "What is happening?" I wondered, having taken several breaths of sunlight essence only to have it seized by the cauldron. Just as I was about to inquire of Jia Ye, her expression turned cold, her gaze fixed upon the surface of the sea. The sea princess whispered, about 100 meters away, "Do not alarm him." Gan Ningjin remarked nonchalantly, "He has been following us for some time now." Startled, I focused my gaze, yet could see nothing amidst the undulating sea. Jia Ye leaned closer, whispering in my ear, "Look closely. He has transformed into the shape of a wave." Upon a second glance, I noticed something peculiar in the swell of the sea 100 meters away. The color was slightly lighter than the surrounding water, and it remained coalesced, refusing to dissipate. As the golden conch sailed forward, this wave trailed behind at a leisurely pace. I asked quietly, "What kind of creature is that?" The sea princess replied, "You will know once it is slain. However, he seems adept at water evasion. If we are not careful, he may slip away, so we must lure him out." With a cunning smile, she produced the snow spirit brain. Breathing in and out with intent, Gan Ningjin lay down amidst the snow lotus, appearing to fall asleep. Jia Ye winked at me and deliberately turned her head away. After a considerable time, the wave displayed no signs of movement. It patiently continued to follow us, refraining from seizing the snow spirit brain. The sea princess put away the snow spirit brain, scoffing, "Truly cunning. Even the snow spirit brain cannot draw him out. I have no time to waste with him. It is time to act." "Allow me," I offered. "You all protect Lin Fei." Gan Ningjin remained still, her sword sheath darting like lightning, piercing silently into the water. Beneath the surface, a shadowy figure flashed by. 100 meters away, the wave suddenly emitted a sound, frothy spray erupting as it twisted unnaturally. Slowly rising to form a strikingly handsome young man, with skin nearly translucent. Even his long hair shimmered like strands of crystal, glistening under the sun. The sea princess's expression shifted slightly. He is unscathed. My heart sank in astonishment. Every time Gan Ningxuan struck, she invariably hit her target. Yet today was the first occasion she returned empty-handed. The handsome youth did not flee immediately. His demeanor remained composed as his gaze slowly swept over us. Indeed, the 3,000-week waters sword of the immortal Gan is formidable. No wonder Tu Baylor is no match for her. I pondered to myself. This Shui Luoyang possesses an air of elegance and courtesy, not at all resembling a ferocious demon. The alluring Jiao Danmei smiled seductively. It seems the short earthling did not perish, hence your search for us. What of Mu Qilong? Did he not accompany you? Shui Luoyang replied with a slight smile. There is no need for the Geoscorpion demon to extract information from me. Mu Qilong is tracking you by land, while I take to the waters. It appears my fortune is somewhat better. The sea princess scoffed. In my view, your luck is rather poor. Knowing it is us, and still daring to follow. You must possess some form of assurance. Shui Luoyang responded. Although I am acutely aware that I am no match for any of you, I find it hard to defy the command of the demon lord. If you hand over the map to the free heaven, the snow spirit brain, and the enchanting dance jade mirror, I shall leave at once. Dream on. The sea princess retorted disdainfully. Gan Ningxuan slowly rose. Her sword sheath pointed straight at Shui Luoyang. The latter's expression turned grave. Immortal Gan, it won't be long before news of the 3 extraordinary treasures spreads throughout the mortal realm. By then, the entire northern territory will be aware. Can you handle the relentless experts who will come to seize these treasures? Gan Ningxuan replied. This is our affair and does not concern you. Shui Luoyang continued. Sure Jialong must have perished at your hands. If you are willing to surrender the treasures, I will petition the demon lord to let this matter lie. Otherwise, once the demon lord arrives in person, none of you shall escape with your lives. Jiao Danmei interjected with a glint in her eye. As for the 3 treasures, we have divided them equally with Ouyang Yuan. Why do you not seek him? Shui Luoyang chuckled. What is Ouyang Yuan in comparison? Can he contend with you? You, Geoscorpion demon, are quite the character, having seized the treasures. Yet you lack the courage to admit it? The sea princess, growing impatient, declared, why waste words with him? Kill him. Gan Ningxuan flicked her wrist, releasing a misty stream of water from the sheath. Shui Luoyang gazed at the water vapor, motionless, when suddenly a gaping void appeared in his chest, the vapor penetrating through, emerging from his back as though traversing ethereal air. Shui Luoyang shrugged nonchalantly, but his expression shifted abruptly as he swiftly dodged to the side. The water vapor had unexpectedly curved back, narrowly missing him due to his quick reflexes. Gan Ningxuan wielded the sword sheath with grace, creating streams of water that flowed like clouds. Shui Luoyang seemed to be made of water himself, his body morphing from slender to flat, twisting at will to evade the streams. I watched, entranced, as this Shui Luoyang proved even more formidable than Tu Baylor and Shi Jialong combined. Forgive my rudeness, immortal Gan. Shui Luoyang suddenly transformed into a wave, merging with the sea. The ocean surged tumultuously, billowing waves rising like a roaring army, crashing towards Gan Ningxuan. With a deft motion, she traced an arc in the air with her sword sheath. The waves collided with the arc as if meeting an impenetrable wall, recoiling in disarray. The tides ebbed and flowed, while Shui Luoyang seemed to have vanished. I anxiously inquired, where is he? Has he fled? Jiao Danmei shook her head. No, he is merely hiding. However, under the watchful eye of Gan Xianzi's lotus heart, he cannot evade detection. A luminous lotus flower blossomed from Gan Ningxuan's forehead, the lotus heart flickering. Moments later, Gan Ningxuan swiftly maneuvered 3 zhang to the side, turning to thrust her sword sheath toward the sea. A spray of water erupted from the surface, darting backward to evade the strike of the sheath. Chapter 10. Gan Xianzi truly lives up to her reputation. No matter how I disguise myself, I cannot escape your discerning gaze. The waves surged, transforming into Shui Luoyang. I gasped in awe. This Shui Luoyang is remarkably powerful. Jiao Danmei smiled slightly. That is because Gan Xianzi's 3,000 weak water swords have yet to be unsheathed. In a moment, you shall feast your eyes upon a spectacle. Shui Luoyang reached out tentatively, and from behind Gan Ningxuan surged a towering wave, morphing into a colossal hand that crashed down upon her. Without turning, she lightly tapped her sword sheath, releasing a stream of water that shattered the giant hand into fragments. Clad in snow-white garments, Gan Ningxuan remained poised and unmoving. In utter admiration, I couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming in delight. Even in combat, Gan Ningxuan exuded an ethereal grace, transcending the mundane with her celestial elegance. With a piercing whistle, Shui Luoyang clapped his hands against the water, spinning like a top. Suddenly, two whirlpools appeared on the surface, rapidly rotating, from which two water dragons erupted, roaring fiercely as they soared high into the sky, their imposing presence casting shadows across the expanse of blue. In the meantime, Shui Luoyang vanished like a bubble, only to reappear mid-air, standing atop the backs of the two water dragons. His long hair standing erect like a sword forged from the very essence of the sea, glinting with a cold light, aimed directly at Ningxin. Towering walls of waves rose around him, complementing his assault as they surged toward Ningxin with overwhelming force. My heart raced. If I were in her position, how would I respond? Even in retreat, I would be lost as to where to flee. Ningxin's snowy silhouette seemed to be engulfed. With a sudden clang, the long sword was unsheathed. In my vision, a resplendent rainbow surged forth, as if a celestial maiden scattered countless exquisite flowers, resembling an enchanting mirage that appeared dreamlike. The water shimmered, and the rainbow cascaded like the 3,000 streams of weak water. I stood there, mesmerized, utterly captivated by the beauty of the sword. With a resounding impact, Shui Luoyang spat blood and was propelled far away. The water dragons and the walls of the sea dissolved into frothy spray. Powerless against the ocean's depths, Ningxin returned her sword to its sheath, standing tranquil upon the snow lotus. I rubbed my eyes, bewildered, realizing I had failed to discern the true form of the 3,000 weak water swords. Leave no survivors, Zhou Danmei declared menacingly, darting forward like lightning. 9 scorpion tails shot forth, glowing red as they pierced Shui Luoyang's chest. With a horrific cry, he sank rapidly into the depths of the sea, crimson blood bubbling to the surface, and once again, his figure vanished. Zhou Danmei let out a soft grunt and leaped back onto the golden conch, saying, "Even if he isn't dead, he will surely suffer." Ningxin peered with her lotus-hard eyes for a moment and replied, "He is no longer nearby." Zhou Danmei's expression darkened. This is truly troublesome. If that earth dweller is alive, the demon lord must be aware that the 3 treasures have fallen into our hands. If one Waterloo Lang is this difficult to deal with, one can only imagine the demon lord's prowess. Ji remarked, "We are not particularly afraid of the demon lord, but we worry about implicating the little rogue." Ningxin nodded and turned to me, saying, "Staying with us will only bring you danger. Perhaps it would be best for us to part ways." I stared at her in disbelief. "You want me to leave?" "No way." Ji firmly interjected, "Ningxin, have you forgotten the reincarnation poison oath?" Ningxin calmly replied, "As long as he is willing, he can free us from the reincarnation poison oath." "Humph. Even without the oath, I would never allow the little rogue to leave." Seeing the astonished expressions of Zhou Danmei and Ningxin, Ji's face flushed as she stamped her foot. "What are you looking at? What's wrong with the little rogue? He is witty and charming, and it's never dull around him." My mind buzzed, and I stared blankly at Ji, my heart racing. What did her words mean? Could it be that the noble and radiant sea war god had developed feelings for someone as lowly as I? I knocked my head lightly. Zhou Danmei regarded me with curiosity. "What are you doing?" I wondered if I was dreaming. My voice seemed to float in the clouds. Ji chuckled softly, then straightened her face and scolded me. "I was just saying it casually. Don't get any bad ideas. I see those mischievous glints in your eyes. Are you planning to play the rogue again?" I grinned cheekily. How could I dare to harbor any ill intentions towards our sea war god? At most, I might entertain fragrant ideas, splendid ideas. Ningxin spoke coldly. "Lin Fei, your life is your own. Think carefully about whether you want to follow us. Returning to the dragon butterfly's abode, you could at least live a few more peaceful years. Staying with us, however, is a matter of life and death. Ji, if you truly care for Lin Fei, you should persuade him to leave." I lowered my head, remaining silent. Perhaps being with the 3 beauties truly posed a threat to my life. Yet, parting from them was something I could not bear. After much contemplation, I lifted my head, met the gaze of 3 beautiful eyes, and shook my head. "You want to leave?" Ji asked, her voice trembling. I quietly looked at them. "I will not depart." Ji cheered. Zhou Danmei winked at me, and Ningxin turned her gaze to the sea, lost in thought. What is the big deal about death? I gritted my teeth and exclaimed. In truth, I understood that parting was the wisest choice. When calamity strikes, even birds of a feather must flee. I have never believed I would risk my life for a woman. For me, living was more important than anything else. Yet, I could not articulate why I had said such things. Perhaps I did not want them to look down on me, to think I was cowardly. Perhaps, deep within my bones, there remained a trace of courage, a hint of pride. Perhaps I merely recalled the enchanting scene of the 4 of us singing and dancing together. Yet, I have made my decision. I do not wish to part ways. Occasionally, I may act the fool, but I remind myself that this is a singular indulgence. I, Lin Fei, shall not be a fool again. Suddenly, Gan Ning's icy voice resonated. From this day forth, the three of us shall take turns accompanying you in your training. The ensuing days were nothing short of excruciating. The delicate fists and graceful legs of these beautiful women were far from the alluring vision I had imagined. In fact, they were terrifying. I felt akin to a sandbag, enduring relentless blows during our sparring sessions. Though the art of enchanting dance was unparalleled, each time I managed to strike them, they remained unscathed, while a single hit upon me sent waves of pain coursing through my body. Most perilous of all was Jiu who resembled a hedgehog, completely untouchable. Yet, I could not afford to solely evade, for enduring punishment was not an option. I could only console myself that, despite each encounter with Jiu feeling akin to an electric shock, I had managed to explore her form in various ways, thus not entirely at a loss. The true essence of finding joy amidst suffering was vividly imparted to me. Amidst this relentless barrage, my combat experience gradually flourished. My movements became increasingly agile, and my mastery of enchanting dance grew ever more refined. I also acquired proficiency in several fundamental demonic arts. However, when absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, the vital energy, upon entering my body, was invariably consumed by the cauldron within. Inquiring with Jiu yielded no clarity, leaving me to muddle through my cultivation in confusion. One early morning, as I awoke, a greenish object was flung onto the golden spiral, oval in shape and exuding a fishy odor. Jiu dripping wet from the sea, called out to me, "Seize the freshness and swallow it quickly." I picked up the greenish object, grimacing as I asked, "What sea creature's inner elixir is this now?" "It is the inner elixir of the sea flower serpent demon, and it has taken form," Jiu replied with a mischievous smile. During the past few days, she had ventured deep into the ocean, hunting numerous sea monsters and extracting their inner elixirs for me to consume, claiming it would enhance my demonic power. The lower-tier demonic beasts of this sea region had indeed met a dire fate, nearly eradicated by her efforts. Most inner elixirs were bitter and astringent, quite difficult to ingest. Yet I had no choice but to swallow it whole. As the dark green elixir slid down my throat, it instantly transformed into a cool liquid coursing through my insides. The cauldron within my dantian rose autonomously, absorbing the liquid. Jiu cheerfully proclaimed, "Little lecher, today it is my turn to spar with you." With a twist of her waist, her left hand reached for me, the crimson stinger gleaming at her fingertip. To engage in combat immediately after eating is hardly conducive to digestion, I thought as I leapt into the air, employing my enchanting dance to evade the stinger, my arm gracefully gliding towards her abdomen. Before Jiu could counter, I suddenly bent down, my left leg bending while my right foot lightly tapped her ample bosom. "Little lecher, you always aim for this spot," Jiu teased with a sultry smile, as a scorpion tail swiftly emerged from her backside, darting towards my face like a wisp of smoke. The tail, striking first, forced me to retract my foot. My body flipped, evading to the rear of Jiu In a handstand, with my head down and feet up, I executed two beautiful arcs with my palms, landing squarely upon her voluptuous dairy re. "How painful!" I cried out, retracting my hand to evade the swiftly approaching scorpion tail, my mind lingering on the intoxicating sensation of her firm, rounded form. Were it not for the curse, my dexterity would undoubtedly be unparalleled. The watching sea princess shot me a fierce glare. "You little scoundrel, how vulgar." Jiu winked at her. "Just yesterday, he also touched you, yet you didn't call him vulgar." The sea princess blushed deeply. I disdained to speak of him. I defended myself. In a spar, one could strike anywhere. However, propriety dictates that men and women should not engage in such intimacy. Yet, all three of you seem to have been touched by me. Before I could finish, Gan Ningxin from the Snow Lotus suddenly floated towards me, and the Sea Princess and Jiu simultaneously lunged at me. Alas, I had incurred the wrath of the masses. Just as I raised my hands in surrender, I noticed that the gazes of the three beauties were not directed at me. A wave surged from my side, transforming into a sharp water arrow, swift and fierce, aimed at my abdomen. "Be careful," the three beauties cried in unison. The first volume ends here. Volume 2, Chapter 1. A handsome face flickered in and out amidst the waves. Shui Luoyang. I gasped in surprise, as blinding light flashed before me, and the water arrow bore down towards my lower abdomen, its chill piercing my skin. The beauties had no time to save me. In this life or death moment, I could only rely on myself. A graceful movement flashed through my mind. I drew in my stomach, arched my back, and leapt. my body unfurling like a soft leaf. The water arrow grazed past my belly. I broke out in a cold sweat. As Shui Luoyang opened his mouth and shot out several more water arrows towards the approaching beauties, then his expression darkened as he sank into the undulating sea. Little scoundrel, are you all right? The sea princess, having shattered a water arrow with her palm, was the first to rush over. I exaggeratedly bent forward. Clutching my stomach, it hurts so much. Could you please rub it for me? The moment you do, the pain will vanish. The sea princess's face flushed, and she chided, you cannot change that oily tongue of yours. I raised my eyebrows. Despite her tough demeanor, she was the easiest to embarrass. Jiao Danmei gazed at the sea for a while and uneasily said, I never expected Shui Luoyang not only survived, but also followed us relentlessly. Last time, Gan Xianzi had clearly inflicted severe injuries upon him, yet just a few days later, he appears vibrant and full of life. Gan Ningxin pondered for a moment and remarked, Shui Luoyang's demonic powers are indeed peculiar. It seems he will not relent until he acquires the 3 treasures. During this time, we must remain on high alert, especially you. Be extra cautious. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon me. I felt a shiver of trepidation. This villain was cunning enough to target the softest fruit, setting his sights solely on me. He surely intended to capture me first, then threaten the lovely maidens. The vast expanse of the sea was cloaked in twilight, and Shui Luoyang seemed to hide beneath a wave, secretly observing us. A chill coursed through me. Suddenly, the sea princess beckoned me over quietly. What is it? So mysteriously. I approached with a smile. She glanced at Jiao Danmei and Gan Ningxin in the distance and whispered, little scoundrel, refrain from being so unserious. Shui Luoyang and his gang of demons wield strange sorcery. Our future journey will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Are you not afraid? What's there to be afraid of? I replied lazily. To stretch one's neck is to invite a blade, and to withdraw it is no different. The sea princess hesitated for a moment and said, follow me. With a delicate gesture, she pointed to the golden conch, its pointed opening expanding like rippling waves, revealing a profound abyss. She gracefully leaped into the conch's mouth, and driven by curiosity, I followed suit. Inside, the brilliance was blinding. Palaces, pavilions, and lofty towers stacked upon one another, resplendent and exquisite. As if I had entered an entirely different realm. I exclaimed in awe, Sea Princess, you truly know how to indulge. The Sea Princess smiled radiantly. This golden conch was discovered by me in the Lingbao heaven. Enhanced by the art of armor control, it can transform at will. Here, whatever is said or done remains a secret from the outside world. With a flick of her finger, the conch's entrance constricted once more, sealing us off from the external world. I grinned mischievously. So that's how it is. Hee hee, are you hoping to share a secret with me? The Sea Princess shot me a glare. You scoundrel, your skills are far too inadequate. At this rate, you'll inevitably meet your demise. Do you wish to learn the art of armor control? I was taken aback. You would teach me? Isn't that against the rules of your realm? The Sea Princess bit her lip. I can't concern myself with such matters. After all, I am the chief Valkyrie of our sect. They wouldn't dare challenge me. I cannot stand by and watch you perish. I gazed at her in astonishment. Inside the golden conch, there was an eerie stillness, so profound that I could feel the tremors of her eyelashes. It was as quiet as my own heart. In a daze, I seemed to return to that wintry dusk when the young lady of the Wang family placed a piece of silver tenderly in my palm. Snowflakes danced around, blurring my vision. The cold silver felt frigid, and my hands were icy, yet the warmth of tears remained trapped within my eyes. Sometimes, accepting another's kindness can be a torment, for I never know when I might lose it again. I would rather possess nothing at all. Turning my head away, I evaded the Sea Princess's earnest gaze and chuckled, Stop joking around. I have no interest in learning armor control. The Sea Princess, in a state of urgency, implored. If what Jiao Danmei said is true, and the Demon Lord emerges, even if the 3 of us join forces, we may not be able to ensure your safety. Shi Zhulong, Tu Balong, and Shui Luoyang, those formidable creatures capable of bending the strongest demons to their will must be terrifying. What will you do then? What will you do when the Sea Palace learns of your unauthorized instruction in armor control? I stubbornly shook my head and turned away, stating, I've been cultivating for days. I'm exhausted and wish to rest. The Sea Princess's voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Why can't you see reason? Indeed, I had never been one to endear myself to others. I remarked coolly, suddenly realizing that my weakened state had rendered me a burden to the 3 enchanting women. The golden conch suddenly trembled violently, and I lost my balance, careening toward the Sea Princess. She caught me, and my lips brushed against hers. Her soft lips felt like fragrant, sweet petals. Both of us jolted, and the Sea Princess hurriedly pushed me away, her face flushed with crimson. My heart raced uncontrollably, and instinctively, I retreated, my face burning with embarrassment. Unable to meet her gaze. In that fleeting moment, my mind went blank. The surroundings were eerily quiet, so much so that I could discern the sea princess's gentle breaths. The golden conch began to shake violently. Something seemed to have gone awry outside. The voice of the sea princess was as faint as the buzz of a mosquito. It was then that I regained my senses. My first kiss had been lost just like that. Yet perhaps it was for the best. To hold on to it for a lifetime would indeed be unfortunate. As we stepped outside, the tempest raged over the ocean. The pitch-black sky was pierced by flashes of lightning, resembling twisted silver serpents plunging into the roaring sea. The waves surged and the winds howled, with towering waters resembling colossal sea beasts crashing toward us in a frenzy. Torrential rain poured down. Amidst the tumult, Gan Ning stood silently upon the snow lotus, unperturbed. This storm seemed rather peculiar. Jia Ye remarked. Perhaps it is the mischief of water Luoyang. The sea princess scoffed coldly. That coward who shies away from the light can only resort to petty tricks. Suddenly, Gan Ning called out sharply, lightly tapping her sword sheath. A jet of water swiftly shot toward me, grazing my side and striking the ocean's surface. I turned just in time to see water Luoyang's sinister grin vanish beneath the waves. The sea princess immediately plunged into the depths. A chill ran through me. Water Luoyang was indeed tailing us, a relentless shadow. After a while, the sea princess emerged from the water. Frustrated, he slipped away again. The storm intensified. With thunder and lightning, and monstrous waves surged. The golden shell was suddenly hurled high into the air before plummeting down, wiping the water from my face. I pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look!" In the vast night rain, a faint green light appeared, drifting ethereally like a ghostly apparition. Several glimmers of green approached us, and upon closer inspection, I realized they were creatures bearing lanterns of jade light, gliding slowly through the water. At first glance, these beings seemed to be enchanting maidens, but their lower halves were fish-like, adorned with scales on their massive tails. Jia Ye frowned. They resemble the merfolk of the deep sea. It seems they are coming for us. The mermaids began to drift closer, and the sea princess declared ominously, "Get away." With a swift motion of her hand, a flash of golden light cleaved one mermaid in two, causing her lantern to fall into the sea, erupting into a chilling burst of green fire. The mermaids emitted shrill cries, hastily scattering and circling us, yet they dared not draw closer. Jia Ye smiled alluringly. "Let us slay them all, so we need not be troubled by their presence." Upon hearing her words, the mermaids fled in disarray, their lanterns vanishing into the distance, where I glimpsed a dark island. Silent and still, like a colossal beast lurking in the night. The jade light flickered upon the island, akin to the blinking eyes of this giant entity. It seemed as if the island had suddenly emerged from the depths of the sea. The three maidens exchanged glances, and I rubbed my eyes, exclaiming, "Strange. I did not notice such an island before." I sensed that something was amiss. With such heavy rain, we ought to seek refuge on the island. Gan Ning gazed at the island thoughtfully and remarked calmly, "Surely the inhabitants of that island share the same desire." Jia Ye chuckled. "They are eager to reincarnate in the underworld. How can we not oblige them? Let us board the island and discover what water Luoyang is scheming. If my guess is correct, his reinforcements have arrived." The sea maiden nodded slightly, and the golden conch surged through the waves, swiftly making its way to the island. Upon reaching the shore, we found ourselves on a slick, muddy expanse. Further ahead lay a chaotic jumble of rocks, with shadowy trees looming ominously. The sea maiden tucked away the golden conch into her ear and softly urged me, "Do not stray from my side. Rest assured, I shall not leave, even at the cost of my life," I replied, securing the treasures bestowed upon me by Ouyang Yuan upon my back. "Once the enemy appears, Lady Gan will engage them directly, while I will provide support, and the sea maiden shall protect our little rascal," Jia Ye declared. "This time, we must capture this group completely." I thumped my chest. I possess a modicum of demonic power now. I will not be easily subdued. Deep within the pitch-black forest, a green light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. Two enchanting mermaids floated gracefully into view. "It is a great honor to welcome esteemed guests," the mermaid on the left exclaimed sweetly, while the one on the right continued, "With the winds howling and the rain pouring, our master has prepared a feast to soothe your spirits. Please, follow us." The faces of the two mermaids bore a striking resemblance, save for a small black mole at the corner of the mouth of the one on the left. Curiously, I inquired, "Are you twins?" The left mermaid nodded. "You are correct, my lord. I am the elder sister, De Yu, and this is my younger sister, Xiao Yu." I playfully remarked, "De Yu and Xiao Yu? Are there any old fish or shrimp? You certainly have a delightful sense of humor. You chuckled lightly. Though her expression remained devoid of mirth, her pale visage rendered ghastly by the emerald glow. I noted that despite her youthful beauty, the corners of her eyes were lined with numerous wrinkles. We followed the two mermaids as we ventured deeper into the forest, where a clean path of white gravel meandered ahead. Mist enveloped the sides of the trail, coalescing in the night, and I could faintly hear the sounds of mermaids weeping. A shiver coursed through me, and I felt an unsettling chill in the air. At the end of the path stood a magnificent palace, its walls crafted from white jade and its roof adorned with golden tiles. Two green lanterns swayed in the night breeze at the eaves, while the crimson palace doors stood firmly closed, flanked by two skeletons clad in armor, brandishing large blades. Upon sighting us, they sniffed the air menacingly and charged forward, their hollow eye sockets glowing with a sinister green light. "Stand back. They are honored guests summoned by our master," Xiao Yu commanded, raising her lantern. The emerald light surged forth, causing the two skeletons to retreat in haste. Yu gently rapped on the palace door, and suddenly, a viscous red liquid began to trickle from the deep crimson entrance, dripping to the ground like blood. With a creaking sound, the palace doors swung open on their own. A chill ran down my spine as I observed the calm demeanor of the three beautiful maidens, and I thought to myself, goodness, has my courage truly diminished in comparison to that of women? Bolstered by newfound resolve, I strode boldly into the palace. What greeted me was a colossal mural, rendered in stark black and white. The artwork depicted mountains and waters, with countless monsters concealed within. Some revealed a tufted tail from the mountainside, others showcased a fearsome visage, and some merely extended a sharp claw from the shadows of the trees. In the center of the scene flows a river that winds down the mountainside, where a pitch-black coffin floats serenely, its lid ajar, revealing a skeleton within. The skull is adorned with a jade crown and draped in a brocade robe, its hands resting motionless upon its chest. My gaze is immediately captivated by the mural. The dim light surrounding it casts a somber glow, and the demons depicted within seem to writhe, as if on the verge of resurrection. "Master, the guests have arrived," the large fish states, bowing respectfully towards the mural. The small fish lifts a slender-necked ancient bronze vase from the table, directing its opening towards the skeleton in the painting, and pours its contents out. The liquid, as crimson as blood, emits a pungent, metallic scent. No, it is unmistakably blood. To my astonishment, the skeleton suddenly opens its mouth and drains the entire vessel of blood. At that moment, the once monochrome mural bursts forth in a riot of colors. It appears as though the mural has come to life, imbued with vitality by the skeleton's sanguine consumption. Muscles burgeon from the skeleton's frame, and before long, it transforms into a rosy-cheeked young man, who slowly rises from the coffin and smiles gently at us. Life is but a dream. Beauty fades into bones in the blink of an eye, and youth is merely a fleeting moment. Thus, let us revel in joy, for such is the essence of existence. I blink in disbelief, astonished that the figure within the mural has come to life and can speak. Listening to the melodious baritone, I momentarily question my own reality. Who would have thought that a demon could wield such arcane arts? Gan Ningxin remarks calmly. The young man responds with warmth. This humble skill of mine pales in comparison to the esteemed Gan Xianzi of the Bailuo Fu. It is well known that Gan Xianzi is the most beautiful maiden of the celestial realm, and indeed, upon our serendipitous meeting today, I find myself utterly captivated. I am taken aback. This peculiar being dares to profess his affection for Gan Ningxin so brazenly. How dare he overlook my presence beside such a beauty? A toad wishes to eat swan meat? The sea princess scoffs. I mischievously add, he probably has never gazed into a mirror. Unperturbed by our jests, the young man speaks gently. Do you truly find my visage repugnant? It can easily be changed. With that, a plume of white smoke envelopes him, and when it dissipates, he has transformed into a handsome and elegant youth. Noticing Gan Ningxin's indifferent expression, he waves his hand nonchalantly. Is this still unsatisfactory? Once more, white smoke swirls around him, and this time he emerges as a bronzed, ruggedly masculine figure exuding vitality. Is this visage acceptable? He booms, his voice resonating powerfully. Goodness, this demon is truly remarkable, I exclaim. With such shape-shifting prowess, why not transform into a beautiful woman and shed your garments? I could sell you to a brothel and earn a pretty penny. Jiao Danmei chuckles. I fear you might engage in self-deception. I shake my head. I am only interested in genuine women. I cannot abide such a freak. Jiao Danmei winks. What endears our little lecher most is his penchant for speaking the truth. The man maintained a stoic expression as he gazed at me for an extended period, before breaking into a smile. Ah, young brother, It appears you too possess a passionate nature. There are plenty of beautiful women here, if you fancy. Why not remain on the island to indulge? A chill ran through me. The fact that my sharp retort failed to provoke him suggested he was a cunning character. To suggest I stay on the island? Was this not akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year? The sea princess, growing impatient, inquired, "Who exactly are you? Why have you brought us to this island? And what are your intentions?" The man replied softly, "We are fated to meet, and I seek only to share a moment of joy together. Why not come inside for a chat?" He gestured invitingly. "Guests, please enter," the fish women chimed in unison. Are we to step into the mural? As I gazed at the figure depicted within, everything felt absurd yet terrifying. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gan Ning stepped forward first. Following the three enchanting women, I approached the mural, hesitantly extending my foot. As I stepped through, my foot passed effortlessly through the wall, landing on the soft, yielding ground of the painted scene. Upon entering the mural, the rush of water filled my ears as a great river cascaded from afar. I stared at my reflection on the river's surface, feeling as though I were in a dream. The world within the mural was astonishingly vivid. With a clap of his hands, the man obscured my vision, and suddenly darkness enveloped me, leaving only the three women and myself. He had vanished without a trace. A chilling wind swept through, causing the branches to sway as if possessed, and I couldn't help but shiver. The sea princess scoffed. He resorts to such underhanded tricks. Suddenly, eerie rustling emanated from the thicket. Towering ancient trees began to swell, resembling expectant mothers, their trunks bulging as if something were about to emerge. With a crackling sound, the trunks split open, revealing pale faces that appeared like specters, their skeletal features grotesque and dark, hollow eyes weeping blood. In an instant, a tempest howled, and the dense branches transformed into countless strands of hair, thrashing wildly. The faces gradually encircled us, trailing thick locks, alternating between maniacal laughter and wailing, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Yet the three women remained unfazed. Jiao Danmei chuckled. How dare such hideous creatures show themselves? A scorpion tail emerged from her short skirt, swiftly striking, sending several faces flying. They screamed in unison, their dark hair wrapping around us like venomous serpents, eager to consume. With a flurry of crimson light, Jiao Danmei's scorpion tail danced violently, obliterating the monstrous visages. As the fragments fell to the ground, they swiftly reassembled into pale faces, hauntingly rising and retreating back into the trees, their hair transforming once more into branches. With a charming smile, Jiao Danmei reassured, "Fear not, little lecher. With us here, he cannot conjure any tricks." With the beautiful women guarding me, I felt no cause for concern. I winked. "Your skirt is rather short. The scorpion tail reveals too much beneath." Jiao Danmei shot me a flirtatious glance. "I don't mind showing you. Wherever you wish to see is no issue at all." My spirits soared instantly, and my gaze shifted. The sea maiden, with her teeth gnashing, glared at me fiercely. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, and on the opposite peak, a massive circular shadow came tumbling down the mountainside towards us. In the blink of an eye, the shadow reached our vicinity. The sea maiden raised her hand, poised to strike, when the shadow abruptly halted. It turned out to be an enormous black stone sphere, beneath which lay a diminutive, green-faced imp with sharp fangs. Sprawled on his back, his emaciated form merely a skin stretched against the stone. He grinned at us, then sprang up, pushing the stone sphere towards the mountain peak. The sphere thundered up the slope, only to roll back down moments later, repeatedly returning as the imp propelled it upward. I exclaimed, "Goodness! This little fiend is clearly toying with us." The sea maiden snorted coldly, and as the sphere rolled back to us once more, she unleashed a dazzling beam of golden light, shattering the imp into fragments. His remains scattered across the ground, transforming into dozens of white bones, devoid of flesh or blood. Just then, another imp with a red face and sharp fangs barreled down from the mountain, disregarding us entirely as it pushed the stone sphere upward. The sea maiden's gaze turned icy, and she struck again, a beam of golden light slicing through the air, cleaving the red-faced imp in twain. "Goodness, another one!" I exclaimed, both exasperated and amused, as yet another yellow-faced imp appeared, pushing the sphere, which rolled toward the peak once more. Without hesitation, the sea maiden executed another decisive strike, and as the yellow-faced imp fell, a white-faced imp emerged. Gan Ningzhen remarked calmly, "Let us observe the situation. There is no need to engage with them." Once again, the stone sphere thundered before us, and the white-faced imp emerged from beneath it, pushing the sphere. Just as we thought it would push the sphere up the mountain, the imp suddenly twisted its head, grinning malevolently at us, and struck the sphere with its claws. With a resounding explosion, the stone sphere shattered, unleashing a swarm of giant hornets, their sharp, venomous stingers aimed menacingly at us. I silently cursed the misfortune. But Gan Ningzhen called out sharply, pointing her jade finger at me. In an instant, a snow lotus magnified before my eyes, its fragrant petals unfurling in layers, enveloping me within its heart. I heard the incessant buzzing of the hornets, unable to tell how many had stung the snow lotus. After a while, the noise subsided, and the snow lotus blossomed fully, releasing me from its embrace. The ground was strewn with the corpses of hornets, while the three beautiful maidens stood unscathed. The snow lotus shrinking and returning to Gan Ningzhen's fingertip. I, still shaken, remarked, "These little fiends are truly malicious. They feign to roll the sphere back and forth to confuse us, only to strike when we least expect it. A mere trick, a diversion for esteemed guests." "There is no such thing as a treacherous strike," a melodious male voice resounded from above. I looked up to see a dark mass overhead. Hearing the voice, but unable to see its source, I shouted, "You cowardly wretch, come forth and face us. Hiding like a thief hardly qualifies you as a brave soul." The sea maiden chuckled softly. "If it is a wretched bunny, how could it be a turtle's spawn? A mere scoundrel speaks nonsense." I shook my head, bewildered. "Have you never heard of the term hybrid?" The man's voice responded lazily. "The rabbit is agile, while the tortoise is steady. To blend the virtues of both is indeed a splendid affair." I was taken aback, for it was the first time I had encountered someone who took pleasure in being a hybrid. "Come out already," the sea princess commanded coldly, her palms slicing the air. Dazzling golden light tearing through the darkness, vanishing in an instant. The man's voice faded, but after a while, it returned, melodious and mocking. "After all, you are the chief Valkyrie of the Sea Palace, with a tough demeanor and a formidable hand." The bright gaze of the sea princess swept the surroundings, whispering, "He is not above." Gan Ning nodded, lowering her gaze, her ears twitching gently. The man continued, "There is no need for haste, esteemed guests. First, admire the scenery depicted in my mural, and then we shall converse at our leisure." Before he could finish, a flash of red light shot from Jiodame's fingertips, striking the shadowy thicket. The trees erupted, and after a flurry of light sounds, the man's voice echoed again, filled with jest. "Scorpion demon, your scorpion tail remains as sharp and venomous as ever. However, coaxing me out will not be so simple." Jiodame's eyes sparkled. "My scorpion tail is even sharper. Would you care to sample its flavor?" She lowered her voice further, adding, "He is constantly shifting positions." The man chuckled. "I have heard that your 9 scorpion tails are incredibly toxic, capable of ensnaring men. I would indeed like to give it a try." As he spoke, 2 massive heads emerged from the depths of the sky, covered in snowy fur, tongues flicking out like 2 rolls of crimson carpets, licking toward Jiodanmei from either side. "Still not coming out?" Gan Ning called out sharply, her hand resting on the sword sheath as a wispy stream of water surged upward, severing the long tongues. The water then abruptly turned, plunging straight down into the river beside her. As the waves splashed, it seemed I heard the man let out a muffled groan. Before he continued, "When a beauty beckons, how could I refuse?" In the 3rd chapter of the 2nd volume. The sound of rushing water filled the air as the river beside us suddenly illuminated with a kaleidoscope of colors, transforming the entire stream into a shimmering ribbon of light. Amidst the glimmering waves, numerous grotesque creatures emerged from the depths, their eyes gleaming, some emerald green, some crimson red, others deep blue, and some a sickly yellow. It dawned on me that the points of light I had seen earlier were their eyes. Moments later, a lavish palanquin surfaced, carried by 4 one-legged skeletons, bouncing lightly along the water's surface. The curtain of the palanquin lifted automatically, revealing the man's face, which bore a half-smile. "First, I ask for your forgiveness for my earlier negligence." The man lightly leaped from the palanquin, clapping his hands, and instantly, the surroundings were bathed in light. The river's demons emerged one by one, holding golden platters above their heads, laden with exquisite dishes that exuded fragrant steam. The creatures placed the trays before us, and the man clapped his hands once more. Suddenly, a milky liquid gushed from the river, resembling crystalline spring water, its aroma enchanting. The man smiled. "This is the divine nectar from the land of auspiciousness, fresh and delectable. I invite you all to partake. Regarding food and drink, I have always been accommodating. However, can the items depicted in the mural truly be consumed?" I reach out to touch a golden roasted leg of lamb, my mouth watering with anticipation. For days, I have been consuming the bitter essence of sea beasts, and my palate is nearly dulled. Yet, I must exercise restraint. The fare of demons is not something I dare to indulge in, lest I fall victim to poisoning. a pristine lotus blossoms, releasing a fragrant mist that disperses in all directions. As the mist envelopes the scene, the roasted leg of lamb transforms into a toad, which croaks and leaps from the golden platter. Startled, I gaze around, only to find that the delectable dishes have morphed into repulsive worms, maggots, and centipedes. The river, once flowing with nectar, has turned into a foul, murky liquid. The sea maiden scoffs. How absurd. Do you think such trivial illusions can deceive us? Suddenly enlightened, I realize that this lavish banquet is merely a transformation of toads and vermin. The man remains unfazed, his demeanor calm. Everything in this world is but an illusion. Gourmet delicacies and fine nectar equate to toads and foul insects. The beautiful flowers that bloom today will be reduced to mud under the wheels of tomorrow. With your insights, you should be able to pierce through the illusion and behold the true essence. I nod solemnly, replying, you, a man today, may very well become a harlot tomorrow. With your wisdom, you ought to understand. The man claps in approval. Young brother, your perceptiveness is remarkable. In truth, you and I are not dissimilar to harlots. All phenomena, like dew and lightning, like dreams and illusions, should be viewed as such. As he speaks, smoke emanates from his face, and he transforms into a bald monk, adorned in a crimson robe, sitting cross-legged with an air of solemnity. I find myself both amused and exasperated, realizing I've encountered a madman. The three beautiful women exchange glances, and Gan Ningzhen calmly inquires, might you speak candidly? What is it that you truly desire? The man responds cheerfully, I have lived here in solitude for many years, feeling quite lonely. I hope you will stay and accompany me in indulgence and revelry. As he speaks, he twirls his flowing sleeves and morphs into a charming young man. The sea maiden's expression darkens. You are dreaming. The man laughs heartily. Everyone is immersed in a grand dream of spring and autumn. What difference is there between you and me? I retort, if you assert that everything is an illusion, then why must we accompany you? He sighs, did I ever state such a thing? My words have long since vanished like dreams and illusions. Ah, so your words are but empty wind. With a silver tongue, you speak. Yet it is merely the heart of the listener playing tricks. Young brother, if your heart is a cesspool, then others' words will surely sound like flatulence. If your heart is a clear mirror, then others' words will become exquisite nectar. I stand dumbfounded, utterly at a loss in the presence of such a character. He oscillates between whimsical banter and piercing wit, leading me hither and thither, inviting me to ascend to celestial realms. Suddenly, the man grasps a black coffin, keeping rhythm as he begins to sing, his voice languorous, intoxicating, akin to the finest wine, leaving the listener in a delightful stupor. As the melody unfolds, a veil of pristine mist envelopes the surroundings, gently drifting, causing the mountains and waters to vanish. Within the ethereal sea of clouds, magnificent palaces emerge, breathtakingly beautiful. It feels as though I have stepped into a realm of fairies. At this moment, countless enchanting beings dance gracefully nearby, and gradually, they transform in my eyes into alluring celestial maidens, swaying and twisting, vibrant and fragrant. I find myself somewhat entranced, the melodious voice of a man echoing in my ears. Let us revel in joy, embracing the red and green. Life is fleeting, and the night is precious. Let us seize the moment. Indeed, life is but a fleeting journey. I have endured hardships for over a decade, so why not indulge a little? In a daze, I take a step forward, then another, the intoxicating dance captivating me. The maiden Snow White forms exuding a tantalizing fragrance, making me yearn to embrace them. Suddenly, a piercing voice jolts me back to reality, like a bucket of cold water poured over my head. I am abruptly awakened, realizing that there are no celestial beauties, but rather a horde of grotesque creatures dancing amidst the treacherous mountains and waters. I silently commend my fortune. This man seems capable of ensnaring one's very soul. With a swift motion, Jiao Danmei unleashes a strike, the crimson light flashing as hundreds of scorpion-tailed needles shoot forth. Striking the creatures, they fall silently, lifeless on the ground, transforming into stark white skeletons. The man chuckles softly, exhaling a plume of white smoke that envelopes the skeletons, causing them to regenerate flesh and rise unsteadily, resuming their dance. Shen Dream Tower, you are the illusory tower of the demon realm. Jiao Danmei exclaims with a sweeping gaze over the skeletons. Life is but a dream, a mirage. Under the command of the demon lord, Shen Sanlang, I implore you to surrender 3 treasures. The man's gentle smile vanishes abruptly, replaced by an air of chilling authority. His gaze fluctuates between tenderness and malevolence, at times cold and unyielding, his face shifting like 1,000 masks, leaving one perplexed. Indeed, The fox's tail has been revealed, Hai Ji remarks coldly. Shin Sanlang shakes his head. The sea war god is mistaken. I am a Shin demon, not a fox demon. Where would a fox's tail come from? Jiao Danmei adopts a stance of utmost vigilance. It truly is you, Shin Dream Tower. I never imagined that even one with your wild and carefree nature would willingly become another's servant. Shin Sanlang's expression turned solemn. Geoscorpion demon. The emergence of the demon lord is decreed by fate. Only he can lead our demons of the demon realm to the fabled Zizishan, breaking free from the cycle of existence, dwelling, decay, and emptiness. I, Shin Sanlang, have never bowed to anyone, yet I hold profound respect for the demon lord. I interject. Today's demon lord will be tomorrow's. Do you truly admire him? That would indeed be a rarity. Shin Sanlang's gaze turns icy, and Jiao Danmei swiftly positions herself in front of me, regarding Shin Sanlang with trepidation. Shin Sanlang's expression shifts unpredictably. Young brother, to be honest, I admire your spirited nature, akin to my own. Although I might overlook your disrespect towards the demon lord, should other demons overhear, it could spell disaster for you. You would become the enemy of all in the demon realm. I retort with feigned bravado. Are you attempting to intimidate me? I was raised amidst fear. Jiao Danmei offers a seductive smile. Shin Sanlang, are you implying that if we refuse to surrender the 3 treasures, we would be opposing the entire demon realm? Shin Sanlang sighs deeply. Such is the reality. The scorpion demon, do you believe your life holds less value than 3 treasures? Years of cultivation should not be squandered in an instant. After a moment of silence, Jiao Danmei declared, enough with the preamble, let our skills speak for themselves. The law of the jungle has always governed the demon realm. With a resounding laugh, Shin Sanlang's expression swiftly turned cold. A sharp clap of his hands echoed, and the air was filled with the roars of monsters, akin to the rumbling of thunder, relentless and overwhelming. In an instant, countless demons surged forth. The sea maiden shielded me while Jiao Danmei positioned herself in front. The true sword of Ning brandished, sending forth a spray of water that formed a blinding circle, sweeping outward. Upon contact with the water, the demons were violently repelled. With a deft leap, Ning soared into the air, her sword energy resembling a streak of white meteor, piercing through the horde of monsters with ease, causing them to fall like autumn leaves, transforming into skeletons without a hint of resistance. I cheered with exhilaration. The clear water surged, toppling a line of demons. Ning swiftly turned midair, lunging before Shin Sanlang, her blade poised at his throat. Shin Sanlang remained still, enveloped in swirling white mist, vanishing from sight. The fog thickened, rendering the surroundings obscured, and Ning too was lost from view, with only the relentless roars of demons echoing around us. Anxiously, I remarked, will Ning fall victim to that Shin demon's treachery? Jiao Danmei reassured, it is unlikely. However, Shin Sanlang's mist is capricious and enchanting, easily ensnaring the unwary. Decades prior, his demonic power was formidable, making him a notorious figure in the demon realm. I cautioned, and let's not forget the sneaky Shui Luoyang. They may very well be allies. That rascal could be lurking nearby, sharpening his blade. Suddenly, a rush of wind swept through, accompanied by the sounds of breaths, fluttering garments, and muffled groans, followed by an eerie silence, with only the rolling mist remaining. I widened my eyes, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Moments later, a radiant light burst forth, dispersing the fog. Ning's silhouette emerged, the lotus heart blossom on her forehead emanating a transparent glow. Mere inches away stood Shin Sanlang, disheveled and somewhat disheartened. A sigh of relief escaped me as I heard Shin Sanlang exclaim in disbelief. I never anticipated that my years of mastering the mist would be so easily unraveled by you, fairy Gon. No wonder both Tu Baylor and Shui Luoyang met their demise at your hands. Ning remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him, and I interjected, now you're frightened, aren't you? Tell me, what treasures or elixirs do you possess? Hand them over, and out of pity, I might just spare your life. Shin Sanlang glanced at me, his demeanor unruffled. It's too early to discuss such matters. He inhaled deeply, and his form suddenly swelled like an inflated balloon. His forehead protruding as a peculiar gray-white entity emerged. This creature was flat, with a round head and pointed tail, a wide mouth adorned with 2 small hooks curving outward, and eyes the size of mung beans, spinning and glaring at us. Curiously, I inquired, what manner of creature is this? Jiao Danmei elucidated. This is Shun, who, according to legend, was once a human being before merging with a Shun to become the Shun demon. Nonsense. The Shun on Shin Sanlang's forehead suddenly opened its wide mouth and spoke. Shin Sanlang nonchalantly remarked, brother, The gossip of the world is nothing but flatulence. Why bother with it? The shun retorted, Brother, I cannot tolerate the foul flatulence of others. Brother, how do you know that flatulence is always foul? Color is void, and taste is also void. Brother, since color is void, why do you gaze at Gan Ningxin with such desire? I possess color in my eyes, but none in my heart. Then for me, the scent of foulness is akin to the fragrance of orchids. The two engaged in a lively exchange, growing more animated with each word. I could not help but exclaim, You are his brother? How can you look so dissimilar? The shun replied irritably, Who says that brothers must resemble each other? It is not unusual for a brother to be far more handsome than his sibling. Shun Sanlang smiled faintly, We are originally siblings. Resemblance is easy. Watch. His face rapidly transformed, this time entirely becoming a gray-white shun visage. Brother, do I resemble you? Brother. Drawing a tiger does not make it resemble a dog. Before me, a large shun face and a small shun face spoke simultaneously, leaving me astonished, unable to close my mouth. The northern realm is indeed bizarre. The younger brother is parasitically residing on the forehead of the elder. The sea princess, growing impatient, said, Gan Ningxin, what are you waiting for? Finish them off. The younger brother's eyes sparkled. Brother, this beauty has such fair skin. I fancy her. The sea princess coldly replied, A mere clown. For you, I would gladly become a fool, even a great fool, shouted the younger brother. Beautiful lady, do you have a husband? Even if you do, it matters not. I shall kill him first and then marry you. The sea princess's expression turned frosty. Had she not been protecting me, she would have acted long ago. Gan Ningxin floated forth, her sword pointed directly at Shun Sanlang. The sound of the sword unsheathing echoed coolly and fiercely. In the next moment, a brilliant rainbow streaked through my vision. Shun Sanlang's expression turned grave as he raised both hands to the heavens, forcefully unleashing shun mist. Simultaneously, the younger brother emitted a plume of white vapor. The two streams of shun mist intertwined and transformed midair into a colossal shun, brandishing its claws and lunging toward the rainbow. In an instant, the rainbow surged, as if a breach had opened in the Milky Way, while the sword morphed into a cascade of water, flowing down in a vibrant torrent, engulfing the great shun before surging towards Shun Sanlang. Brother, this woman is too formidable. It seems we cannot contend with her. To die beneath the peony is to be a ghost with style. Shun Sanlang tilted his head back, and he and his brother simultaneously exhaled clouds of mist, vanishing into the smoke. In an instant, a shun demon leaped forth from the fog. It bore Shun Sanlang's face but possessed the body of his brother, entirely silver-white, radiantly shining, with two long, snow-white whiskers that swayed gently, stirring up waves of mist. Goodness! Shun Sanlang, this demon, is always fond of transforming. Does he never tire of it? I mocked loudly. Jiao Danmei gazed intently at the sheni, stating, This is a transitional state of evolution. When a monster reaches this level, it begins to gradually shed its original form and undergo mutations. The SHN typically lacks whiskers, yet this particular sheni possesses two long ones. No wonder SHN Sanling dares to challenge Gan Xianzi. It seems he has indeed entered this transitional phase. However, this sheni appears peculiar, seemingly a fusion of SHN Sanlang and his brother. Suddenly, 3,000 weak waters surged towards the sheni. The creature puffed out its cheeks, its long whiskers curling back before snapping forward. With a whoosh, a white whisker shot forth, expanding in girth and length as it sliced through the air. A tremendous rumble echoed as the whisker transformed into a towering pillar of white mist, rising abruptly to obstruct the torrential flow. Stop! The sheni commanded with authority. Instantly, a row of luminous incantations materialized upon the misty pillar, shimmering brightly. The momentum of the weak waters was immediately halted, the vast water vapor coalescing beneath the pillar, rendered motionless. A wave of dread washed over me. Gan Ningxin's sword had been thwarted by SH and Sanlang. Indeed, the monsters under the Demon Lord's command are increasingly formidable. If the Demon Lord himself were to appear, I feared that the three beauties and I would surely meet our demise. I suddenly realized that the three beauties were not an absolute safeguard. Gan Ningxin spoke true. Within the realm of mortal affairs, they might be invincible, yet beyond the skies lies a greater world, and within the entire northern territory, there are those who surpass even the strongest. Retreat. With the sheni's booming voice, another line of incantations appeared on the misty pillar. The pillar roared, akin to a ferocious tiger, compelling the surging waters to recede little by little. My fists clenched tight, palms slick with sweat. The situation seemed dire. Jiao Danmei. It is our duty to eradicate this malevolence. Why not engage in a coordinated assault? Ji replied calmly, Do not fret. Just wait and see. As the ripples spread, a snow-white lotus flower emerged from the water's surface, with Gan Ningxin standing gracefully upon it, her white attire as immaculate as snow, her black hair like polished ebony. She stood there quietly, untouched by the filth of the world, resembling a celestial being drifting from the waters of Luo. In front of the towering misty pillar, she appeared diminutive, as if she could be crushed by the massive column with a mere misstep. Yet her gaze never faltered towards the pillar. Instead, she looked upwards, as though nothing in this world could compel her to bow her head. Her eyes were fixed upon the higher heavens. With a gesture, she commanded the 3,000 weak waters to retract and coalesce into a vibrant, multicolored needle. The needle, silent as a whisper, pierced towards the misty pillar. One by one, the incantations upon the pillar vanished, and with each disappearance, deep fissures emerged on its surface. The Shen's expression shifted, it exhaled sharply, and the remaining white whisker shot forth like lightning, transforming into a sinuous cloud, akin to a dragon, coiling around the misty pillar. Twist. The enormous sh bellowed. The cloud spiraled rapidly around the misty pillar, and from within the white haze emerged a throng of monstrous figures, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged towards Gan Ningxin. These monstrous beings vary in size, some as colossal as mountains, while others are finer than a single hair. They exhale venomous mists, spewing forth foul vapors and billowing clouds of vivid hues. With a graceful flourish, Gan Ning raised her jade arm, and the needle returned to her grasp, transforming into a resplendent longsword. With a single stroke, she severed the air, reducing the creatures to mere ashes. The monstrosities melted away like candle wax, their forms disintegrating under the sword's light. The blade, relentless in its trajectory, cleaved towards the swirling clouds. The clouds expanded violently, morphing into an enormous, formidable mirage. The entire sky was eclipsed by its gargantuan silhouette. The mirage opened its maw wide, drawing in a powerful breath that swiftly pulled Gan Ning, sword and all, towards its gaping mouth. Just as it seemed the mirage would swallow her whole, the sword emitted a dazzling flash, flickering hundreds of times, resembling intricate embroidery, and then, in an instant, Gan Ning vanished into the mirage's cavernous jaws. Panic surged through me. Just as my voice faltered, a thunderous roar erupted, and the mirage exploded outward. Gan Ning burst forth, emerging from the chaos, and a droplet of water, condensed from her 3,000 weak waters sword, delicately sprang from her alabaster fingertips. The column of mist collapsed abruptly as the mirage bellowed in agony. The droplet pierced through the vapor, striking the mirage creature. It trembled violently, blood oozing from its features, reverting to its original form of Shensenlang. "Brother, we have lost." My younger sibling lamented, his brow furrowed in despair. I replied with a sense of triumph. "With your feeble strength, you dare to disturb the head of the Tai Sui? Truly, you overestimate yourselves. Consider what precious treasures you might offer to barter for your lives." Shensenlang laughed heartily. "Victory and defeat are fleeting, though we may have lost. You have not triumphed either. Even if you were to slay us, escaping from this place is beyond your reach. Unless you surrender 3 extraordinary treasures, you shall remain trapped within this painting for eternity." I was taken aback, suddenly recalling that we were indeed within a mural. Jiu Danmei, with a glint in her eye, inquired, "What do you mean, Shensenlang?" He replied, "This mural is a manifestation of my inner elixir. Though it is an illusion, it is as real as flesh and blood. Should you kill me, the elixir will shatter, and the entire painting will self-destruct, taking all within it, including you, to oblivion." Jiu Danmei giggled. "Do you imply we lack the means to escape this mural?" Shensenlang shook his head. "Firstly, you may not be able to exit. Entering the mural is simple. But to leave, you must navigate this endless illusion to uncover the hidden exit, an arduous task indeed. Secondly, even if you possess such skill, I would not grant you the chance. If I were to destroy the elixir now, even at the cost of my life, the mural would be instantly obliterated, and you would accompany me to the grave." I hastily interjected, "Shensenlang, it is better to live than to die in despair. Why not reconsider? At most, I shall relinquish your treasures and allow you a chance at survival." The sea princess scoffed, addressing Shensenlang, "Who would believe your deceit? Even if all within the mural were to be destroyed, with our strength, we would likely survive." A cunning glimmer flickered in Shensenlang's eyes as he pointed at me, declaring, "What of him? With his meager powers, can he truly escape unscathed?" The sea princess clenched her teeth, falling silent. Upon witnessing my transformation into Shinaro, upon threatening these beautiful women, a sense of discomfort settled within me. Had I known better, we would have never ventured into the mural. This entire scenario was a trap meticulously set by Shinaro. Although we had been cautious, we still fell prey to his scheme. The three women exchanged glances, uncertain of the veracity of Shinaro's words, yet they dared not gamble with my life. Shinaro chuckled, observing, "It appears that you three care deeply for this young man, unwilling to see him meet his demise." His brother cackled, "This lad seems to be quite fortunate in love." I raised my voice, addressing Shinaro, "Once the mural is destroyed, the three treasures will perish along with it. What benefit do you derive from that? You've been rambling on without taking action, suggesting you do not wish for us to perish together. Spare us your tricks. What terms do you propose? Speak plainly. Do not expect us to surrender the three treasures willingly. Otherwise, we shall part ways, and I will take you down with me, even if it costs my life. Your straightforwardness is commendable. I too would prefer to avoid a mutually destructive outcome. I propose a compromise. I wonder how you all shall receive it? Speak quickly, and do not mince your words. I would like this young man to perform a task for me." "Me?" I was taken aback. "You must be mistaken." "Indeed, it is you," Shinaro affirmed with a nod. "If you accomplish this task, I shall graciously allow you all to depart the mural without hindrance. If you fail, you may still leave, but you must surrender the map to the realm of freedom. The other two treasures shall remain in your possession." After pondering his terms, I found them not entirely unreasonable, though it was peculiar that he specifically chose me among the four of us. It was merely a matter of preying on the weak. With my limited abilities, I was certain I could not fulfill the task he set forth. Shinaro remarked, "Are you frightened, young man? Afraid to agree?" I forced a smile, though it did not reach my eyes, and replied, "Do not attempt to provoke me. It will not work. I am merely an inconspicuous individual, immune to your tactics." His brother interjected, "Do you not wish to hear what the task entails? It is entirely fair." "Fair?" I nearly laughed, for I had long understood that fairness is a mere illusion in this world, a notion uttered by predators to lull their prey. "What do you want him to do?" Ning suddenly inquired. "It is quite simple." Shinaro pointed to a distant, spire-like mountain. "At the foot of that mountain lies a cave, and at the deepest part of the cave, there is an extinguished oil lamp. You need only enter the cave and light that lamp within the span of a single incense stick, and you shall have succeeded." I scoffed. "Entering a cave to light a lamp? It cannot be as simple as you claim." Shinaro's expression took on an enigmatic quality. "It is easy to say, yet difficult to accomplish. I assure you that during this time, I shall not launch any attacks against you. The only adversary you will face in the cave is yourself." I was momentarily at a loss. "I do not comprehend your meaning." Shinaro smiled. "To ignite that lamp does not hinge upon the strength of your abilities, but rather on the nature of your heart. Thus, this task is indeed fair for you, young man." A flicker of curiosity ignited within me, compelling me to test the waters, yet I feigned dissatisfaction upon my face. "This is far too difficult. If you resort to trickery, I could very well be led to my demise." Shun Sanlang resolutely declared, "At Shunming Tower, we uphold our integrity and would never engage in deceit. Whether or not you ignite the lamp, I assure you, I will return you unharmed." I muttered, "That remains to be seen. Boasting costs nothing. Even if you claim to be a fairy, we cannot strip you of your trousers to verify that." Shun Sanlang erupted in laughter. "Little brother," asked the scorpion demon, "if there has ever been a moment when Shunming Tower has failed to keep its word." Jiao Danmei, with a playful smile, retorted, "What if we refuse to comply?" Shun Sanlang. His expression darkened. His hair bristled as if he were a woman prepared for martyrdom. "Then I shall have no choice but to destroy the inner elixir, and we shall all perish together." The three beautiful women exchanged glances, and Jiao Danmei remarked, "We need to deliberate." "As you wish." Shun Sanlang chuckled softly and transformed into a wisp of white smoke, dissipating into the air. Jiao Danmei turned to Ning. "The map of Zizishan belongs to you. The decision should be yours." However, from Shun Sanlang's tone, he will not yield. We must either agree to his terms or find an exit now, fleeing the mural with the little scoundrel. Ning shook her head slightly. "I have used the Lotus Heart Eye to discern the situation. It will be several days before we locate the exit from the mural. Perhaps we have no choice but to acquiesce to Shun Sanlang's demands. Otherwise, he may recklessly destroy the inner elixir, ensuring Lin Fei's certain demise. Even if we miraculously survive, our years of hard-earned cultivation will suffer irreparable damage." Haiji voiced her unease. Since Shun Sanlang has tasked the little rogue with lighting the lamp, he must be confident in his failure. I suspect that the cave harbors many peculiarities, with the little rogue's meager demonic power. He may very well fall into Shun Sanlang's trap. "Not necessarily," Ning replied, casting a glance at me. Her voice low. "Shun Sanlang chose Lin Fei because he deemed him the weakest. However, he is unaware of Lin Fei's past life and his possession of the enchanting dance technique. In truth, He has underestimated Lin Fei. If Lin Fei can unleash even a fraction of his potential from his previous life, success is within reach. I chuckled softly. Gan Ningjin, do you truly have such faith in me? If we fail, the map of Zizishan will be lost. Gan Ningjin gazed at me intently for a long while before speaking. Do you wish to perpetually hide behind us? Do you aspire to be a lesser being your entire life? Haiji interjected, displeased. Gan Ningjin, what are you saying? You were the one who made the vow of reincarnation. It is not wrong for us to protect the little rogue, given his frail demonic power. Gan Ningjin replied coolly. If one becomes accustomed to relying on crutches, they will never learn to walk unaided. Moreover, must a man always rely on women to fight for him? Upon hearing Gan Ningjin's words, a surge of blood rushed to my head, and I exclaimed, damn it, I won't let you look down on me. I'm in. Shun Sanlang, come out quickly. After a moment, the smoke billowed, gradually revealing Shun Sanlang's figure. He smiled gently at me. Have you made your decision? I nodded. If I light the lamp, you will not go back on your word, will you? At that moment, a remark reminiscent of flatulence escaped our lips, leaving us merely staring in disbelief. Shun Sanlang, with a serious demeanor, declared, I can swear an oath of reincarnation. He raised his hand, pressing his middle finger to his forehead, and a drop of blood oozed from his fingertip, inscribing a mark upon his brow. Chanting a series of incantations, he continued, I, from the Shunming Tower, with the essence of my spiritual blood, implant this vow, connecting it with the bloodline of my soul. Should I violate this, may both my form and spirit perish. Condemned to the cycle of reincarnation, never to attain rebirth. As he swore, the blood at his brow grew increasingly radiant, resembling ripples that swiftly spread across his face. In a moment, the crimson patterns had enveloped his entire being, akin to a scarlet fishing net. Now, you must believe, Shun Sanlang said calmly. After a brief pause, he suddenly shuddered, and the blood patterns gradually faded away. I glanced at the three beautiful women and nodded. Surely, the lamp in the cave must not be utterly impossible to ignite? Shun Sanlang chuckled in silence. To ensure fairness, I will allow them to witness your every action. With a wave of his hand, he traced a circle on the ground, and instantly, a well emerged, its waters clear as a mirror, reflecting my image. Everything that transpires with you, we shall observe in the well's water, under the supervision of the divine maiden Gan and the sea god, alongside the scorpion demon. You need not worry about my deceit, do you? I glared at him, a surge of bravado swelling within me. Then what are we waiting for? Let us commence. A 3-foot-long purple sandalwood incense was planted firmly into the ground. The incense stood tall and slender, its tips slightly thicker, adorned with delicate carvings, even unlit. It emanated a rich fragrance. Shun Sanlang said nonchalantly, use this incense as your source of fire. As long as this incense does not burn out, it will surely ignite the oil lamp. Should the incense extinguish without lighting the lamp, you will have lost. With a flick of his finger, the tip of the incense ignited with a faint red glow, and purple smoke wafted into the air. The sea maiden carefully examined the incense and leaned closer to my ear, whispering, since Shun Sanlang has promised not to harm you, his methods will merely conjure illusions to deceive your mind, preventing you from lighting the lamp. Lin Fei, remember firmly, whatever occurs is but a mirage, a mere illusion. I nodded and then, with a tinge of suspicion, inquired of Shun Sanlang. You wouldn't employ sorcery on this incense to make it burn out instantly, would you? Do you have ample time for idle chatter? Shun Sanlang laughed. Feeling exasperated, I seized the incense and dashed towards the mountain. Surrounding me, white smoke began to rise, swirling like phantoms, drifting about and emitting terrifying cries. I kept the sea maiden's words in mind, treating them as mere illusions, choosing to ignore them. Before long, I arrived at the base of the mountain. A dark, profound cave mouth appeared before me, its jagged edges resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. Without a moment's hesitation, I plunged inside. The cave was shrouded in darkness, foreboding and winding inward, extending into an unseen abyss. Numerous stone statues stood around, each uniquely bizarre and varied in posture, some resembling humans, others manifesting as monstrous figures. Icy droplets seeped from the cave walls, falling upon the statues, producing a mournful sound, as if the statues themselves were weeping. I composed myself and passed by the stone statues. Ahead lay a series of thick, towering stone steps, their crevices teeming with moss. Suddenly, a slender creature slithered past the steps with a whisper, vanishing into the darkness, resembling a monstrous serpent with claws. Summoning my courage, I stepped onto the first stone step. At that very instant, a deafening sound erupted behind me. Turning around, I was astounded to see the statues moving. Their eyes rotated, exhaling clouds of hot breath as they advanced with purposeful strides. All the statues had come to life. They rushed towards me, dashing past, ascending the steps in a frenzy. A glance revealed furry tails and sharp claws thrashing in the air, invoking a chilling dread. I reminded myself that it was all an illusion, a mere fabrication. Yet, the roars, the foul odor emanating from their skin, and the claw marks etched into the stone steps felt all too real. At that moment, several statues transformed into vibrant, alluring beauties, entirely unclothed, their voluptuous forms swaying as they approached me. I cast several disbelieving glances. It was the first time in my life I had encountered such an enchanting spectacle. Alas, time was of the essence. I turned my head and continued my ascent up the stone steps. The beauties followed, fervently surrounding me. When had I become so sought after? Regrettably, I had no time for such distractions. I pushed one beauty aside, only for her face to morph into a ghastly visage, bearing fangs as she growled, "Return, or be consumed." Startled, I turned to see that all the beauties had transformed into terrifying monsters, their gaping maws ready to devour me. Without a moment's pause, I executed a captivating dance, my legs delivering swift kicks. With a series of thuds, the monsters fell in disarray, reverting back into immobile stone statues. I took a breath, sprinting forward a few paces when suddenly, a glimmering object plummeted from above, rolling to my feet. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to find it was a luminous pearl, the size of a goose egg, radiating an eerie green light that illuminated my garments. Following this, a cascade of pearls, agates, and gemstones rained down upon me. As if from a celestial downpour, I widened my eyes in disbelief. In Luoyang, I had only dared to dream of treasures descending from the heavens. And now my dreams had materialized. Many of the rushing monsters halted, scrambling to seize the scattered treasures. I swallowed hard. I desired riches, and I desired the oil lamp. However, I prioritized my actions, first to light the lamp, then to return for the treasures. Resolutely, I averted my gaze from the bounty and continued ascending the steps. Glancing down at the sandalwood incense in my hand, which had burned only a fraction, leaving ample time. Looking up again, I noticed the monsters that had collected the treasures suddenly froze on the steps, maintaining their positions, rigid and unmoving. They had reverted to stone. I inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Had I succumbed to greed moments ago, I might have shared their fate. With this realization, my heart stirred. The beauties and the treasures were evidently traps set by the cunning Shinsenlang. The moment I entertained such thoughts, calamity would surely follow. Volume 2, Chapter 1. Hey, my friend. Don't just stand there, run. A peculiar creature hurried past me, calling out, adorned with a coat of pure white fur and two elongated ears standing tall, resembling nothing short of a rabbit. I gazed at its pink, three-lobed mouth and curiously inquired, "Are you a rabbit spirit?" It halted, adopting a serious demeanor, and replied, "Your statement is erroneous. I am indeed a rabbit, but not a spirit. Perhaps after several centuries of cultivation, I may evolve into a rabbit spirit, but for now, I am merely a rabbit." I shook my head in disbelief. How could a rabbit speak? "You are undeniably a creature of the supernatural. You are mistaken once more." It retorted, "Who says rabbits cannot converse? Are talking rabbits deemed spirits? In the demon abyss, there exists a poisonous herb that can speak. Is it also a spirit? Humans can speak as well. Does that make them spirits? In my homeland, there are many talking rabbits. Does that render them spirits? It seems you are utterly confused about the essence of a spirit, spouting nonsense. Very well, I'll sacrifice some of my time to enlighten you on the origins of spirits." It rambled on incessantly, causing my head to spin, and I interjected, "Fine, even if you are not a spirit. I have no time for idle chatter. Farewell." It hastily grasped my arm. "Your words are misguided. What do you mean by even if I am not a spirit? Clearly, you still imply that I am one." "My friend, making a mistake is not the issue. Acknowledging it is essential. You claim you have no time for idle chatter, yet that is merely an evasion of the truth. A refusal to confront reality. You refer to yourself as an elder. Does that make me your offspring? I must inquire further. What does my mother resemble?" Exasperated, I raised my fist and sent it flying. Just as it regained its footing on the next step, this persistent creature trailed after me, chattering incessantly. My frustration peaked, and I yelled, "You insufferable wretch, when will you cease?" It widened its eyes in disbelief. "Why do you speak so carelessly? I am a rabbit. How could I be the offspring of a turtle? You just proclaimed yourself my elder. Does that make you a turtle? How could a turtle possibly give birth to a rabbit? You must be employing some form of sorcery. Pray tell, I am quite intrigued by this sorcery." I felt a tearless despair, having encountered such a relentless, bothersome fool. A third of the incense in my hand had already burned away. A sudden chill gripped my heart. How could the sandalwood incense burn so swiftly in such a short span of time? Could it be that the incense burns more rapidly when I engage in trivial conversation with this creature? I became alert. It continued, moreover. How could you resort to violence against me? A gentleman uses words, while a scoundrel resorts to blows. Clearly, you are a scoundrel. If you are a turtle, then indeed you are but a small turtle. I took a deep breath, resolutely deciding to ignore it and focus on my own path. Yet it followed closely, incessantly berating me, saliva spraying onto my face. I gritted my teeth, maintaining my silence, refusing to engage. Why do you not speak? Are you aware of your faults? If you comprehend your errors, then simply admit it. I shall forgive you. Your silence may lead others to believe you are mute, but you are clearly not mute. Why pretend to be so? Do you harbor some ulterior motive? Being mute is not inherently negative. However, it presents numerous inconveniences. For instance, do you know what it means to be mute? I shook my head, struggling to suppress the irritation boiling within me, dismissing his words as mere nonsense. The sandalwood incense in my hand was indeed burning slowly, and after a while, my ears were finally at peace. Upon glancing back, I noticed he had transformed into a stone statue, his mouth agape, creating a rather comical sight. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, finally free from this individual. At that moment, the creatures in front began to scream in terror, tumbling down the stone steps and morphing into statues themselves. A chill ran through me as I noticed a massive iron axe suspended above the stairs, glinting ominously as it swung back and forth at an astonishing speed, blocking the path ahead. The creatures attempted to dash past during the fleeting moments when the axe swung to the side, yet none succeeded without facing its deadly blade. I stood hesitantly on the steps, paralyzed by indecision. The axe moved with such rapidity that it was nearly impossible to discern its true position. Seizing that brief window of opportunity to dash forward seemed an insurmountable challenge. The sandalwood continued to burn rapidly, now reduced by half. I could no longer delay. I dashed toward the axe, the wind generated by its motion nearly suffocating me. Yet, I hesitated once more. Move aside. A creature shrieked, darting past me. It was slender and small, resembling a centipede adorned with red and black ringed patterns. The centipede creature arched its back and shot forward like lightning toward the axe. As the axe swung around, a scream echoed. The centipede creature was flung back and crashed at my feet, instantly turning to stone. I was both startled and horrified. If that swift creature could not evade the axe, what hope did I have? The sandalwood continued to burn, the time slipping away. Suddenly, I recalled Shun Samling's promise that he would never harm me. Even if I were struck by the axe and turned to stone, surely he would revive me. Very well. Shun Samling, I shall trust you this once. I focused intently on the axe, summoning my courage, and surged forward. Fortune seemed to favor me as the axe swung to the opposite side. Before I could rejoice, a frigid breeze swept past. The axe hurtled toward me with astonishing speed, the sharp edge threatening to slice through my skin. Oh no, there was no avoiding it. In a moment of desperation, I executed a graceful dance move, bending my body and propelling myself forward with the strength of my waist. The axe grazed my back. I had finally made it through. Just as I exhaled in relief, still unsteady, I caught a glimpse of the axe's icy gleam as it swung from the right, striking with the ferocity of a thunderbolt. What is happening? I had clearly gotten past it. A cold sweat broke out over me as I flipped, leaning back, my legs pushing off the ground as I executed the dance technique. Retreating swiftly, with a thud, I landed on the ground. The chilling light flashed before my eyes. My forehead felt a sudden coolness as a strand of hair was severed by the axe, drifting gently to the ground. This is utterly absurd. I rose, staring at the swaying axe ahead, utterly perplexed. I had distinctly passed it, yet how was it still in front of me? Could it possess some sentience, following my movements? If this is indeed the case, no matter how swiftly I move or how miraculous my enchanting skills, I could never surpass the colossal axe. Glancing at the rapidly burning sandalwood incense, a sense of urgency gripped my heart. Both humans and demons gathered around, hesitating in the presence of the giant axe. To this day, no one has traversed this level of stone steps. Observing the fear and anxiety etched on their faces, I realized they were flesh and blood, not mere illusions. This cave is exceedingly peculiar. I calmed myself. If I failed to light the lamp, I would surely be belittled by that woman, Gan Ning. This time, I must reclaim my dignity. Lighting the lamp does not hinge on the strength of one's demonic power, but rather on the nature of one's spirit. Suddenly, the words of Shin Saburo echoed in my mind. Indeed, relying solely on my demonic power, I might not overcome the giant axe. But what is spirit? The scenes from my entrance to the cave flashed continuously in my mind. If the beautiful women and treasures symbolize the desires and greed within my heart, and the incessant chatter of the rabbit demon represents a competitive spirit embroiled in disputes, then what does this giant axe signify? I pondered silently. The swaying axe created a dense tapestry of light and shadow before me, accompanied by a thunderous roar and the chilling edge of the blade, invoking a natural fear. The more I sought to evade it, the more inescapable it became. The greater my dread of being cleaved by the axe, the more certain it was that I would be struck. Even if I charged forward, the axe would follow my every move, always positioned ahead of me. Beside me, a burly man with a thick beard suddenly rushed to the front of the axe, hesitating for a long moment, his legs trembling, too afraid to advance. He feared he would be cleaved in two. With a sudden outcry of terror, he turned to retreat, taking one step, then two, and upon reaching the third step, his robust form gradually transformed into a stone statue. Gazing at the man turned to stone, a flash of insight illuminated my mind. All beings present, including myself, were terrified of being struck by the giant axe. The axe represents the fears within our hearts. I realized that as long as I harbored fearful thoughts, this axe would forever obstruct my path. Taking a deep breath, I slowly squared my shoulders and took a step towards the giant axe. Free of fear, I did not dwell on any consequences. My mind was a blank canvas, tranquil as a still lake. All distracting thoughts receded like a tide. The glimmering axe loomed ahead, oscillating ominously, casting a dreadful shadow. All the onlookers gasped in astonishment, wondering how I could attempt to pass with such deliberate slowness, as if I were courting my own demise. Raising my chin, I offered a faint smile and advanced. It felt as if I were treading upon a bed of gentle fallen leaves beneath the setting sun. The giant axe was merely a whisper of wind brushing against my being. I moved forward. The biting cold light flickered at the corner of my eye as the axe thundered down. There was no evasion, no panic. I maintained my original pace. My heart as calm as water, and slowly took another step. The axe struck me, yet I felt not a shred of pain. It was as if the axe were composed of air, intangible and silent, passing through my body and swaying to the other side. When I turned back, the axe was already behind me. I had succeeded. In a euphoric frenzy, I clenched my fists, realizing that when one harbors no fear, the colossal axe becomes but a mere illusion. Simultaneously, with a thunderous crash, the great axe disintegrated into fine powder, cascading down like confetti. The surrounding beings, in a cacophony of shouts, surged past me in a wild rush. As I beheld the fleeting figures, a sense of pride unexpectedly welled within me. In the 6th chapter of the 2nd volume, only a quarter of the sandalwood remained. I hastily sprinted up the stone steps. The further I ascended, the narrower the stairs became, barely accommodating two individuals side by side. Ahead, a chaotic throng quickly formed, with the beings pushing and shoving, each vying to be the first to pass. Curiously, I inquired of a serpent-bodied creature with a human face, "Pray tell, what lies within the cave? Why does everyone seem to be in a frenzy to advance?" The creature cast an impatient glance my way. "Are you daft? We are all trapped within the shimmering Dream Tower's mural. Now that there exists a chance to escape, one must hurry." A jolt of realization struck me. Before I could glean further clarity, the creature wove its serpentine body and darted forward with a hiss. Bewildered, I gathered from its tone that they were not mere phantoms, but rather, like myself, living beings ensnared within the mural. Time was of the essence, and I pressed forward amidst the throng. The scene ahead was utter chaos. Due to the narrowness and the multitude of beings, tempers flared, and soon, vile curses erupted, leading to violent clashes. In mere moments, blood began to splatter, and the beings turned upon one another. The thick crimson fluid flowed down the stone steps, and the air was saturated with the stench of blood, resembling a veritable hellscape. The carnage escalated, with more beings engaged in brutal combat, flesh and bone flying, and corpses littering the ground, swiftly petrifying into stone. I felt a sense of disorientation as the frenzied beings, consumed by bloodlust, wore expressions of madness. And amidst this atmosphere of slaughter, I too began to feel a surge of agitation. Suddenly, a creature adorned with a painted face let out a furious roar. Lunging towards me, I deftly sidestepped, employing my mesmerizing dance technique, my arms slicing outward to strike at both sides of its temples. The creature emitted a muffled grunt, staggering as it unleashed a sharp spike from its gaping maw, which struck my shoulder with a thud. Thankfully, my cloudstone-flowing elixir had reached great mastery. At the moment the spike pierced my flesh, my body hardened like stone, halting the intrusion after a mere half-inch. Suppressing the pain, I leaped into the air, executing a graceful spin, my legs moving with the swiftness of lightning as I delivered a series of kicks to its throat. The creature collapsed with a resounding thud. Its throat shattered, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Gazing at the lifeless body, an unexpected thrill surged within me. Killing proved to be exhilarating. Who would have thought that I, Lin Fei, would one day wield dominion over the lives of others? Amidst the tumultuous slaughter, several more creatures succumbed to my mesmerizing dance. And as I reveled in the carnage, I inadvertently glanced to find the sandalwood dwindling to a mere stub. Stunned, I surveyed my surroundings. The cacophony of roars filled the air, blood overflowing the steps. Both human and creature had devolved into frenzied beasts, blindly clashing and entirely oblivious to their original purpose. With no one advancing further. Gradually, my heated mind began to cool. The cavern had transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse, yet that bore no relevance to me. My singular aim remained, to locate the oil lamp. I swiftly ascended the stone steps, skillfully evading the throngs of sirens, refusing to engage with them any longer. Like a decisive retreat from a brutal game, I leapt away from the carnage. No matter how chaotic the slaughter within the cave, I turned a blind eye, perceiving it merely as the backdrop of a theatrical stage, where the beings around me were nothing but black and white pieces entangled in a desperate struggle, lost in their own nature. The sounds of battle gradually faded as I sprinted along the lengthy stone stairway, nearing its pinnacle. At the highest step, a jade-green lantern flickered with an ethereal glow, and a giant fish, resembling a restless spirit, held the lantern aloft, gazing down at me with an eerie intensity. How could it be you? I gasped in surprise, my thoughts racing. Was Shinsenglang attempting some trickery? I could hardly believe that you had managed to reach this place. The giant fish remarked in astonishment, casting a glance at the sandalwood incense in my hand, now reduced to a mere half-inch. I scoffed coldly. Did Shinsenglang send you to impede my progress? Umph. I knew that wretch would speak empty promises without any intention of keeping them. The giant fish replied nonchalantly. My master would never be untrustworthy. This cave has reached its end. I am your final obstacle. Overcome me, and you shall achieve your desire. She shifted aside, revealing a stone-carved giant clam embedded in the cave wall, its wide mouth agape, cradling an ancient oil lamp. My heart surged with excitement as I cracked my knuckles. Are we to engage in combat? Do not blame me if I leave your delicate face bruised. A peculiar expression crossed the giant fish's face as she slowly raised the lantern, its ghastly green light piercing my visage. This final challenge does not require combat. Instead, you must solve a riddle. Answer correctly, and I shall allow you to ignite the lamp. Fail, and your incense will extinguish, rendering you unable to light this lamp ever again. I was momentarily taken aback. A riddle? Surely you jest. Who has time for your games? Suddenly, a clear voice chimed in my ear, and my eyes widened as a smaller fish appeared beside the giant fish, also holding a jade-green lantern. Her expression devoid of warmth as she regarded me. Skeptically, I urged, then let us proceed with the riddle. I have no time to waste. Quite simple. The smaller fish smiled cryptically. Can you guess which of us is the giant fish, and which is the small fish? In an instant, the smaller fish spun rapidly. And at the same moment, the giant fish followed suit, their forms intertwining like two whirlwinds in a dizzying dance. Moments later, they separated, revealing two identical faces before me. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. While the giant fish and small fish had shared a resemblance, the former was slightly older, marked by a mole at the corner of her mouth. Yet, the two mermaids now appeared as if cast from the same mold, their features indistinguishable down to their height and build. I was left utterly bewildered, unable to discern who was the giant fish and who was the small fish. Was it the one on the left or the right? Gazing at the two mermaids, a cunning thought struck me. Clearing my throat, I asked, if I guessed correctly, does that mean I have passed this trial? I recalled that the giant fish's voice was slightly hoarser than the small fish's. If I could entice them to speak, I could unravel the mystery. Indeed, the left mermaid affirmed. Your time is running out. Shouldn't you hurry and guess? The mermaid on the right urged. A wave of unease washed over me. Their voices had merged into a singular tone, leaving me utterly bewildered. The half-inch sandalwood incense burned languidly, while my heart raced with anxiety. You may take your time to observe, the mermaid on the left chimed playfully, to which the right mermaid pouted. After all, we are not in a hurry. After a moment of contemplation, I responded with a smile. Aside from observing slowly, may I also explore with my hands? Without awaiting their reply, I reached out, grasping the faces of both mermaids. In my view, the resemblance between the larger and smaller fish was undoubtedly a result of some illusion, designed to deceive my sight. If I could touch their skin, perhaps I would discern their differences. The smaller fish, being younger, should possess a more supple and elastic complexion. Feel free to indulge. Both mermaids cooed in unison, not flinching as my hands rested upon their faces. I pinched gently. Both faces were soft and smooth, with an identical texture. Doubtful of this eerie similarity, I ventured from their faces to their necks, then to their soft chests, and finally to the cool tail of the larger fish. To my dismay, they felt remarkably alike. As the sandalwood incense dwindled to half its length, my confusion and urgency mounted. If all else failed, I would have to gamble on luck, as I had a 50% chance of guessing correctly. A fleeting glance revealed a subtle movement on the cave wall, illuminated by the verdant lantern. My heart skipped a beat. Upon closer inspection, I confirmed that there were only two shadows cast, mine and that of the mermaid on the left. A surge of exhilaration coursed through me as I discerned that one shadow belonged to me, while the other belonged to the left mermaid. The right mermaid cast no shadow at all. At that moment, the answer became clear. The left one was the larger fish, and the right, the counterfeit. Without hesitation, I blurted out, "The one on the left is." My words faltered unexpectedly. Wait. I hesitated, pondering why I assumed that the shadowed figure was the larger fish. The other, being a transformation of the smaller fish, should likewise cast a shadow. Unless, perhaps, both mermaids before me were manifestations of the same being, which would explain the singular shadow on the stone wall. Who do you claim the left one to be? The mermaid's enchanting eyes twinkled as they simultaneously pressed for an answer. I remained silent, thoughts racing in my mind. Was the final challenge so easily surmountable? Regardless of my guesses, a 50% chance of being right lingered. Concerning 3 extraordinary treasures, would Xin Sanlang allow me to pass so effortlessly? Unless, your words are intriguingly amusing. I recalled the moment I first encountered the larger fish. Her visage and laughter danced vividly in my mind. Taking a deep breath, I surveyed both mermaids and calmly declared, "The one on the left is the smaller fish." The right mermaid raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. "Are you suggesting that I am the larger fish?" I shook my head, gradually asserting, "You are neither the larger fish. You are merely an illusion conjured by the smaller fish. There is no larger fish here." Both mermaids recoiled in shock, and I burst into laughter, realizing I had guessed correctly. At that moment, the sandalwood incense burned down to a mere glowing ember. I rushed forward to the stone mirage, barely having time to utter a word. With a flick of my finger, the fragrant tip shot towards the oil lamp. With a sharp crack, the lamp ignited, illuminating the cavern with a brilliant glow. I had done it. I had triumphed. I shouted in exuberance as the cave spun around me, the light from the oil lamp expanding like a dazzling sunrise, causing the surrounding scenery to rapidly melt away like wax. "Indeed, you have prevailed," came the sudden voice of Shinsenlang beside me. I looked up to see his expressionless face. Rubbing my eyes in disbelief, I realized that Gan Ningxuan, Jiao Danmei, and Hai Ji were right beside me. The dawn breeze whispered past, the sky lightening as we stood before the palace, its crimson doors slowly closing before our eyes. I was astonished, having seemingly awakened from a grand dream. It was truly miraculous. "Little rascal, you are remarkable. We witnessed everything you went through, and I was genuinely worried about you, fearing you might not manage," exclaimed Hai Ji excitedly. Jiao Danmei's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Thinking of how effortlessly you traversed the giant axe, I longed to kiss you." I cast a proud glance at Gan Ningxuan. "What do you think? Did I perform commendably?" Gan Ningxuan merely hummed in noncommittal acknowledgement. Shinsenlang gazed intently at me, remaining silent for a moment before asking, in the final challenge, "How did you discern that those 2 mermaids were mere illusions? With your supernatural abilities, it should be impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake." Hai Ji echoed his surprise. "Indeed, even we found it unbelievable." "Little rascal," lacking Gan Ningxuan's keen insight, "how could you ascertain that the big fish was not among them?" The big and small fish, lanterns in hand, drifted behind Shinsenlang. As I surveyed the curious gazes surrounding me, I reveled in my triumph. Adjusting my attire with nonchalance before declaring, "The final riddle is better described as fishing in muddy waters. Heh. Both the big and small fish are easily discerned by me." Jiao Danmei chuckled. "Stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us." Hai Ji chimed in with dissatisfaction. "The sandalwood is about to burn out. We are all on edge while you linger in your lecherous musings." I laughed sheepishly. To be honest, I couldn't have discerned it by touch. I deduced it using my intellect. The final challenge in the stone cave was certainly not easy, with Shinsenlang's cunning. How could I have had a 50% chance of guessing correctly? Unless both mermaids were not the big fish, I would have been completely mistaken. Shinsenlang nodded. "Thank you for your kind words. You were correct. No matter which one you guessed as the big fish, you would have been wrong. Thus, you should have had no chance at all." I replied confidently. "Did you not notice that the 2 mermaids cast only one shadow? Thus, The appearance of the small fish raised my suspicions. Shen Sanling scoffed. You are quite observant. Indeed, an illusion casts no shadow. And the small fish's later appearance was intentionally meant to confuse you. I continued, therefore. The two mermaids before us must either be the big fish transformed or merely small fish. They cannot coexist, as there is only one shadow. I suddenly realized that perhaps, when facing the final challenge, the figure that initially appeared before me was not the great fish itself, but rather a transformation of the small fish. Of course, the crux of the matter lies elsewhere. Pausing for a moment, I offered a slight smile to the great fish. Do you know what it is? The great fish shook its head, responding, I do not know. I implore you, noble sir, to reveal the flaws in the small fish's transformation. Clearing my throat, I surveyed the surroundings. Have you all heard? The great fish has addressed me with utmost courtesy, using the term noble sir, since our first encounter on the small island. It has consistently referred to me as such. Yet, within the stone cave, it suddenly resorted to the more familiar you. While a person's appearance can be altered through magic, their manner of speech is far more resistant to change. Thus, I deduced that neither of the two merfolk before me is the great fish. The crowd came to a sudden understanding, and the small fish smiled slightly. Had I known this, I would have been more courteous to you. Shen Sanling let out a deep sigh. Though you appear quite carefree, it is surprising how meticulous and cunning you truly are. In such a dire moment, your ability to remain composed is indeed admirable. Contemplating for a moment, I asked, Shen Sanling, what is the story behind those resurrected stone statues in the cave? Those are beings who have been trapped within the murals for years, transformed by me into stone figures, Shen Sanling explained. When new beings enter the cave, they are revived. Like you, they long to escape the murals. In truth, the oil lamp within the cave serves as the exit from the mural. Once ignited, the exit opens automatically, allowing you to escape. I was struck with clarity. No wonder we departed from the mural so swiftly after lighting the lamp. Shen Sanling chuckled softly and continued. Thus, I have already indicated to you the means to exit the mural. Whether you can achieve it depends entirely on yourself. I have mentioned that igniting the oil lamp does not rely on the powers of the supernatural, but rather on one's character. Young brother, I did not expect your resolve to be so steadfast. You are the first to break free from my mural in all these years. In my Shindream Tower, strength and supernatural power is of little significance, but a resilient spirit is truly rare. Young brother, should you encounter favorable opportunities in the future, you are destined to become an exceptional figure. I was momentarily taken aback, for it was the first time I had received such praise. Proudly, I exclaimed, you must admit your defeat, right? When it comes to playing with me, you stand no chance. Shen Sanling laughed heartily. Success and failure are fleeting. I believe we shall meet again, and then it shall be uncertain who prevails. Young brother, I advise you, retaining 3 rare treasures will bring you no benefit. The map of the celestial realm is a great source of calamity. Do you understand? A fine sword is of little use in the hands of a child, who may end up injuring themselves. Heed my words, for whether you listen or not is entirely your decision. With that, he turned to the great fish and the small fish, saying, since someone has ignited the oil lamp, according to our previous agreement, you need not accompany me any longer. He then turned around, took a deep breath, and the palace shimmered like water, transforming into a wisp of smoke that flew into his mouth. In the second volume, Chapter 7, Jiao Danmei's eyes sparkled. Shen Sanling, do you wish to leave? Would it not be better to spend a little more time with me? Her fingers trembled, and dozens of vibrant red beams shot forth. I certainly did not want my young brother to be left wearing the green hat. Shen Sanling laughed heartily, sweeping his long sleeves, releasing a billowing white mist that enveloped the scorpion needle of Jiao Danmei. Miraculously, he vanished from sight, escaping with remarkable swiftness. Jiao Danmei was momentarily taken aback as the white mist expelled the scorpion needles, which floated gently into the distance. Gan Ningzhen let out a low grunt, leaping into action with her sword sheath aimed directly at the mist. Ha ha, still impressive, Fairy Gan, to see through my true form. Alas, it is too late. Shen Sanling's laughter echoed from within the mist, which flickered several times before darting away like a wraith, too fast for Gan Ningzhen to pursue, forcing her to relent. I shook my head, pondering how elusive Shen Sanling truly was. As I watched Shen Sanling depart, Little Fish beamed with joy and turned to me, saying, I must thank you. Do you know, our ancestors from the merfolk once owed a great favor to Shunming Tower, and thus vowed to serve him as his subjects. Shunming Tower promised that if someone were to traverse the cave and light the oil lamp, the oath would be lifted, freeing us from servitude. Big Fish, with a smile in her enchanting eyes, bowed to me softly, expressing, thank you, young master. If it weren't for your wisdom and bravery, our merfolk would still be bound in servitude. Should you ever need our assistance, do not hesitate to seek us in the icy seas of Moji Ocean. I boldly replied. Just don't become a pawn for the likes of Shunming Tower. That fellow is no good. At that moment, many merfolk emerged from the woods, weeping as they discarded their lanterns and knelt before me in unison. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I hastily waved my hands, saying, "Please, rise. I am not accustomed to such reverence. Truthfully, I have done little." The merfolk bowed again and, in a throng, escorted big fish and little fish away. I glanced over at the three beautiful women and shamelessly said, "This time, I have helped everyone escape. Perhaps a token of reward?" The sea princess smiled radiantly. "What do you desire?" I mischievously fixed my gaze on her luscious lips. "A kiss, if you please." The sea princess blushed. Seizing the opportunity, I grasped her hand, and she playfully protested, "Let go. I am not little fish, to be trifled with." She attempted to free herself from my grasp. Years ago, a wise and valiant demon had captured a stunningly beautiful martial goddess, unwilling to release her. When the goddess insisted he let her go, he replied, "Speak a word, and if it pleases me, I shall set you free." Curiosity piqued within the sea princess. She momentarily forgot to pull away, her beautiful eyes blinking in anticipation. "What word did she say?" "Guess," I teased, prolonging the suspense while slyly squeezing her delicate hand. Her palm was soft and smooth, akin to satin. It felt delightful to touch. Now I understood the meaning of being captivated by something. After much contemplation, the sea princess could not guess, exclaiming, "Just tell me." "What was the word?" With a wicked grin, I replied, "She said a rather cheeky word." The sea princess blinked in confusion. "Cheeky? What does that mean?" I reveled in my triumph. Even the demon questioned the goddess about it, and she answered, "Cheeky, whether you let go or not is entirely up to you." The sea princess paused, then burst into laughter, her laughter causing flowers to sway, while Jiao Danmei joined in merriment. Seizing the moment, I quietly released the pent-up cheeky word I had been holding back. Flatulence, while a natural occurrence, is rather unbecoming in the presence of three exquisite ladies. Thus, I resorted to grasping Hai Ji's hand and sharing a jest to divert their attention. Alas, though it is delightful to be in the company of such beauty, there are indeed moments of discomfort. Suddenly, Gan Ningxuan interjected, causing me to startle, as I feared she had detected my indiscretion. I quickly feigned composure and remarked, "There seems to be a slight discrepancy. I catch a whiff of something unusual." With a furrowed brow, Gan Ningxuan queried, "Why has Luoyang yet to reveal himself?" Hai Ji retorted with a scoff, "Because he possesses a modicum of self-awareness. With Shen Sanlang already vanquished, he would be no match for us, even if he joined forces. Therefore, retreating would be a prudent decision." I shook my head, alertly asserting, "No, Luoyang has been tailing us. He would not easily concede. I suspect he is orchestrating some treachery. We must remain vigilant to avoid falling into his trap." Little Wolf's insight proved to be astute. Jiao Danmei nodded in agreement. At that moment, the island upon which we stood began to diminish, leaving us with a mere fragment of land. Hai Ji remarked, "This island is but an illusion conjured by Shen Sanlang. We must depart swiftly." Just as we leapt onto the golden snail, the last vestige of land vanished. And gazing out at the vast, empty sea, I was engulfed by the surreal nature of our bizarre night. Gan Ningxuan pondered aloud, with figures like Tu Balong, Luoyang, and Shen Sanlang as our pursuers, the prowess of our adversaries only escalates. Should these fiends unite, we may find ourselves overwhelmed. Jiao Danmei replied, "For now, we need not fret. The demons of Mo Sha Tian are notoriously solitary and obstinate, unwilling to yield to one another. Although the demon lord has emerged, consolidating such disparate forces will not happen swiftly. However, we must strategize our forthcoming journey." Noticing the lady's gazes upon me, I quickly stated, "I have no objections. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you." Jiao Danmei suggested, "It is likely unwise to venture to the Qin city. The place is rife with all manner of individuals, and should word of the three extraordinary treasures escape, we would quickly become targets. Moreover, the demon lord's minions might well lay in wait there, anticipating our arrival." I exclaimed, "Why not seek out Zizishan directly? We could all pursue immortality together." Jiao Danmei shook her head. "The map to Zizishan is incomplete, and I have never encountered any of the locations marked upon it. If it were truly possible to find Zizishan using just this map, someone would have long since arrived." Hai Ji concurred. "The authenticity of the map remains uncertain. I have traversed many regions in the Northern Territory, yet those landmarks depicted on the map are unfamiliar to me." I lamented. "Then this map is no better than Jiao Danmei herself?" Jiao Danmei paused, perplexed. "What do you mean?" Beautiful yet of no use, I burst into laughter, as my gaze fell upon numerous silver fish swimming from the distance, gathering around the golden snail, joyfully darting about. I was suddenly filled with an insatiable urge. Having endured a night fraught with anxiety, my stomach already gnawing with hunger, rolling up my pants, I resolved to plunge into the sea to catch fish. Where did all these fish come from? The sea maiden inquired, her voice tinged with unease. As I scanned the horizon, I beheld a throng of fish surging from all directions, their vibrant colors dancing under the splendid dawn, as if enchanted, swirling around us in a mesmerizing display. Soon, the sea was no longer visible. Only the glimmering scales of countless fish pressed together, resembling a vivid, multicolored carpet without a single gap. Jiao Danmei's expression shifted as she raised her hand, instantly pulverizing dozens of fish, their crimson blood dispersing through the water. Yet, the fish remained unperturbed, heedlessly continuing their approach. I sensed that something was amiss. However, these fish appeared oblivious, merely circling around us without any intent to attack. If Luoyang was indeed orchestrating this, what could his motive be? Jiao Danmei wiped her damp palm and remarked, "The sea is warm." Gan Ningxin nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps a warm current has lured the fish here. Yet, there should be no warm current in this vicinity, leading us to conclude that Luoyang had employed sorcery while we were ensnared in the mural, heating the sea to attract the fish. A mere warm current would not suffice to draw in such a multitude. Jiao Danmei lowered her head, inhaling the scent from her palm. There is also an unusual fragrance in the sea, enticing the fish to linger here. The sea maiden's face reflected confusion. Could it be that Luoyang intends to use these fish against us? Jiao Danmei's expression shifted. The fish themselves pose little threat, but they may attract many predatory sea beasts. Gan Ningxin urged, "We must leave this area post-haste." The sea maiden promptly activated the golden conch, breaking through the encirclement of fish and speeding away. Curiosity piqued. I asked, "You are all practitioners of magic. Cannot you fly?" The sea maiden chuckled. "Do you think we are deities?" Flight, known as wind control in the art of armor, is termed feather technique in the secret arts, a highly advanced skill. In the northern realm, aside from a few creatures born with wings, few humans possess the ability to fly. Jiao Danmei added, "In your past life, your dragon butterfly had a pair of wings and could indeed fly." I sighed, gazing up at the azure sky, wondering when I would regain the powers of my former self. "Watch out, little rogue," the sea maiden suddenly called out. In the distance, hundreds of dark lines tore through the ocean's surface, rapidly approaching. They were colossal sea beasts resembling toads, their backs swollen with warts, round and larger than my head. These toads dipped their heads, their robust limbs propelling them forcefully, while black horns stood erect on their heads, causing the water to part as they advanced. The sea maiden spoke in a grave tone. "Those are sea toads. Beware their warts. They can spray venom that blinds if it splashes into your eyes." The sea toads closed in, their enormous mouths agape, long crimson tongues unfurling as they voraciously devoured the fish. A few of these sea toads spotted us and swiftly swam over. The three maidens immediately positioned themselves around me in a triangular formation, ready for battle. A flash of brilliance illuminated the scene as the sea princess struck down with her palm, cleaving a rapidly approaching sea toad in twain. Blood gushed forth, instantly attracting more of its kind, who scrambled to devour the carcass voraciously. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the sea was left with nothing but a bleached skeleton. Hundreds of sea toads, emboldened and croaking menacingly, surged toward us. Even before they drew near, the warty ridges upon their backs erupted, unleashing a torrential spray of yellowish pus, akin to a deluge of rain. With a commanding shout, Gan Ningxin pointed her finger, summoning a snow lotus that blossomed at her fingertips, unfurling like a gigantic white umbrella in the wind, spinning rapidly to shield us from the toxic deluge. The sea princess leapt into the air, lunging at the sea toads, her hands ablur as she unleashed a flurry of palm strikes. Dazzling golden light flickered continuously, flesh and blood splattering, and in a brief moment, the bellies of hundreds of sea toads lay skyward, their corpses littering the sea, the stench of fresh blood tainting the surrounding waters. The sea princess landed back atop the golden conch, breathing heavily. Even she found it taxing to slay so many sea beasts in one breath. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from 100 meters ahead, where a colossal wave surged. White foam cascading as a rotund, dark green head emerged. I gasped in astonishment. This head alone was larger than an entire sea toad, resembling a mountain. Its glistening surface was encircled by a ring of pearly orbs, resembling blinking eyes, exuding an aura of terror. With a swift motion, the eyes opened simultaneously, revealing a jagged array of sharp teeth. After devouring a portion of fish, the eyes closed once more. The dark green head lifted and then fell, generating a massive wave that caused the golden conch to sway violently. Beneath the water, I glimpsed a terrifyingly enormous form. The fish had indeed lured the sea beasts toward us. Having consumed nearly 1,000 fish, the dark green had advanced toward us once again, its eyes splitting open, exposing the remnants of fish flesh lodged between its white, gaping teeth. The sea princess emitted a low growl, directing her cherry lips toward the conch's opening and exhaling a breath. From the conch's mouth, golden threads emerged, intertwining into a shimmering web of energy, which shot toward the dark green head like a bolt of lightning. With a wave of her hand, the web abruptly constricted, ensnaring the dark green head like a razor, slicing through its skin and embedding itself deeper, causing a pale green liquid to seep forth. A deafening roar erupted from its mouth as the dark green head thrashed violently. Dozens of serpent-like tentacles emerging from beneath the surface, each nearly 100 meters long, thrashing furiously at the water and raising towering waves. With a crack, the energy web shone with blinding golden light, and in an instant, the dark green head was severed into hundreds of pieces, bloody chunks scattering through the air. Below the surface, the immense body sank rapidly. Just as I sighed in relief, the tumultuous waters surged, and several water-eyed spotted sharks approached swiftly, diving into the sea to seize the recently submerged carcass of the sea beast, tearing into it with abandon. The nearby waters turned crimson, the scent of blood overwhelming, perceptible from a great distance. Soon, another large swarm of sea beasts arrived. As the number of sea beasts multiplied, the schools of fish dwindled, and we found ourselves becoming targets for these relentless attackers. 3 enchanting maidens engaged in a fierce battle against the monstrous sea beasts. As the surface of the ocean became littered with the carcasses of these creatures, only to be devoured by their kin, leaving behind a series of stark white skeletons that rose and fell with the waves. As the sun gradually descended, twilight enveloped the scene, and the once deep red waters began to darken ominously. After a day of relentless slaughter, the number of sea beasts only seemed to multiply. The sea princess, Jia Ye, and Gan Ningxin had no choice but to take turns fighting, and I silently lamented the dire situation. If this continued, they would surely be exhausted to the point of collapse. Should the Water Six gang reappear at that juncture, it would spell disaster. In the distance, several colossal sea beasts surged forth, resembling moving islands. Their thick, elongated necks twisted, revealing layers of heavy folds, while their broad tails struck the ocean with a thunderous crash, sending the water plummeting, only to surge back up in a towering wall that reached hundreds of feet high, a sight both magnificent and terrifying. With a sharp sound, Gan Ningxin unsheathed her sword. A vibrant rainbow flashed momentarily, and before the sea beasts could even emit a cry, they melted away like snow under the blazing sun. What a marvel! I exclaimed, praising Gan Ningxin's 3,000-week water sword. Such a formidable sea beast could not withstand her strike. Gan Ningxin shook her head, saying, "This is truly a case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. I never imagined that one day the 3,000-week water sword would be drawn merely to deal with a few sea beasts." The sea princess sighed softly. Though these sea beasts are insignificant individually, their sheer numbers are indeed troublesome. Very well, I shall expend some of my energy to drive them away. I remain skeptical. Can you truly manage that? With a proud smile, the sea princess blew into her conch, and the pulse network emerged, shimmering with golden light, enveloping the nearby waters. The network gradually descended into the ocean, rising and falling with the waves, drawing intricate golden lines across the surface. The sea beasts sensed the anomaly and roared in fury, attempting to charge forward, yet the golden lines acted like a fishing net, firmly ensnaring the entire area, rendering the creatures unable to swim past. With a deep breath, the sea princess unleashed the pulse network's grand transformation. Her voice resonated like crashing stones as she raised her palms above her head, crossing them multiple times before slamming them downward with force. The earth trembled as if struck by a thunderclap. Thousands of columns of water surged skyward, only to crash back down with explosive force. The entire body of water, along with thousands of sea beasts, was completely upheaved and turned over before sinking back into the depths. I watched, spellbound, finally grasping the meaning of turning the rivers and overturning the seas. Once the surface calmed, the sea beasts had vanished without a trace. Gan Ningxin remarked, "The pulse network's grand transformation is truly astounding. A testament to the mastery of the pulse network sea hall. I was fortunate enough to witness this technique many years ago during a contest in Qingshu Heaven and Luoyang Heaven." Confused, I called out, "Sea Princess, you could have used this skill long ago. Why wait until now? The sea princess remained silent, her face pale as paper. Gan Ningxin coldly replied. She is severely drained and needs to recuperate. Do not provoke her into conversation. I am fine. I merely need a moment to rest, she insisted. After a while, the sea maiden whispered, her once vibrant gaze now appearing somewhat frail and weakened. Ha ha! A raucous laughter echoed from afar, as a wave surged upright, transforming into a human form, strikingly handsome, with semi-transparent long hair billowing fiercely in the wind. Indeed, it was Water Luoyang. I cursed vehemently, damn it. It's this little rascal who's causing trouble. Water Luoyang chuckled ominously. You three are truly formidable. Throughout this day, you have undoubtedly slain tens of thousands of ferocious sea beasts. You seem quite fatigued. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Jiao Danmei twisted her waist and giggled. What are you saying? I can't quite hear you. Why not come closer and speak? Water Luoyang snorted, his gaze icy. A day's time is ample for me to set up a grand formation of water solidifying into ice. Open your eyes and observe your surroundings. It was then that I noticed the nearby seawater had abruptly solidified, utterly motionless. Wisps of white mist rose from the surface, transforming into thin sheets of ice that coalesced in the air, the ice thickening at an astonishing speed, spreading outwards to form a milky white ice sphere, enclosing us within. A chill swept through me, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Outside the ice sphere, Water Luoyang's figure had become increasingly indistinct, his voice faint and barely discernible. Water Luoyang circled the ice sphere, swimming gracefully as he clapped his palms against the water. Dozens of small ice spheres surged rapidly to the surface, hovering in midair, arranged around the larger ice sphere in a peculiar formation. Having completed this, Water Luoyang leaped onto the large ice sphere like a great frog, sneering at us. With your strength, it will take at least a day and night to break this formation of water solidifying into ice. I have already sent a message to the demon lord. As long as I can delay you for a day, he shall personally arrive. At that time, you will all meet your doom. With that, he transformed into a transparent splash, gliding down the ice sphere and silently disappearing into the depths of the sea. Bang! The sea maiden's palm struck the ice layer, leaving only a faint white mark, without even a shard of ice splintering off. The transparent lotus blossomed upon her forehead. Gan Ningxin, using her lotus heart eye, remarked, this is an ice of mysterious origin, conjured by demonic power, impervious to blades. I supported the sea maiden. Do not strain yourself. You have just expended vital energy. It is best to rest and recuperate. Let Jiao Danmei and Gan Ningxin handle the matter of breaking the formation. Alas, if only there were a hen here, I would stew some chicken soup to nourish you. A faint smile graced the sea maiden's lips as she softly replied. You little rascal, at least you have a bit of conscience. I exaggeratedly exclaimed. You only just realized? My conscience is as vast as the heavens, as evident as the sun and moon. The sea maiden's azure eyes brimmed with tenderness. Little rascal, you always know how to cheer me up. The ice sphere continued to thicken, and soon we were surrounded entirely by a solid layer of ice, leaving only a small patch of open space. Reluctantly, the three beauties had to huddle close to me. Jiao Danmei seemed the most comfortable, as none dared approach her. Of course, I was also quite content. Although it was cold, with the sea maiden pressed to my left and Gan Ningxin snug against my right, the warmth and fragrance enveloped me, a fortunate circumstance indeed. If it weren't for the impending arrival of the demon lord, I would genuinely express my gratitude to Shui Luoyang for bestowing upon me such an extraordinary opportunity for indulgence. In our fervor to vanquish the sea beasts, we inadvertently overlooked Shui Luoyang, who took advantage of our distraction to secretly set up the ice formation. Jiao Danmei lamented. As 9 scorpion tails protruded from her lower back, the black scorpion hooks at their tips aimed at the ice layer, whirling rapidly like a top in an attempt to breach the icy sphere. Gradually, a small hole emerged in the ice, and Gan Ningxin unsheathed her sword, thrusting it through the opening. With a creak, the hole widened slightly, causing a few shards of ice to fall. I shook my head in silence. At this pace, I couldn't fathom how long it would take to break free from the ice. My gaze swept over the scene, observing that outside the massive ice sphere, dozens of smaller ice spheres danced in a swirling motion. Should Jiao Danmei cease her efforts to break the ice, these smaller spheres would come to a standstill. Achoo! I sneezed and pointed at the small ice spheres, exclaiming, what is going on? The sea princess explained, this is a formation. The smaller ice spheres resonate with the larger one, interconnected, and through their rotation, they dissipate the destructive force we apply to the larger sphere. Jiao Danmei sighed. Shui Luoyang was not mistaken. If the three of us combined our strengths, it would take a day and night to dismantle this formation. By then, It may already be too late. Gan Ningjin fell silent for a moment before saying, I could immediately dismantle this formation, but it would deplete my energy, leaving me unable to move for an hour. I shook my head. The sea princess has just exhausted her energy. If you two become immobilized, Jiao Danmei would be our sole remaining force. Should Shui Luoyang and his companions suddenly attack, it would spell disaster. Achoo! Curse it, it's getting colder. And my hands and feet are beginning to feel numb. Gan Ningjin pondered for a moment and asked, Is the demon lord truly that formidable? Are the three of us not his match? Jiao Danmei replied with a bitter smile, I cannot say for certain. But if he can subdue beings like Shui Luoyang and Shinming Tower, how formidable do you think he is? The emergence of the demon lord, sweeping across the northern realms, is the foretold fate of the demon realm for millennia. Who can resist destiny? I felt an acute sense of urgency, unable to dismantle the formation immediately, nor willing to sit idly by and await death, caught in a dilemma. In the second volume, Chapter 9, Jiao Danmei looked at me with regret. Little lecher, we have truly implicated you this time. I scratched my head. A wise man adapts to circumstances. If it comes to that, we might negotiate terms with the demon lord, perhaps surrendering 1 or 2 treasures. After all, we possess the Zizai Tian map, which we can use to threaten them at any moment. Gan Ningjin took a deep breath, her expression as cold as winter snow. I would rather shatter into pieces than yield to the demon lord. I resolutely asserted, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Knowing full well we cannot win, to strike against a stone with an egg is sheer folly. The tales of Han Xian enduring humiliation and Go Jian enduring hardship are of true worth. Jiao Danmei's eyes widened in surprise. Who are Go Jian and Han Xian? Are they famous? I rambled on for a few moments before adding, in life, one must learn to be adaptable and not be stubborn. Preserving one's life allows for a resurgence. Gan Ningjin gazed at me intently. Are you that afraid of death? I rubbed my frozen hands and quietly replied, You would not understand. When you are so famished that you can only crawl like a wild dog, trembling in agony, you come to realize that nothing is more vital than the will to survive. To live, regardless of being kicked, trampled, or insulted, is paramount. One must grit their teeth and endure. For 16 long years, I have struggled through this torment. Clenching my fists, I declared with deliberate emphasis, as long as one lives, there is hope. Haiji glanced at me with compassion, exclaiming, Little rogue, are you often bullied in another world? I turned my head, a sense of melancholy enveloping my heart, yet I smiled. I live quite freely. Although heaven wishes for my demise, I remain as vigorous as ever. At that moment, the chilling cold from the ice sphere became unbearable, frost forming upon my eyebrows. I shivered, a frigid sensation penetrating deep into my chest. Haiji looked at me with concern. Are you cold? Just as I was about to respond, a series of sneezes escaped me. You should seek refuge in the golden shell to escape the cold, Haiji suggested, pointing to the golden shell, which promptly enlarged at its opening. Just as I intended to slip inside, the small ice sphere whirled rapidly, a torrent of icy air rushing into the shell, rendering the interior as frigid as the outside. Gan Ning shook her head. It's futile. The chill of the profound ice is inescapable. Haiji offered me a sorrowful smile. Unexpectedly. Not only have we failed to protect you, but we are also causing you suffering. I replied nonchalantly, I fear no suffering. Besides, with a beautiful companion, life is sweeter than honey. Yet, I couldn't help but shudder again. Jiao Danmei's expression turned anxious. The cold from the profound ice is formidable. If this continues, the little rogue will either perish or fall gravely ill. He may not withstand another day and night. What shall we do? Haiji asked urgently, hesitating for a moment before leaning closer to me, her cheeks flushed. We pressed tightly together. Her body was equally cold, still far from recovery after her vitality had waned. After a while, I felt ice flowers beginning to form upon my skin, a thin layer freezing my very blood. I trembled, struggling to articulate words. Although Haiji was close to me, I felt no warmth. She lowered her head, unable to meet my gaze, her elegantly curved, snow-white neck flushed with color. Little rogue, are you feeling any better? Are you warmer? I am not cold, I managed to say, my breath crystallizing in the air. If this continued, I might very well become a solid pillar of ice. So cold. In a daze, I felt myself drifting toward sleep. It was truly frigid, the winter in Luoyang. That cold, dilapidated house where my father and I trembled together. After a long silence, Gan Ning sighed softly, placing her hand upon the hilt of her sword. Jiao Danmei exclaimed in surprise, Gan Xianzi, are you going to? Gan Ning nodded. There is no choice. I must break the formation immediately. My teeth chattered. No need. I can endure. Gan Ning gazed at me silently for a moment before turning to Jia Ye. I entrust Lin Fei to you. If the enemy appears, take him and flee as far as you can. I trembled violently. If Jia Ye takes me away, what will happen to you and Hai Ji? Don't worry about us, Hai Ji declared resolutely. I was taken aback, exclaiming in horror, no. If you do that, both you and Gan Ningzhen will perish. Gan Ningzhen turned back, offering me a faint smile. Her smile was like a blooming snow lotus, exquisite and unparalleled. I never anticipated that the cold and aloof Gan Ningzhen could possess such beauty when she smiled. As long as you can survive. We have all sworn an oath to protect you, no matter the cost, she stated calmly, drawing her sword with a sharp sound. A brilliant rainbow flashed by as her snow-white figure danced, merging into the hues of that radiant arc. Gan Ningzhen astonishingly fused with the 3,000-week water sword. In that moment, she transformed into a vibrant stream of flowing water, shimmering all over. In my desperation, I called out, Gan Ningzhen, there is no need for you to go to such lengths for me. Lin Fei, I hope you can live well. You once said that as long as one lives, there is hope, Gan Ningzhen murmured, charging forward without a backward glance towards the thick ice layer. A cascade of dazzling light scattered like fireworks. Silently, the fireworks vanished, and the massive ice sphere remained motionless. A muffled thud echoed from outside as a small ice sphere exploded violently, followed in quick succession by others, dispersing the dozens of surrounding small ice spheres into nothingness. A barely visible crack appeared on the large ice sphere, widening into hundreds of fissures. With a thunderous roar, the massive ice sphere shattered. We were free. Gan Ningzhen collapsed softly. I hastily supported her, my joy overshadowed by concern. She had already separated from the 3,000-week water sword, her long black hair chaotically draping over her forehead, her palm icy, gazing at me, unable to move. Jia Ye said in a low voice, while the enemy has not yet arrived, we must leave quickly. The sea princess summoned the golden conch, propelling us forward at great speed. The night sky was devoid of stars, the dark sea roiling with white foam, and the cold wind howled past us. I exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Luoyang and the others are not here. No sooner had I spoken than a maniacal laughter erupted from ahead. My 3 female companions and I exchanged glances, our hearts sinking. It was over. Luoyang emerged ghost-like from the sea, his gaze fixed intently upon us. Behind him, Xin Sanlang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely addressing me. Little brother, I told you we would meet again. Now, it's truly uncertain who will emerge victorious. Luoyang declared triumphantly. I anticipated that you might attempt to forcibly break through the ice formation. So I lay in wait here. Now, with your vital essence exhausted, you can only surrender obediently. However, even if you hide within the ice sphere, tomorrow when the demon lord arrives, you cannot escape death. Xin Sanlang spoke softly. God is gone. Your eyes betray weakness. You are clearly gravely injured. It was likely you who forcibly broke the ice formation. Luoyang continued. Now, it is much easier to deal with you all. With a sweeping motion of his hands, 2 towering waves surged skyward, transforming into colossal claws that covered half the heavens. The sea princess gritted her teeth. Jia Ye, take the little rogue and flee. I will hold them off. She blew into the conch, but only a few faint golden threads drifted out, utterly incapable of forming a web of essence. This time is different from the last, Xin Sanlang sighed, his body swelling as his brother emerged from his forehead. Run. The sea princess urged, her face pale. Run. Gan Ningzhen whispered. Run. Jia Ye urged me. Do not allow Gan Xianzi and Hai Ji to sacrifice themselves for you. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The urgency in her voice resonated within me, akin to thunder striking my heart. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Has this fool been rendered speechless? Luoyang mocked, his massive claws swaying in the air, mimicking a cat toying with a mouse. Xin Sanlang gazed intently at me, a contemplative expression crossing his features. Suddenly, the tumultuous sound of the waves surrounding us seemed to fall silent. The sullen faces of Luoyang and Xin Sanlang, alongside the pallid visages of the beauties, appeared to fade away in an instant. The surging waves and the sea breeze tousled my pristine lotus robe. I stood there, motionless. This robe was my new attire. It had been years since I had donned new clothing. Within the wooden cabin, Jia Ye and I had listened to the rain all night long. Countless rainy nights. I had curled up alone in a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of Luoyang, trembling in the cold. The memory of a kiss with Hai Ji still quickened my heart. Many times, beautiful maidens had passed by me, their faces contorted in disgust. It turned out that I had accumulated so much over time. I had so many beautiful memories to cherish now. I smiled, standing before Shui Luoyang and Xin Sanlang. Fear gripped me, yet I remained steadfast, unmoving. I realized I would never attain the greatness of Han Xin in this lifetime. Slowly extending my hand, I unfastened the burden on my back and cast a pouch of jewels far into the sea, as if discarding refuse. Throughout my life, I had seldom truly experienced joy. I had given little to others, and likewise, received little in return. My gaze swept over the three beauties as I spoke softly. I am alive, yet humble. A worthless individual seems destined for such a fate. I tilted my head skyward, where no starlight shone. Yet, it had once illuminated my eyes. I laughed heartily. Facing the heavens, arms outstretched, tears streamed down my cheeks. No matter how dark the night sky, I had never relinquished my quest for starlight. For 16 years, I have lived, struggling to survive, never abandoning hope. Even a puddle of mud can aspire to the vast sky. Shui Luoyang and Xin Sanlang slowly advanced. I remained motionless. Lin Fei, you must leave. Do not do anything foolish. Hai Ji urged anxiously, attempting to shield me. I gently pushed her hand away and shook my head at the approaching Jia Ye. This time, I shall protect you, for everyone has the right to live. I looked at them, smiling. I smiled with pride, devoid of humility. My smile bore a hint of sorrow, yet a touch of happiness. I am not so noble. I long to flee, but I know that if I escape, I would forever despise myself. In truth, I should have fled. I am truly a fool. Shui Luoyang. Xin Sanlang. Look at me. I inhaled deeply, pounding my chest with conviction. Your opponent is me. Xin Sanlang paused momentarily, while the younger brother on his forehead chuckled derisively. You? What are you? With a mere breath, I could bring your demise. Swift as lightning, I seized the map of the free heaven from Gan Ningxin's embrace, unfolding it with both hands. Water 6 and Scorpion 3. Behold, this is the map of the free heaven, the very object desired by your demon lord. Open your eyes wide and behold. Scorpion 3's gaze flickered. Little brother, what do you intend to do? I laughed heartily. Today, I am in a foul mood, exceedingly displeased. One careless move, and I might shred this map, leaving you unable to fulfill your duty. Scorpion 3 smiled slightly. Little brother, you are a clever one. You wouldn't make such a foolish mistake. Follow me, and I shall hand this map over to you. I bellowed. Should you utter a single no, I will immediately tear it apart. I glared at them, enunciating each word. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like broken pottery. Jia Ye hissed. Little lecher, don't be like this. I shook my head. Jia Ye, take good care of Hai Ji and Gan Ningxin. No. Hai Ji trembled all over. No. She attempted to rush forward to stop me, but I barked. Stay back. None shall approach. Whoever dares to come near will find my wrath unforgiving. Scorpion 3 frowned slightly. Little brother, let us speak civilly. I retreated step by step. Come on, the two of you follow me, slowly now. Do not play tricks. If you dare to attack any of the three, do not blame me for my displeasure. If I am displeased, I shall tear this map apart, and we shall all perish together. Hai Ji, Jia Ye, do not approach either. If you come closer, I will still tear the map. Let him go. Gan Ningxin suddenly spoke with a tremor in her voice. Hai Ji looked at me with tears streaming down her face, shaking her head desperately, while Jia Ye clenched her fists tightly, suddenly turning her head, her long hair swirling fiercely. Scorpion 3 and Water 6 exchanged glances, the former pondering. Little brother, if you surrender the map of the free heaven, all matters can be negotiated. We will heed your words. Tell us, what shall we do? I chuckled sinisterly, leaping into the sea, raising the map high above my head, my feet kicking back as I slowly swam away. If you desire the map, come to me. That's right, follow me slowly. Retreat. Do not come too close. You are not beauties, and I have no interest in engaging with you. I swam further back, with Scorpion 3 and Water 6 closely trailing me, maintaining a distance of about 10 yards. The three beauties on the golden shell grew increasingly distant until they vanished from sight. The heavy stone that had weighed upon my heart finally fell away. Volume 2. Chapter 10. Upon hearing the sound of the sword's whistle, I uttered a reminder not to forget, shouting towards the direction of the three beauties. My voice shattered the silence of the vast sea, echoing in the air for a long while. The seawater was frigid, waves crashing one after another. Surrounding me was an abyss of darkness, and I fought to swim backward. Scorpion 3's gaze shifted. Little brother, can you now hand over the map? Water 6 spoke ominously. Surrender the map, and you shall preserve your life. What is the rush? I am not going anywhere. I retorted, my legs thrashing as I maintained my distance. Handing over the map, I feared I would not survive either. Moreover, I had no intention of relinquishing this map of the free heaven. Ganning's true master, Yan Kaizi, spent his life in pursuit of the realm of freedom. And this map holds profound significance for Ganning. I cannot easily relinquish it. Of course, I shall not tear the map apart, courting my own demise. I must survive. Whether in Luoyang or the Northern Territories, I shall persevere, carrying this map with me, and live. Live. After a considerable time, the sky gradually brightened. And amidst the soft lavender clouds, a star flickered faintly. Having lingered throughout the night, I had delayed long enough. The three beauties should be safe now. I swam leisurely backward, yet until now, I had not devised an escape plan. With my demonic powers, even at full speed, they would catch up to me. Shui Luoyang finally grew impatient, his voice sharp. You little rascal, what on earth do you intend to do? I chuckled playfully, merely exercising my body, strengthening my constitution. Or perhaps, entertaining you. Shen Sanling's countenance morphed into a terrifying visage of cold ruthlessness. Then let us compete in patience, little brother. And see how long you can last without food, drink, or sleep. Their essay saying, death is better than life. Surely you've heard of it? When you're too exhausted to move, even death will elude you. Shui Luoyang remarked indifferently. There are hundreds of tortures that will make you regret being born. I stuck out my tongue. Death is better than life. I've never heard of it, but I'm quite curious to try. Unfortunately, you lack the capability to fulfill my wishes. Shen Sanling's demeanor softened once more. Little brother, with your talents, your future is limitless. Why risk your life over a mere map? Even if you possess it, you would not find the realm of freedom. It would merely be a scrap of worthless paper. I nodded earnestly. Indeed, you speak with wisdom. Shen Sanling gently urged. Then why not entrust it to us? I retorted, after all, it's just a worthless piece of paper. I might as well use it for other purposes. Shui Luoyang's expression darkened, while Shen Sanling calmly stated, since you wish to prolong this, we shall accompany you to the very end. Although my face remained composed, my heart raced with anxiety. My arm ached from holding the map, and my stomach growled with hunger. If this continued, I would ultimately have to surrender. Since I could not wait for an opportunity, I had to take a desperate gamble. I said with gravity, Shen Sanling, if I hand over the map, will you guarantee my safety? Shen Sanling nodded, while Shui Luoyang sneered. If you fear death, why not surrender it sooner? Pretending to be brave is laughable. Very well, I will give it to you, I declared resolutely. Suddenly widening my eyes in feigned ecstasy, gazing behind them, my face alight with joy. The two instinctively turned around, but of course, there was nothing there. Everything unfolded as I had anticipated. What I sought was this fleeting moment. Without hesitation, I thrust out my dragon butterfly claw, unleashing a blazing fireball towards them. Simultaneously, I stuffed the map into my bosom, plunging swiftly into the depths of the sea. What a cunning little rascal. Shui Luoyang's furious roar echoed from above as I swam without looking back, my arms frantically paddling with every ounce of strength I could muster. The magnificent coral formations swiftly recede on either side, startling a large lobster that retreats behind a rock, brandishing its formidable claws in a display of aggression. I remained silent, solely focused on my escape, reminiscent of an antelope desperately pursued by a pride of lions on the savannah. As I plunged deeper into the ocean, surrounded by a myriad of reefs, a school of yellow-striped fish frolics joyfully around the corals. I hastily seize a few fish, stuffing them into my mouth, voraciously devouring them to replenish my waning strength. Before long, tumultuous waves surge in the distance, a formidable tide approaching at an astonishing speed. A chill runs down my spine. The water is arriving far too swiftly, exceeding all expectations. With a powerful kick, I dart behind a rock resembling a small hill. But before I can escape, the chilling laughter of the water spirit echoes, and a barrage of water arrows swiftly pierce through the air, striking the rock where I hide. Blood splattering as the stone becomes riddled with crimson holes. I am taken aback. How can a rock bleed? Before I can comprehend, a powerful current surges, and the water spirit has already darted towards me. Suddenly, the rock emits a fierce roar, violently shaking as the seaweed covering it tumbles down. The rock reveals a pair of murky eyes. It is no mere stone, but a colossal sea creature. The injured beast, brimming with fury, opens its gaping maw and lunges at the water spirit. Realizing that escape is futile, I seize the opportunity to strike while the water spirit is still distracted. I leap forward, synchronizing with the creature's assault, and perform an enchanting dance, my arms gracefully striking towards the water spirit's temple. The water spirit smirks malevolently, its long hair suddenly coiling like a transparent whip, deftly ensnaring the sea beast and hurling it towards me with a swift motion. I remain steadfast until the creature collides with me, suddenly arching backward, its legs kicking towards the water spirit. This unexpected maneuver catches even the formidable water spirit off guard, and I land a lightning-fast strike. However, my foot meets nothing but air, and I glance down to find 2 gaping voids in the water spirit's chest, my foot narrowly passing through. A chill fills my heart, and I retract my leg in haste. Do you really think you can contend with me? The water spirit sneers, the wounds on its chest rapidly sealing, and with a flick of its hair, the sea beast is violently thrown aside. Damn it! Even if I had struck the water spirit, it would sustain no harm. The 3 beautiful women were right. My magical prowess is far too feeble, and no amount of enchanting dance can alter that. The water spirit advances towards me step by step, a cruel smile playing at the corners of its mouth, clearly intent on savoring my torment. I surrender. I will retrieve the map now. I raise my hands, slowly reaching into my clothing. Don't move. The water spirit barks, slapping the air above my head and causing a spray of water to erupt, forming a sturdy water dragon that swiftly binds my arms. Clearly, it fears I might destroy the map or use it as leverage. You think you can toy with me? You are sorely mistaken. The water spirit boasts, approaching me deliberately, extending its hand to seize the map. Come closer, I think to myself, feigning submission to entice the water spirit into my trap. In the face of life and death, I resolve to no longer conceal my identity. Shui Luoyang's hands audaciously ventured beneath my garments. Suddenly, the dragon butterfly claw lunged forth, striking Shui Luoyang's chest with tremendous force, and as a result, unleashed a burst of flame that sent him hurtling away. This time, Shui Luoyang had no opportunity for defense. I had struck him with considerable impact. The dragon butterfly claw sliced upward, tearing Shui Luoyang asunder. Without a backward glance, I fled with all my might. I was acutely aware that this maneuver would at most inflict minor injuries upon Shui Luoyang. Should the battle continue, it would undoubtedly be my demise. Little brother, in such haste, where are you off to? Shin Sanlang materialized before me like a specter, offering a faint smile. It was over. Truly, it was over. A pang of despair surged within me as I swiftly drew out a map, exclaiming, "Do not approach, or I shall tear it apart." Shin Sanlang remained unfazed. Little brother, given our proximity, tearing the map seems quite improbable. Do you believe that? In the blink of an eye, I could take your life. At that moment, Shui Luoyang lunged from behind, his hair disheveled, eyes wide with shock as he gazed at me. Dragon butterfly. You are the dragon butterfly. What? Shin Sanlang paused momentarily. Shui Luoyang, what are you babbling about? Shui Luoyang pointed at me, shouting, the dragon butterfly claw. He just employed the dragon butterfly claw. He must be the dragon butterfly. Shin Sanlang, incredulous, replied, the power of the dragon butterfly is immense. How could he possibly be the dragon butterfly? Furthermore, the dragon butterfly has been dead for ages. Shui Luoyang retorted emphatically, the death of the dragon butterfly is merely a rumor in the northern region. Who has witnessed it firsthand? Yet I have just witnessed the dragon butterfly claw with my own eyes. There can be no mistake. Shin Sanlang's expression darkened immediately, his eyes flashing with intensity. Are you truly the dragon butterfly? I chuckled awkwardly. What dragon butterfly? I am Lin Fei, Shui Luoyang declared ominously. If we kill him and extract his inner core, we shall know the truth. If he truly is the dragon butterfly, his inner core would be an unparalleled treasure. Even if he is not the dragon butterfly, he must have consumed the dragon butterfly's inner core. Otherwise, he could not wield the dragon butterfly claw. Shin Sanlang regarded me, his expression shifting unpredictably, as if concocting some nefarious scheme. A glint of greed flickered in Shui Luoyang's gaze. I felt akin to a plump lamb, awaiting slaughter. My eyes darted to the nearby sea beast, gravely injured by Shui Luoyang, lying in a pool of blood, howling weakly. I forced a bitter smile, like it. I too awaited death. Prepare to meet your end. Shui Luoyang bellowed, and a massive whirlpool formed beneath me, swirling violently. I struggled to maintain my footing, caught in its tumultuous grip. A wave of pressure surged towards me as Shui Luoyang lunged forward, reaching for the map. I cursed inwardly. The thought struck me that I would not have time to tear the map apart. Boom. A sudden and dramatic change occurred. The sea surged forth like an avalanche from the left, an unstoppable force propelling me away, and Shui Luoyang was likewise caught off guard, pushed aside by the crashing waves. The tumultuous waves roared as an immense, blood-red abyss materialized before my eyes. Surrounding the rim were several rows of menacing, gleaming white spikes, resembling colossal daggers. The gaping maw of the abyss pulsated, voraciously devouring a nearby sea creature, akin to a rooster pecking at a worm. Gazing deeper into the crimson chasm, I beheld smooth, glossy, deep blue mountains extending infinitely, their length unfathomable. Good heavens! It was a gargantuan sea beast. The abyss was its cavernous mouth, and the spikes were its teeth, while the majestic, undulating mountains formed its very body. For a moment, my companions, Shui Luoyang, Xin Sanlang, and I, were utterly stunned. Such a colossal sea creature was truly terrifying. The blood-red chasm lunged towards us, enveloping our vision in a sea of crimson. Shui Luoyang and Xin Sanlang retreated hastily, and as I let out a frantic scream, I managed to escape a few meters before darkness enveloped me, and I was swallowed by the beast. It felt as though I had entered an entirely different realm, damp, stifling, and filled with a putrid stench that nearly suffocated me. Suddenly, the surroundings trembled violently, and I lost my footing, sliding down a thick, pulsating pipe. The darkness was palpable, swirling with viscous fluids. With a thud, I landed in a greasy pit, surrounded by chunks of flesh, slowly flowing with the oily substance. Astonished yet exhilarated, I realized I had been devoured by the sea beast, and yet remained alive. Even the map of the free heaven was tightly clutched in my palm. I couldn't help but burst into laughter, overjoyed at my survival. O mighty sea beast, you truly are my savior. The surroundings shook violently, surging forward, plunging down, and flipping upside down. I was tossed about, likely as the sea beast engaged in a struggle with Shui Luoyang and Xin Sanlang. Desperately, I grasped the ground, steadying myself. The surface was soft, fleshy, and slick, an organ of the beast, perhaps. Panic surged through me. What if Xin Sanlang and the others succeeded in slaying the beast and sliced it open? They would undoubtedly discover me. The thought intensified my anxiety. If they saw me consumed by the creature, they would surely eviscerate it for the map. I fervently prayed, O sea beast, this is a matter of life and death. My fate rests in your hands. As if riding on clouds, the sea beast ascended and descended, crashing through the waters, my heart racing in tandem with its movements. In the distance, I spotted a vast, deep cavern, into which all the flesh fragments were being drawn. I wobbled towards it. The opening was colossal, resembling a fortress, partially enclosed like a sieve, riddled with deep crimson holes. Just as I reached the edge, several hundred long tentacles shot out from the holes, ensnaring me and the nearby flesh, pulling us toward the abyss. Instinctively, I struggled, but then realized that the deeper I retreated into the beast's belly, the safer I would be. Thus, I remained motionless, allowing the tentacles to draw me inside. Upon entering the cavern, I discovered it was even more expansive, stretching endlessly. The ground was covered with sticky substances, bubbling with murky foam. Towering walls were adorned with suction cups the size of tabletops, each connected to a tentacle. With a resounding rustle, the tentacles twisted together, grinding the chunks of flesh into powder. Entangled in their grasp, my own tentacles strained desperately, attempting to crush me. I apologize, dear sea beast. My dragonfly claws extended, severing the tentacles. At the point of rupture, a milky fluid suddenly gushed forth, and after a moment, a new segment of tentacle grew back, seemingly fixated on me, darting forward to ensnare me once more. I had no choice but to retreat hastily. The tentacle pursued me with uncanny precision, stretching longer the further I fled. Alas, I was truly born to escape. I flattened my form, adopting an elegant dance posture, my legs propelling me sideways to evade. The tentacle grazed my forehead, curving and retracting before lunging at me again. At that moment, the remaining tentacles surged towards me. Hundreds attacked simultaneously, leaving me in a frantic state. I contemplated unleashing a fireball with my dragonfly claws, yet feared injuring the sea beast. If it perished, I would surely share its fate. In desperation, I resorted to my graceful dance, dodging and fleeing in disarray. This could not continue. I noticed that the tentacles were sparse deeper within the cavern, so I ran in that direction, with hundreds of tentacles in swift pursuit. I lost track of time until the tentacles suddenly retracted in unison. It turned out that the cave had reached its end. The sound of roaring waves echoed as dark red waters surged outside, relentless like a great river, winding and unfathomable as it flowed into the distance. I found myself halting involuntarily. At that moment, the sea beast abruptly shook, as if it had turned over, causing me to stumble and plummet from the cave into the great river. What a spicy taste! I coughed loudly, expelling the liquid that flooded my nostrils, breaking the surface of the river. The water was akin to chili sauce, scorching my eyes. The current rushed swiftly, carrying me several hundred meters in an instant, and I paddled desperately to stabilize myself. Along the riverbank, dense thickets of sharp spines grew, resembling towering trees with branches and leaves, yet with tips sharp as spears. Strangely, these spines were in constant motion, emitting a chorus of shrill cries. Astonished and intrigued, I realized that the belly of this sea beast was akin to another realm. teeming with the wondrous. Suddenly, I felt as though someone was watching me. Turning my head, I caught a fleeting glimpse of white light vanish amidst the spiny grove. I rubbed my eyes. Was I imagining things? The river gradually widened, revealing countless peculiar sights from both sides, all things I had never encountered before. In the river's center, towering formations emerged, where the great river began to bifurcate into dozens of streams, fanning out in various directions. I hesitated. Should I leap to the riverbank or allow the current to carry me further? Before I could ponder, a horde of grayish creatures descended from a nearby structure, resembling crabs, brandishing their claws and advancing menacingly towards me. For the sake of safety, I leapt onto the bank. The crabs reached the shore, glaring at me, lingering ominously. How unfortunate. To be a tiger brought low, bullied by dogs. A surge of anger coursed through me as I extended my dragonfly claws, swiftly seizing several crabs and crushing them in my grip. The remaining crabs, frightened, scuttled away in haste. Gazing at the lifeless crustaceans, I felt a pang of hunger. I wondered whether they were edible. I picked one up and tasted it, savoring the tender, succulent white meat and the rich, firm roe. Even raw, it was exquisite. I began to devour them voraciously. Their substantial size quickly satiated my appetite. As I made my way along the riverbank, my steps alternated between deep and shallow. The ground slick and soft like a muddy marsh, dotted with uneven fleshy buds. I leaned against a sturdy bud and sat down, finally acknowledging my exhaustion. After a night of desperate flight, my strength was nearly depleted. The surroundings continued to tremble violently, leaving me anxious and uncertain about the world outside. My thoughts swirled, and soon I drifted into a heavy slumber. Upon awakening, the tumult had ceased, and the ground was gradually sinking. A jolt of anxiety struck me, and I dared not exhale. Could it be that Chiron had vanquished the sea beast? After an extended silence, my heart oscillated between joy and dread. Perhaps the creature had escaped its foes. After all, such a colossal sea monster is not easily slain. However, even if the beast was unharmed, I had no intention of emerging immediately. Chiron and his companions were likely still scouring the nearby waters for me, unwilling to relent until they obtained the map. Resolute, I decided to dwell within the belly of the beast for a fortnight, then venture forth to reunite with the three enchanting ladies. Just as I resolved to rise, I found my back firmly adhered to the fleshy bud, rendering me immobile. Reluctantly, I extended my dragonfly claws to tear through the bud. It emitted a piercing cry as juice gushed forth, instantly filling the air with an enticing aroma. Almost immediately, fresh buds began to sprout from the wound. Curiosity piqued. I sampled a bit of the juice and found it both fragrant and rich. Tentatively, I tore off a piece of bud and tasted it. It was reminiscent of savory braised pork, utterly delightful. Ah, splendid. For the next few days, I would feast on these buds. Approaching the dark red riverbank, I intended to catch more crabs, only to discover that the shells I had left behind the previous day had vanished. A chill ran down my spine, and I felt a sense of being watched. Whirling around, I caught a glimpse of a fleeting white light disappearing behind an oval-shaped bud. "Who is there?" I called out loudly, but the only response was the silence, interrupted solely by the rushing river. I dashed toward the bud, but found nothing nearby. Was I seeing things? I remained vigilant, scanning my surroundings for that elusive white light. What could it be? Why did it seem to watch me in secret? Surely, there could not be a ghost lurking in the belly of the sea beast. In the days that followed, I began to keep a discreet watch. Yet that white light never reappeared. The sea beast seemed to glide smoothly through the waters, and I felt a sense of relief. My life had been spared, and I had evaded Chiron and his pursuers. Occasionally, remnants of fangs and bones would drift by on the river's surface, remnants of the beast's prey. These days were filled with eating and sleeping, yet I grew weary of the monotony, prompting me to wander about aimlessly. As I traversed through the dense mass of fleshy sprouts, I must have walked over 10 miles when a network of intersecting transparent tubes emerged ahead, long and thick, resembling an enormous, enveloping net. Within these tubes swam translucent fish, their skeletal structures distinctly visible. Curiously, I approached and squeezed one of the tubes. It felt cool and remarkably supple, while the fish leisurely expelled bubbles, unperturbed by my presence. Suddenly, a sharp thud struck the back of my head, causing me to nearly lose consciousness. I turned around, yet saw nothing. "Who is there?" I shouted, but received no reply. Another jolt struck the back of my head, sending a wave of fear through me. Could I have truly encountered a ghost? A spirit residing in the belly of a sea creature? The thought was indeed bizarre. After standing still for a moment, I pressed forward, only to stumble and fall to the ground. Unbeknownst to me, the hem of my garment had become entangled, binding my legs, which explained my tumble. I untied the knot, exclaiming in frustration, "Who dares to play tricks on me?" Deep down, I understood it was merely a prankster. Had they truly wished me harm, I would have perished many times over. Clenching my fists, I respectfully declared, "I am Lin Fei, who has inadvertently stumbled into your domain. If I have offended, I beg your gracious pardon." Suddenly, a cascade of something resembling heavy rain fell upon my head. I reached up to touch it and discovered a mass of black, viscous mud, reeking of fish. Good grief, is this excrement? I could no longer contain my anger and shouted, "Which scoundrel dares to mock me? Show yourself." In the distance, a glimmer of white light glided closely along the transparent tubes. Could it be responsible for this mischief? I leaped forward, chasing after the elusive light. It flickered tantalizingly, seemingly teasing me. As I drew closer, it darted away, only to remain still when I lagged behind. Thus, I engaged in a game of hide and seek around the transparent tubes, gradually losing track of my surroundings. When I finally regained my senses, I found myself perched atop one of the towering tubes, breathless. The white light had vanished. I surveyed my surroundings, and across from me lay a sponge-like layer embedded with numerous white particles. At its center rested a half-circular eggshell, measuring several yards in diameter. The interior of the shell was smooth, and the apex was adorned with fine, long white fibers that cascaded down like ribbons. Curiously, I tugged at the fibers, causing the eggshell to crack open slightly. Peering inside, I was met with a pitch-black void from which a howling wind surged forth, whipping my hair back. Startled, I quickly released the fibers, and the shell promptly closed. What lay beyond the eggshell that could unleash such a fierce wind? I was perplexed. After a while, fatigue began to overcome me, but I dared not sleep, fearing the reappearance of that mischievous entity. I forced myself to stay awake, eyes wide open, remaining vigilant. Unbeknownst to me, a heavy drowsiness crept over my eyelids, and I could no longer resist the pull of slumber, collapsing atop the tube. Upon awakening, I was met with misfortune. I found myself stripped bare, my pristine garment swaying on the tube. Good heavens, this fiend is truly perverse. I hurriedly checked myself, relieved to find my modesty intact. As I prepared to retrieve my garment, a sudden sharp pain shot through my scalp, rendering me immobile. Damn it! My hair was tightly bound to the tube. In a fit of bewilderment, I had no choice but to first untie my long locks before retrieving the garment. As my gaze swept across the room, I noticed the garment swaying as though an invisible specter were dancing within. "Who is inside?" I called out sharply. There was no response, yet one sleeve of the garment suddenly lifted, gently shaking as if to greet me. A chill crept over me, and I shouted again. "Who dares to play tricks? Come forth. We harbor no ill will, and might as well become friends. To be frank, I am no ordinary ruffian. I have formidable backing, well known throughout the northern realm." Still, silence prevailed. The garment then began to whirl around the tube, spinning like a windmill. Blast it, this entity was clearly toying with me, but it appeared not to wish me harm. Could it truly be a ghost? I held my breath, steeling my resolve, and lunged forward, seizing the garment. A flash of white light erupted, darting upwards. Indeed, it was this very white light that was causing the mischief. I hastily donned my clothing, and the light continued to flicker back and forth. I knew I could not catch it, so I begrudgingly watched it. What manner of creature was it? Until now, I had not even glimpsed its true form, only a glimmer of white radiance. Suddenly, the white light shot towards an eggshell, peeling back the white fluff, and the eggshell cracked open slightly, allowing the light to slip inside before sealing shut once more. I had no time to indulge in this game. I muttered to myself, retracing my steps. If I could not confront it, I would at least avoid it. However, I soon found myself haunted by this entity. The ensuing days felt like a nightmare, filled with torment. Each time I awoke, my face was either smeared with damp muck or adorned with fish bones in my nostrils. The worst was today. Upon opening my eyes, I was met with a chaotic array of red hair scattered about. A quick touch to my forehead revealed a chilling sensation. A significant portion of my hair had been cut off. How utterly vexing. I could no longer endure this torment and resolved to unearth the culprit. If this continued, I would surely be driven to madness. I searched high and low until I arrived once more at the network of transparent tubes. Within the highest tube, a flat fish was leisurely swimming, its head glimmering with a hint of white light. How did that creature find its way into the tube? I paused, astonished. The tube connected seamlessly to its surroundings, devoid of any openings or crevices. How could it have entered? Unless it truly was a ghost. In the 12th chapter of the second volume, while in Luoyang, I had heard a wandering Taoist speak of how spirits fear the blood of black dogs. But where could I procure such a thing? Lost in thought, I felt a few light taps on my head. It was fragments of crab shell raining down. Looking up, I saw that the white light had emerged outside the tube, darting up and zipping into the eggshell. A surge of anger welled within me as I leaped onto the tube, climbing higher and higher until I reached the apex. Tugging on the white fluff, the eggshell cracked open slightly, and a gust of wind blew outward, revealing a pitch-black abyss within, endlessly extending downward, with the white light flickering prominently inside. Blast it! I must capture you. Amidst the howling winds, I cautiously entered the confines of the egg-like shell. Just a few steps in, an overwhelming force of suction emerged beneath me, firmly grasping and pulling me downward. To my dismay, I discovered that below lay a swirling crimson vortex, and I plummeted rapidly, as if being devoured by an enormous maw. The pressure around me intensified, threatening to crush my body into fragments, causing excruciating pain. I struggled with all my might, yet felt utterly powerless. The vortex enveloped me, spinning me downwards at an alarming speed, and after countless revolutions, I became dizzy and succumbed to unconsciousness. In a hazy state, I perceived a flicker of white light in the distance. Surely, I would not perish within the belly of a sea beast? This thought flickered through my mind as I drifted away. When I finally opened my eyes again, an eerie silence surrounded me. I scrambled to my feet, realizing the vortex was now swirling above me with great velocity. My consciousness returned, and I understood I had fallen from the vortex above. Fortunately, though my body ached, I had managed to preserve my life. Surveying my surroundings, I found myself in an empty, shadowy expanse, the ground undulating like a soft, thick carpet. I cautiously ventured forth, and after a brief interval, a faint blue luminescence began to emerge ahead. As I approached, I discovered a cluster of large mushrooms sprouting from the ground, resembling upright umbrellas, shimmering with a blue glow. By the dim light, I noticed a figure not far away, hunched over and scribbling haphazardly on the ground. Upon hearing my footsteps, she lifted her head, her piercing green eyes fixated on me with an unsettling intensity. A chill ran down my spine, and my hair stood on end. Remarkably, she was a person. Inside the belly of the sea beast, there existed another human. She was an elderly woman, her face riddled with an abundance of wrinkles. A sight I had never encountered before. Her visage resembled that of a gnarled walnut. Her long, unkempt white hair cascaded down, obscuring much of her face. We exchanged glances, and after an indeterminate period, I cleared my throat and said, "Old lady, hello." The old woman scrutinized me coldly, and after a moment, replied, "Am I very old?" "Just old lady suffices. Why add the word old?" Her voice, surprisingly melodious, bore no trace of age. I offered an awkward smile. "Hello, old lady, I am Lin Fei. I inadvertently found myself swallowed by the sea beast and ended up here. Do you reside in this place?" Impatiently, the old woman retorted, "Enough of your nonsense. If you are here, it is obviously because you were consumed by the dragon whale. What does your name have to do with me? Of course I live here. Are you blind? It's evident you're rather young, yet you speak so much drivel. Goodness." This old woman certainly possessed an eccentric temperament. After a moment's hesitation, I remarked, "So, this gigantic sea beast is called the dragon whale." The old woman rolled her eyes in disdain, clearly unimpressed, as if I were speaking foolishly once more. Thus, I remained silent, surveying my surroundings. The ground was strewn with a haphazard assortment of books, numbering in the hundreds. Many were tattered and worn, their pages curled and yellowed, suggesting they had been here for quite some time. The titles of the books: The Secret Techniques of the Purple Mansion, The Secret Techniques of the Dragon and Tiger, The Profound Techniques of the High Immortal, The Six Ding Armor Techniques, The Chaotic Armor Techniques, The Concealment of Demonic Texts, The Yin-Yang Supplementation Techniques, and the Fetal Transformation and Longevity Scriptures flashed before my eyes, igniting a fervor within me that made my heart race like a drum. Could this be a dream? Were all these volumes truly manuals of secret techniques, armor arts, and demonic sorcery? How could such an abundance of esoteric texts be amassed in one place? Trembling with excitement, I found myself at a loss for words, akin to a destitute wretch stumbling upon a treasure trove adorned with jewels. With just a few of these tomes, I could easily cultivate my abilities and become a formidable figure in the realm of demons. The old woman observed me with an inscrutable expression. My exhilaration was swiftly quelled by the realization that these invaluable texts belonged to her. In an instant, it felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over me, jolting my mind into clarity. Regardless of their worth, they were not mine to claim. Such precious artifacts, how could she possibly allow me to peruse them? The notion of theft was absurd. A woman well-versed in these secret texts would undoubtedly possess powers beyond comprehension, capable of extinguishing my life with a mere breath. In the presence of such a terrifying expert, If she were to discern my true identity as a dragon butterfly, my life would be forfeit. Thus, I resolved to apply the timeless strategy. Retreat was my best option. With that in mind, I uttered four concise words, devoid of any superfluous chatter. Farewell, Granny. I turned to leave. Young man, stop, came the old woman's voice from behind me. I turned to see her scrutinizing me with curiosity. Can you read? She inquired. I nodded, and she gestured toward the books on the ground, asking, do you know what these are? I chuckled lightly. Isn't it obvious? Since I can read, I certainly recognize these as manuals of secret techniques, armor arts, and demonic sorcery. The old woman pursed her withered lips. Then why are you leaving? Aren't you interested? Any single one of these tomes, if discovered in the northern realm, would incite a frenzy, drawing countless beings and demons to fight over them. Aren't you tempted? To be indifferent would be foolish. Yet, these texts were beyond my reach. If I could not possess them, what was the purpose of lingering here? It would only serve to aggravate my distress. Moreover, the authenticity of these manuals remained uncertain. Oh, you are not without wit, she remarked. For me, merely surviving was already a significant achievement. People perish for wealth, and birds die for food. Could these manuscripts truly be more valuable than life itself? I smiled, for I had long since acclimated to survival in the bustling capital of Luoyang, devoid of any illusions. No matter how abundant the silver or how beautiful the women, possessions that did not belong to me were of no use. Envying them only brought suffering. The old woman regarded me with surprise, and after a moment, she said, I must admit, you possess some understanding. However, surviving in the northern realm is no easy feat. Here, one must endure the harshness of fate. Regardless of your strength, there will come a day when you succumb to the tribulations of heaven. She fell silent for a while, sighing. 10 years ago, these texts held immeasurable value in my eyes. Now, they are but a pile of worthless paper. Curiosity piqued within me. I asked, Granny, how long have you resided here? Approximately a decade has passed. She replied softly, I cannot recall clearly. Having resided within the belly of the dragon whale these years, I remain utterly oblivious to the passage of time outside. I dare not look in the mirror, for I must appear quite aged. I responded earnestly, not merely old, but exceedingly so. The old woman burst into laughter. You are quite amusing, young man. Do you fear that I might take offense and end your life over such triviality? With confidence, I replied, you are a person of great stature, undoubtedly possessing grace and magnanimity. How could you resort to murder for such a minor issue? As the saying goes, no matter how many times one is pierced, flattery remains unscathed. The old woman indeed appeared pleased. Young man, spare me your flattery. Now tell me, how did you find yourself in the belly of the dragon whale? I recounted the truth. I was pursued by Shui Luoyang and Xun Sanlang from the demon abyss, and in my flight, I encountered the dragon whale, which mistook me for a delicacy. The old woman furrowed her brow slightly. Shui Luoyang and Xun Sanlang? How come I have never heard of them? There are not many demons of the surname Shan in the demon abyss. Could Xun Sanlang be that rascal from the Dreaming Beast Tower? I gritted my teeth. Indeed. That little scoundrel. Do you know him? The old woman dismissed him with a wave of her hand. What is he? Merely a show-off relying on a bit of transformation ability. She rummaged through a pile of books, pulled out a tattered tome, and tossed it to me. The cover inscribed with secrets of the mirror pupil technique. Young man, if you master this secret manual, you will be able to defeat him soundly. The mirror pupil technique is the best method to counteract the Shun's mist. Oh, and it would be wise to add the earth-stored demon scriptures as well. By deeply embedding oneself in the earth, one can shatter the illusory transformations of the mist. As she spoke, she retrieved another tome and threw it to me. I cradled the two manuals, staring at her in astonishment. Grandmother, do you mean to say these two manuals are a gift for me? The old woman replied impatiently. Of course. You amuse me, so they are yours. I have perused these manuals already. Keeping them serves no purpose. A surge of warmth filled my heart, and I was left speechless with excitement. In our brief encounter, she was willing to bestow upon me such precious manuals. Over the years, apart from 3 beautiful women, no one had shown me such kindness. After a while, I quietly said, Grandmother, I have nothing to offer you in return. The old woman chuckled. Do you think I covet the trifles of a child? Now off you go. I have matters to attend to and no time for idle chatter. She lowered her head, dismissing me, her fingers tracing patterns on the ground as she furrowed her brow in deep thought, scribbling away. I held the manuals, my emotions in turmoil. As the old woman filled the ground with various shapes and scattered words, which I could scarcely comprehend. After some time, she inadvertently looked up and saw me, saying, Why are you still here? Do you wish to ask for more manuals? Gritting my teeth, I declared, Grandmother, you are a good person for gifting me such invaluable manuals. I cannot accept them without giving something in return. I have something to show you. She regarded me with a half-smile. I am not interested. I replied earnestly, Grandmother, I, Lin Fei, am not accustomed to being indebted to others. This item is not a gift. I merely wish to lend it to you for your perusal. The old woman's eyes glimmered with a hint of curiosity. I spoke slowly. This is the map of the land of freedom. As it belongs to someone else, I cannot gift it to you. However, you may use it as a reference to create your own. To my surprise, the old woman merely paused for a moment, her expression devoid of astonishment. She seemed to realize, no wonder the Dream Tower seeks to hunt you down. It is indeed for the map of the land of freedom. Who would have thought that you, young lad, possessed such a treasure? Perplexed, I inquired, Grandmother, why are you not at all surprised? Do you not desire the map of the land of freedom? She burst into laughter. Silly boy, can a mere map lead one to the land of freedom? Can it shatter the fate of existence, residence, decay, and emptiness? If it were that simple, I would not have spent so many years pondering here. Keep your map. I have no desire to see it, nor is it necessary. I was taken aback, incredulous that this map, which could drive the entire northern realm into a frenzy, appeared to her as nothing more than a scrap of paper. After a moment, I managed a wry smile. Then I shall take my leave, Grandmother. Farewell. Wait a moment. She called after me, her interest piqued as she scrutinized me. You possess a good heart, quite admirable. You are willing to reveal the map of the land of freedom. Are you not afraid I might be greedy and take it from you? With a smooth tongue, I replied, it is evident that you are an extraordinary sage. Your magnanimity is rare in the northern realm. Otherwise, how would I dare to share such a secret with you? The old woman laughed heartily. Good lad. You are quite the charmer. Come, sit down. Let us have a proper conversation. As we sat facing each other, I found her to be remarkably straightforward and amiable. There was no pretense, and our dialogue was thoroughly enjoyable. The old woman asked, by the way, how did you arrive here, given the immense size of the dragon whale? That reminded me of the white light, and I hurriedly recounted the entire incident of my mischief. In conclusion, I said, Grandmother, having lived here for so long, you must have encountered that creature, right? It seems to be nearby. A glint of cunning crossed her face. Ah, so it's that creature. No wonder your hairstyle is so peculiar. It must have had a hand in it. Ah, Grandmother, do you know it? What is it exactly? Is it a ghost? The old woman laughed without answering and continued. What kind of magic are you practicing? How did you manage to pass through the blood transformation vortex unscathed? Your skills are quite commendable. The blood transformation vortex? That is the vortex that sucked you in. It is used by the dragon whale to protect its heart. Any foreign object that gets caught in it will dissolve into blood plasma. I replied, I practice the cloudstone flowing pill of the alchemy sect. My body is as solid as cloudstone, which is why I emerged unharmed. The old woman looked astonished. The cloudstone flowing pill is an alchemical secret. How did you come to use it for cultivating magical power? I hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal my secret of being a dragon butterfly. The old woman blinked. If it is inconvenient to disclose, then do not feel obliged. I happen to possess 2 volumes of the alchemy sect's secret texts, if you wish for them. Feel free to search. My heart warmed, and I could not help but exclaim, Grandmother, you are truly kind to me. The old woman waved her hand dismissively, saying, do not speak so sentimentally. Since you fortuitously found your way here, it can be deemed as fate. Gifting a few books is no great matter. To her, these secret tomes were as light as a feather, yet to me, they bore the weight of a mountain. I chuckled and inquired, Grandmother, why do you reside within the belly of the dragon whale? She sighed, falling silent as she gazed vacantly at the chaotic patterns on the ground. After a moment, she lifted her head and suddenly asked, young man, do you believe in destiny? I pondered quietly for a while and replied, I am uncertain. However, some are born into opulence, while others, like a piece of mud, are trampled upon at will. Grandmother, is this truly predestined by the heavens? I find it hard to accept, yet at times, I must resign to fate. What is fate? The old woman spoke softly. Let me tell you a story. Chapter 13 of Volume 2. Long ago, in a dense forest, there lived a fierce wolf. One day, it fell into a hunter's trap and was ensnared by an iron clamp. Just then, a goat happened by and pried open the trap, freeing the wolf. From that day forth, the wolf and the goat became the best of friends, frolicking together inseparably. Grandmother, aren't wolves and goats natural enemies? I asked. Indeed. A wolf's nature is to prey upon goats. They should be adversaries, yet by a twist of fate, they became friends. The wolf said to the goat, you saved my life. From now on, I shall protect you. Henceforth, no creature dared to harm the goat, for all knew the wolf's prowess. However, soon after, an unprecedented drought struck. For 2 consecutive years, Not a drop of rain fell in the forest. The vegetation withered, and countless animals perished, leaving corpses scattered about. The wolf and the goat too approached the brink of starvation. Captivated by the tale, I pressed, "What happened next?" The old woman continued, "At that moment, the wolf and the goat quarreled over a trivial matter. In a fit of rage, the wolf raised its claw and killed the goat. As the goat lay dying, the wolf, filled with remorse, wept and begged for forgiveness, but the goat replied, 'It is only natural for the wolf to eat the goat. It is the fate ordained by the heavens.' Gazing upon the goat's lifeless body, the wolf took a decisive action." She paused, then added, "And that is where the story concludes." I exclaimed, "But what did the wolf do in the end?" "You have yet to tell me." She fixed her penetrating gaze upon me and asked, "If you were that wolf, what would you choose?" "There are two answers, and you may select but one. First, the starving wolf consumes the goat. Second, the wolf, filled with regret, takes its own life." I was taken aback, and the old woman slowly said, "This story has no fixed ending, only choices. Now tell me, which do you choose?" After some contemplation, I replied, "I would choose the first answer, for I must survive." The old woman chuckled, "You are quite forthright. However, if it were me, I would choose the second answer." "Why?" I asked. "To master my own fate," she declared emphatically, her hair billowing, her eyes shimmering with an extraordinary light. In that moment, she appeared not as a frail elder, but as a formidable deity. A sudden realization dawned upon me. "Grandmother, I understand now. If the wolf devours the sheep, it is the predestined fate. However, if the wolf chooses to end its own life, it is an act of defiance against destiny." The old woman chuckled heartily. "Well said, young lad. You possess a certain insight." She then inquired, "Is the wolf's act of slaying the sheep also predestined?" After a moment of contemplation, I shook my head. No. The forest was enduring a severe drought, and the wolf was on the brink of starvation. Deep within its heart, it had likely longed to consume that sheep. The old woman suddenly patted my shoulder with vigor. "Excellent. You have finally comprehended that what is predetermined is not fate, but the heart. What one must contend with is not fate itself, but the turmoil within one's own heart. It is we who shape our own destinies." I realized the greatest adversary one faces is indeed oneself. The old woman smiled faintly. "Well said. Existence, dwelling, decay, and emptiness constitute the fate of all beings in the northern realm. Only one's true heart can unravel this destiny, not some celestial map. Existence, dwelling, decay, and emptiness. I have heard these terms from three lovely maidens many times, yet I scarcely grasped their meaning. Thus, I asked, "Grandmother, what exactly do existence, dwelling, decay, and emptiness signify?" The old woman explained, "When the northern realm's 9 heavens were formed, that was existence. The birth and proliferation of humans and creatures in this land denote dwelling. The strife and slaughter between humans and creatures represent decay. Ultimately, all living beings cannot escape death. And the northern realm returns to nothingness, that is emptiness. Existence, dwelling, decay, and emptiness are the laws of human affairs, that is to say, destiny." I understood. As the stories recount, the forest drought and the ceaseless deaths of animals exemplify decay. The old woman nodded, gazing at the patterns on the ground. Although a person's fate is ultimately determined by themselves, how one determines it is a profound and arduous inquiry, requiring deep contemplation. For over a decade, I have toiled within the belly of the dragon whale, yet my progress remains scant. I questioned with curiosity, is shaping one's own destiny also a matter of learning? The old woman affirmed, but suddenly a pained expression crossed her face. She pressed her palms together, and her entire being levitated as she swiftly retreated. Before a colossal pulsating blood sphere, she halted, lifting her robe and pressing her legs tightly against the sphere. To my horror, I discovered that her legs were smeared with a viscous, dark green liquid, writhing as if it possessed a life of its own, striving to climb over her body. This enormous blood sphere was the heart of the dragon whale. The old woman spoke calmly. "Over a decade ago, I was cursed with poison, and I can only survive by relying on the essence of the dragon whale's heart. This is fate. I am destined to conclude my remaining days within the belly of the dragon whale." A sudden shock coursed through my heart. The dragon whale's heart resembled a peach, continuously expanding and contracting, its surface tangled with thick, sinewy veins that secreted bright red blood droplets onto the old woman's legs. Soon, the dark green liquid ceased its movement, and after a while, it gradually retreated down to her ankles, becoming stagnant. She lowered her robe and smiled wryly. "The poison curse manifests twice daily. I have long since grown accustomed to it." I exclaimed with indignation, "Grandmother, who is so cruel as to have wrought such suffering upon you?" The old woman smiled sadly. "It was my husband. I stood there in silence as the old woman remarked indifferently, "My husband was a choice of my own making. Thus, the fate of being cursed is a consequence I have wrought myself. Young man, I find myself a bit weary. Do return tomorrow to converse with me. Feel free to peruse these secret tomes." With concern, I inquired, "Grandmother, are you truly well? If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to command me." The old woman's gaze flickered. "Young man, is it merely the gift of a few tomes that prompts such gratitude from you?" I sighed softly. A pauper, when bestowed a single ingot of silver, perceives it as a world of wealth. To possess so little often leads to a greater appreciation. I shall take my leave now. Grandmother, please rest well. I shall visit again tomorrow. I bowed and turned to depart. Behind me, I heard the old woman's raucous laughter. Indeed, to possess too much is akin to discarding worn-out shoes. It is my fault. It is solely my fault. A shadow of melancholy enveloped me. The old woman, too, bore a tale of sorrow. Upon returning to the mushroom grove, I seated myself and began to examine the 2 tomes in my possession. I first delved into the secret art of the mirror pupil, a mystical technique for enhancing one's vision. Little did I know, this art could serve both defensive and offensive purposes. In essence, the mirror pupil technique cultivates one's eyes to become as clear as a mirror, capable of discerning any illusion, akin to the true lotus heart of Gan Ning. However, its prowess surpasses even that, as it can return an opponent's attacks unchanged. Much like a mirror reflects light. Yet, it bears a flaw. Should an adversary strike from behind or the side, my eyes would fail to perceive them, rendering the technique ineffective. On the final page of the tome, a striking line written in vermilion caught my eye. Its elegant script flowing like clouds. If combined with the enigmatic pupil demon codex, its power shall be amplified. This line was likely penned by the old woman herself. I hastily skimmed through the illusory pupil secret art before picking up the earthly Zong demon scripture. The front page bore another vermilion annotation: "Be as steadfast and unmoving as the earth." As I read further, I realized that the inscription encapsulated the essence of the entire tome. The core of earthly Zong sorcery lies in the words steadfast and unmoving. Rooted in the element of earth, it connects the body with the vastness of the ground through sorcery. Regardless of how an opponent assaults, the force would be redirected to the boundless earth. I immersed myself in the tomes, wholly forgetting the passage of time. I was unaware of how long had elapsed until, rising to relieve myself, I suddenly spotted a flicker of white light across the way. "Ah, you again," I shouted, lunging towards the light. It retreated swiftly, and I pursued it relentlessly until it darted near the heart of the dragon whale, where it abruptly vanished behind the old woman. Chapter 14. The old woman sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. I exclaimed, "Grandmother, it is this creature that torments me." She opened her eyes and smiled faintly. "Moon Soul, why do you trouble my guest?" I was taken aback. "It is called Moon Soul?" "Indeed, it has resided here long before I entered the dragon whale's body. When I first arrived, I too was subjected to Moon Soul's mischief. What exactly is this entity? Could it truly be a spirit? To be frank, even I am uncertain of its true nature. The wonders of the universe abound with mysteries beyond our comprehension," the old woman remarked, as the moon's spirit leapt from behind her, dancing with exuberance. Curiously, despite being in such close proximity, its form remained elusive to my sight. It seemed the old woman could read my thoughts, as she said, "Once you master the secret art of the mirror eye, you will behold the true visage of the moon's spirit. Should you also acquire the secret art of the listening wind, you will be able to converse with it. At present, you cannot hear its words." She rummaged through the pile of books and tossed me a volume titled Secret Art of the Listening Wind. I was taken aback. This creature could speak? As I accepted the tome, I expressed my admiration. "Grandmother, your prowess is remarkable to have gathered such a wealth of secrets." The old woman replied nonchalantly, "Years ago, my husband and I traversed the northern realms. Some of these secrets we seized, others we pilfered, and a few were exchanged for rare elixirs and herbs." My, how audacious! It dawned on me that the old woman and I shared a kinship in our pursuits. What a pity we had not met sooner. My gaze wandered over the eclectic patterns on the ground, and I curiously inquired, "Grandmother, yesterday you mentioned that determining one's fate is a form of knowledge. Might these patterns hold the key to such wisdom?" The old woman cast a sidelong glance at me. "Do you wish to learn?" I sheepishly smiled. Who wouldn't desire to master their own destiny? "Grandmother, would you teach me?" The old woman fell silent, lost in thought. Before long, her curse flared anew, and only when the blood of the dragon whale's heart dripped down, the dark green liquid receding from her legs, did she murmur, "Perhaps I truly require an apprentice." I nodded fervently. "Grandmother, please teach me. I am not a slow learner. I will not bring you shame." The old woman regarded me noncommittally. Is your life particularly arduous? I nodded, then shook my head. I have faced misfortune, yet there was a time when I was quite content. Ah, it must have been due to a woman. Was it not? How did you know, grandmother? Your face reveals the truth. Indeed, it is a matter of the heart. Let me tell you, if one cannot perceive the intricacies of love between man and woman, one cannot hope to transcend the cycle of existence. I found myself bewildered, as thoughts of 3 enchanting women lingered in my mind, yearning for their companionship. Could it be that I had fallen for them? This could prove troublesome. With no power or influence, and lacking in magical prowess, how could they possibly harbor affection for me? Perhaps the sea maiden held a slight fondness for me, but love? That seemed doubtful. Ultimately, I feared I would regret unrequited feelings as I grew increasingly despondent. Young man, look at me. The old woman suddenly commanded, her gaze piercing. If you can master all the secrets here, I shall impart to you the insights I have gleaned about fate. If you cannot even grasp these, you are unworthy of my teachings. I lamented, grandmother, do not jest with me. Master all the secrets here? I might as well have white hair. Moreover, I have been utterly ignorant of secret arts, defensive techniques, and magical practices in the past. How could I possibly learn them all at once? As they say, one cannot compensate for innate deficiencies with effort alone. Besides, I only wish to learn your knowledge. What do these secrets have to do with it? The old woman narrowed her eyes and said, you certainly have a lot to say. Let me ask you, can a house be built without a foundation? Whether it be the secrets of the arcane, the techniques of protection, or the arts of sorcery, they all draw upon the profound transformations of heaven and earth. To master these and comprehend the mysteries between heaven, earth, and humanity, as well as the intricacies of nature and human endeavor, one must be deemed worthy to discuss fate. I retorted, birds cannot swim, yet they soar in the sky. Fish cannot walk, yet they swim in the sea. Thus, my inability to master the techniques of protection or the secrets of the arcane does not preclude me from learning whatever it is you possess. The old woman fixed her gaze upon me for a long moment before bursting into laughter. You impudent youth, to negotiate the terms of your apprenticeship is quite amusing, she said. However, her tone shifted, and her expression grew stern. Still, I stand by my words. If you wish to learn my profound insights into fate, you must first master all the secrets here. Ultimately, whether you choose to learn is entirely up to you. I understood my limitations. Relying solely on my own efforts to study the secrets would likely confine me within the belly of the dragon whale for an eternity. Scratching my head, I pondered for a moment before an idea struck me. Grandmother, are these secrets particularly difficult to cultivate? Mastering them is not overly complicated. But to truly excel, to refine each tome to perfection and ascend to the celestial realms, requires significant dedication. Without extraordinary circumstances, even the most gifted individuals would need a millennium. I only need to learn them, I asserted. As long as I learn them, you will be willing to teach me about fate, correct? Indeed, she replied. And how long would that take? Unless you possess the same innate gifts as my husband, it would take at least a century to master all the secrets. Given my qualifications, is it impossible for me to learn the secrets in a short time? The old woman nodded. I smiled gently. So, it seems my destiny does not allow for the rapid acquisition of these secrets. She nodded again, and I blinked playfully. Grandmother, throughout your life, your greatest desire has been to master and transcend fate, has it not? The old woman became alert. What are you implying? I laughed heartily. Grandmother, aren't you the one who delights in controlling fate? Why not experiment on me, and see if you can help me break free from this predestined path and learn the secrets swiftly? The old woman paused, suddenly enlightened. You are quite cunning. You attempt to persuade me to teach you the cultivation of these secrets. After a long moment of contemplation, she shook her head. It is difficult, exceedingly difficult. She mused to herself. Yet, it is intriguing, perhaps worth a try. I thumped my chest and declared, Grandmother, let us set aside everything else. This is a battle between you and fate, and the battlefield is me, Lin Fei. What do I have to lose by taking a chance? The old woman's eyes sparkled with an intense light, illuminating the surrounding darkness. After a considerable pause, she exclaimed, There is no destiny, only the true heart. Lin Fei, I accept your challenge. Soon after, I began to regret my decision. I regretted asking the old woman to teach me the cultivation of these secrets, for it was a life far from bearable. The life of a beggar in Luoyang seemed 100-fold better than my current predicament. How miserable it is when even the number of times one can relieve themselves is restricted. Each day, I am permitted merely an hour of slumber and a single meal, with the remainder of my time consumed by arduous training. A momentary lapse into slumber or distraction results in a severe reprimand from the elderly woman. In the 15th chapter of the second volume, she introduces me to the first sacred text of my training, titled The Secret Art of the Celestial Sphere, reputed to be a renowned cultivation scripture from the esteemed sect of Qingshutian. The essence of the celestial sphere art revolves around the concept of the circle, an embodiment of completeness and perpetual motion. Every movement, every gesture, forms a circle. A circle possesses no edges or sharpness, yet brims with infinite transformations. The elderly woman, with a serene demeanor, demonstrated this by drawing circles in the air with her palm, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. The surrounding air responded with a mournful sound, swiftly coalescing into whirlpools of energy. I nodded, impressed, but questioned how such a form, devoid of edges or sharpness, could be employed in combat. Suddenly, the elderly woman opened her mouth, prompting me to frown. "Grandmother, your teeth are quite yellow and rather incomplete. It would be wise to refrain from exposing such imperfections frequently." An unceremonious rap resounded on my forehead as she retorted, "Now, observe my tongue." Upon closer inspection, I noted her tongue was a vivid red and supple. "How does it compare to my teeth?" I mused. "It is certainly far superior. Your teeth are nearly gone." The elderly woman replied with a measured tone, "The teeth, once sharp and edged, have all but vanished, yet the tender tongue remains unscathed." A realization struck me. "Grandmother, I believe I comprehend. Then why are you not practicing?" She barked, her voice resonating like a lion's roar. I nodded fervently and opened the secret art of the celestial sphere to begin my exercises. Following the text's guidance, I first directed my breath to cultivate a complete energy circle within me, then utilized its flow to generate smaller circles, akin to a hen laying eggs, until my entire being transformed into a vortex of energy. Just as I completed the foundational layer of the celestial sphere art and was about to catch my breath, she seized me, her tattered robe billowing as she propelled us forward. "Grandmother, your wind manipulation is impressive, but why do you hold me? Allow me a moment to admire the view." "I have no time for your leisurely practice," she replied. "Listen closely. I shall cast you into the blood transformation vortex so you may personally experience the essence of the celestial sphere art. This is far more effective than studying the text. I need to use the restroom. Be silent," she commanded, as we flew over the blood transformation vortex. With a gentle toss, I soared towards the vortex. As I neared it, a ferocious force enveloped me, spinning me violently and casting me out. I landed heavily, stars dancing before my eyes. In that moment, I grasped that entering the blood transformation vortex from the shell-like approach brought me into its pull, while approaching from beneath resulted in a repelling force. "Fool, how could you forget what you just learned? The blood transformation vortex is a rotating circle. As long as you practice the celestial sphere art and follow its rotation, you shall not be expelled." The elderly woman continued to speak as she grasped me once more and hurled me into the air. Time and again, I was flung from the blood transformation vortex only to be cast back inside. Had I not successfully refined the cloud-light stone into a flying elixir, I surely would have been reduced to mere fragments. The most infuriating part was when Moon's soul suddenly appeared, bouncing around, seemingly mocking my dire predicament. "So foolish. Today, you shall be punished with hunger." The old woman shook her head and cursed, compelling me to endure my hunger while I practiced relentlessly. After several days, I began to adapt, managing to endure within the blood transformation whirlpool for a while before being expelled. Gradually, the duration of my endurance increased. Nonetheless, the old woman remained dissatisfied. "Fool, fool, fool." Her incessant cries nearly deafened me. "Grandmother, the northern realm was not built in a day," I cried out in despair, only to be hurled back into the blood transformation whirlpool. "Fail this time, and you shall not sleep for a month." I was resolute in my arguments. Yet the pressure around me surged, leaving me breathless and on the verge of asphyxiation. The circular flow within me began to resonate with the essence of the whirlpool. I recited the incantation, my palms tracing circles in the air. Tiny vortices of energy emanated from my palms, forming a swirling aura around me, synchronizing my being with the whirlpool's rotation. From within to without, life flowed endlessly. As my inner energy circulated, these orbs of energy rippled outward, revolving in an unceasing cycle. I felt myself transforming into a circle, becoming one with the blood transformation whirlpool, no longer an intruding foreign entity. The surrounding pressure gradually dissipated. Effortlessly, I swirled with the whirlpool, no longer thrown out. Eventually, I gained control over my body, utilizing the energy orbs and the whirlpool's rotational force to navigate within. I ascended when I wished, descended when I desired, experiencing an indescribable freedom. "Grandmother, I have succeeded," I exclaimed joyfully, leaping out of the blood transformation whirlpool, spinning around. and gently landing back on the ground. It was merely a learning experience, not a mastery. The old woman expressed mild regret. If you continue to cultivate the celestial secrets, advancing further, you could reach a state of perfection and ascend to the celestial realm to reap great benefits. Alas, there is no time for you to attain such mastery now. I replied, that is of no concern. I shall have ample time to deepen my studies in the future. The old woman stated calmly, remember, the celestial secrets are a method of overcoming the strong with the weak. In battle, if your enemy's strength surpasses yours, you must learn to conquer hardness with softness, to meet sharpness with bluntness. Tell me, young one, what is the essence of these secrets? I scratched my head. It is the way of the Tao. What else could it be? The old woman chuckled. In the northern realm, the number of those who practice the secrets exceeds the millions, yet those who truly comprehend their profound essence are few and far between. Let me enlighten you. The secrets align with the natural laws of heaven and earth. Just as a person may drown in water, one must learn to swim. This is to conform to the nature of water. If one wishes to pluck fruit from a tree, one must learn to climb. This is to align with the nature of trees. Understanding the intrinsic nature of all things and acting in accordance with it is the essence of the secrets. I applauded fervently. Grandmother, your words are worth more than a decade of study. And what, pray tell, is the essence of the earthly defense? The old woman replied, if one wishes to avoid drowning in water, why not simply fill the river with earth? If one desires to harvest fruit from a tree, why not chop the tree down with an axe? Transforming the natural world is the core of earthly defense. I cheerfully remarked. The secret arts are about adapting to all things, while the armor arts involve transforming them. If the secret arts embody flexibility, then the armor arts represent rigidity. When confronting an adversary, one should employ whichever method proves more advantageous. The old woman nodded in agreement. Indeed, the balance of softness and hardness is paramount. A thought struck me. Grandmother, do you possess any secret manuals on the secret arts of the Bailuo sect or the armor arts of the Meridian Sea Temple? With countless sects in the northern region, it seemed implausible to gather all the manuals. The old woman shook her head, a look of regret crossing her face. Both the Meridian Sea Temple and Bailuo sect are formidable factions, brimming with experts and heavily fortified. Their manuals are exceedingly difficult to obtain. Alas, I once stealthily infiltrated the Bailuo sect to pilfer their manuals, but was discovered by their leader, Yin Kaizi. After a fierce struggle, I narrowly escaped. The secret arts of the Bailuo sect are indeed profound. It is no wonder that Yin Kaizi is hailed as the foremost master of secret arts in the northern region. After a pause, she glared at me. Youngster, do you have time for idle chatter? Next, we shall commence with the 5 senses demon scripture. Begin your practice. I internally lamented the relentless nature of this training. It was utterly overwhelming. In the second volume, chapter 16, 5 senses demon scripture focuses on honing the senses of hearing, smell, taste, sight, and touch. This not only enhances the sensitivity of one's eyes, ears, and nose, but also allows for the interconnectedness and substitution of these 5 senses. During practice, I was required to blindfold myself and rely on my nose and mouth to perceive my surroundings, or to cover my ears and use my eyes to listen to sounds. I had certainly not mastered this manual to perfection, but had grasped the basics. Nevertheless, upon completing the training, I unexpectedly entered the preliminary evolution state of a demon. My skin inexplicably expelled fine, crimson threads that tightly ensnared my entire body, rendering me immobile, as if encased in a giant cocoon. The old woman, witnessing my predicament, exclaimed in astonishment, "What has happened?" I managed a wry smile. After practicing the 5 senses demon art, I suddenly transformed into this. The old woman scrutinized me for a while and remarked, "It appears you have entered the evolution state of a demon. How peculiar. You are a demon. How did I not perceive it?" I explained, "I am half human, half demon." The old woman displayed a look of surprise, but did not press further, simply stating, "Perhaps your demonic energy is too weak for me to sense it. You must have just entered this state, correct?" Embarrassed, I nodded. The old woman continued, "The evolution of this state typically requires half a day, and upon completion, one will immediately ascend to the heavens." My heart soared with joy. "Grandmother, are there many treasures in the heavens?" "Indeed, there are numerous rare treasures, spiritual herbs, and extraordinary weapons. There are also many mystical beasts, whose inner cores are highly nourishing." "Wonderful. This could be my chance for great fortune." The old woman smirked, "But I fear you may not have the opportunity to seize them. During the evolution of a demon, this state is the lowest level, thus the time one can remain in the heavens is fleeting. It lasts but the briefest moment before one is cast out." I was taken aback. How brief is that moment? The old woman pinched her thumb and middle finger together and snapped. What do you think? I instantly felt deflated. Such a fleeting interval would hardly allow for a satisfying glimpse, let alone the chance to seek treasures. The old woman remarked. When the time for ascension arrives, do not be distracted. Hastily grasp whatever you can, for time is of the essence. You may see something of value, or perhaps merely a lump of monster excrement. It all depends on your fortune. I paused for a moment and chuckled. Well, I shall not rely on discovering any treasures. She appreciatively replied, you are adept at both taking and letting go. With that, she produced a book titled The Secrets of the Dragon and Tiger, laid it open on the ground, and instructed, do not waste this time. Memorize this manual thoroughly. To my dismay, it seemed that idleness was not an option. As I perused the text, I felt the crimson threads envelop me more tightly, wrapping around me in layers. Gradually, my senses dulled. I could neither see nor hear, nor could I utter a word, and I was overcome by a wave of drowsiness. A thought struck me. The moment of ascension must be near. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, it felt as though my soul had been wrenched from my body, soaring beyond the mountains and valleys until I found myself in an unfamiliar realm. In an instant, my senses returned. I had ascended. The brilliance around me dazzled my eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, I reached out with fervor, grasping a slippery little object. Almost simultaneously, I felt a jolt, as though plummeting from the sky into an abyss, my soul returning to its rightful place. And I found myself back within the cocoon. With a series of cracks, the cocoon shattered into fragments, the fine crimson threads breaking apart. I emerged from my chrysalis, invigorated and transformed, as if I had been reborn. At that moment, an unusual itch arose beneath my ribs, and my inner essence pulsed restlessly. I focused on it, and to my astonishment, 2 dragonfly claws shot forth like lightning. Upon assuming this new form, I discovered an additional dragonfly claw. This claw was blue, adorned with semi-transparent scales that shimmered like ice upon the sea, radiating a chilling light. While the red claw could breathe fire, I wondered what the blue claw could unleash. Curiosity compelled me to test it, and a cold mist emanated from the claw's tip, freezing the text of the secrets of the dragon and tiger into a solid block of ice. Thus, the blue claw possessed the power of frost. I was elated, imagining the day I would encounter Water 6, determined to let him experience the sensation of being frozen. I envisioned stripping him of his clothes and encasing him in ice for all to see. Waving my dragonfly claws with enthusiasm, I felt a twinge of confusion. Jia Ye had said that upon entering this form, one could transform into a demon or revert to a human at will. Yet, I remained distinctly human. Could it be that as a hybrid, I was unable to fully metamorphose into a demon? I resolved to inquire with Jia Ye at a later time. After pondering for a while, I retracted my dragonfly claws and recalled the object I had seized during my ascension. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a yellow bean, round, shiny, and unremarkable, likely a remnant of some beast. Alas, during my first ascension, not only had I failed to procure a treasure, but I had also been unable to fully appreciate the celestial realm. All I could remember was the intoxicating aroma and the vibrant brilliance that filled the air. After some time, the old woman returned. I presented the yellow bean to her, but after contemplating it for a while, she too was unable to discern its nature. With unwavering confidence, I proclaimed, "It's all right. I shall diligently practice several volumes of the arcane arts, enabling me to evolve once more. At that time, I shall revisit the realm of Tiani." The old woman shot me a skeptical glance, retorting, "It is not as simple as that. Only with a significant enhancement of your demonic power can you embark upon your next evolution. While entering the initial state is relatively easy for a creature of the abyss, the subsequent stages are exponentially more challenging. Regardless of how many secret tomes you master, if you do not reach the pinnacle of your craft, your advancement in demonic power will be limited. With your current approach, ceasing practice after merely learning each tome, you shall have to wait several years for your next evolution." I grew anxious. Surely not. Even after mastering numerous tomes, I remain a mere lowly demon? Must I still endure bullying? The old woman shook her head. Not exactly. While your demonic power may be feeble, the intricacies of your techniques can compensate during combat. Once you have mastered all the tomes and gained proficiency in the secret arts, the armor technique, and demonic spells, you will stand a chance even against those who have transitioned to a higher state. Instantly, joy surged within me. Splendid. Isn't Shinsenlang in a higher state? At that time, I shall have the opportunity to confront him properly. Bam! The old woman delivered a sharp rap to my head, admonishing, "You foolish boy, mastering these tomes is not merely for the sake of brawling. You display no ambition whatsoever. To shatter the cycle of existence and non-existence should be your true aspiration. I thought to myself, goodness, grandmother, you hold me in too high regard. I study these tomes for the purpose of combat. Otherwise, what is the point? As I pondered, the spectral figure of Yuan emerged like a wraith. Though I had acquired the five senses technique, sharpening my perception considerably, I still could not discern Yuan's appearance clearly. After a moment, it darted to the old woman's side. Seemingly engaged in conversation, and a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. She turned to me and said, Yuan wishes for you to bring back this item from the heavens. It also claims that this item holds no use for you. I readily acquiesced, tossing the yellow bean to Yuan, which seemed to delight it as it frolicked about. Seizing the opportunity, I remarked, Yuan, having taken my item, do not torment me any further. The old woman seized my ear with a firm grip, stopped the chatter, and get on with mastering the dragon tiger's secret arts. Thus, amidst the tireless toil of a drudging existence, I diligently studied tome after tome. My hair grew long, my beard flourished, and I became a complete mess. Should I venture out now, the three beauties would surely fail to recognize me. One day, having just finished reading Chaos Armor Technique, the old woman abruptly seized me and soared into the air, darting through the blood transformation vortex with lightning speed. Perplexed, I queried, Grandmother, where are we headed? To another location for training, she replied, Yuan is coming along to observe. Before a web-like transparent conduit, she set me down and inquired, have you memorized the Chaos Armor Technique? I was taken aback. Grandmother, do you think I am a deity? Can one memorize it after a single reading? Impatiently, she responded, the principle of the Chaos Armor Technique is quite simple. All things in heaven and earth adhere to their own natural laws of operation and growth, known as physics. The same goes for your opponent's attacks. They too follow inherent rules. To disrupt these physical laws and restore chaos is the essence of the Chaos Armor Technique. I nodded. I understand. For instance, if my opponent employs the Xuanji secret arts, I must disrupt the flow of their energy, preventing them from drawing a complete circle. The old woman snorted, you are merely a mouth that can speak. Pointing at the fish swimming within the transparent tube, she commanded, retrieve one for me. But do not damage the intestines of the dragon whale. Could it be that these tubes are indeed the intestines of the dragon whale? I gasped in astonishment and replied, how can I catch a fish without breaking the intestines? Are you jesting with me? Before the old woman could respond, a flash of white light appeared, and the moon spirit swiftly dove into the transparent tube, playfully dancing atop a fish's tail. Goodness, this fellow is clearly showing off. The old woman laughed heartily. As long as you employ the chaotic armor technique, in the blink of an eye, you can break the physical constraints of the intestines and catch the fish. After pondering for a moment, I meticulously reviewed the essentials of the chaotic armor technique, took a deep breath, and struck with lightning speed towards the transparent tube. With a splat, I tore through the intestines, and the foul-smelling liquid gushed out, splattering my head and face. Yet, the torn edge of the intestines quickly fused back together, restoring its integrity. The old woman remarked, the dragon whale is an extraordinary sea creature. Its internal organs can heal automatically if damaged. Thus, even the most skilled practitioners cannot inflict harm upon it. I shall take my leave now, practice here, and I shall return in a few days. If you are still unable to succeed by then, feel free to reprimand me. I interrupted her. How unoriginal. The wind from her punch whistled, striking towards my face. I let out a yelp, swiftly maneuvering my palms as the Xuanji secret technique activated instinctively, creating a series of air rings that dispersed the punch's force. Following the momentum of the old woman's strike, I gracefully pivoted to the side. At the same time, the air rings transformed from defense to offense, wrapping around the old woman. Barely adequate, the old woman effortlessly broke free from the air rings, leaving me behind as she strode away. It is said that masters often turn their backs to others, and this holds true. My gaze returned to the transparent tube, having torn through the dragon whale's intestines thousands of times. Thankfully, it could heal its wounds automatically. Otherwise, these intestines would surely be in tatters. It was unfortunate for it, but even more so for me, as my arms ached and my face bore the marks of the old woman's blows. The moon spirit danced nearby, clearly reveling in my misfortune. During this time, I had taken the opportunity to practice the mirror pupil secret technique, achieving some small success, allowing me to discern the moon spirit's form. It was no larger than a fingernail, resembling a crescent moon. At the tip of the crescent, two tiny eyes, akin to grains of rice, were embedded, and its mouth was as small as an ant's. The moon spirit lacked hands or feet, radiating a faint, pure luminescence akin to the clarity of moonlight, truly beautiful. Moon spirit, why have I never seen you eat? You neither consume nor excrete. No wonder you are underdeveloped. I teased with a grin. The moon spirit rolled its tiny eyes, displaying an air of disdain. Goodness, although small, this creature was quite proud. Moon spirit, are you truly a ghost? I inquired. In a flash of white light, the moon spirit darted toward me at an astonishing speed, brushing past my scalp like a cool breeze. Several strands of red hair fell from my head as if severed by a sharp blade. Goodness, it has done it to me again. The moon spirit winked at me, exuding an expression of triumph. I muttered in discontent, you little rascal. You dared to disrespect me after taking the treasure I acquired from the demon abyss. Suddenly, a sharp rap landed on my head, the shrill voice of the old woman echoing in my ears. You little brat, still have time to chatter. Hurry up and cultivate. I covered my head and replied, Granny, I have nearly mastered it. The old woman frowned. You say that every time I visit. Could you not add a touch of novelty? I made a face and sauntered over to the transparent tube, inhaling deeply. The essence of the chaos armor technique flowed through my mind like a mountain stream. In the beginning of heaven and earth, there was chaos. Then, yin and yang were separated, and all things began to take form. To return to simplicity and revert to the primordial chaos is the essence of the chaos armor technique. I extended my hand. In an instant, the surroundings vanished, and I felt as if I stood at the core of the universe, the very origin of life. I reached out again. Everything reverted to its primal state. Clarity dawned upon me. All things existed in a state of chaos and disorder. The chaos armor technique is not about destruction, but restoring things to their original essence. I extended my hand once more. Water splashed as a fish flailed in my palm. Then, with a soft pop, it melted into a transparent liquid, flowing through my fingers. At least you are not completely foolish. The old woman sighed with relief, tossing me a new tome. Next, it is the secret art of the Purple Mansion. I inquired. Bewildered, Granny, why did this fish melt? How do you know it was a fish? What you see may not be reality. Take the moon spirit. It resembles a crescent. Does that make it a crescent? That is true, I mused. Just like how Shinsenlang's face shifts endlessly, one cannot discern his true appearance. The old woman sighed. The hardest to decipher is still the human heart, and departed without looking back. For a long while, she remained silent, and I suspected I had inadvertently stirred her melancholic memories. In truth, she was a good person, but as a woman, she was too brash and quick-tempered, qualities that may not endear her to men. On this day, taking advantage of the old woman's curse-induced distraction, I seized half a day's leisure to wander about. The internal organs of the dragon whale were truly bizarre, each organ more peculiar than the last. Some hung like clusters of grapes, large, round, and semi-transparent purple. Appearing incredibly tempting, a gentle suck would yield sweet, fresh juice. Others resembled layers of scallion pancakes, chewy and slightly salty. The most delectable were the blue glowing mushrooms, soft and glutinous, so delicious they made my tongue feel as if it might melt. Since the dragon whale's insides could heal themselves after being consumed, I indulged without reservation, relishing this lavish feast. This creature did not devour me. Instead, I feasted upon it. Truly, fortunes shift with time. I continued to eat until my belly was round and protruding, then paused, contentedly burping, propping my legs up and reclining on the ground to rest. After a while of daydreaming, I suddenly recalled the three beauties. Had the sea princess and Gan Ning fully recovered? Would they be worried about me, anxiously searching everywhere? Remembering the hasty kiss with the sea princess made me flush with warmth, my heart swelling with sweetness. As I indulged in my erratic thoughts, a sudden pang of pain gripped my stomach, prompting me to hastily unfasten my belt for relief. To my dismay, I found myself afflicted with diarrhea. It appeared that the internal organs of the dragon whale were not to be trifled with. Squatting on the ground, a wave of melancholy washed over me. No matter where I found myself, my foremost preoccupation was the quest for sustenance. Beyond food, my thoughts seldom wandered elsewhere. In the future, once I mastered various esoteric techniques and escaped the belly of the dragon whale, what would I endeavor to do? The heavens move with vigor, and a gentleman strives ceaselessly for self-improvement. For reasons unbeknownst to me, my late father's words echoed in my mind. Youngster, are you slacking off again? A fierce reprimand rang out from behind, and suddenly, a sharp pain struck my rear as I was kicked skyward by the old woman. Grandmother, is squatting over a pit considered slacking off? In midair, I hastily secured my belt while unleashing the newly acquired featherlight technique. With a flow of energy coursing within me, I glided gracefully several yards before landing with composure. Grandmother, my flying is quite commendable, wouldn't you agree? Is that what you call flying? By that logic, even a hen could take to the skies. The old woman scoffed. It seems that without a bit of pressure, you won't learn properly. At her words, An involuntary shiver ran down my spine. The old woman took me under her wing, swiftly soaring through the air until we halted before a tumultuous, blood-red river. Within its depths, a multitude of vividly colored grotesque creatures emerged from a cavern, surging towards the river's surface and voraciously gnawing on a few drifting bones. As their serrated teeth ground away, not a morsel of the bones remained. They were devoured in an instant. This river leads to the various organs of the dragon whale, the old woman explained, teeming with peculiar beasts and creatures that specialize in consuming the whale's indigestible food. Suddenly, it dawned on me. No wonder those giant crabs had attacked me while I was in the river. Grandmother, why have you brought me here? Need you even ask? Of course, for training, she replied with a mischievous grin. How is your practice of the weapon armor technique from yesterday? I answered, fairly decent. The weapon armor technique allows one to transform their limbs into various lethal weapons. Once perfected, it possesses immense destructive capability, akin to the blade of a sea princess, making it ideally suited for close combat. The old woman remarked, whether your practice has been effective or not will soon be evident. With that, she lifted me and hurled me towards a distant target. As I landed, dozens of horned beasts, resembling bison with thick hides, emerged from the surroundings, emitting ear-splitting roars. These are rhinoceroses, the old woman shouted from afar. Their skin and flesh are harder than stone. You may only use the weapon armor technique against them. No other spells are permitted. Barely having time to respond, a fierce wind rushed past as one of the rhinoceroses charged towards me. I swiftly enacted the weapon armor technique, transforming my left palm into a gleaming sword, aimed directly at the creature. Thud! The sword tip struck the rhinoceros's forehead and rebounded. Indeed, this beast was formidable. I barely managed to dodge to the side as another rhinoceros barreled toward me, its sharp horn rapidly closing in. Damn it! I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you wretched creatures. I roared, transforming my right fist into a massive octagonal hammer and bringing it down with tremendous force upon the rhinoceros's horn. With a resounding thud, the unicorn remained unscathed, while my hand throbbed with a dull pain. Sensing the impending danger, I hastily evaded, pursued closely by a herd of rhinoceroses, their hooves thundering like a tumultuous storm. Foolishness. I had truly underestimated the situation. The old woman on the riverbank gestured animatedly. Utilize softness to overcome hardness. Do you not know how? Although the essence of armor technique lies in strength, can you not flexibly transform it into agility? Her words struck me like a bolt of lightning, illuminating my mind as I recalled the final page of the armor techniques. Flexibility in transformation, tempered steel turns to supple grace. I halted, pivoting to face the oncoming stampede of rhinoceroses. Suddenly, my left arm morphed into an elongated chain, coiling around the beast's hooves like a serpent. With a series of resounding thuds, the rhinoceroses stumbled, ensnared by the iron chain, unable to halt their charge. Transform strength into weakness. The old woman called out again. Understanding her intent, I seized the moment. Before the rhinoceroses could rise, my right arm transformed into a colossal hammer, sweeping across and sending one crashing into the river below. One enraged rhinoceros rose, charging at me once more. Remaining composed, my right hand morphed into two sharp arrows, piercing the creature's vulnerable eyes. Blood gushed forth as I blinded the beast. I danced nimbly, evading while ensnaring the rhinoceroses with my chain and striking their eyes with my arrows. In no time, half of the herd lay blinded, careening chaotically, colliding with one another in a frenzied mass. Meanwhile, I stood aside, leisurely tapping my toes, watching the chaos unfold. However, my moment of triumph was short-lived. A deep, resonant roar erupted from behind, a fierce wind sweeping in, stirring up dust and debris. All the rhinoceroses abruptly ceased their tumult, bending their forelegs and submissively kneeling. Frozen in place, astonished, I turned to behold a small, dark blue beast approaching me with deliberate steps. With each stride, its claws sank deep into the ground, leaving indelible marks. It resembled a proud monarch, its long neck held high, muscles rippling beneath its pelt, exuding an aura of formidable power. Its pristine white tail swayed, whipping up violent gusts of wind and sand. The surrounding rhinoceroses emitted mournful cries, seemingly appealing to the small beast. Suddenly, the creature let out a low growl towards the herd, and one obedient rhinoceros stepped forward. With a swift motion, the small beast extended its sharp claws, piercing the rhinoceros's skull, extracting a mass of red and white brain matter to consume voraciously. The rhinoceros offered no resistance, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A chill ran down my spine. If this creature could effortlessly breach the rhinoceros hide, which was tougher than stone, its claws must be unimaginably sharp. The old woman called from a distance. That is a rhino deer, fierce and immensely powerful, known for feasting on the brains of humans and livestock. These rhinoceroses are merely its servants. Be cautious. A single swipe from a rhino deer is no trifling matter. I lamented, Grandmother, can I not postpone this battle? The old woman replied with a grin that barely concealed her amusement. Postponement is possible, but first, you must endure a beating from me. I rolled my eyes, fully aware she would not relent. The gleaming eyes of the rhino deer fixed upon me, and in an instant, it leaped forward with lightning speed, its claw striking my face with a sting that left me reeling. You wish to mar my visage? It shall not be so simple. Suddenly, I fell backward, my left arm transforming into a formidable shield, enveloping my entire body. Having witnessed the might of the antelope's claws, I had already devised a strategy. As its claws struck the shield, producing a resonant clang, an overwhelming force pressed through, causing me to sink half a meter into the ground. The antelope's long tail lashed out, sending me flying far away with a resounding thud. A dull ache coursed through my body. Had I not mastered the technique of cloud light stone flow, this one blow alone could have shattered my bones. I rolled on the ground, my mind racing with thoughts. This creature possessed immense strength and remarkable agility, far more nimble than any rhinoceros. I needed to devise a clever approach to confront it. A low growl resonated as the antelope lunged towards me, its claws poised to strike again. I steadied my focus, my arms shifting. One transformed into a shield to deflect the antelope's claws, while the other morphed into a sword aimed at its eyes. It nimbly dodged, circling behind me. Without turning, I raised the shield to block its attack. With a resounding clash, its claws met the shield with such force that I was sent tumbling through the air. Before I could hit the ground, the antelope pursued me relentlessly, its claws reaching for my forehead, seemingly intent on extracting my brain. Remaining calm, I positioned the shield from my left arm horizontally while my right arm morphed into a chain, which swiftly coiled around the antelope. It leapt into the air, evading the chain, its long tail sweeping toward me. I transformed my legs into spiral steel drills, plunging them into the ground, forcing my body to sink a full meter as the antelope's tail grazed my forehead. It missed its target, clearly caught off guard by this outcome. Seizing the opportunity, I charged forward, my left arm shielding my chest while my right arm transformed into a myriad of weapons, long spears, iron hammers, steel blades, and sharp arrows, each taking turns to assail the antelope in a dazzling display. Aware of its strength, I ensured that my weapons did not make contact but rather danced around it, evading its claws and targeting its eyes instead. After a flurry of rapid strikes, the antelope steadied itself, letting out a furious roar as it retaliated. Clearly accustomed to being dominant among the rhinoceroses, it felt humiliated under my relentless assault. With my shield raised in front of me, the antelope showed no hesitation as its claws lashed out, believing it could once again send me flying. At last, the moment arrived. Just as the antelope's claws were about to collide with the shield, I swiftly executed the weapon armor technique, and the shield transformed into a vast net, descending upon the antelope. The net fell like a fisherman's catch, ensnaring the antelope within its grasp. Before it could struggle to escape, the net rapidly morphed into numerous steel chains, tightening around the antelope with an iron grip. A piercing howl erupted from its throat as it thrashed violently, even managing to leap into the air while still bound by the chains, inadvertently pulling me along with it. Thinking quickly, I enacted the weapon armor technique again, causing sharp spikes to erupt from the chains and pierce the antelope. It let out a pained cry. Although no blood was visible, it was evident that it was suffering. In that fleeting moment, my right arm transformed into a steel spike, aimed directly at the antelope's throat. I had previously noted that a tuft of soft white fur adorned its throat, likely its most vulnerable spot. The gleaming steel spike shimmered, aimed directly at the throat. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind howled, and the long tail of the saiga antelope suddenly whipped around like a massive whip, striking towards me. Everything unfolded as I anticipated. I let out a hearty laugh and leaped onto its tail with lightning speed. The steel spike transformed into a supple whip, ensnaring the long tail in return. The tip of the whip released a sharp needle that pierced through the fluffy tail of the antelope, plunging deep into its darkened rear. The anguished scream of the saiga echoed through the air, and as the needle was withdrawn, it was already losing control in utter agony. Oh, even the mightiest beast possesses a vulnerable rear. Seizing the opportunity, the supple whip morphed into a lethal sword, aimed at its throat. The blade shimmered with brilliance, illuminating the saiga's crimson eyes, devoid of any hint of fear or trepidation. Aware of its impending demise, this creature still exuded a regal aura. glaring defiantly at me without a hint of retreat. For reasons unknown, my heart softened unexpectedly. The sword tip rested against the saiga's throat, yet I refrained from striking. The two of us, human and beast, locked eyes for a prolonged moment. I sighed softly, retracting the blade, and my arms returned to their original state. The saiga continued to stare at me, and after a while, it let out a low growl and suddenly pounced, the hot, foul breath it exhaled startling me. This creature dared to repay kindness with enmity. To my astonishment, the saiga extended its tongue and gave my face a gentle lick before releasing me. Wagging its tail in a gesture of goodwill, I broke into a cold sweat, scrambling to my feet and patting its head. Please, next time, a greeting would be appreciated. I nearly met my end. Silly creature, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and cultivate the next secret manual, the old woman bellowed from below. I shrugged, realizing that through this battle, I had gained profound insights into weaponry, armor, and techniques. I understood the importance of targeting an enemy's weaknesses and adapting my weaponry accordingly. The subsequent training and secret manuals took place predominantly at a height. In grappling with various beasts, my comprehension of different manuals accelerated remarkably. While practicing the wind control technique, the old woman led me to a peculiar summit. Moon Soul came along to observe, remaining silent throughout, never uttering a word to me. This round, towering peak resembled a bun, with dense, fleshy spines intertwining around its apex. The flight of the armor control technique differs from that of the secret path technique. The old woman explained, standing firmly on the river surface, akin to a floating duckweed. I was already aware that flight in the secret path technique was termed feather path, while in armor control, it was called wind control. I attempted to stand on the river surface like her, albeit swaying unsteadily. This technique, known as crossing, I could barely perform. It is said that when mastered, one could stand firmly even on the tips of leaping flames. The old woman scoffed. Your feather path is so poorly mastered that your wind control is likely no better. I chose not to argue. Instead, I activated wind control. Exhaling a stream of warm air that remained suspended in the air, I leaped and landed on this stream of wind, and with a slight exertion, it lifted me into the air. The old woman stated that wind control comprises two types. The one I was currently practicing is known as breathing wind control, wherein I blow out a stream of air to support my flight. There exists a technique known as the nimbus cloud riding art, wherein one can perform a somersault to conjure a cloud, allowing one to soar through the skies. However, the secret of mastery of this technique has long been lost to time. It seems that in the auspicious realm, there are those who may possess this skill, though the truth remains uncertain. What do you think, dear grandmother? My wind-blowing practice has shown remarkable progress, has it not? With great pride, I ride the wind, swirling and gliding about. Given my current prowess, I could likely maintain flight for the duration of a tea ceremony. Should the three beautiful maidens witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for even they lack the ability to fly. The old woman chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. Suddenly, a few shadowy figures emerged from above, swooping toward me. Were they eagles? No, they resembled wolves, yet bore the heads and hooked beaks of eagles, their bodies cloaked in feathers, and with enormous wings that stirred up fierce gales. The old woman's voice echoed from below, "Young one, those are wolf eagles. Utilize your wind riding technique to engage with them. You must pluck their feathers cleanly to prove your mastery. But remember, do not harm them with any other spells." Alas, the old woman's methods of training are indeed peculiar. Yet, the dragon whale is equally bizarre, harboring such a multitude of strange creatures within. In the blink of an eye, a wolf eagle lunged at me, raising its deep brown talons to strike. Remaining calm, I summoned the wind to evade to the side. Reaching out to grasp its feathers, the wolf eagle swung its wings, darting overhead with lightning speed, and with a resounding thud, its heavy wings struck my back, causing my balance to falter, nearly sending me tumbling from the wind. Before I could catch my breath, more wolf eagles surrounded me, ferociously attacking. Realizing the peril, I hastily maneuvered my wind to retreat. However, their agility and speed far surpassed mine, leaving me with no option but to plunge into the river with a splash. The wolf eagles circled above, demonstrating their dominance by releasing droppings before returning to the sky. A glimmer of mockery flickered in the eyes of the moon spirit. The old woman adopted a stern expression. "Hurry up and continue." I wiped the dampness from my face and shot a glare at the moon spirit, exclaiming, "Grandmother, please impart some tips." The old woman replied earnestly, "Practice makes perfect, that is your key." Such a vague statement was akin to saying nothing at all. Gritting my teeth, I recited the incantation for the wind riding technique, exhaling the gust anew and taking to the skies once more. The wolf eagles charged at me with ferocity. and in no time, I found myself once again forced into the river. After countless repetitions, my wind blowing had become more adept, allowing me to skillfully evade their assaults in the air. Amidst their piercing shrieks, 2 wolf eagles approached me from either side. I summoned the wind, and at the very moment they were about to converge upon me, I darted swiftly between them, extending my arms to pluck their feathers. The 2 wolf eagles let out anguished cries as I triumphantly released my grasp, allowing a flurry of dark brown feathers to cascade down. Several wolf eagles swooped down from above, their talons aimed at my head. Remaining composed, I directed the wind downward with urgency. Just as they were about to catch up with me, the wind deftly veered off at an angle, tracing a zigzag pattern in the air, and I soared above them, unceremoniously yanking another handful of feathers. My confidence steadily grew, and I adeptly wielded the gust of wind. After several rounds, the feathers of the wolf dove were nearly plucked bare, revealing their smooth, pink flesh, which was quite amusing. The wolf doves emitted furious cries, and suddenly, vast black clouds surged upwards, an entire flock of them, numbering in the hundreds. At this moment, I had no choice but to retreat while fighting. Although I managed to pluck many feathers amidst the chaos, I was also fiercely clawed numerous times, leaving my body marred with wounds. The sharp wind stung my eyes as a massive wolf dove lunged at me, its sharp beak aimed at my face. Alas, just then, the gust of wind dissipated. The time limit of my wind control technique had expired. In a moment of crisis, I sprang from my waist, executing a graceful dance in midair. My arms flowed like willows, striking the sides of the wolf dove's head. Its skull shattered under my blow, sending it plummeting down. I breathed a sigh of relief and once more invoked the wind control technique, releasing a stream of wind to carry myself down to the river's surface. The old woman furrowed her brow and remarked, "Didn't I tell you not to harm them? Nevertheless, your mastery of the wind control technique is commendable at this level. Next, practice the transmutation of long-life demon scripture. Your counterattack against the wolf dove just now was quite remarkable." I chuckled, ready to boast. But the old woman had already departed. Yuehun stood rooted in place, her eyes fixed intently on me, her radiance shimmering. I curiously inquired, "What is it? Did you see how impressive my wind control technique is and become frightened?" "Charming dance," Yuehun said abruptly after a long pause. Her voice was as clear and melodious as a tinkling spring. I was taken aback. "You know about charming dance? I thought you were mute." Yuehun fell silent, continuing to gaze at me intently. I felt uneasy under her stare and had no choice but to walk away. After a while, I looked back, and she remained in place, silently observing me. What a peculiar being. I scratched my head, pondering how Yuehun could know about charming dance. She has always been enigmatic, seemingly harboring countless secrets. Days passed in a haze within the belly of the dragon whale, and I lost count of how many days had elapsed. I only knew that my speed in mastering the secret scriptures had increased significantly. Sometimes, I would grasp the essence of a scripture in just a few hours. As the saying goes, one understanding leads to 100 understandings. Once the underlying principles are mastered, one can extrapolate freely. In the end, only 3 scriptures remained. During this time, I had grown taller and my physique had become sturdier. Occasionally, in the depths of the night, the images and laughter of 3 beautiful women would suddenly surface in my mind. Where were they now? What were they doing? Did the sound of a sword-s ringing evoke memories of our parting? Perhaps they had long forgotten me. To them, I might merely be a burden. I opened the scripture of the alchemical flow and vigorously shook my head, forcing myself to concentrate on the text. Chapter 1 of Volume 3. The old woman possessed 2 volumes of the alchemical flow scriptures. One was titled the 8th grade Feather Cauldron Cloud Blossom, and the other was Frost and Snow Transformation of the 7th grade. According to the old woman, she had purchased these 2 scriptures at a very low price from a wandering Taoist. After the sudden disappearance of the Danding sect, the secret manuals scattered throughout the northern region. The old woman remarked that without the necessary herbal ingredients for alchemy, these 2 manuals were rendered useless. However, to me, they were treasures of immense value. As I silently recited the incantations from the Danding sect's manuals, an extraordinary resonance stirred within my internal cauldron. I had reached a critical juncture in cultivating the 8th grade Yuding Yuning. The inner elixirs of the sea beasts I had consumed, and the essence of the sun and moon I had absorbed were stored within the cauldron. Utilized as materials for alchemy, the already refined Yunguang Shi Lu Fei Dan surged through my body like the flames of a furnace, swirling rapidly around the cauldron. The cauldron felt light, while the feather retained its weight. The Yuding served as the pivotal axis, and Yuning transformed into flowing pearls. I chanted the incantation, and under the scorching embrace of the Yunguang Shi Lu Fei Dan, the cauldron slowly floated, only to sink gradually when it became as light as a feather. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and the cauldron gradually warmed, akin to water slowly coming to a boil. I promptly followed the guidance of the incantation, retreating the cauldron while raising the furnace. As I purified the urong, yuning emerged naturally. At that moment, my dantian erupted in searing heat, the cauldron bubbling like boiling water. The sensation was excruciating. My abdomen felt as if ablaze, while cold sweat poured from my forehead. Gritting my teeth, I persevered. Whether it was the secret of arts or defensive techniques, one had to endure during the critical moment of dragon and tiger union. To falter would necessitate starting anew, and worse. One could risk losing their mind or become incapacitated. It felt as though my entire internal organs were on the verge of melting. Just as I was about to succumb, an explosion erupted, and the cauldron opened, releasing an incomparably refreshing essence that flowed through my body like mercury. Wherever the essence passed, it seamlessly fused with the Yun Guang Shi Lu Fei Dan, transforming into Yu Ding Yuning. I succeeded, I exclaimed joyfully, drenched in sweat. Yet, my body felt remarkably peculiar. Inhaling made me as light as a feather, capable of floating with the wind, while exhaling rendered me as heavy as a mountain, firmly rooted to the ground, unyielding even to the mightiest beast. The cauldron slowly descended into my dantian, now empty after I had successfully cultivated the Yu Ding Yuning. The 7th grade Shuang Shui Zhuan could not be cultivated for the time being. I would have to venture out to gather some zhu fruit and inner elixirs, waiting until I had the necessary materials for alchemy to continue my practice. After neatly storing away the Shuang Shui Zhuan, I indulged in a delightful stretch and picked up the final manual I intended to study, only to be momentarily stunned. The cover of Yin Yang Kai Bu Yao Shu featured a pair of handsome men and beautiful women embracing, their expressions enticingly playful. After a prolonged gaze, I excitedly opened the manual, nearly spewing blood in astonishment. Apart from the instructional text, each page was adorned with vivid illustrations of naked men and women engaged in passionate embraces, depicted with exquisite detail. From the slightly parted lips of the woman, one could almost hear her alluring moans. It was utterly exhilarating. I couldn't help but swallow hard, approaching this study with an unprecedented seriousness, flipping through the pages repeatedly. Goodness, this woman has an ample bosom. Could such a position truly be possible? I compared and contrasted with great enthusiasm, reveling in the experience. How exhilarating it was. A sudden sharp knock on the back of my head jolted me, and without turning around, I knew it was the old woman. I hastily rose to my feet, tightened my belt, and closed the secret tome, feigning a solemn demeanor as I said, "Grandmother, this manual is far too vulgar for my taste." The old woman glanced at the tome and scoffed. "How peculiar. Young man, the union of yin and yang and the proliferation of all things is the ultimate truth of the universe. What does that have to do with vulgarity? Ah, indeed. The wisdom of age is sharp. Who would have thought a manual of such nature could be expounded upon with profound truths of existence?" I feigned enlightenment and nodded. "I see now. I must examine it more closely. However, the tome discusses the union of man and woman, and where shall I find a beautiful lady to practice with? Even if I were willing to sacrifice my virtue, others might not be so inclined." The old woman replied, "But it states in the tome that one should first cultivate the foundational techniques alone, and only later seek a partner for deeper practice." Only then did I recall that I had not read a single word, too preoccupied with my thoughts. I could only smile sheepishly. I initially thought it inappropriate for younger audiences, so I did not continue reading. The old woman regarded me with an odd look. "Given your age, you should be in the prime of your vitality, most susceptible to the allure of such matters. Are you perhaps a eunuch?" I nearly fainted at the suggestion. Though I am no towering spear, I certainly have no connection to eunuchs. After a moment's hesitation, the old woman's gaze swept over my lower half, and she continued, "Everyone has their imperfections. You need not take it to heart." I hastily protested, "I am perfectly normal. There is nothing amiss with me." The old woman remained skeptical. "Eunuchs can indeed be treated. There exists a miraculous plant in the heavens called the Rui Rod, said to bear fruit that can cure eunuchs." I was at a loss for words. "Grandmother, what must I say for you to believe I am a normal man?" The old woman teasingly blinked. "All right, enough of that. I know no man is willing to admit to any deficiencies. As for the techniques of yin and yang absorption, whether you can practice them or not matters little." My eyes widened in astonishment, and after a moment of silence, I let out a thunderous cry. "I can practice." Eager to prove myself to the old woman, I hastily opened the tome and declared, "Let us practice." The principles of the yin and yang absorption technique began with the harmonious interplay of opposites. When the moment arrives, the flow of vital energy is at its peak. releasing both yin and yang energies, and at the climax, the seeds of life burst forth. During the practice, a man seals his own yang energy, absorbing the yin energy and seeds of his partner into his body, refining them into his own essence. This is known as absorption. The woman, conversely, performs the opposite. The necessity of varying positions during the act is to ensure that the internal organs, muscles, joints, and circulatory system receive ample exercise. Prolonged practice not only enhances one's mystical powers, but also promotes longevity and wards off ailments. According to the tome, it is a means to nurture one's nature and prolong life. The initiation into the art of yin-yang replenishment is remarkably straightforward. In just a few hours, I had already grasped the essentials. Sitting cross-legged, I circulated my breath through 81 cycles within my body, successfully laying the foundation. Grandmother, do you now believe that I am not a celestial eunuch? I proclaimed boldly, rising to my feet with confidence. The elderly woman chuckled. Youngster, would you like me to fetch a woman for you to practice on? I was taken aback, my mouth agape. Grandmother, would that not equate to violence? Unfazed, she replied. A true man dares to act. What is the harm in engaging a few women for replenishment? All things in heaven and earth are for my use. Youngster, what you lack is such audacity. Her eyes sparkled with a fierce light. Wouldn't that make me a villain? I hastily shook my head. Her perspective seemed somewhat sinister and hard to accept. Dismissing my concerns, the old woman remarked, right and wrong are mere illusions. There exists no absolute truth. Then is it also right for your husband to harm you with poison and curses? The moment the words escaped my lips, I regretted bringing up her painful past. Her expression darkened, and after a long pause, she slowly replied, to him, it was justified. Youngster, notions of right and wrong reside within the heart. There are no standards. Seeing her silently grieving, I felt a pang of compassion and quickly changed the subject. Grandmother, have I completed all the secret techniques? She nodded, and I cheered. Tossing the yin-yang replenishment technique into the air, my efforts had finally borne fruit. The days of torment from perverse training were finally behind me. Grandmother, now I must do something. Please do not disturb me. What do you wish to do? I want to indulge in a comfortable sleep, I shouted, disregarding everything, and collapsed into slumber. Having endured her relentless torment for so long, with but an hour of sleep each day, I was utterly exhausted. Soon, I fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 2 of Volume 3. In this slumber, I lost all sense of time, and when I finally awoke, the old woman stood beside me. Shaking her head, you really can sleep. It's been a full 2 days. I stretched luxuriously, feeling an abundance of energy coursing through me. Grandmother, according to our agreement, may I now learn about fate? After a moment of silence, she replied, follow me. I eagerly activated my feathered path technique, soaring after her with excitement. Upon mastering the feathered cauldron cloud essence, my body felt as light as a feather during inhalation, making the execution of the feathered technique even more effortless. Passing through the blood transformation vortex, we arrived beside the heart of the dragon whale. The thundering sound of its heartbeat was deafening. The old woman sat cross-legged and calmly stated, the heart is the most vulnerable part of any powerful beast, be it human or demon. A gentle strike can shatter it. Yet, the heart is also the strongest aspect. The body may be conquered by external forces or heavenly tribulations, but the heart shall never yield. Therefore, in discussing fate, we must first address the heart. Only through the true heart can one break the heavenly mandate. I grinned, Grandmother. Should I not first bow to pay my respects to my master? The old woman scoffed. What need is there for such trivial formalities? With a faint smile, she remarked, it has been over 3 years, young man. In such a brief span, you have mastered all the secret techniques. I am quite pleased. What? 3 years? I exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness, have I truly spent 3 years within the belly of the dragon whale? The old woman nodded. My curse strikes twice daily. Since the first day I laid eyes on you, it has manifested 2,594 times. Do the math. It has indeed been over 3 years. I let out a groan, realizing how much time had passed. For these years, I had been wholly immersed in my cultivation, living in a state of confusion, believing that it had been less than a year. Oh no, the 3 beautiful women must think I am dead, the old woman remarked, in such a short time. You have absorbed hundreds of secret texts. Are you not satisfied? Though your grasp on each is somewhat superficial, the speed of your learning is astonishing. Even I did not foresee your latent talent. It is not merely my aptitude but your exceptional teaching, I replied with smooth flattery. Perhaps my past life as a dragon butterfly has endowed me with the ability to learn swiftly. Look at me, young man, the old woman commanded sharply, her gaze intensifying, radiating a dazzling brilliance. In an instant, the world around me spun, and I felt as if my soul had been drawn into her eyes. My mind erupted with a thunderous sound, and all surrounding sights vanished. My vision was engulfed in a blinding white, leaving only the old woman, seated across from me. What is happening? I gasped, looking around in bewilderment. Where's this strange place? This is your consciousness, the old woman replied calmly, essentially my realm of the mind. In the future, should you cultivate the secret art of the Purple Mansion to its pinnacle, you too will possess such consciousness. I suddenly recalled. That secret text indeed mentioned that consciousness can draw another's awareness into one's own mental domain, functioning as a spiritual technique. However, it seems of little use in combat, as no spells can be cast within the realm of consciousness. Just like now, even though my awareness resides within your consciousness, our physical bodies remain outside, rendering you incapable of harming me. Is that so? The old woman maintained a serene expression, and suddenly, a conflagration erupted behind her, roaring fiercely, as if it were about to pounce upon me. I laughed heartily. Do not frighten me. I am no longer that lowly creature I once was. I am well aware that the flames are merely illusions conjured by your consciousness. The old woman smirked coldly, and the flames surged violently, like a grand display of fireworks. Streams of fire cascaded from above, converging into a magnificent waterfall of flames. In an instant, torrents of blazing waterfalls rained down from all directions, rising and swirling into a vast ocean of fire. The old woman vanished, and I found myself engulfed in the overwhelming sea of flames, like a solitary island. Struggling to breathe, the roaring waves of fire surged forth, resembling countless raging demons, clawing and snapping at me. Despite knowing these were mere illusions, I still trembled in fear, drenched in sweat. Do you understand now? As the fiery tide receded, the old woman reappeared before me, declaring proudly, "A battle between supreme masters can be won solely by shattering the opponent's confidence with one's consciousness. Without even engaging in combat, your momentum has already faltered. What is there left to fight?" I blinked in astonishment. Grandma was right. However, we did not study the secrets merely for the purpose of fighting. "You insolent boy!" the old woman exclaimed in anger. "It was you who first suggested a brawl." I stood there, dumbfounded. "Grandma, it appears that my favorite curse has become a learned phrase for you as well." The elderly lady, both exasperated and amused, replied, "After listening to you for over 3 years, my ears have developed calluses. Enough of this nonsense. I shall now formally teach you about destiny. Listen closely. What I am about to impart can be learned in a single day." I was taken aback. "Only one day?" The old woman nodded slowly and said, "Yet to truly comprehend it, one must dedicate a lifetime to contemplation. Before we begin, let us engage in a little game." A game? I was taken aback as a magnificent avenue miraculously appeared before me, stretching into the distance. "Young man, step onto it and walk straight ahead." Bewildered, I complied with her instructions. After a short distance, the path suddenly branched. To the left lay a verdant trail adorned with blooming flowers, while to the right, a desolate desert sprawled. Unintentionally, I halted my steps. The old woman calmly stated, "Choose for yourself. Will you walk left or right?" "Grandma, these are mere illusions. Does it truly matter which path I take? You must regard all of this as real." After a moment of contemplation, I resolutely chose the desert. Though the left path was picturesque, it might conceal treacherous traps. Conversely, the desert, seemingly perilous, could be safer. The undulating sands stretched endlessly before me. The old woman followed closely behind. The sun blazed fiercely, and the hot wind carried grains of sand that struck my face, swiftly erasing my footprints and instilling in me the undeniable realization that this was no mere illusion. I secretly resolved to cultivate my own consciousness. This experience was too extraordinary. Suddenly, a small wooden cabin appeared ahead, standing solitary amidst the desert. Approaching it, I noticed the door was ajar, creaking in the wind. The old woman inquired, "Will you enter, or will you refrain? The choice is yours." I countered, "What lies within?" She replied nonchalantly, "Who knows? Perhaps rare treasures, or perhaps a murderous demon." Unable to suppress my curiosity, I pushed the door open, only to discover a woman inside, heavily pregnant and unmistakably bound by chains to a chair, her mouth gagged with rags. Upon seeing me, her eyes reflected desperation. I was on the verge of fainting and glanced back at the old woman. "Grandma, are you performing a dramatic play? How did you conjure a pregnant woman with your consciousness? Although it is merely an illusion, the performance is quite convincing. Next, shall I play the hero and rescue her?" The old woman chuckled and unexpectedly produced a gleaming steel knife. Presenting it to me, "You have 2 choices, kill her or sever her chains. Whether this woman lives or dies now rests in your hands." I took the knife, perplexed by the old woman's intent. Certainly, I would not harm a pregnant woman. Without hesitation, I brought the knife down, and with a clatter, the chains shattered into fragments. The woman, freeing her mouth from the rags, knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, noble benefactor." I recited the familiar lines often heard on the stage, shaking my head and saying, "When witnessing injustice, one must unsheath their sword to assist. Fair maiden, there is no need for excessive courtesy." The pregnant woman replied, "Kind sir, please grant me one more favor." I was taken aback, pondering the meaning of her words. Slowly, she rose and approached me, an eerie expression gracing her face. "I am famished, allow me to feast." In an instant, her visage transformed into a ghastly apparition, resembling a malevolent spirit, as her fangs pierced my throat. Yet, she was merely an illusion, incapable of causing me harm. Nonetheless, I was startled and retorted angrily, "So, you are but a malicious wretch." With a swift swing of my blade, I cleaved her in two. At that moment, I was utterly immersed in the game's atmosphere. Blood gushed forth as a blood-soaked infant crawled out from the gaping wound of the pregnant woman, raising its head and wailing piercingly. The old woman coldly intoned, "Your final choice, to slay this infant, or to spare it." I wavered. To eradicate potential threats, I should undoubtedly kill it. Yet it was merely an infant, and my heart hesitated to strike. Suddenly, the baby crawled upon the corpse of the pregnant woman, voraciously devouring flesh and blood. It consumed her arms, thighs, and then feasted upon her innards. Astonishingly, the infant grew at an alarming rate, transforming into a robust adult with long hair cascading over its face. "Hurry, make your choice," the old woman's voice boomed. Unable to endure the horrific scene before me, I swung my blade at the infant. Blood splattered across my face as it screamed, revealing a deep gash on its forehead before it collapsed. In that moment, an icy chill enveloped me. I beheld the face of the grown infant. It was my own. The knife clattered to the ground, and the pregnant woman, the wooden cabin, and the desert vanished. I found myself in an expanse of nothingness, seated cross-legged across from the old woman. "The game has concluded," she stated calmly. I was both startled and bewildered, my mind clouded. "Grandmother, what on earth is happening?" The old woman replied, "Young man, tell me, what is life?" "Life is the true heart." "And what is the true heart?" I scratched my head, recalling that she had never explained it. The old woman gazed intently at me. "Now I shall reveal to you what the true heart is. The true heart is choice. Whether human, demon, or beast. Upon entering this world, one must confront countless choices. The thread of fate is woven from the choices we make." A sense of enlightenment washed over me. "No wonder you always urged me to choose within the game." The old woman continued, "To choose wisely. One must first understand their strengths and weaknesses, allowing them to capitalize on their advantages while avoiding their shortcomings. This game is designed for you to gain self-awareness." She pointed, and following her gesture, I beheld a figure identical to myself standing at a crossroads. He chose not to traverse the desert, but instead walked directly into the verdant shade. Yet, after only a few steps, the lush trees morphed into a multitude of ferocious beasts that lunged at him. Amidst his screams, he was torn to shreds by the monsters. The old woman remarked, "Your first choice led you towards the desert, indicating that you are not easily deceived by appearances. You possess keen intelligence. This is your strength. The path to the oasis, though seemingly picturesque, conceals peril at every turn." I felt a sense of pride, thinking to myself that I have always been vigilant. The old woman continued, "Your second choice, entering the wooden cabin, reveals your inquisitive nature. At times, curiosity may lead you to treasures and unexpected adventures. However, it can also be a harbinger of death." I responded with enthusiasm. "This is akin to gambling. One may either reap great rewards or lose everything." The old woman remarked, "In your third choice, by freeing the pregnant woman, you demonstrate kindness, yet it also indicates recklessness. How can you be certain that she is virtuous? It is prudent to inquire why she was bound in the first place." I nodded in agreement, acknowledging her wisdom. "You are right. I must exercise caution in my actions henceforth. Otherwise, I may perish as a fool." The old woman continued, "Your impulsive decision to slay the pregnant woman was equally hasty. Who is she? Does she have powerful allies? In your moment of rashness, did you consider the greater calamity that might ensue? Perhaps sparing her life could yield unforeseen benefits." I admitted, I did not contemplate such complexities. Had I foreseen the complications, I would have refrained from entering the cabin. Without stepping inside, how could I discern what lay within? It might have concealed a rare treasure, which I would then have missed. Even if it harbored a demon, could it not be harnessed to your advantage? The old woman sighed. "Thus, to master your destiny, one must possess profound wisdom and foresight. One must take a step, envision three more, assessed the situation, and then determined the most suitable choice. I nodded vigorously. Recognizing her truth, while I possessed a modicum of cleverness, I indeed lacked profound wisdom. The old woman added, finally, when confronted with the infant, "Your indecision revealed a cowardice in critical moments. Hesitance can lead to disaster. When faced with a crisis, there is little time for contemplation." I agreed wholeheartedly, recalling the final scene of the game and curiously inquired, "Why does the grown infant bear my likeness?" She replied slowly, "Because it is you. The greatest adversary one faces is oneself. Only by conquering your inner self can you seize control of your fate. Remember, my child, no matter how fearsome the enemy you encounter, apart from yourself, no one can truly defeat you." I fell into a contemplative silence, though the game was brief. It imparted invaluable lessons. Behold, the old woman gestured, and numerous intricate patterns emerged around us, reminiscent of the I Ching, yet more complex. I scrutinized them for a while, but failed to comprehend. The old woman explained, "To make a choice is to determine one's destiny. But how to choose? In essence, it is to fully understand oneself, to shun malevolence and avoid disaster, transforming misfortune into fortune." She elucidated the meanings of the patterns. Heaven represents Qian, earth represents Kuan, fire symbolizes Li, water embodies Can. Thunder signifies Zhun, and wind denotes Sun. She elaborated on how to interweave these patterns to calculate and forecast situations of fortune and misfortune. After a lengthy discourse, realization dawned upon me. "Grandmother, this is indeed the art of divination from the I Ching. What are the hexagrams of Luoyang and Nu Ho?" "They are all symbols from the I Ching. In the past, a blind man from the eastern gate of Luoyang often used the I Ching to deceive people for money." The old woman was momentarily taken aback. "What is Luoyang? What is the I Ching?" Having let slip a detail, I had no choice but to fabricate a response to cover my tracks. Yet, I pondered in my heart how vastly different the northern lands were from the Tang dynasty. The Tang had wine, while the north was utterly oblivious to its existence. In the north, the old woman's years of diligent study of fate merely translated to I Ching divination. In the Tang, many common folk were well acquainted with the I Ching and regarded it with indifference. The so-called profound truths of destiny turned out to be rather mundane, leaving me somewhat disenchanted. However, the old woman's words about understanding oneself and capitalizing on strengths provided me with significant inspiration. If fate is a tumultuous river, then the secret arts and protective techniques serve as a ferry to carry one across, while divination acts as the oars. The old woman slowly closed her eyes. "I have imparted all I can teach you. How much you grasp depends on your own insight. To truly comprehend the intricacies of fate may take a lifetime, if not more." With a thunderous sound, I detached from her consciousness. The massive heart of the dragon whale pulsated nearby, and everything that had transpired felt like a fleeting dream. Gazing at the weathered face of the old woman, a wave of sorrow washed over me. If she were to realize that her years of toil could be purchased for mere coins in the Tang, she might well suffer a heart-wrenching shock. "Granny," I asked delicately, "will mastering these teachings truly allow one to command their destiny?" To be honest, I held doubts. If it were indeed so miraculous, those who practiced I Ching divination in the Tang would have long since become celestial beings. The old woman sighed. "This is merely my humble insight. Whether it bears any fruit, I cannot say. Nonetheless, these hexagrams symbolize the forces of nature. Kuan represents the earth and the feminine energy. Sun embodies the power of the wind, while Dui reflects the might of oceans and rivers. If one could harness all such powers and ascend to a realm where heaven and earth serve their will, perhaps one could transcend the fated cycle of existence." A thought struck me. Could it be that the I Ching might be cultivated into a form of magic? At that moment, the old woman's curse flared up again, and seeing her in agony, I felt a pang of sorrow. "Granny, is there truly no way to break the curse?" She shook her head, pressing her legs tightly against the dragon whale's heart. "Only by killing the one who cast the spell can it be undone." I gritted my teeth. "Granny, who is your husband? Tell me, and I shall employ the most despicable means to ensure his demise." The old woman smiled sadly. "His name is Chu Du. With your current strength, attempting to kill him would only lead to your own ruin. After so many years apart, he may have already ascended to the final stage of monstrous evolution, the Alea state." "Alea state?" I was taken aback. "Granny, is your husband a monster?" The old woman's expression remained calm. "What is so strange about that? I am a monster as well. Many years ago, I too roamed the realms of the demon abyss, commanding great power." Lowering her gaze, she quietly observed her own legs. "In truth, the most arduous fate is not about making choices, but rather the absence of choice altogether. In this lifetime, I find myself ensnared within the belly of the dragon whale, awaiting my demise amidst the tribulations of existence. A pang of sorrow washes over me as the elderly woman raises her gaze, her eyes locking onto mine with profound intensity. After a prolonged silence, she utters, "All gatherings must eventually disperse. Young one, it is time for you to depart." Depart? Do you truly wish to remain in this desolate, lightless realm for eternity? A tremor courses through my being as I stare blankly at her, momentarily at a loss for words. Over the span of 3 fleeting years, I have absorbed all that I could, and now it seems the hour has come for farewells. Since the day I was consumed by the dragon whale, I have longed to escape, yet now, I hesitate, reluctant to take that first step. In the past, I perceived time as a sluggish river. Now, it feels as if it flows with alarming speed. Is life perpetually woven with such contradictions? The old woman waves her hand dismissively. Go on. Do not act like a petulant child. Grandmother, I reply, your impatience often leads to harsh words and even harsher actions when displeased. The past 3 years with you have been fraught with challenges. I manage a weak smile, striving to mask the turmoil within, though my heart feels heavy. Yet, dear grandmother, despite the hardships, I have found joy. Gazing at her disheveled white hair, my throat tightens with emotion. Even if it were 3 years of suffering, or 30, or even 300, I would gladly endure it. With a thud, I kneel before her, bowing deeply 3 times. Master, after I leave, please take care of yourself. If you must go, then go. There is no need for such fuss, she replies, her voice trembling as she turns away. Hurry, hurry. I stand in silence for what feels like an eternity before finally saying, Master, I truly must leave. Glancing around, I wish to bid farewell to Moon's soul. Yet he seems to have vanished. The old woman, with her back to me, speaks slowly, though I cannot venture forth, with you outside. It is as if I am there too. Gritting my teeth, I rise abruptly, turning my back to her as I stride forward. After a few steps, her voice calls out behind me, Young one, strive to make something of yourself. Do not bring shame upon me. I pause, nodding vigorously in acknowledgement. Moments later, a swift gust of wind rushes past me as the old woman suddenly swoops in, seizing me and propelling us forward. Much like those countless times she taught me to cultivate my abilities, she grips me with a force that is both unrefined and unyielding, disregarding my willingness. I smile softly, closing my eyes, surrendering to her embrace as we soar onward. In truth, with the power I possess now, breaking free would not pose a challenge. The wind howls past my ears, filling me with a warmth that envelopes my heart. Grasped firmly by her, we traverse through the mushroom forest, through the swirling vortex of blood, journeying through the span of 3 years. Grandmother, you're gripping me too tightly. I protest. Could you perhaps be a tad gentler? This is rather undignified. Are you a sadist, dear grandmother? As time rewinds, I catch glimpses of my former mischievous self, held captive by the elderly woman, my protests echoing in the air. And inevitably, a series of resounding thwacks would land upon my head. As I opened my eyes, I beheld the gaunt visage of the old woman. My heart ached, and I swiftly turned my head, exclaiming, Grandmother, do you not possess even a shred of compassion for the delicate? After all, I am but a youthful dandy. Suddenly, a sharp thump landed on my head. I rubbed my scalp, stifling a smile as a profound sadness welled within me, for I knew this would be the last time I would endure such punishment. Before the river of blood, she released me. Look, young one. The old woman gazed solemnly at the sanguine waters before us. The river flowed fiercely, its crimson waves surging forward, resonating with a thunderous roar, seemingly endless. It mirrored my own life, forever advancing, persistently resilient, eternally brimming with hope in defiance of fate. How winding is the river of life, and how magnificent is hope. I believe you shall achieve great things. The old woman spoke, her voice gradually tinged with sorrow. On the other side of the river, there must be a more wondrous realm. Alas, I shall not witness the day when you dominate the northern territories. Life is indeed a winding journey, and hope is undeniably grand, I silently recited. In the distance, a low growl echoed, and I looked up to see a saiga antelope perched on the peak, calling out to me with a raised neck, its white tail waving like a flame. Its powerful roar lingered in the air, causing my heart to tremble. Ah, saiga, do you sense my departure? I waved vigorously, steeling myself, and resolutely ascended, employing the art of chaotic armor to envelop the space above in disorder. In an instant, I had traversed the dragon whale and burst forth into the open air. Farewell, master. The torch shall be passed on. One day, I shall shatter the cycle of existence and fulfill your wishes. I shall slay Chu Du. I will reach the other side of the river. Chapter 4 of Volume 3. The azure waters surged around me as I floated upwards. The colossal form of the dragon whale receded into the depths below, and after a considerable time, it vanished from sight. With a splash, I emerged from the sea, performing the art of crossing, my feet lightly resting upon the water's surface, swaying with the waves. At last, I had returned to the outside world. A thrill coursed through me as I greedily inhaled the fresh air. The sea breeze gently tousled my fiery red hair. The crystalline waters reflected my figure, thick hair, a bearded countenance, resembling a wild man. Surrounding me were vast, rolling waves, and the bright sun blazed overhead. For 3 years, the dragon whale had roamed the ocean, and I was uncertain of where it had brought me. After discerning the direction of the sun, I resolved to journey to the bustling city of Dakian in the mortal realm, seeking 3 beautiful women and broadening my horizons. If I continued eastward, I should reach the land. I opened my mouth to summon the winds, preparing to leap into flight, when a flash of white light suddenly darted before me. A pair of bulging eyes blinking curiously. Moon spirit? I gasped. How could it be you? The moon spirit remained haughtily silent. I smacked my forehead. You've come to bid me farewell, haven to you? At last, you show a hint of conscience. The moon spirit gazed at me for a moment, then shook its head. I wish to be with you. I was momentarily taken aback, and then my skin prickled with goosebumps as I hastily waved my hand and exclaimed, absolutely not. You are not my wife, so why utter such sentimental words? Do you wish to continue tormenting me? I shall not indulge you. You would do well to return to the belly of the dragon whale. Yuan let out a soft snort, asserting, if you allow me to accompany you, great benefits shall befall you. Caught off guard by its intentions, I curiously inquired, what benefits might I receive? With an air of arrogance, Yuan proclaimed, I possess the ability to facilitate your immediate evolution into a state of monstrosity. I was taken aback. Do you truly have such power? My master once stated that transitioning to this state requires several years. I can, Yuan affirmed with unwavering certainty. I was skeptical. This being had always been enigmatic. Perhaps it was not merely boasting. After a moment of contemplation, I probed further. Why do you wish to follow me? Speak plainly. What do you seek to gain from me? Yuan fell silent for a moment before responding. The reason for my companionship will be revealed to you in due time. Knowing it now holds no significance for you. Damn it, this creature was playing games with me. I reasoned that even if I declined, Yuehuan's prowess would enable it to haunt me incessantly. Thus, it would be better to acquiesce. I could achieve the evolution immediately, and I trusted that Yuan would not intentionally harm me. Let me make it clear, I possess no valuable treasures. Do not harbor any misguided intentions. I patted my clothes and declared. Yuan cast me a disdainful glance, and I chuckled, feeling an urge to punch that smug face. Very well, I accept your offer. Having an extra little follower to attend to me is quite agreeable. Extend your left middle finger, Yuan commanded, its eyes gleaming with intensity, and bite it. I expressed my suspicion. For what purpose? I do not have a penchant for self-harm. Yuehuan's voice floated like a wisp of cloud. This shall enable you to enter the state of evolution forthwith. My spirits lifted, and I promptly bit into my middle finger, muttering, biting my finger will lead to evolution? You are not deceiving me, are you? As a single drop of blood began to seep from the tip of my finger, Yuan sprang into action, darting into the wound with astonishing speed. I stood there, dumbfounded. As the scene unfolded before me, Yuan seemed to dissolve into the blood drop, gradually merging into my middle finger. Moments later, it vanished entirely, and after a brief pause, a crescent-shaped imprint appeared upon my fingertip, its hue reminiscent of soft, pale moonlight. Finally, Yuehuan's visage distinctly emerged within the mark. All is complete. You and I have fully merged. Yuehuan's tiny mouth wriggled atop my finger, resembling a living tattoo. Astonished and intrigued, I lifted my finger for a closer inspection. You can possess me? Are you truly a ghost? Yuan gazed at me silently, its voice imbued with an unspoken pride, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Now, allow me to reveal my true nature. For many years, you were the first to uncover my identity. After a brief pause, it continued. I, Yuan, am a musical instrument, a soulful instrument. A radiant, pure light emanated from it, rippling in waves, as in an instant, my middle finger seemed to transform into a flowing beam of moonlight, clear, bright, and resplendent. I was momentarily stunned. A musical instrument? A moving, speaking musical instrument? I exclaimed in disbelief. You are an instrument? A pipa? A piccolo? Or perhaps a dulcimer? You certainly do not appear to be one. How about this? I continued. Play a melody for me. The moon spirit responded calmly. At your present state, you cannot hear my music. Nonsense. I have mastered the secret art of keen hearing. I can even discern the faintest sounds. Hearing my voice does not equate to hearing my music. My melodies can only be perceived by true connoisseurs. You must be exaggerating. How can it be so mysterious? The moon spirit rolled its eyes, ignoring me. I pressed on. Do you intend to reside within my middle finger indefinitely? Indeed, it replied. What the heck? I merely wanted you as my companion, not to possess me. It is too late. We are already fused, the moon spirit replied indifferently. I felt utterly deceived, akin to swallowing a rotten egg. What grudge do I hold against you? Why trick me like this? If you provoke me, I shall sever my finger, and we'll part ways. The moon spirit scoffed. Aside from assisting you in achieving transformation, I can offer you numerous benefits. Consider it rent for residing in your finger. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. After much contemplation, I resolved that regardless of the moon spirit's intentions, as long as it did not wish me harm, I could tolerate its presence. It seemed more prudent to extract some benefits during this arrangement. With a sly grin, I inquired, my rent is rather steep. Do you possess any miraculous treasures or secrets? Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, a cacophony of booming thunder resounding in my ears. My left middle finger trembled incessantly, each shudder sending a shockwave surging within me, violently exploding. The moon spirit at my fingertip radiated a dazzling golden light. The thundering continued, a tumultuous ocean of sound enveloping me as thin shells emerged from my skin, gradually spreading across my body. These shells were translucent and hexagonal, remarkably light. At that moment, I found myself immobilized. What is happening? I urgently inquired of the moon spirit. Employing my 5 senses, I replaced my numbed hearing with my sense of smell and discerned the moon spirit's response. You are entering a state of transformation. A surge of joy welled within me. The moon spirit was indeed truthful. I was evolving at lightning speed. The scene was quite amusing, as thin shells continued to envelop me, resembling a giant tortoise. The moon spirit explained, the evolution into this state requires 7 days, during which you cannot cast any spells. Thus for the next 7 days, you can only drift upon the sea. What? Must it take so long? I was taken aback, unable to move while adrift at sea. And without the ability to cast spells, what if a sea beast were to devour me? Rest assured, the evolving shells are remarkably resilient, impervious to blades. The moon spirit reassured me, seemingly aware of my concerns. Soon, several thin shells cloaked my palm, and the moon spirit vanished from my sight. As the hard shell completely enveloped my body, I found myself unable to perform the art of crossing and plummeted into the sea with a splash. Simultaneously, the thunderous roar within me vanished. A wave surged over, and I resurfaced, fortunate that the shell was light and watertight, allowing me to float upon the water. Amused yet exasperated, I felt somewhat akin to a fish on a chopping board, hoping fervently not to encounter the likes of Water 6 and his gang, lest I become an easy prey. Cursed be it, moon soul, this wretched being. Why couldn't you have facilitated my evolution inside the belly of the dragon whale, instead of waiting until now? No, wait. A sudden realization struck me. The reason Moon Soul had not done so was to keep its identity concealed from the old woman. After all these years, you are the first to know my true identity. The words of Moon Soul echoed in my mind. What exactly is its origin? Why must it accompany me? Why is its identity shrouded in such secrecy? Moreover, how did it so effortlessly see through my charm dance? It is known that this art has been lost for many years, and apart from the 3 beauties, no one else could possibly recognize it. A flurry of questions arose in my mind, and I resolved to subtly extract answers from Moon Soul in the future. The undulating sea carried me further away. My fortune seemed favorable, as the current flowed eastward, precisely towards the location of Dakian City. In the 3rd volume, Chapter 5, at noon, the azure sea shimmered under the sunlight, resembling glistening scales. On the distant horizon, a few seabirds chased one another. A grayish-white seagull suddenly swooped down, snatching a silver fish from the water, its wings sending a cascade of sparkling droplets flying. I lay quietly within the hard shell, admiring the seascape, my body swaying with the waves, as if I had melded into the ocean itself. The vastness of the blue sky and white clouds broadened my horizons. Occasionally, schools of fish would swim past, curiously circling me before hastily darting away. At times, seabirds would alight upon the shell, pecking at it a few times before departing in vain. At dusk, a large sea turtle unexpectedly approached, affectionately nudging me with its beak, likely mistaking me for a fellow creature. It was not until dawn the following day that the turtle finally stirred its flippers and reluctantly departed. As the sun rose and set, day transitioned into night. I either admired the marine vistas or slept within the shell. Although I neither ate nor drank, I managed to endure. On the 6th day, gazing at the expanse of purplish-red evening clouds, I suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Tomorrow, I would ascend to the heavens, reaching a state of enlightenment. As I reveled in this thought, the shell abruptly shook, and a fierce wind swept through, darkening the sky in an instant. The clouds dispersed rapidly, only to be replaced by thick, ominous ones, with raindrops the size of beans pattering against the shell. It was clear that a storm was imminent. Sure enough, after a suffocating stillness, a series of gales swept through, causing the sea to churn violently. The darkened sky suddenly illuminated, as bolts of blue lightning tore through the gloom, accompanied by thunder and torrential rain that lashed down like countless bright whips upon the surface of the ocean. The sea roared, and amidst the tumultuous waves, I was tossed up and down repeatedly, as if riding on clouds. The raindrops pelted the hard shell with intensity. And at last, the shell proved its worth, shielding me from the wind and rain. Amidst the howling sound of the tides, a sudden, delicate scream pierced through the air. In the distance, a row of pure white waves surged forth with great speed, crashing violently against the hard shell. Thud! A heavy object fell upon the shell with the wave, and soon two small hands clutched tightly onto its surface. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it was a rosy-cheeked little boy, his hair styled into a skyward ponytail, clad in a red apron. His tender arms clung desperately to the shell as he lay on top of me. The boy's expression was one of panic, his body drenched. After a moment, he finally caught sight of me, his mouth agape in astonishment. We stared at each other across the shell for what felt like an eternity. He shivered and, trembling, exclaimed, "What are you?" "I am a human, not a thing," I replied lazily. However, due to the roar of the waves and the barrier of the shell, the boy failed to hear my words. His expression remained tense, trembling as he shouted, "I am a master of the art of armor. You better not harbor any ill intentions." I couldn't help but chuckle. A master of the art of armor in such a disheveled state? His stuttering betrayed his bravado. How amusing it was for him to refer to himself as Little Lord while I might as well be his ancestor. The torrential rain intensified, and the sea surged wildly. The boy kept a wary eye on me, yet he dared not release his grip on the shell, fearing he might plunge back into the depths of the ocean. Observing his youthful innocence, I felt at ease, no longer fearing any malice from him. I surmised he must have become separated from adults during their sea voyage, only to fall victim to the storm and fortuitously collide with my shell. Surrounded by darkness, monstrous white waves surged high, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The boy's complexion paled as he clung tightly to the shell, regarding me as a formidable adversary. The rain persisted throughout the night, gradually abating until only faint droplets remained, revealing a pale dawn in the sky. The boy nearly slumped onto the shell, gasping for breath before finally sitting upright, scrutinizing me intently. "Are you mute?" he asked, his curious, dark eyes darting around, clearly indicating he no longer feared me. I remained silent, and his courage grew bolder. He shouted, "What are you doing hiding in this turtle shell? Are you practicing? Yet, judging by your appearance, your skills must be lacking." I continued to ignore him, prompting the boy to exclaim, "It seems you truly are a mute. Alas, how pitiful." He shook his head and sighed in a tone of sympathy. I found the situation both amusing and exasperating. The boy wiped his face, glanced around, and murmured to himself, "At last, the storm has ceased. Father and sister should be able to find me now." "Not likely," I teased him. "Wait, you can talk?" The boy gasped in surprise. "Of course I can speak," I retorted. The boy sprang to his feet, pointing his left arm at me, his face flushed with indignation. After a moment, his left hand began to morph into the shape of a sword's edge. "Weapon armor art," I exclaimed, realizing the boy's attempt at the technique was rather clumsy. Only half of his palm had transformed into a blade, while the other half remained fleshy and unrefined. His skills in the art of armor were evidently far inferior to mine. The boy tilted his head back with pride. "I didn't expect you to know about the art of armor. At least you possess some knowledge. Humph, if you dare to harm anyone, I shall use my weaponry and techniques to take your life." I laughed heartily, dismissing the notion that this child with a pitiful sword could pose any threat to me. With my sturdy armor as my shield, I taunted him, "If you have the courage, then strike." The young boy hesitated for a moment and replied, "You haven't harmed me, so why would I want to kill you?" "Oh, are you perhaps contemplating suicide, lacking the courage to do it yourself, and wishing for me to assist?" His pride swelled as he continued, "You must have been rejected by a woman. Just look at you." Huh. I recalled how my sister scolded Big Tiger, who lamented that he felt so heartbroken he wanted to die. I nearly fainted from laughter. This lad was utterly nonsensical, amusing himself. Yet, having drifted alone at sea for 7 days, it was refreshing to have someone to converse with. Curiously, I inquired, "What is your name? Why are you alone at sea?" The boy, adjusting his little top knot, replied, I am called Peanut, and I came out to sea with my grandfather, sister, and Big Tiger. Yesterday, I slipped off the ship to dive for sea beasts, but I swam too far and got caught in a storm, losing contact with them. Peanut? What a peculiar name. After being hungry for 7 days, I found myself wishing for some peanuts to fill my belly. Peanut, unabashed, continued, You don't seem like a bad person. By the way, what's your name? Which sect do you belong to? I responded, I am Lin Fei, without any sect or affiliation. I then queried, And which sect do you belong to? Peanut puffed out his chest, declaring, My sect is so notorious that it would terrify you. It is the esteemed and well-known weaponry and armor techniques sect. I mused silently. The old woman's secret manual of weaponry techniques must have been pilfered from this sect. Feeling guilty as a thief, I sought to extract more details from Peanut. After a lengthy conversation, I finally grasped the whole story. The manual of the weaponry and armor techniques sect had gone missing many years ago, and the members suspected it was an inside job. Peanut's grandfather, Peanut Skin, was on guard the night it vanished, making him a prime suspect. In a fit of anger, Peanut Skin left the sect and chose to live in the mortal realm. Recently, the sect's leader, who was once Peanut Skin Sr., managed to locate them and claimed that it had all been a misunderstanding, inviting Peanut Skin's family to return to the sect. They agreed to meet in the great city of the mortal realm. This time, the sect even sent numerous gifts to coax them back. Peanut beamed with pride. I found it amusing. Little did Peanut know that the descendant of the book thief was right beside him. Looking up at the blazing sun, Peanut yawned, fatigue evident in his voice as he said, They should be arriving soon. Suddenly, the bright sunlight on the sea dimmed, and my vision blurred. Peanut's voice faded into the distance. I quickly realized that the 7-day limit was approaching its end. My senses began to close off, and my ascension to the heavens was imminent. Excitement surged within me. I knew not how long I would remain in the heavens this time, but I must seize the opportunity to gather treasures. My surroundings plunged into darkness. In the depths of the void, it seemed a door slowly creaked open, and a hazy light seeped through the crack. Although my 5 senses are sealed, I can perceive this scene with my heart, and the sensations are extraordinarily subtle. This experience before ascending is markedly different from my first. My soul seems to have detached from my corporeal form, gently floating towards that door. As the door opens incrementally, the light grows increasingly brilliant, and I glide inside, the door slamming shut behind me. The radiance is blinding, a dazzling array of colors ensnares me, and I find myself swirling with the luminous hues, as if the very heavens and earth are in a state of rotation, continuously giving birth to a myriad of enchanting sights. I cannot discern how many circles I have spun when a thunderous crash reverberates, and suddenly, all is still. The whirling ceases. I have entered the heavens. In the sky, massive clouds of resplendent hues float, shimmering and taking forms reminiscent of various fantastical beasts. Upon each cloud stands a beautiful maiden clad in colorful garments, her bare feet as white as snow, gracefully dancing. Vibrant petals rain down from the sky in a flurry, their potent fragrance filling the air. Overwhelmed by the sight of so many beauties, my eyes struggle to take it all in. Truly, the heavens live up to their name. With maidens more numerous than ants, their vividly colored sashes cascade from the clouds, descending thousands of feet to brush against my head, fluttering gently. If I merely tiptoe, I could perhaps grasp a sash and climb up to touch and kiss. Looking downward, I behold a tapestry of colorful mountains stretching into the distance. There, rivers shimmer like crystal, embedded within layers of forests and prairies. Faintly, I hear the melodious strains of enchanting songs. A warm breeze wafts by, seemingly imbued with sweetness, and I cannot resist inhaling deeply, exclaiming, How beautiful! What are you dawdling for? Suddenly, the voice of the moon's soul resonates from my left hand's middle finger, its small green eyes widening. The state of ascension can only last a brief moment. You should swiftly search for something of value. A brief moment? Goodness, how short! I hurriedly gather my focus, beginning my quest for treasures. The celestial beauties are no longer my concern. After all, treasure hunting takes precedence over admiring beauty. I find myself standing atop a high mountain, surrounded by a plethora of vividly diverse plants. Some resemble gigantic gourds, from which small red fruits bounce forth, only to vanish upon touching the ground. Others are exceedingly dense, with hundreds of long vines encircling a dark green bulb, writhing like snakes. There are also flora that mimics beasts, their petals adorned with sharp claws that brandish menacingly, emitting strange roars when approached. Dazzled by the spectacle, I momentarily do not know what to grasp. Nevertheless, I believe that more is better, and without hesitation, I charged towards the flora with the ferocity of a hungry tiger. What are you doing? The moon soul asks, astonished. Isn't it obvious? I intend to uproot everything and take it with me. The moon soul snorts disdainfully. Well, why don't you give it a try? Could there be some hidden mystery within? I hesitate for a moment, then seize a 9-leaf purple flower with red fruit and gently pull. To my surprise, it does not budge. With a sudden exertion of strength, the earth erupted, and a plump, round radish leaped from the soil, still attached to the roots of the grass. In an instant, the radish split open, resembling a gaping mouth that lunged toward me viciously. Goodness, not only are the flora here peculiar, but they can also bite. Startled, I hastily released the grass and darted aside. The grass fell to the ground and, along with the radish, melted into a vibrant green liquid that seeped slowly into the earth, disappearing in a moment. In astonishment, I inquired, "What is happening?" The moon soul replied, "Acquiring treasures in the heavens is not as simple as you might think. Once you retrieve the mystical grass, you must not allow it to touch the ground, or it will dissolve into the earth's essence. Moreover, many treasures are guarded, such as that radish connected to the grass, which serves as its protector. Therefore, when seeking treasures, one must be both cautious and swift to avoid being attacked by the guardians. Additionally, no spells may be cast in the heavens." I lamented aloud, realizing that spells were off limits. The moon soul responded nonchalantly, "Do you not possess the dance of enchantment? It is an unparalleled martial skill, distinct from spells, and can be executed in the heavens." Intrigued, I casually remarked, "Moon soul, you seem to know a great deal. Have you been here before?" The moon soul tilted its mouth. "No need to pry into my past. When the time comes, I shall reveal it to you. For now, focus on your treasure hunt." I offered a sheepish smile, then directed my gaze toward a prominent rock formation to my left, which bore a narrow fissure. From this crevice emerged a flower the size of a bowl, its petals a pristine white and exuding a delicate fragrance. Most astonishingly, the flower's center continuously dripped nectar that crystallized into a thin frost upon contact with the stone, clearly a rare find. With caution, I approached, swiftly extending my left hand to grasp the flower's stem and yanking it free. In that instant, a small blue-scaled serpent emerged from the fissure, striking toward me with lightning speed. Simultaneously, the flower's center unleashed a chilling stream of nectar that shot directly at my face. With a soft exclamation, I executed the dance of enchantment, leaping gracefully, my body bending slightly to evade the serpent's fangs, while my hand flung the flower into the air, dodging the oncoming spray. I then arched backward, my left foot precisely striking the serpent's vulnerable spot, sending it flying, before effortlessly catching the falling flower. These maneuvers flowed seamlessly, like water in a stream. Holding the flower, I felt immensely proud. Yet, the moon soul sighed lazily. "Alas, you have ruined the elegance of the dance of enchantment." "What do you know?" I retorted dismissively, casting a glance at it as I tucked the flower into my garment and lunged toward an octopus-like plant. Before I could approach, dozens of green tendrils swiftly coiled around me. I performed the dance of enchantment once more, dazzlingly weaving through the air to evade the tendrils' grasp, and reached out to pluck the deep yellow fruit from the top of the plant. The fruit felt cool in my hand, and before I could examine it closely, it melted into juice within my palm. I paused, casting a questioning glance at the moon soul. It huffed, "I forgot to mention. Each ascension allows you to take only one item from the heavens. You cannot take more, unless you discard that white flower you just held. Any treasure you acquire will inevitably dissolve upon your grasp." Is there truly such nonsensical reasoning? Why did you not mention this sooner? I stood in stunned silence. Since I could only claim one treasure, I must choose the most valuable one. I produced the white flower and inquired, "Is this flower of significant use?" Yuan replied, "This is known as frost flower, capable of alleviating heat toxins, but it is not particularly rare. In the mortal realm, it could be purchased for a mere 10,000 taels of silver." Goodness, is 10,000 taels not considered precious? My curiosity piqued, I asked. Then what would be deemed valuable? Yuan remarked, "The flora here does not constitute true treasures. Time is of the essence. You would be wise to seek elsewhere." I hastily surveyed my surroundings. The other side of the mountain peak was shrouded in a sea of clouds, an expanse of white obscuring any visibility. Yuan suggested, "Go take a look over there." Perplexed, I queried, "What could possibly be over there?" Yuan retorted, "Genuine extraordinary treasures often flourish in hard-to-find locales. Otherwise, they would have long been claimed by ascended beings, leaving none for you." Skeptical yet intrigued, I proceeded forward, gradually immersing myself into the cloud sea. Surrounded by swirling white clouds, obscuring all sights, I tread cautiously, for a misstep could lead to a perilous fall from the cliff. After a while, the clouds parted before me, revealing a rugged mountain path ahead, flanked by bizarre rocks, indeed a realm of its own. Suddenly, a flock of golden birds emerged from the chaotic rocks, their massive forms bearing human-like faces, their cries reminiscent of infants. They released a cascade of droppings before hastily taking flight. The path grew increasingly narrow, at its tightest point barely more than an inch wide. I advanced a few more steps when a treacherous stone bridge rose sharply before me, extending precariously outward, beneath which lay a fathomless abyss, shrouded in colorful mist. Its depths unfathomable. At the bridge's end stood a sheer cliff, entwined with vines and dense foliage, deeply rooted within the rugged crevices. Centrally located within the cliff was a dark cave, most of its entrance concealed by the surrounding greenery. Yuan instructed, "Go investigate there." I leaped onto the stone bridge and swiftly made my way towards the cliff. Just then, a strange creature emerged from the cave. Possessing a bull's head and a turtle's body, its crimson eyes lazily gazing skyward as it emitted a few languid calls before lying still, its scaly tail flicking as if in the act of relieving itself. "Quickly, lie down and remain silent," Yuan suddenly urged, a glint of urgency in her eyes. I complied without hesitation. This creature evidently had a significant presence, necessitating my obedience. With a sudden whoosh, a pallid young boy clad in white leaped from the abyss below, scaling the cliff and approaching the creature. The latter remained motionless as the boy reached beneath its hindquarters and extracted a white pearl, tucking it into his robes before leaping back into the abyss. I watched in bewilderment, about to question Yuan, when another figure, a red-faced old man in a crimson robe, emerged from the depths, approaching the creature and retrieving a red pearl from its rear before also vanishing into the abyss. Because I was lying on the stone bridge, neither the boy nor the old man noticed my presence. Yuan suddenly urged, "Quick! Discard the frost flower and retrieve the pearl from the creature. You must act swiftly. Goodness, is it not too revolting to resort to such measures?" I could not afford to ponder for long, and with a heavy heart, I discarded the frost flower, worth 10,000 taels of silver, and dashed forward, swiftly lunging at the beast. The creature remained languidly sprawled at the cave entrance, showing no reaction. My right hand darted towards its rear, where a round pearl was rolling out from its nether regions. Upon grasping it, I discovered it was a verdant orb, crystalline and glistening, still radiating a hint of warmth. To my dismay, this pearl was indeed a product of the monster-esque excretion. Suddenly, a figure clad in a green dress appeared atop the stone beam. A stunning beauty with a captivating allure, her alabaster skin partially bare, and her emerald eyes fixated intently on the pearl in my hand. A thought struck me. Perhaps this woman, akin to the youth and the elder, was also after the pearls, and I had unwittingly seized the opportunity before her. The beauty smiled at me enchantingly. "Good sir, may I inquire what you hold in your hand?" With a playful grin, I replied, "This is my treasured heirloom." She placed a hand on her chest. Feigning annoyance, "You jest, sir. This is undoubtedly mine. Please return it to me, and I shall exchange anything for it." With a flirtatious glance and a subtle shake of her shoulder, her green dress began to slip away. My throat went dry, and my blood surged to my head. How bold of her to undress so freely. The beauty swayed her slender waist, approaching me step by step, her alabaster thighs adorned with lush greenery, exuding temptation. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I found myself at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, a deafening sound reverberated in my mind, and the scene before me vanished in an instant. I whirled upward, enveloped in darkness, until a door slowly opened in the depths of the void, flooding me with light. Chapter 7 of Volume 3, I heard the sound of crashing waves and opened my eyes to a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. I was lying within a hard shell, rising and falling with the ocean's tides. The peanut fruit stood anxiously atop the shell, muttering to itself, "Why hasn't Grandpa arrived yet?" The ascension had concluded. It turned out that the moment the beauty approached me, the duration of a tea break had just elapsed. I let out a long sigh of relief, tucking the verdant pearl into my bosom, though a tinge of regret lingered in my heart. Both ascensions had been fleeting, leaving me unable to explore leisurely. What a close call. I was fortunate that the time limit had been reached. The moon spirit remarked, "That woman is quite formidable. She is one of the guardians of the Xian Gui Qi Jing beast. If she had ensnared you, she would surely have snatched your pearl, and you might have perished at her hands." Recalling the beauty's enchanting presence, I could not help but swallow hard and asked, "So, the beast is called the Xian Gui Qi Jing beast, and the elder and the youth are its guardians. But why does the excrement of the Xian Gui Qi Jing beast take the form of a pearl? What purpose does this verdant orb serve?" The moon spirit explained, "The Xian Gui Qi Jing beast only excretes once every millennium. You are fortunate to have encountered it. Its excrement, known as Zhu Wan, is promptly collected by the guardians, making it exceedingly rare. Zhu Wan has the power to purify and transform one's essence entirely. Different colored Zhu Wan result in different physical transformations. For instance, the red pearl can render one's body as resilient as diamond, impervious to ordinary weaponry. This verdant pearl, primarily associated with vitality. The moon spirit hesitated for a moment before concluding, I shall inform you of its further implications later. I expressed my dissatisfaction. Why do you always speak in such a roundabout manner, like a woman? In the future, you keep mentioning later, but when will that actually be? Perhaps when you enter the Alay estate, I will reveal all the truths to you. Yu Hun said softly, a fleeting sadness crossing her eyes. By heaven, the Alay estate? It was clear that Yu Hun was toying with me. The dragon butterfly of my previous life was merely a transformation. The thought of the dragon butterfly sent a strange sensation through my ribs, stirring my heart. If I were to enter the receptive state now, I would soon sprout another dragon butterfly claw. What are you talking to yourself about? Hua Shenghua exclaimed loudly, looking at me in confusion. And only then did I remember that he could not hear Yu Hun's words. Glancing at Hua Shenghua, I suddenly recalled something and asked in astonishment. Didn't you notice when I just left the turtle shell? Hua Shenghua scratched his head. You've been right here. Yu Hun explained. No matter how long you linger in the heavens, it is but a fleeting moment in the realm of mundane existence. Hence he is entirely unaware. I was struck with realization. At that moment, the hard shell began to peel off in layers, and my hands and feet gradually regained their freedom. Oh, how did your turtle shell come off? Hua Shenghua exclaimed. I laughed heartily, splashing my feet in the seawater, leaping up and lifting Hua Shenghua high above my head. Startled, Hua Shenghua called out, Quick, put me down. Huh. You won't be able to stand on me anymore. I loosened my grip, and Hua Shenghua nimbly flipped in the air, landing on my shoulders with a playful shake of his head. Lin Fei, bear with it for a bit, and act as my steed for now. I shall reward you. I chuckled, channeling the essence within me. My body suddenly felt as heavy as a 1,000-pound cauldron, sinking straight into the sea. Hua Shenghua was caught off guard, dragged down with me, and after swallowing several mouthfuls of seawater, he finally resurfaced, coughing loudly. I paddled my limbs, feigning ignorance. I truly am exhausted. I can't even carry you anymore. Internally, I smirked, thinking to myself, you wish for me to be your steed? You're still too inexperienced. Pa. Hua Shenghua spat out the seawater, treading water, shaking his head repeatedly. What exhaustion. It's clearly your magical prowess that's lacking. Fine, from now on. You shall follow me. I shall protect you. I nearly burst into laughter, maintaining a fa-ade of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Hua Shenghua, you truly possess a chivalrous spirit. From now on, if anyone bullies me, you must stand up for me. Hua Shenghua patted his chest, rest assured. Hua Shenghua, make a promise, I keep it. Whoever dares harm you, I shall be the first to not let them off easily. Don't believe me? I shall swear an oath right now. What had begun as a jest took on a more serious tone, and I felt a twinge of emotion. Smiling slightly, I suddenly said, someone is coming. Who is coming? I can't see anyone. Following my gaze, Hua Shenghua widened his eyes, shielding his forehead as he squinted for a long while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he shouted, It's Grandpa and the others. A few hundred meters ahead, white waves surged as a small boat sped towards us. The boat was round at both ends and narrow in the middle, resembling a peanut shell. At the bow stood a bald old man and a tall girl with a ponytail, while at the stern sat a slender young man, peering ahead toward us. Your perceptive eye serves you well. Peanut, brimming with excitement, waved energetically at the small boat, exclaiming, Grandfather, Grandfather, I'm over here. As the vessel approached, Peanut leaped aboard. Jubilant, the bald old man feigned a stern expression, yet his eyes sparkled with delight. You mischievous little rascal, sneaking off to catch sea beasts and worrying everyone. A ponytailed girl seized Peanut, yanked down his trousers, and delivered several firm smacks to his behind. You foul-smelling Peanut, what a disgrace. How did the sea beasts not devour you, you little brat? That would have spared us some trouble. I stood there aghast. The girl was robust, her physique imposing, with a relatively pleasing face, yet her speech was punctuated with an abundance of spittle and coarse language. If you misbehave again, I'll flatten you, she threatened fiercely, before pulling him close to inspect him. You haven't lost any limbs, have you? The bald old man turned his gaze towards me, his brow slightly furrowed. Peanut, who is this? Lin Fei, come aboard. Peanut wriggled free from his sister's embrace and pulled me onto the boat, introducing me. This bearded monstrosity is Lin Fei, my newly recruited little brother. Lin Fei, this is my grandfather, Peanut Skin, and this is my sister, Peanut Shell. Isn't she beautiful? You better not have any designs on her. Oh, and sitting at the stern is Brother Big Tiger. He is much like you, dim-witted and lacking in magical prowess. Peanut. Cease your nonsense. Peanut Skin scrutinized me cautiously and clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, young brother. My grandson is but a child and lacks understanding. Please forgive any offense he may have caused. I stifled a laugh. This family of peanuts was indeed entertaining. With a woman like Peanut Shell, I wouldn't dare entertain any thoughts. As for Brother Big Tiger, with his fair skin and slender frame, he offered me a shy smile, revealing a modest dimple on his cheek. Goodness, he could hardly be called Big Tiger. Little Lamb would be more fitting. I returned the greeting. I am Lin Fei, an uninitiated wanderer with no affiliation, merely a nameless figure traversing the mundane world. I have been enjoying solitary adventures at sea, and I feel immensely honored to encounter you all during last night's tempest. I turned to Peanut Skin. You appear radiant and dignified. It is evident you are a person of great stature. Peanut Shell smirked. Flattery upon first meeting suggests he is likely up to no good. Peanut Skin shot a disapproving glance at Peanut Shell. Is one who speaks a few kind words truly a rogue? I sensed he possesses a good heart. He smiled and nodded at me. I chuckled. This old man was quite amusing. After Peanut detailed my encounter with him, Peanut Skin expressed his gratitude. So it was young Master Lin who saved my grandson's life. I am at a loss as to how to repay you. Peanut, indignant, declared. Without his shell, I would have been fine. My swimming skills are commendable. I merely rested atop him for a moment. Grandfather, do not inflate his ego at the expense of our own. Shut your mouth. Peanut Shell admonished Peanut with a light rap on the head, then turned to me. Well, it seems you are indeed not a bad person, having treated my brother kindly. However, should you dare to harm him, I will ensure you're left searching for your teeth. I was left in a mix of amusement and disbelief. By heavens, this sibling duo was quite something. You too. Silence yourself. The Peanut Skin scolded the Peanut Shell, then turned to me with a forced smile, saying, Alas, my guidance has been lacking, causing young Master Lin to witness this folly. Where might young Master Lin be headed? If it pleases you, we would be delighted to accompany you. The Peanut Fruit interjected. He is my newly acquired little brother. Of course he shall follow us. All alone, a wandering spirit with feeble powers, and recently spurned by a woman. How pitiable. I exclaimed. When have I ever been spurned by a woman? Yet, despite my protests, I found this lively company quite enjoyable. Moreover, our destination was the same, Dakian City, so having them as guides seemed fortuitous. Thus, I replied, I wish to visit Dakian City. Might you be willing to take me along? The Peanut Skin readily consented, while the Peanut Shell muttered, This red-haired fellow clearly has no money and seeks to mooch off us. My face flushed with embarrassment. It was true that I was currently without funds, and I did indeed hope for some assistance. As a proud heir to hundreds of secret tomes, I could hardly continue to live as a beggar. A sudden realization struck me. I had grown ashamed of being a beggar. The small boat sped forth through the splashing waves. Throughout the journey, the Peanut Skin inquired about my origins, while the Peanut Fruit eagerly asked me various questions. I decided to spin a grand tale of myself as a wayward little demon, intentionally concealing my true magical abilities. The Peanut Shell mocked, So? You are merely a weak little demon. I smiled faintly, choosing not to engage her. The Peanut Skin, however, defended me. What shame is there in possessing weak powers? I see young Master Lin's eyes are clear and his aura refined. He is destined for greatness. I humbly acknowledged the compliment and turned to observe the sturdy tiger, who sat silently at the stern, his head down, feet tirelessly pedaling a large wooden wheel. As the wheel turned, 2 rows of small wooden wheels embedded on either side of the boat spun rapidly, creating splashes of water. Curious, I approached and watched for a moment, exclaiming in surprise, Brother Tiger, does this peanut boat rely on the rotation of the wooden wheels for propulsion? The tiger nodded, slightly embarrassed. This is merely a little invention of mine. I apologize for the laughter it brings to you. Brother Tiger is truly ingenious. I marveled. I have never encountered such a novel vessel that navigates without oars or reliance on magic. The Peanut Shell flicked her ponytail dismissively, exclaiming, Ingenious nonsense. He can't master any spells, so he concocts these bizarre contraptions. Last time, he made a wretched leather bird, claiming it could fly people through the skies. What happened? It nearly caused my demise. The tiger's face reddened as he quietly defended himself. I said we needed a strong wind to fly. You were too eager to test it. And with your weight, how could it possibly carry you? How dare you retort? The Peanut Shell angrily grabbed the tiger's ear. I'm heavy? Look at you. Thin as a reed. Enough bickering. The Peanut Skin glared. When we encounter the brothers from the weaponry and armory faction in Dakian City, do not behave so foolishly. We must not become a laughingstock. The Peanut Fruit, brimming with confidence, declared, "Fear not. With me around, there shall be no shame." Observing the chaotic yet spirited peanut family, I could scarcely contain my laughter. A school of silver fish darted past the side of the boat, instantly igniting my appetite. After 7 days of evolution, my stomach felt as though it might collapse from hunger. Peanut Fruit piped up, "Little master is hungry. We must capture some sea creatures for a hearty feast." Peanut Skin scoffed, seizing Peanut Fruit's unruly tuft. "Still thinking of running off? Stay put." Peanut Shell laughed heartily, his left arm morphing into a sharp harpoon, which he thrust forcefully into the water, drawing forth a few streaks of blood as a plump flatfish was speared. "Grandfather, my weapon mastery is quite commendable, isn't it?" Peanut Shell proudly waved the harpoon. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Her transformation into a harpoon was rather slow, and her thrust lacked finesse, revealing her limited skill. Peanut Skin nodded. "It's passable. Let grandfather demonstrate for you." Scanning the surroundings, he fixed his gaze on a distant dark spot on the water's surface, a small sea otter in pursuit of a school of fish. With a sharp command, Peanut Skin's left arm abruptly transformed into a long spear, its shaft extending rapidly, slicing through the waves as it aimed for the otter. A shriek rang out as the spear swiftly retracted, the tip piercing the otter's throat, drawing forth a stream of blood. Peanut Shell and Peanut Fruit cheered in unison, while I silently acknowledged Peanut Skin's weapon mastery, though it was overly rigid and lacked the needed fluidity. The old woman had once said that weapon mastery must embody both strength and flexibility. Peanut Skin fell slightly short of my expectations, perhaps due to the loss of the sect's secret teachings preventing full comprehension. Eagerly, Peanut Fruit began to skin the otter and remove its entrails, setting up an iron pot on the boat to cook the meat. I questioned in confusion, shouldn't we avoid consuming meat to withstand the heavenly tribulations? Peanut Skin chuckled. "Little brother, with our level of power, abstaining from meat won't help us withstand the tribulations. It's better to live joyfully and eat as we please." Peanut Shell scoffed. "With your pitiful state, do you really think you can resist the tribulations by going vegetarian? You couldn't handle even the smallest challenge." Maintaining my composure, I secretly activated the Xuanji secret technique, silently creating a sphere of energy that encircled Peanut Shell. With a thud, she stumbled and fell to the ground. The technique executed so stealthily that even Peanut Skin remained oblivious. Peanut Shell sat up, confusion etched on her face. "Big Tiger, steady the boat. Why are you rocking it so?" I stifled a laugh, replying, "The sea winds are strong. Dear sister, be careful of your delicate waist." Peanut Shell shot me an incredulous glare, her chest heaving, unable to retort. Before long, the iron pot began to emit warm steam, a savory aroma wafting through the air. The otter meat was now cooked. "Come, little brother, don't be shy." Peanut Skin tore off a succulent hind leg of the otter and handed it to me. Everyone on the boat eagerly grasped generous portions of the otter meat, devouring it with gusto. Observing their voracious appetites and listening to the bubbling of the broth in the pot, I felt a sudden warmth in my heart. These individuals were different from Gan Ning and her companions, who possessed profound powers and lofty ambitions of seeking freedom in the heavens. The Peanut family felt more akin to me, ordinary, unremarkable lives without extravagant desires, yet they held on to hope. On the surface of the sea, islands proliferated, and flocks of seabirds occasionally took flight from the shores, chirping merrily. Peanut Skin lifted a bowl of meat soup and offered it to me. Glancing ahead at a narrow strait, traversing the long Snake Strait, we would reach the grand city of Dakian in no more than half a day's time. My spirits lifted. I drained the soup in one gulp. "3 stunning beauties, I am on my way." As the peanut boat gradually entered the long Snake Strait, steep cliffs rose majestically on either side, and at its narrowest point, the strait measured merely a dozen fathoms across, with turbulent waves surging and the water winding like a serpent. It was no wonder it was named the Long Snake. Dahu deftly manipulated the wooden wheel with his feet while skillfully steering the vessel, deftly navigating around hidden reefs as we advanced. Peanut Fruit leaned over the edge of the boat, curiously gazing at the cliff to the left where several enormous, bizarre birds were constructing nests at the summit, their long, hooked beaks glinting like exquisite gems as they pecked at the rocks, causing fragments to scatter. "Ah!" I exclaimed in astonishment as I beheld an outcropping of the cliff. Several enchanting stone statues were carved into the gray-white rock, their poses lifelike, limbs gracefully extended, as if caught in a dance. These were the Mei, a mystical species. Upon seeing the statues, Peanut Skin explained, "It is said that thousands of years ago, the North's foremost craftsman, Nangang Ping, passed through this area and chanced upon the Mei dancing gracefully in the strait. Enchanted by their exquisite movements, he carved these statues on the spot." Peanut Fruit, brimming with enthusiasm, chimed in. Grandfather, you once mentioned that the Mei love to wander and call the seas their home. Their dance is also a formidable martial art. But alas, with the sudden disappearance of the Mei, the art of their dance has been lost to time. Gazing at the weathered statues, I could not help but be transported to a bygone era, envisioning the sapphire-hued sea, the sky ablaze with colorful clouds, the sound of waves harmonizing with the Mei dancing in the wind, a truly magnificent scene. Suddenly, Yuhan let out a cold snort. Nangong Ping's sculpting skills were abysmal. He utterly failed to capture the essence of the Mei's dance. I was taken aback. From Yuhan's tone, it was evident that it had witnessed the Mei dance. Goodness! Could it be that Yuhan has lived for millennia? After more than 2 hours, the peanut boat emerged from the long Snake Strait, surrounded by other vessels bustling about, creating a lively atmosphere. These ships were peculiar in design. Some resembled colossal swords, others like hedgehogs, and some appeared as crystal-clear orbs, swiftly rolling across the sea. One imposing figure stood out, bare-chested and defiant against the wind, riding atop a beast with yellow fur and piercing green eyes. The creature boasted 2 soft horns, its gaze fierce as it splashed the sea with its 6 padded feet, sending waves soaring high into the air. Peanut Fruit gazed enviously at the beast, exclaiming, Grandfather, I want that creature. How grand it would be to ride it. Peanut Skin frowned, replying, That is a green-eyed water cloud beast, worth over 20,000 taels of silver. How could we possibly afford it? Disheartened, Peanut Fruit pouted, and after a while, insisted that Dahu steer the boat closer to the green-eyed water cloud beast. Gazing at it longingly, Peanut Shell called out, It's nothing special. I'll catch one for you later. The imposing figure atop the green-eyed water cloud beast glanced sideways at Peanut Shell, arrogantly retorting, With you, a mere girl. Do you think you can catch a green-eyed water cloud beast? Have you even sprouted hair yet? Peanut Shell, hands on hips, exclaimed with fury, You insolent rascal. What worth does this blue-eyed beast hold? Who knows where you pilfered it from? The burly man glared with murderous intent, poised to unleash his wrath. Peanut Skin hastily bowed in apology. My dear brother, please temper your anger. My granddaughter has spoken disrespectfully, and I, an old man, offer my sincerest apologies on her behalf. The burly man sneered. What do you think you are, old fool, daring to call me your brother? He urged the blue-eyed beast forward, abruptly blocking the ship's bow. The creature opened its gaping maw and let out a fearsome roar, causing Peanut Fruit to blanch. I maintained my composure, pulling Peanut Fruit behind me. Peanut Shell's brows furrowed in indignation. How dare you insult my grandfather? I shall teach you a lesson today. As her left arm extended, Peanut Skin swiftly restrained her, warning sharply, Child, if you stir up trouble again, I shall flay you alive. Apologize to this esteemed gentleman at once. The burly man, Ao Guang, chuckled menacingly. Old fool, are you trembling at my name? Let me inform you that the notorious water Luoyang of the demon abyss is my superior. Offending me would be futile, even if you possessed 9 lives. However, I might spare you, provided this woman strips and bows 3 times. Upon hearing the name Water Luoyang, I felt a jolt of realization. Ao Guang was a henchman of Water Luoyang. Since the opportunity presents itself, I cannot let you escape unscathed. Water Luoyang owes a debt to me, and it is only fitting that you repay a portion of it as interest. Your mother should be the one to strip and bow. Peanut Shell bellowed in rage, while Peanut Skin's face reddened in embarrassment as he retorted, Ao brother, your words stink like foul gas. Amusement flickered within me as Peanut Skin's ire rose. The situation escalated, revealing Ao Guang's intention to bully us, making conflict inevitable. I discreetly submerged my hand in the water, channeling my puppet sorcery, ready to strike. This technique allows me to condense any object into a puppet, controlled by me to attack foes, all while remaining unseen by those around. Peanut Shell, fuming, declared, Grandfather, let me teach him a lesson. She leaped forward, her arm transforming into a steel blade, slicing toward Ao Guang with a fierce whoosh. Weapon defense technique. Ao Guang's face registered surprise as he exhaled forcefully, his fists swelling to nearly the size of millstones, thick black hairs sprouting from his palms like hardened needles standing erect. With a resounding crash, his fist collided with the steel blade, sending Peanut Shell flying back, staggering onto the peanut boat, while the blade reverted to its original form. I rolled my eyes, sister. Your skills are lacking despite your grandiose claims. Ao Guang raised his fist, laughing maniacally. Is the weapon defense technique truly that feeble? The name of my might surpasses yours in genuine substance. By this time, numerous ships had gathered around, halting to witness the spectacle. Whispers circulating. The weapon defense sect is truly faltering. I hear they can't even survive in the realm of the living. Peanut Skin dramatically opened his long coat, revealing a gray short outfit beneath, his eyes narrowing. Who says the weapon defense sect is failing? Ao Guang, I shall engage you for a few rounds. In an instant, his arms transformed into two long spears, brandishing a dense whirlwind of spear shadows, akin to two magnificent dragons, gallantly charging toward Ao Guang. Ao Guang's eyes darted, and suddenly he struck the azure-eyed water cloud beast, leaping into the air and lunging towards the peanut shell, exclaiming, "Old fellow, let my steed have some fun with you. As for me, I intend to play with your granddaughter." The azure-eyed water cloud beast swiftly charged at the peanut shell, its sharp claws unsheathing like glimmering blades. The peanut shell roared in defiance, thrusting a spear towards the azure-eyed water cloud beast while brandishing another towards Ao Guang. Ao Guang nimbly twisted in midair, evading the spear, and landed a powerful punch on the peanut shell. The azure-eyed water cloud beast swatted aside the spear and turned to bite at the peanut shell. Its movements were agile and its strength formidable, as its 6 deadly claws relentlessly clawed at the peanut shell, rendering it unable to escape. I discerned Ao Guang's intentions. He recognized the peanut shell's formidable nature and sought to ensnare it with the azure-eyed water cloud beast while he dealt with the peanut shell himself. Once he had vanquished the peanut shell, he planned to join forces with the azure-eyed water cloud beast to confront the peanut skin. Though the strategy was clever, how could I allow him to succeed with my presence? Ao Guang's massive fist, cloaked in dark fur, surged forward with a fierce roar, preparing to clash head-on. The great tiger, flushed with determination, charged forward to shield the peanut shell. I pressed my palm down slightly, causing the sea to rise abruptly, as a wave transformed into a translucent water figure that swiftly interposed itself before the peanut shell. Ao Guang stood dumbfounded, as did the peanut shell and her companions. The water figure stretched out its hand, effortlessly grasping Ao Guang's fist. Ao Guang let out a cry, straining to withdraw his fist. This brute, known as the Hercules, possessed some raw strength, yet under my manipulation of the puppet demon arts, he was further infused with a layer of the secret dragon-tiger technique. The combination of these arts endowed the puppet water figure with the formidable strength of both a dragon and a tiger, tightly gripping Ao Guang's fist, rendering him immobile. Large beads of sweat formed on Ao Guang's forehead. He stood frozen, his face a mask of horror. I smiled with satisfaction, for the dragon-tiger technique, when mastered, could lift mountains. While I had not reached such heights, my strength was far beyond Ao Guang's. The water figure swung Ao Guang around like a windmill, leaving him disoriented. The peanut fruit, gathering her courage, inquired, "Sister, what is happening?" The peanut shell glanced around, excitement bubbling within her. Perhaps a powerful ally is secretly aiding us. The onlookers began to murmur. With some whispering, it resembles the puppet demon arts. Ao Guang is in for a tough time now, seeing her granddaughter unharmed. The peanut skin regained her spirit and swiftly wielded her dual spears, launching a torrent of attacks against the azure-eyed water cloud beast. My heart soared. Once a victim of bullying, I was now relishing the opportunity to torment others. As I activated the puppet demon arts, the water figure applied tremendous pressure. And with a crack, Ao Guang's fist, the size of a millstone, was crushed. He let out a wail, his hand a bloody mess, but the water figure showed no mercy, continuing to seize Ao Guang's other fist and shattering it as well, rendering him unconscious. The water figure then executed a swift kick, sending him hurtling towards the ocean. Ao Guang plunged into the sea, his body gradually transforming into a large black hedgehog, drifting away with the current. I instantly realized that this fellow was indeed a hedgehog demon. I gently withdrew my hand from the water's surface, and with a splash, the water figure dispersed, merging into the frothy waves of the sea. At this moment, the azure-eyed water cloud beast found itself in a state of utter disarray, having been thoroughly beaten by the peanut skin. Thud, thud, thud. The spear repeatedly struck the azure-eyed water cloud beast. It was evident that the peanut skin intended to subdue the creature, otherwise it would have perished long ago. The beast howled in agony, desperately attempting to flee, but the spear ensnared it tightly. Peanut Fruit excitedly exclaimed, "Grandfather, catch it for me." Peanut Skin chuckled heartily, and with a clang, the spear transformed into 2 iron chains, wrapping around the 6 limbs of the azure-eyed water cloud beast, swiftly binding it with several loops. The beast roared and struggled violently, but Peanut Skin dealt a series of swift and forceful kicks to its belly, causing it to foam at the mouth in pain. Peanut Skin laughed, saying, "Fiend, do you submit now? If you continue to act obstinately, I shall extract your inner core for nourishment." The azure-eyed water cloud beast whimpered and nodded repeatedly, its eyes reflecting a plea for mercy. Peanut Fruit, gathering her courage, approached cautiously. hesitating for a moment before reaching out to stroke the beast's mane. It responded by wagging its tail, appearing remarkably docile. It seemed to be a creature that feared harshness but responded well to kindness. Peanut's skin retracted the chains, releasing the beast, and bowed to the onlookers. Expressing gratitude, I am immensely thankful to the esteemed person who intervened and saved my granddaughter's life. I chuckled silently, as no one around offered a reply. The ships gradually dispersed, and Peanut's skin sighed. Since the puppeteering technique was employed, it is likely that this esteemed individual wishes to remain anonymous. I feigned a casual tone, saying, Elder Peanut, that Ao Guang is a subordinate of the demon Sha Tian Shui Luoyang. I have heard that Shui Luoyang is quite a formidable demon. So be cautious in the future. Peanut Shell cast a dismissive glance at me, retorting, You truly are a coward. Peanut Skin interjected, Girl, silence. It is your mischief that has brought this trouble upon us. He then addressed me, For many years, I have lived in seclusion on a solitary island, detached from worldly affairs. Furthermore, demons from the demon Sha Tian rarely venture into the other realms, so I am not well acquainted with the intricacies of Shui Luoyang. Young brother, thank you for your warning. I shall remain vigilant regarding that Shui Luoyang. I felt a twinge of disappointment, as I had hoped to glean information about Shui Luoyang and his entourage of demons from him. Alas, Peanut Skin seemed equally uninformed, and I would have to wait until we entered the Grand City to gather intelligence more discreetly. Chapter 9. As dusk approached, the number of ships at sea increased dramatically, appearing densely clustered, all heading toward the Grand City. Before long, we glimpsed land ahead. It was a vast dock, home to tens of thousands of vessels, with people and demons bustling about, a continuous flow of activity. I marveled in silence. Even the docks of Luoyang's Luo River lacked such vibrant commotion. As the peanut vessel made contact with the shore, a robust man clad in a yellow robe approached, greeting us politely. Greetings, everyone. A fee of 10 taels of silver is required to dock at the pier. He produced a waist token, fastening it to the bow of the peanut vessel. The bronze token bore an imposing lion's head in relief. Peanut Shell, hands on hips, retorted defiantly, How dare you? Who do you think you are to demand payment from us? The yellow-robed man remained courteous, smiling as he replied, Miss, this is your first visit to the Grand City. I presume. The custom of paying a fee to dock has been in place for many years. I am a disciple of the Lion Roar Secret Path sect, and we have always overseen the dock's operations in the Grand City. Will you suffocate if you remain silent? Peanut Skin scolded Peanut Shell, then produced some silver and handed it to the burly man. The latter accepted it, and, glancing at the stunning azure-eyed water cloud beast nearby, remarked, What a magnificent azure-eyed water cloud beast. If any of you wish to sell it, do seek us at the Lion's Roar sect. Our offer will surely satisfy you. After the man departed, Peanut Shell could not help but exclaim, Grandfather, what exactly is the Lion's Roar Secret Path sect? Peanut Skin replied, The Lion's Roar Secret Path sect specializes in secretive techniques and is one of the 3 major cultivation sects in Great Thousand City. The other 2 are the Diamond Secret Path sect and the Chaotic Transformation Imperial sect. Most businesses in Great Thousand City are dominated by these 3 sects, which also bear the heavy responsibility of maintaining order within the city. My dear, if you encounter members of these 3 sects, you must be cautious with your words, otherwise, even I will be unable to save you. We disembarked and walked straight ahead, with Big Tiger carrying the luggage and Peanut Fruit riding on the azure-eyed water cloud beast, cheerfully calling out. As I surveyed the scene, I noticed several hundred men in yellow robes patrolling the dock. Many ships were laden with various goods, and the ship owners were paying taxes to those burly men. I couldn't help but express my envy, with so many ships coming and going. The Lion's Roar Secret Path sect must be exceedingly wealthy. Surely, the other sects must be envious? Peanut Skin replied, astonished, Little brother, are you not aware? Each of these 3 sects has powerful backing. The Lion's Roar Secret Path sect is supported by the Sound Fiend sect of the Pure Void Heaven, while the leader of the Diamond Secret Path sect is rumored to be the illegitimate son of an unparalleled master from the auspicious heaven. The Chaotic Transformation Imperial sect is the most formidable, a branch of the Chaos Imperial sect, renowned alongside the Pulse Vessel Sea Palace as one of the 10 great sects of the realm of life. With such a formidable backing, who would dare to covet these 3 sects? The Chaos Imperial sect? I couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, realizing that I would likely encounter these sects frequently in the future due to their stolen secrets. Steadying my thoughts, I said, I prefer to wander the wilderness, indifferent to worldly matters. I apologize if I have caused you any amusement, Uncle Hua. Peanut Shell scoffed, It turns out you are just an ignorant bumpkin. I nodded. It seems there was indeed a bumpkin who foolishly inquired about the significance of the Lion's Roar Secret Path sect. Peanut Shell, infuriated, gritted her teeth. While Peanut Fruit clapped in delight, "Sister, your sharp tongue has finally met its match, hasn't he it? Brother Lin Fei, well done. I am quite proud." Upon exiting the dock, we entered a broad avenue where many strangely dressed individuals and spirits stood at the entrance, eagerly beckoning to passers-by with large wooden signs. "Honored guest. Would you like to stay at our inn? 10 taels of silver per day, including meals and lodging. We even offer a century-old He Shou Wu as a complimentary gift. You want tea, believe your eyes. Come see our half-price special at the Eternal Life Inn. Rooms are limited. Come quickly." The most eye-catching was a charming female spirit clad in a pink belly wrap and green undergarments, revealing her snow-white thighs as she sat atop a long cart shaped like a colossal clam, which opened and closed. The clam was adorned with golden characters, "Gentle Haven." The female spirit swayed her purple tail and sweetly enticed. "Every man should reside in the Gentle Haven. Our prices are fair, and service is first-rate, ensuring your prowess flourishes and your nights are filled with springtime joy." I was dazzled by the sights, while Peanut Fruit and Big Tiger stared at the female spirit, utterly mesmerized. Peanut Shell exclaimed with indignation, "The women here are utterly shameless." Peanut Fruit, Big Tiger, close your eyes. Suddenly, a whirlwind swept towards us, and several enormous, muscular creatures, covered in lumps, charged forward, forming a line. Their voices thundered, "The Mighty Wind Inn, renowned throughout the land. Stay at the Mighty Wind Inn for a day, and you shall enjoy prestige for countless years." One creature, sporting donkey ears, abruptly seized the luggage from Big Tiger's hands and hefted it onto his shoulder. Peanut Shell was taken aback. "Robbery?" He extended his arm, ready to retaliate. In a flash, Peanut Skin intervened, pressing down on the donkey-eared creature's shoulder. The creature emitted a muffled groan, as if crushed by a mountain, and involuntarily squatted on the ground. Peanut Skin retrieved the bundle and said, "Apologies. We will choose our own inn. We won't trouble you." The group of creatures advanced menacingly, rolling up their sleeves and glaring at us. Peanut Shell's left arm transformed into a steel blade as he shouted, "Another fight? Splendid." To our astonishment, the creatures suddenly knelt before us, wailing, "Please, noble sirs, grant us the honor of staying at our Mighty Wind Inn. For just half a tael of silver per day, you won't find such a bargain in the grand city." We were all left speechless, astonished by such desperate solicitation. The creatures tugged at our pant legs, tears streaming down their faces as they lamented their struggles to make a living, their entire families relying on them. Peanut Skin sighed with a bitter smile and waved his hand. "All right, rise. We shall stay." In an instant, the creatures sprang to their feet, their faces beaming with joy, their tears ceasing as if by magic. The donkey-eared creature seized the luggage once more, eagerly saying, "Esteemed sirs, please follow me." As we walked along the main road heading east, a resplendent city emerged before us, gleaming with gold. 8 majestic white marble arch bridges rose before it, leading to 8 crimson gates. The city walls were high and thick, adorned with intricate carvings, and the triangular rooftops were covered in shining glazed tiles. The eaves jutted out at sharp angles, resembling a pair of giant wings, which held aloft the grand sign of the Great Thousand City. "What a beautiful city gate!" Peanut Fruit exclaimed, gazing up in envy. "It's incomparable to our small fishing village." I surveyed the surroundings, noting dozens of broad avenues leading into the Great Thousand City, bustling with a continuous flow of carriages and people. A line formed at the city gates, including many transporting goods. We gradually joined the throng, entering the city. The streets were wide and interconnected, flanked by towering buildings and a plethora of shops. People and creatures bustled about, adorned in splendid attire, particularly the women, who boldly wore daringly sheer pink garments in public. The donkey-eared creature remarked, "In just a few days, the Great Thousand City will host its decennial fragrant festival. So the number of visitors, both human and creature, has surged recently. You must be here for treasure hunting and matchmaking, right?" "Treasure hunting and matchmaking?" I inquired with curiosity. The donkey-eared creature excitedly explained, "It seems you are not yet aware. The Fragrant Gala is indeed a grand event in the mundane world, co-hosted by the Lion's Roar Secret Sect, the Diamond Secret Sect, and the Chaotic Supreme Sect. This gathering features a magical competition, culminating in the selection of 3 victors, with rewards comprising rare treasures provided by the 3 sections. Should the victors desire, they may also assume significant positions within these esteemed sections." Impatiently, I interrupted his discourse, inquiring about its relevance to matchmaking. The donkey-eared demon chuckled, revealing that this year's Fragrant Gala bore a unique distinction, an additional prize, a beautiful maiden. The mere mention of beauty piqued even the old Peanut Skin's interest, a testament to the enduring allure of youth. The donkey-eared demon continued, elucidating that he ping. The leader of the chaotic supreme sect has a precious daughter named Hua, whose beauty surpasses her namesake. He Ping is keen on finding a husband for his daughter. Hence he declared that among the 3 victors, the strongest would be awarded the title of son-in-law to the chaotic supreme sect. With gleaming eyes, I mused on the prospects of such an endeavor, marrying a beauty while securing a legacy within the sect. Perhaps even entering the chaotic supreme sect for a permanent residence in the realm of life. Intrigued by the lively atmosphere of the fragrant gala, I suggested we witness the spectacle ourselves. Peanut Skin, Peanut Fruit, and Big Tiger nodded in agreement, while Peanut Shell scoffed, disparaging the women of Dakian City, insinuating that Hua could not be much better. Startled, the donkey-eared demon glanced around, cautioning against careless words, as those nearby were indeed members of the chaotic supreme sect. Following his gaze, I noticed 2 burly men clad in thick cotton coats, absurdly out of place for the sweltering summer, their wooden clogs echoing on the pavement. I was taken aback. Their attire was indeed nonsensical for the season. Peanut Shell exclaimed, questioning their fear of heat rashes. The leading man, overhearing, winked at Peanut Shell, stating that only women preferred scant attire. His companion added, commenting on the girl's clothing, suggesting she hailed from the countryside. Incensed, Peanut Shell flushed with anger, ready to retaliate, but was promptly silenced by Peanut Skin's firm hand. The 2 men entered a row of shops, where merchants eagerly offered gold and silver, bowing and scraping as they filled the men's leather bags. The donkey-eared demon explained that the shops on this street pay monthly taxes to the chaotic supreme sect, while we, as innkeepers, must pay protection fees to the diamond secret sect. Currently, I found myself impoverished, in dire need of silver to sustain myself. As the 2 men exited a silk shop, I strategically brushed past them, employing the chaotic supreme technique to silently slip my hand into their leather bag, stealthily grasping several gold ingots. A triumphant smile spread across my face. With this technique, I would no longer have to fret about sustenance. After traversing numerous streets, the evening settled in, and vibrant lanterns illuminated the facades of towering buildings. Peanut Shell furrowed her brow and addressed the donkey-ear monster. After such a long journey, why have we not yet arrived at the inn? The donkey-ear monster replied with a sheepish grin, "Do not worry, esteemed guest, we shall be there shortly." He led us into a dimly lit alley, twisting and turning for quite a while, before finally halting in front of a humble establishment. "Is this really the prestigious inn?" Peanut Shell exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. A filthy drainage ditch lay before the shop, filled with greasy vegetable refuse, emanating a nauseating stench. Surrounding us were dark alleyways, cluttered with garbage, and a short-tailed monster squatted in a corner, seemingly engaged in a rather unsavory activity. The donkey-ear monster gestured towards the weathered sign hanging at the shop's entrance, the faded letters barely legible. "Prestigious inn, absolutely genuine." Peanut Shell seized the donkey-ear monster's ear, exclaiming, "You foolish creature, how dare you deceive us? Who would stay in a place like this?" The donkey-ear monster cried out in pain, "Please, dear lady, release me. Though our inn may be a bit shabby, the rates are reasonable, and we offer complimentary breakfast and free laundry services. Other inns would charge at least 3 or 4 silver coins a day." Peanut Shell nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. "He speaks the truth. Our funds are limited. We shall endure for a couple of days. By the day after tomorrow at the latest, my senior brother should arrive in Dakian City." Inside the inn, a bull-headed monster, dressed as a waiter, dozed lazily at the counter. The donkey-ear monster called out, "Guests have arrived. Why are you not welcoming them?" Peanut Shell stated, "We require 2 rooms." The bull-headed monster rubbed his sleepy eyes and glanced at the azure-eyed water cloud beast ridden by Peanut Shell, beckoning us to pass through the main hall. At the back, there was a courtyard surrounded by dozens of small rooms. The bull-headed monster opened the doors to 2 rooms on the eastern side, which were relatively clean, albeit the bedding was somewhat worn. "What would you like to eat, esteemed guests?" he inquired. I smiled mischievously. "What are your specialties?" Peanut Shell interjected, "No need for that. We have provisions. You may leave now." The bull-headed monster cast a sidelong glance at me, muttering to himself as if to suggest I should not expect to deceive him into providing free meals. I produced a gold ingot, flashing it before Peanut Shell's eyes, boasting, "I possess ample funds. Peanut Shell, let us go. I shall treat you to a delightful feast." "Excellent." Peanut Shell cheered, pulling me onto the back of the water cloud beast. With a swift pat on its rear, the creature leapt forward, soaring out of the inn and into the alleyway. Behind us, Peanut Skin's angry shouts echoed, "You little rascal, trying to slip away to frolic again." Before long, we arrived at a bustling street corner, adorned with vibrant lanterns and resounding with music, the lights dazzling like flames dancing across the sky. I chose an opulent dining establishment, filled to capacity with patrons. In the center of the grand hall, a stage had been erected, where a stunningly beautiful Fei with pointed ears was performing a dance, her figure exquisitely curvaceous. Ensnared by glistening threads, the Fei danced gracefully on one leg, twirling lightly as the threads unraveled, revealing her delicate, rosy skin. Strip! Strip! Hurry and strip! The guests clamored in excitement, and Peanut Shell's face flushed with embarrassment. I glanced at the menu: steamed dragon liver, oil-braised pichot meat, and Lingji Kirin tendons, exotic delicacies I had never tasted before. I slammed a gold ingot onto the table and declared with grandiosity, "Bring me 4 signature dishes. The rest is for tips." The young waiter, grinning ear to ear, accepted the gold with delight. Eagerly, I turned my gaze to the enchanting dancer on stage and inquired, "Are performances by such alluring dancers a common occurrence here?" The waiter chuckled. "Indeed, each evening features a different enchantress. Tonight's performer is a silkworm demon known as Xiaohong. After all, these creatures are of lowly status, and for merely a few taels of silver, they are willing to sell themselves." "What do you mean by that? Are demons inherently inferior?" I retorted. "Of course. Most demons mingling in the mortal realm possess weak powers. They either become courtesans or resort to thievery, banditry, or servitude, lacking any standing, forever dependent on the whims of humans for survival." His words struck a dissonant chord within me, for I too considered myself half a demon. On stage, the silkworm demon Xiaohong's delicate silks had slipped to her waist, her petite bosom resembling soft doves, shimmering with a rosy hue under the lights. The surrounding patrons continued to jeer, "Strip, you wretched thing. Don't tease us, just undress." Coins rained down upon the stage, striking Xiaohong, and a fleeting flicker of pain crossed her eyes, though her face maintained a forced smile. I sighed and turned away, unwilling to witness further. "Do you, like them, revel in the humiliation of the dancers?" The moon soul suddenly spoke, its shimmering light glinting from my left middle finger. I was momentarily taken aback and employed my 5 senses to converse with the moon soul through my gaze. "I do not know her. Her suffering is of no concern to me." The moon soul replied indifferently, "So you only care for yourself?" I responded in confusion, "What can I do? In these times, everyone sweeps their own doorstep. Meddling in others' affairs invites trouble." "Charming dance, huh? Charming dance." The moon soul's voice became desolate and disillusioned. I never imagined that after millennia, the inheritor of the charming dance would be such a pitiful creature. Defiantly, I asked, "What should the inheritor of the charming dance embody?" "Charming dance is the most vibrant dance of life, a wild celebration of joy. It is a furious expression of discontent in times of injustice." The moon soul's words were deliberate, akin to sparks igniting the air. I was taken aback. Injustice? This was merely her means of survival. She chose this path willingly. The moon soul scoffed. "Indeed, she was born into degradation. Thus, she willingly sells herself here." A pang of realization struck me, as a vivid memory surfaced of myself scrambling for porridge on the Lion Bridge in Luoyang. In that moment, I too was as lowly as Xiaohong, trampled and mocked. But who is truly born lowly? Suddenly, a gold ingot struck the corner of Xiaohong's eye, blood gushing forth, eliciting a wave of satisfied laughter from the crowd. My blood boiled, and I thought, "Damn it, I'll intervene just this once." I slammed the table and shouted, "Silence. Today, I am claiming Xiaohong for myself. Anyone who dares to make her undress again will face the wrath of my entire family." In Chapter 10 of the 3rd volume, the atmosphere was thick with silence. Countless pairs of astonished eyes fixed upon me. I strode confidently onto the stage, producing all my gold ingots and presenting them to Xiaohong. "This is all I have. Take it and live well from now on. Leave this profession behind." Xiaohong stared at me, momentarily dazed, before softly responding, "Sir, please do not jest. I choose this life willingly. You should take your money back. I cannot accept it." A chorus of hisses erupted from the crowd as several burly men, brandishing swords, charged forward, glaring menacingly at me. "Who do you think you are, daring to act tough here?" I cast a sideways glance, about to retaliate, when Peanut, riding his azure-eyed beast, leapt onto the stage with a commanding presence. "The weapon master of the armor guard sect is here. I, Peanut, will not allow anyone to harm my brother Lin Fei." The thugs momentarily hesitated. Peanut twirled his arm, transforming it into a dagger, skillfully creating a dazzling display of blade work. The azure beast let out a fierce roar, its 6 claws poised to pounce, causing the men to retreat in fear. I chuckled. "So, it turns out that the loudest thunder brings the least rain. Is the name of the armor guard sect enough to frighten you?" From the audience, a voice emerged, slowly rising. A figure unveiled his face from beneath a hood, his brows arching sharply like swords soaring into the sky. I am Lu Tsuyu of the Armor Guard sect. Let me demonstrate the true power of the Armor Guard. Lu Tsuyu proclaimed, his posture regal as he ascended the stage. Whispers of the audience reached my ears. The Armor Guard. That is the most formidable sect in recent years, rumored to be vying for a spot among the top 10. Representing Luoyang in the upcoming competition. Lu Tsuyu is said to be the foremost master of the Armor Guard. This should be entertaining. Could Lu Tsuyu have come to the mortal realm to participate in the fragrant tournament, hoping to win the hand of Isaiwa? Peanut brandished his dagger, exuding bravado. What do you intend to do? My azure-eyed beast is not to be trifled with. Lu Tsuyu cast a cold glance at Peanut, remaining still, his brows slightly raised. Suddenly, a piercing azure light shot forth, striking the azure-eyed beast, which let out a pained cry as it was sent soaring into the air, crashing down heavily. Peanut's face paled in fear as Lu Tsuyu surveyed us with indifference. Will you fight one by one, or shall we engage two at a time? I feigned bravado, declaring, a gentleman speaks rather than fights. Besides, we have no grudges. Why should we damage our harmony? I secretly activated the mysterious arts of the Xuanji. Ripples of energy surging within me. Seeing my reluctance to engage, the surrounding guests erupted in mockery. Lu Tsuyu scoffed. So the Armor Guard sect is indeed all bark and no bite. I smiled slyly, sending silent energy circles towards Lu Tsuyu. His expression shifted as he sensed the encroaching force. But, having underestimated me, he found himself ensnared in the swirling currents. I unleashed the full extent of the Xuanji arts, the circles revolving seamlessly, compelling Lu Tsuyu to follow their motion, his figure swaying comically. I feigned astonishment. Oh dear. Could it be that the esteemed first master of the Armor Guard wishes to perform a striptease? Everyone, let us applaud and encourage him. Come on, strip. Strip. Xiaohong let out a chuckle, and I winked at her. Your smile is truly captivating. Xiaohong's cheeks flushed, her gaze burning as she looked at me. If you were to groom yourself properly, you would undoubtedly be quite handsome. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted, and Lu Tsuyu's brows furrowed, his straight eyebrows standing on end. A brilliant azure light burst forth from his brows, akin to a sharp sword, tearing through the layers of energy rings and propelling him skyward, breaking free from the whirlpool of air. Lu Tsuyu, a master of the Luoyang, managed to break through my Xuanji energy circle in no time, demonstrating his considerable skill. However, encountering me, he was indeed unfortunate. I remained composed, waiting for him to land and stabilize before I remarked, Lu, why have you ceased your twirling dance? Are you dissatisfied with the lack of silver coins being tossed from the audience? Lu Tsuyu's expression turned grave. The Xuanji secret technique. You are from the esteemed Xuanji sect of Qingshu Tian. The audience gasped, and the peanut vendor gazed at me in confusion. I feigned ignorance. Xuanji? All I know are hens and roosters. Lu Tsuyu was taken aback. If I were truly a member of the Xuanji sect, I would not jest about my own faction. He steadied himself and said coldly, regardless of your sect, today marks your doom. I replied with a grin, I am truly terrified. There is no need for you to feign madness. Let us engage in a proper contest. Lu Tsuyu raised an eyebrow, shedding his loose cloak, revealing a fitted emerald outfit beneath. The peanut vendor stammered, Brother Lin, could it be that he truly intends to perform a striptease? I exclaimed, I am merely your little brother, not your little brother, mind you. That distinction must not be mistaken. Xiaohong couldn't help but cover her mouth, laughing. While Lu Tsuyu glared at me, his eyebrows gradually turning a vivid green, radiating brilliance. The peanut vendor, a bit anxious, suggested, Brother, perhaps we should retreat and call for Grandpa. Wanna flee? It's too late. With a sharp whistle, Lu Tsuyu unleashed azure light from his brows, dazzling like the sun, coalescing into a vibrant beam of sword energy, akin to a rolling wave of light, descending upon me with great force. To counter this attack, I had at least hundreds of spells at my disposal. I shouted in alarm, Murder! Help! Employing the art of evasion, I executed peculiar footwork, my body swaying as I advanced towards the incoming sword energy. Be careful, young master, Xiaohong cried out. I smiled faintly, melting into the sword energy. In an instant, the sword light vanished, and I stood unscathed before Lu Tsuyu. I shook my head. It seems your sword cannot harm me. Oh, I understand. You have shown mercy. Lu Tsuyu's expression shifted. He was clearly unfamiliar with the art of evasion, a defensive technique that allows one to find the blind spot of an opponent's attack at the peak moment, rendering oneself invisible in that very spot. Mastery of this technique requires exceptional vision. Had I failed to discern the blind spot of Lu Tsuyu's sword energy or miscalculated the timing of my evasion, I would surely have met my demise. Suddenly, the azure light intensified, and Lu Ziyu's brows twitched with astonishing speed, releasing beams of sword energy that whistled through the air. Before my eyes, countless beams of emerald light flickered, resembling a dense swarm approaching. Both Hua Shengguo and Xiaohong gasped in unison as Lu Ziyu's sword light enveloped them. I let out a cold snort, clutching Hua Shengguo with my left hand and cradling Xiaohong with my right, shielding them. My eyes glimmered like bright, clear mirrors, invoking the secret art of the mirror pupil. The multitude of sword lights was reflected in my pupils, and under the operation of the mirror pupil technique, the sword light was suddenly redirected, striking back at Lu Ziyu. The latter was immediately thrown into disarray, frantically dodging, while Xiaohong and Hua Shengguo remained unscathed under my protection. I teasingly exclaimed, "Lu Ziyu, it appears you are a masochist, relishing in inflicting harm upon yourself." Hua Shengguo, tugging at his little ponytail, asked, "Brother, what on earth is happening? We haven't even made a move yet." Xiaohong, with gratitude, said, "Thank you for saving me, dear sir." After a moment, her face flushed, she added, "You needn't hold me any longer." I stuck out my tongue, catching sight of her soft, rosy complexion, and couldn't resist gently brushing my nose against her cheek, murmuring, "So fragrant." Only then did I set Xiaohong down. "You truly know how to seize an opportunity," Yuan remarked, somewhat vexed. I shrugged and turned to Lu Ziyu, saying, "What other tricks do you possess? I am famished and in need of sustenance." The hall fell into an eerie silence, everyone holding their breath, utterly focused on us. Upon meeting my gaze, they instinctively averted their eyes. A sense of pride surged within me, having mastered hundreds of spells. I was confident even the adept of the rosy heaven would be no match for me. Of course, I had prepared to flee if I found myself outmatched before engaging Lu Ziyu. After all, I could fly, and he could not catch me. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" Lu Ziyu asked, his face a shade darker. I chuckled. "Why do you care who I am? I have no interest in forging relations with you. Since you are so arrogant, then receive another sword strike from me." Lu Ziyu inhaled deeply, his long hair billowing wildly, his garments billowing like a sail, his brows lifting in intensity, almost jumping off his face. Two emerald green brows floated in the air, presenting an oddly peculiar sight. "Cross void slash!" Lu Ziyu shouted fiercely. With his exclamation, the two brows transformed into two resplendent long swords, crossing in a cruciform pattern, their brilliance casting a green hue upon the surroundings. The wind hissed as the sword energy sliced through the air, causing it to ripple like water. The dual swords charged toward me in a cross formation, and before they could close the distance, the stage before us shattered with a loud crack, cleaved into four pieces. A chill ran down my spine. The sharp sword energy pressed upon me, nearly stealing my breath away, as the ground around was enveloped by the might of the sword light, seemingly poised to sever heaven and earth. I dared not employ the mirror pupil technique, fearing my demonic energy was too feeble, and if the reflection failed, the consequences would be dire. Lu Ziyu's cross void slash appeared flawless, leaving no angles for retreat or concealment. A thought crossed my mind, and I activated the Xianju secret technique once more. Though the jagged teeth had lost their edge, the supple tongue remained intact. Confronted by the imperious and piercing sword light, the words of the wise old woman echoed clearly in my mind. The circle bears no angles, no sharpness, yet is filled with endless transformations. With a graceful flick of my hands, I traced circles in the air, the energy flowing like the gentle ripples of water. Meeting the oncoming sword energy, the emerald sword light surged into the celestial energy circle like a bolt of lightning. One circle after another, as I moved my limbs, the onslaught of sword energy melted away like snow, the vibrant green dimming gradually. The energy circles formed an unfathomable abyss, devouring all sharpness. I laughed heartily, declaring that the so-called cross slash could scarcely sever even a piece of paper. Before my words had fully escaped, the sword light of the cross suddenly twisted, emitting a shrill, urgent roar, as if some monstrous entity was slowly awakening within the blades. The roar intensified, revealing glimmering emerald scales and a body as thick as a barrel, partially cloaked in the dazzling sword light. The two swords entwined, spiraling upwards, expanding into a verdant two-headed giant serpent. With a whoosh, the serpent soared above, evading the celestial energy circle, and struck back at me from behind, a sharp wind slicing through my back with a stinging pain. I cursed my own carelessness, never anticipating such a transformation at the culmination of the cross slash. In a hasty turn, I was met with the sight of two gaping maws filling my vision, poised to swallow me whole. There was no choice but to confront it head-on. I roared, leaping with grace, twisting elegantly in mid-air, positioning myself precisely between the two serpent heads. I invoked the weapon armor technique, my legs morphing into two gleaming long blades, striking fiercely at the serpent. Boom! The dual blades struck the serpent heads with precision, sending a chaotic splash of emerald light. I did not pause, channeling the chaos armor technique, delivering a light punch to the serpent's body. Instantly, the serpent vanished, reverting back to its original form of two swords. Lu Ziyu's face was filled with astonishment. Before he could retaliate, my fists transformed into iron hammers, delivering a flurry of blows to the swords, sending them hurtling backwards. Lu Ziyu, in a panic, shouted, the sword light narrowly grazing his forehead, transforming back into two eyebrows, drooping softly above his eyelids. Meanwhile, I had already leapt skyward, tilting my head back, spinning, and raising my legs, the snow-white lotus garb showcasing an unparalleled elegance. Thud! My leg struck Lu Ziyu squarely in the chest, sending him crashing off the stage. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. No one dared utter a word. As I gazed down at the struggling Lu Ziyu, my heart fell into a momentary stillness. In that instant, there was no elation, no haughty triumph. Lu Ziyu was like a litmus test, revealing my strengths and weaknesses. I stood upon the stage, my heart as tranquil as water, finally convinced of my prowess as a master of the northern realms. Chapter 11. As I returned to the inn, the night had deepened. Along the way, Washengwo led the emerald-eyed water cloud beast, staring blankly at me. Lu Ziyu's attack had merely inflicted minor injuries on the water cloud beast, causing little harm. Yet, Washengwo was unusually silent. Turning into a narrow alley, the imposing inn was not far ahead. Washengwo could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Little brother, oh no, brother Lin Fei. I never could have imagined you were so formidable, defeating that Lu fellow." I blinked in response. What makes me formidable? It was merely that Lu Ziyu was lacking. You would have triumphed just the same. Peanut Fruit exclaimed, "Do not deceive me. I saw everything quite clearly in the end." With a swift kick, you sent the one surnamed Lu flying. I mimicked the graceful posture of a dancer and kicked out my leg, then added, before leaving. Little Red remarked that you possess remarkable skills and must surely hail from a prestigious lineage. I chuckled, and Peanut Fruit looked at me with excitement, saying, "Brother Lin Fei, it seems you employed some weaponry and armor technique to defeat Lu Ziyu. Are you from Luoyang, one of our esteemed weaponry and armor sect?" I shook my head, replying, "I am without sect or affiliation. It is merely a coincidence that I have learned a bit of the weaponry and armor techniques." Ruffling his hair, I pondered, "Peanut Fruit, please do not mention the events of this evening to your grandfather, all right? I am aware that if Flower Skin learns of my abilities in weaponry and armor techniques, it could lead to complications." Peanut Fruit's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he replied, "No problem, but you must teach me your skills. You seem to know many spells. Please impart some to me, one to you. I promise to treat you with utmost respect." I tugged at his little ponytail. "You are quite the opportunist. I might teach you a thing or two when I have the time, but you must not speak of it carelessly." Peanut Fruit raised his hands in cheer. Upon arriving at the Weifeng Inn, Flower Skin was still waiting for us in the room, and upon seeing us, he felt reassured enough to sleep. Peanut Fruit burrowed into the blankets, giving me a mischievous wink before drifting off. I began to attend to my own matters, retrieving a thick stack of paper, each inscribed with a notice, "Ladies, come forth. The reincarnated one seeks you." I intended to plaster them around Qian City under the cover of night. If Gan Ning and the others saw them, they would undoubtedly realize I was searching for them. Holding the notices, I quietly exited the room. In the courtyard, a plump female demon was washing clothes, with a large wooden basin overflowing with dirty garments and sheets, the soapy water spilling onto the ground at my feet. I expressed my surprise. "Working so late?" The female demon sighed. "How can I not? In Qian City, the taxes that demons pay are double that of humans." "Oh, you humans cannot fathom how difficult life can be." I understood, feeling a sense of melancholy, and asked her, "If that is the case, why do you not return to Demon Abyss?" The female demon sighed deeply. "In Demon Abyss, it is a survival of the fittest. Weaker demons would have been killed by stronger ones long ago if they remained there." Seizing the opportunity to inquire further, I asked, "I have heard that the legendary demon lord has appeared. Surely the current state of Demon Abyss is different from the past?" She replied, "It seems much the same. They say 3 years ago, the Sarala iron tree bloomed and the demon lord emerged, but several powerful demons refused to submit and rebelled, causing chaos in Demon Abyss. I do not know how things stand now." Pausing, she added, "What can the emergence of the demon lord change? We weaker demons continue to live a life of hardship." I nodded and stepped out of the inn, conjuring a gust of wind to affix the missing person notices on every high wall within Qian City. According to the female demon, The demon lord had yet to unify demon abyss in these 3 years, and thus, I hoped the 3 beauties were safe and sound. After posting the last notice, it was already the 3rd watch of the night. I returned to the inn, silently alighting upon the roof adorned with tiles. Gazing quietly at the night sky, the dawn was approaching, and a solitary star still flickered with a pale light. "What are you pondering?" inquired the moon's spirit suddenly. "I am longing for love. What does it concern you?" I replied languidly. "It is your fault for having squandered all my gold ingots on that little red one, leaving me a pauper." The moon's spirit scoffed. "Are you truly willing to engage in such a losing venture? When you exited the tavern, did you not pilfer a few patrons' purses?" I laughed heartily, reclining on the rooftop with my head resting on my arms. "Moon spirit, you must have encountered the charm dance. Do share with me tales of its allure." After a brief silence, the moon spirit slowly spoke. "The charm is a group of beings who revel in wandering, pursuing beauty. They leave their graceful dance upon the sunlit sea at dawn, in the deserts beneath the starlight, and atop snow-capped mountains bathed in moonlight. Wherever they traverse, the charm aids the weak, for they hold reverence for every form of life in this world. In the eyes of the charm, life bears no distinctions of high or low status." I retorted mockingly. "So, the charm fancies itself as a champion of justice." The moon spirit continued. "To others, the charm dance is perceived as a lethal martial art. Yet for the charm, it is merely a passionate expression of their love for life." I rolled my eyes. "The charm dance is undeniably a martial skill." The moon spirit smirked. "Thus, you truly do not grasp the essence of the charm dance. By the way, you learned the charm dance from the jade mirror of the charm dance, did you not?" I nodded and pressed. "Moon spirit, what is your connection to the charm? Your tone suggests familiarity. Is it because I can perform the charm dance that you have latched onto me?" The moon spirit wore a mysterious grin and fell silent. That rascal often feigning muteness at critical moments. After a while, it shifted the topic. "By the way, the azure pearl of the Xian turtle and the red-eyed beast possesses an overwhelming yin energy. It cannot be consumed alone. It must be accompanied by yang herbs such as fire dragon pills and red snake grass to serve as a catalyst. Do not worry, I will procure it for you." I murmured in acknowledgement. "So far, you have been rather amiable. Keep up the good work." The moon spirit fixed its small eyes upon me. "Lin Fei, what manner of person are you? To speak frankly, relying solely on the jade mirror of the charm dance is utterly insufficient. Without a heart that cherishes life and seeks beauty, you shall never truly perform the genuine charm dance." "Pursuing beauty?" I chuckled at the thought. After a moment's reflection, I pointed towards the long, narrow alley beneath the eaves and calmly remarked, "I too wander like the charm, but it is solely because I have no home. The dark alley, rife with running sewage, is as familiar to me as an old friend. Although the alley is filthy, it offers shelter from the biting cold." Moon spirit, observe the towering walls on either side of the alley. Do you know what lies within the cracks of the bricks? Without awaiting a response, I continued. "There is green moss. Do you know the taste of moss? Allow me to enlighten you. It is bitter and astringent, for I have tasted it, having consumed it in my hunger. Thus, I cannot dance with the same fervor as the charm upon the beautiful sea. I lack the leisure for such indulgence." I rose, surveying the crude alleyway, and smiled. "My dance belongs here. It may be destined to lack beauty, yet it is indeed my charm dance." The moon spirit fell silent, gazing deeply at me. The sky brightened gradually, with the pale dawn light casting mottled shadows in the alley. Even in the deepest of lanes, the dawn could be perceived. Suddenly, I whispered, tilting my head upward, where the silhouettes of Gan Ning, Hai Ji, and Jiao Dan may seem to be reflected in the cerulean sky. In that moment, an overwhelming longing for them surged within me. As dawn broke, Peanut Fruit eagerly urged me to teach him spells. After some contemplation, I imparted to him the incantation for conjuring wind, as it proved to be the most practical for swift escapes. After breakfast, Peanut Skin excitedly announced that his senior brother had arrived at Dakian City and that they had arranged to meet at noon. We hastily prepared, purchasing a few clean garments to avoid being perceived as shabby. Peanut Fruit joyfully bounced up, asking if we were to move to Luoyang. Peanut Skin chuckled, his wrinkles smoothing out. "Perhaps so. It has been quite a while since we returned. I find myself rather nostalgic for Luoyang. Lin, you should join us. Why not simply become a disciple of the weapon armor sect, instead of idling about?" He continued. "If one were to diligently cultivate, one might even evade a calamity or two." My heart swelled with gratitude. Peanut Skin truly possessed a warm-hearted nature. Peanut Fruit winked at me, while Peanut Skin almost poked my nose with his finger. "Hey, my grandpa wishes to take you as a disciple. You heartless fool, shouldn't you bow in gratitude?" Peanut Skin smiled gently. "There's no need to rush. Let us discuss it after we meet with the sect master. I merely played along, deflecting the conversation. As our group exited the inn, we arrived at the bustling heart of the city. After a brief exploration, I discovered that the notices I had painstakingly posted on the wall had been torn down. In their place were glimmering red notices that stood out vividly in the sunlight. Damn it, who would do such a thing? My anger flared as I tore down one of the red notices. Immediately, a burly man in red approached and clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, brother. I am from the Vajra secret sect. Please pay 10 taels of silver. I was seething. What is this? Can the Vajra secret sect rob openly in broad daylight? The man paused, then pointed to the red notice in my hand. I glanced at it, and it read that the fragrant gathering was about to commence, and participants were to reveal their names on the red list and pay a registration fee of 10 taels of silver. Understanding dawned on me. I had no interest in the fragrant gathering and was about to clarify the misunderstanding when the moon's spirit interjected. Look at the bottom of the notice. I scrutinized further, and at the end of the red list, it stated, the prizes for the top 3 victors are as follows. 1. Fire locust wings. 2. Red snake grass. 3. White bone insect eggs. The moon spirit remarked, it truly comes without effort. Both fire locust wings and red snake grass can neutralize the yin energy of the green pearl, making your participation in the fragrant gathering quite suitable. As I pondered this, Peanut Shell mockingly chimed in. With your current state, you think you can compete? You'd merely waste your silver. I shot her a glare, retrieved the silver to hand to the man in red, and received a dark iron ticket for the competition from him. The triangular ticket felt icy to the touch and was engraved with a blossoming osmanthus. Peanut Skin patted my shoulder firmly. Young man, you have ambition. Though the prospects of victory seem slim, it is always beneficial to gain some insight. Fear not. In the future, I shall nurture your talents diligently. The Peanut Shell exclaimed, if he were to triumph, flowers would surely bloom within. Peanut Fruit wiped the sweat from his brow and whispered, grandfather, elder sister, be cautious lest the wind trip your tongues. I gazed at Peanut Shell with a grin, choosing silence, which prompted her to exclaim, what are you staring at with those thieving eyes? I replied in earnest, I am pondering whether flowers might indeed blossom within. Peanut Fruit burst into laughter, while Peanut Shell's chest heaved in indignation. Dahu gently tugged at her sleeve and murmured, you cannot best brother Lin in debate. Spare yourself from further distress. The fragrant conference is but 2 days hence. Do not forget to arrive early, and I wish you swift success. The burly man in red chuckled as he pocketed the silver. Indeed, the 3 major sects of Dakian City are adept at generating wealth. Yet they shall find no access to my coffers. As I passed by the man in red, I employed the chaotic armor technique to effortlessly reclaim my silver, along with a bit of interest. By noon, the entire Peanut Skin family had donned splendid new attire, arriving in high spirits at a lofty establishment known as Elegant Abode, the prearranged meeting place with the weapon armor sect. Junior brother, an elderly man with a head of white hair beckoned to Peanut Skin from a window-side seat. Senior brother. Peanut Skin exclaimed excitedly as the 2 old men embraced, tears streaming down their faces. After a considerable time, Peanut Skin turned to introduce us. This is the esteemed leader of the weapon armor sect, Bai Guangguang. Clad in an opulent yellow silk robe with a jade belt, Bai Guangguang exuded an air of authority. We each approached to pay our respects, and Bai Guangguang sighed. After so many years, dear junior brother, you remain as impressive as ever, and your disciples flourish splendidly. It truly elicits my envy. Peanut Skin quickly countered, senior brother, you flatter me. Your command of the weapon armor sect instills fear throughout the realm, far surpassing my own abilities. After exchanging mutual compliments, they began reminiscing about the past. Bai Guangguang hesitated before inquiring, junior brother, now that there are no outsiders present, please speak candidly. Did you truly not take the secret teachings of our sect? Peanut Skin erupted in fury. Senior brother, do you still suspect me of theft? He slammed the table, his anger palpable, ready to storm off. Bai Guangguang, looking embarrassed, grasped his arm and said, I merely spoke thoughtlessly. Why take it to heart? Come, sit down, order some fine dishes, and listen to the music and dance to soothe your temper. In the center of the hall, surrounded by exquisite flower and bird screens, a graceful female spirit emerged. Slender and beautiful, she bore a row of soft, long antennae on her forehead, shimmering with a violet hue. She bowed elegantly to the guests, and her antennae clinked together, producing a melodious sound. Peanut Fruit exclaimed, how curious. The antennae can play music. Dahu produced a black iron tube and held it before his eyes, gazing at the female spirit. What is this treasure, brother Dahu? I inquired with curiosity. Dahu sheepishly replied, this is no treasure. It is merely a contraption I fashioned myself. I call it a telescope because it allows one to see far. Peanut Shell snatched the black iron tube and hurled it to the ground, declaring, "Shameless Dahu, do you really wish to spy on such an unattractive spirit?" The great tiger stammered his defense. "I merely wish to study her antennae, not to spy." I picked up the black iron pipe and peered inside. Astonishingly, through the transparent lens within the pipe, I could discern even the delicate points upon the female demon's chest with crystal clarity, prompting me to exclaim in admiration. The great tiger, his face flushed, confessed, "My mastery of armor manipulation is lacking, hence I can only fashion trivial contraptions." I replied earnestly, "You are mistaken. The art of armor manipulation is, in essence, the transformation of nature. In my view, the wooden vessel and telescope you have created are novel expressions of this very art. Great tiger, if you persist in your studies, you shall undoubtedly become a pioneering master of this discipline." The great tiger scratched his head, a contemplative expression dawning in his eyes. At that moment, the female demon parted her crimson lips and began to sing. The moment her voice graced my ears, I felt a tremor in my bones and my blood surged with excitement. By heavens, I had never encountered such an enchanting melody. It was as if my very soul was being caressed. The surrounding guests were entranced as the demon sang, "Whose young man is above," with his garments billowing in the wind, captivating my restless heart. Her gaze swept around, resembling a blaze of ignited desire. A spark ignited within me. Her eyes seemed strikingly familiar, as if I had encountered them before. Employing the secret art of mirrored vision, I was astounded to discern flickering flames beneath her tender visage. Suddenly, I comprehended. This face was a result of disguise. But who could she possibly be? Peanut Skin and White Light conversed for a while longer, with Peanut Skin chuckling. "Senior brother, I remember how you once relished making a grand entrance, always surrounded by followers. Now why do you have none?" White Light's face flushed crimson as he stammered for some time, only to suddenly reveal a woeful expression. "Junior brother, I must confess. The armament manipulation sect now has but one solitary leader left, and I can no longer remain in Luoyang. We were all taken aback. With Peanut Skin turning pale, "What on earth has transpired? Please clarify." White Light's demeanor reflected shame, since the theft of our secret texts. The most profound aspects of our armor manipulation have ceased to be practiced. Over the years, the armament manipulation sect has gradually declined, barely scraping by in Luoyang. Unexpectedly, 6 months ago, I inadvertently offended the burgeoning Mei sect, forcing me into a state of wandering, while my disciples have scattered. I had no choice but to seek you in the mortal realm, hoping we might join forces to restore the armament manipulation sect. The group exchanged glances. With Peanut Shell muttering softly, "He looks formidable, yet turns out to be an empty shell, faring even worse than us." Peanut Skin remained silent for a long while before offering a bitter smile. "It seems our return to Luoyang has become but a fleeting dream. Alas, I pondered why you would suddenly seek reconciliation with me, only to discover you were expelled by the Mei sect." White Light retorted sullenly, "Must you be so blunt? Before our juniors, could you not extend your senior brother some courtesy?" I now understood. No wonder Lu Ziyu had confronted us upon learning we hailed from the armament manipulation sect. There was evidently a pre-existing grudge. Peanut Fruit, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "I have heard of a formidable figure named Lu Ziyu from the Mei sect." Bai Guangguang, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "What nonsense! If Lu Ziyu were not formidable, would I seek refuge in the red dust heaven? Junior brother, do you think my participation in the fragrant festival is a wise decision? It might just be an opportunity for a resurgence." I gazed at him in astonishment. "Participate in the fragrant festival? Are you hoping to marry Hua and become the son-in-law of the topsy-turvy Jiu sect?" Bai Guangguang puffed with pride. "Is that not a feasible plan? Firstly, I am mature and charming, and my seasoned demeanor is bound to capture the attention of young maidens. Once Hua lays her eyes upon me, she shall undoubtedly be smitten. Secondly, by marrying into the Jiu sect, I would gain the chance to ascend into the chaotic Jiu sect. With the backing of the prominent 10 families of the Luoyang, I would have no fear of the Mei men." I was left speechless, while Washank began to retch, shaking his head in disapproval. "Senior brother, even if our weapon Jiu sect faces decline, we cannot seek refuge with other sections. Moreover, at your age, to resort to leveraging your looks is utterly disgraceful." Bai Guangguang chuckled awkwardly. "I merely spoke in jest. Junior brother, I now rely on you. Please, cover this meal." As I glanced at the bill presented by the waiter, 47 taels of silver. Goodness, the old man dined so lavishly. Turning around, I saw Bai Guangguang had already vanished like the wind, slipping down the stairs. Observing Washank's trembling hand as he struggled to pay, I could only laugh and cry at the absurdity of having such a whimsical character as the leader of the weapon Jiu sect. Once they had all descended, Hua Shengguo firmly grasped my hand, pleading earnestly, "Brother Lin Fei, I know your prowess is great. Please help us defeat the Mei men. Returning to Luo Shangtian has always been my grandfather's wish. Now that we cannot go back, he must be deeply saddened." After a moment's contemplation, I blinked and replied, "How could I, as a junior, refuse the elder's request?" Hua Shengguo joyfully exclaimed, and as we stepped out, a sudden realization struck me. I remembered. The singing enchantress resembled Xiaohong. I could never mistake that fiery gaze. The sunlight blazed down upon the bustling street, where humans and spirits mingled endlessly. A tide of uncertainty washed over me. Why had Xiaohong chosen to alter her appearance? With the talent she displayed today, she had no need to resort to stripping for a living. What could her true intentions be? Furthermore, the face of Xiaohong I had seen yesterday was likely a disguise as well. What was the reality behind Xiaohong's facade? I raised my head, gazing at the magnificent skyscrapers, as the alluring melodies still reverberated in my ears. 2 days later, the fragrant festival officially commenced. To support me, Hua Sheng's family accompanied me to the venue. Along the way, Bai Guangguang incessantly pestered me. "Dear nephew, do consider relinquishing your competition ticket to me. My participation would surely yield better results." I replied irritably, "For the past 2 days, I have covered all your expenses. With your abilities, shouldn't you be able to snatch some funds to purchase a ticket?" I realized that Bai Guangguang bore a significant responsibility for the decline of the weapon Jiu sect. This old man was lazy and overly enamored with vanity, insisting on bathing at the most expensive rose pool in the city, and afterwards seeking massages from enchantresses. Any grand enterprise entrusted to such a character would surely meet a disastrous end. Were it not for Hua Sheng, I would have long ceased to pay him any mind. Bai Guangguang fumed, "Snatch money? How could you even utter such words? As a master of the weaponry and armor sect, how could I stoop to such shameless acts?" Having snatched the azure-eyed water cloud beast from the peanut fruit, I paraded it with great pride, a smug expression adorning my face. We proceeded towards the fragrant river in the south of the city, where the fragrant festival was to be held by the riverbank. Even from several miles away, the sweet aroma wafted towards us. The osmanthus trees, astonishingly rooted in the river, were unlike those in Luoyang. Here, their trunks gleamed a golden hue, adorned with blossoms resembling clusters of tiny golden bells, bustling with life. As the warm breeze swept by, delicate osmanthus flowers cascaded onto the river's surface, instantly sparkling like scattered stars. This year's osmanthus blossoms were exceptionally resplendent. The moon spirit emitted a soft sigh. The venue was abuzz with a throng of spectators, the crowd pressing in tightly to witness the festivities. The Lion's Roar sect clad in yellow robes, the Diamond sect in red, and the Topsy-Turvy Armor sect busied themselves with maintaining order. A vast pavilion had been erected by the river, with a sign welcoming the participants, guarded attentively. I navigated through the crowd and presented my iron ticket to a brawny man from the Diamond sect. After a meticulous inspection, he escorted me into the pavilion, instructing me to wait there. Inside the pavilion, nearly 1,000 individuals were already present, each glaring at one another like roosters ready to fight. Contestants were continually ushered in, and I wondered if the 3 beauties would be among them. After more than half an hour, the leaders of the 3 major sects made their appearance, eliciting waves of cheers from the crowd. The leader of the Lion's Roar sect, an imposing old woman named Lu Hedong, stood alongside Wei Tuo, the robust leader of the Diamond sect, while He Ping, the most comical leader of the Armor sect, donned a reverse sheepskin coat, wielding a tattered fan, and exposing his filthy feet. Spitting a thick phlegm, He Ping was the first to speak. "Welcome, friends from all over, to the fragrant festival. Our 3 sects are delighted for this opportunity." "Why, you ask?" "Because we have the chance to profit from your presence." Laughter erupted around him, and Wei Tuo continued. "As per tradition, this fragrant festival will determine 3 victors, with prizes of fire locust wings, red snake grass, and boneworm eggs." Smiling, he added, "Unlike previous festivals, this time the grandest prize is the most exquisite flower from the esteemed He Ping's daughter, Hisaiwa. From the 3 winners, we shall select the strongest to wed the beauty." "Hisaiwa, Hisaiwa, Hisaiwa," the crowd clamored. He Ping called out, "Girl, come forth and make your appearance. Don't keep everyone waiting." Enough of the calls. A clear, melodious voice pierced the air, and a blue phoenix swept through the clouds, swiftly approaching. Riding upon the phoenix was a charming young lady, adorned with a flower at her temple, her jet-black eyes darting about boldly and audaciously. The crowd erupted in applause. Yet I remained unimpressed. In comparison to Gan Ning and her companions, Hisaiwa's beauty paled significantly. Lu Hedong suddenly bellowed. Enough of this banter. I hereby declare the fragrant festival officially commenced. Ignite the white rhinoceros horn. The crowd roared in excitement as several men in yellow robes brought forth a curved, pure white beast's horn, igniting it before casting it into the fragrant river. A brilliant light burst forth, the burning horn floating upon the river's surface, its radiant glow illuminating the depths below, revealing a world of transparency. To my astonishment, I beheld a colossal, shadowy iron tower submerged beneath the water, entwined with aquatic vegetation. Within its 3 entrances loitered thousands of phantoms and spirits, some resembling venomous insects and serpents, others half-human, half-beast, and still others with pallid faces devoid of features, akin to wandering souls. The soul-settling tower, murmured Yuhan, her eyes flickering with a hint of intrigue. Lu Hedong bellowed. 3 treasures await at the pinnacle of the tower. The victor shall be the one who secures the treasures and returns safely to shore. Yet, be warned, the tower is beset with malevolent beasts and spirits. Should your powers falter, it is prudent to withdraw lest you lose your life in vain. It dawned on me then that the first to seize the treasures would be deemed the winner. I had initially assumed this was a contest of strength. How amusing it was to realize that among so many competitors, I was perhaps the only one oblivious to the rules of this trial. As my gaze swept across the scene, I was startled to spot Lu Chuiyu among the participants, his focus fixed intently on the riverbed, oblivious to my presence. From across the chain, Hua Shengguo waved enthusiastically. Brother Lin Fei, you will surely triumph. Bai Guangguang rolled his eyes in response. I believe it will be a certain defeat. Hua Shengku shot Bai Guangguang a fierce glare and shouted at me, Lin, don't let those narrow-minded fools belittle you. What are you all waiting for? Dive into the river and seize the treasure. Delay any longer, and my daughter may elope with some dandy. He Ping's exclamation sparked hearty laughter amongst the crowd. Over 1,000 competitors unleashed their unique skills, plunging into the fragrant river, creating a spectacular display of foaming white waves. With courage in numbers, they surged towards the tower's depths. I remained unperturbed, blending into the throng, for even if someone were to reach the treasures first, I could always reclaim them. The tower rose 9 stories high, in an odd triangular shape, every eve adorned with incantations. 3 narrow entrances were situated at its base, while the words soul settling were etched at its pinnacle. As I approached the tower, the malevolent spirits and beasts surged towards us, igniting a fierce melee. The waters roared. Blood splattered, and the cacophony of battle was deafening. Many competitors perished on the spot, while others fled in terror. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that these malevolent spirits could not be killed. Severed in 2 by a blade, they would swiftly rejoin, and not a drop of blood was apparent upon them. What manner of creatures are these? I dared not act recklessly. Instead, I adopted a defensive stance, employing the secret arts of the Sioux New Jersey, conjuring a rotating circle around me. Should the spirits draw near, they were immediately repelled by the force of the circle. Simultaneously, I invoked the art of puppet conjuration, manifesting 2 water puppets that closely followed my side. Even the fiercest spirits attempting to breach the circle were thwarted by the water beings. These beasts are the souls of the unredeemed, Yuhan suddenly remarked. I was taken aback. Do not the souls of the northern realm ultimately journey to the Yellow Springs? Indeed, the Yellow Springs is the final resting place for the deceased, yet it contains the river of Hades, which occasionally swells and floods. During such times, souls attempting to cross may be swept away by the tide, emerging as the undying wandering spirits. It is said that a secret waterway lies at the riverbed of the fragrant river, connected to a tributary of the river of Hades, making the appearance of souls here quite plausible. Have you perhaps ventured to the Yellow Springs as well? Otherwise, how could one know so clearly? The moon soul remained silent for a moment before explaining. This soul tower was constructed by the enchantress eons ago to confine the spirits escaping from the netherworld. The iron tower, inscribed with incantations, formed a spiritual barrier that imprisoned the souls eternally at the bottom of the fragrant river, preventing them from wreaking havoc upon the living. Unexpectedly, it has now transformed into the arena for the Fragrant Festivals competition. At this moment, participants are suffering numerous casualties, and the number of fleeing individuals increases. Yet the malevolent spirits show no sign of dwindling. In my line of sight, hundreds of remaining souls are ensnared in a relentless siege by the ghosts, fighting with all their might for survival. A brilliant azure light suddenly surged forth, the sword energy slicing through the water's surface, scattering a horde of evil spirits. Lu Tsiyu, with her brows aglow with sword radiance, boldly charged into the soul tower. Following her lead, dozens of skilled fighters surged into the tower one after another. Time was of the essence. I took a deep breath and activated a secret technique known as pure yang flame, dashing towards an entrance. This technique, rooted in the liver, transforms liver fire into the true fire of samadhi to vanquish foes, which I believed would prove effective against the spirits. An octopus-like malevolent spirit guarded the entrance, its head resembling a funnel, with hollow black eyes and more than 10 hissing, emerald-green tentacles lunging towards me. I let out a low grunt, unleashing the samadhi true fire from my nostrils, instantly enveloping the spirit in a purplish-red flame. With a hiss, the spirit dissipated into wisps of blue smoke, utterly extinguished. I dashed into the soul tower, immediately greeted by a cacophony of ghostly wails. The interior was vast, with malevolent spirits surging like a tide from all directions, each newcomer embroiled in their own battle. I continuously expelled samadhi true fire, causing them to shriek in agony, recoiling in fear. With a deft leap, I ascended the spiral staircase to the second level of the iron tower. Suddenly, a chilling gust shot towards my face like a cold arrow. Reacting swiftly, I summoned 2 puppet water spirits to shield me from the strike. With a grunt, I unleashed the samadhi true fire, incinerating the black specter that had attempted to ambush me. The swirling chi of the Xiankong circle sent dozens of encroaching spirits reeling. But I had no time to contend with them. I soared upwards, leaping to the 3rd level. This level was densely populated with strange creatures, some resembling roots adorned with glistening eyes, others flat and round, covered in wrinkles, while a few resembled grayish-white fleas, bouncing erratically. I harnessed the puppet demon technique, sending my 2 puppet water spirits ahead to carve a path through the throng of creatures. Without pause, I ascended to the 4th level. Before I could steady myself, a fierce hot wind rushed towards me as a radiant red tiger lunged forth. This beast bore magnificent wings, spanning over 10 yards wide, its wings ablaze with flickering flames. I expelled a breath of samadhi true fire, but the tiger opened its maw wide, swallowing the flames as though savoring a sumptuous meal. The moon soul remarked, "This was once the mount of a demon from the demonic abyss, known as the fiery winged tiger, whose soul had fortuitously escaped the netherworld after its demise. The fiery winged tiger is a creature of pure yang, thus its spirit is impervious to the samadhi true fire. Curse it, why didn't you mention this sooner?" I watched helplessly as the fiery winged tiger pounced, its wings flapping, swiftly evaporating the 2 water spirits. The fervor of this fellow's soul after death is quite evident. One can only imagine the intensity he possessed in life. The moon soul leisurely remarked, "The soul of the fiery flame tiger can also neutralize the yin properties of the azure pearl, proving more effective than the crimson snake herb. The only question is whether you can consume it." Faced with such a formidable creature, I pondered how I could possibly swallow it. Just then, the fiery flame tiger soared into the air, charging aggressively towards me. I activated the Sioux, New Jersey secret technique, generating layers of energy circles that ensnared the tiger's wings, causing it to lose balance and plummet. Before it could pounce again, the energy circles confined it tightly. Simultaneously, hundreds of spectral beasts lunged at me ferociously. While I engaged in combat with them, my mind raced through the various secret arts I had learned, desperately contemplating the method to consume the fiery flame tiger. In the primordial state of life, merely possessing a fetal form, the fetus is the source of essence. Refining and consuming it could lead to immortality. Suddenly, I recalled a passage from the fetal transformation and immortal demon scripture. This dark sorcery posits that the fetus nurtures the essence of life, and consuming it provides immense benefits. Thus, the fetal transformation technique can revert beings to their fetal form for consumption. However, this sorcery is perilous. If the target possesses greater power, the practitioner risks reverting to a fetus themselves. Fixating on the fiery flame tiger, I mused that my demonic power should surpass that of the tiger. Perhaps it was worth a try. Creaking ominously, I invoked the fetal transformation technique, the bones in my body emitting a thunderous resonance, while my vital energy surged. With a swift motion, I clasped my palms together and struck the fiery flame tiger, my palms turning as white as jade, radiating an eerie glow. Upon contact with the tiger's head, it let out a chilling roar, convulsing as its form gradually shrank down to a diminutive tiger fetus. A sigh of relief escaped me. It appeared that the fetal transformation technique was equally effective against spirits. Seizing the fiery flame tiger, I followed the consumption method of the technique, positioning my lips against the tiger fetus's mouth and gently sucking. In an instant, the fiery flame tiger transformed into a stream of flame that surged down my throat, igniting a searing warmth within. The moon soul urged, "Quick, consume the azure pearl." Hastily, I extracted the azure pearl and swallowed it whole. A jolt coursed through me as the pearl transformed into a chilling current that spread throughout my being, merging with the fiery stream, traversing along my spine's meridians until it reached my forehead. With a crack, my mind spun, as though a small bone within was shattered by the force of the current. Soon after, the energy dissipated without a trace, leaving me startled. What had just happened? The moon's soul smiled faintly. Congratulations on expelling the mundane bone. I touched my head, feeling no abnormality, and cautiously inquired, "What is the mundane bone?" The moon's soul explained. Regardless of whether one is human or demon, a mundane bone resides in the forehead. When cultivating techniques, once the vital energy nears the mundane bone, it becomes challenging to flow further. Thus, any technique can only circulate within the internal organs, unable to traverse the brain. The azure pearl of the Xian turtle and vermilion eye beast is primarily dynamic, capable of dissolving the mundane bone, allowing vital energy to flow freely throughout the body. From now on, your cultivation of various techniques will reach unprecedented heights, achieving a fresh realm entirely distinct from that of your predecessors. Overjoyed, I scratched my head in delight, exclaiming, "You truly are something. My efforts were not in vain." The moon soul shot me a glare, stating, "Demons are born without a mundane bone." I was momentarily taken aback, but refrained from inquiring further, feeling an extraordinary flow of vitality coursing through me, which was immensely pleasurable. At that moment, the allure of winning a prize held little significance for me. However, in a bid to bask in glory and become one of the triumphant trio, I ascended to the 5th level of the Soul Tower. With a resounding thud, hundreds of spectral figures, pale as ghosts, leapt towards me, their sharp claws enveloped in a sinister haze that clearly suggested toxicity. The ground was littered with the mangled corpses of several competitors, each a gruesome sight. I invoked my weaponry and armor technique, transforming my left arm into a steel blade, which I swung with ferocity, cleaving the spirits in half. Before their dismembered forms could reassemble, I burst through the throng, charging onward to the 6th level with unstoppable momentum. A swarm of diminutive specters lunged at me, their tongues elongated and spewing forth a viscous, colorful saliva that emitted a noxious odor. I transformed my arms into shields to deflect the spittle, swiftly maneuvering to the 7th level. Surrounding me was an expanse devoid of any malevolent spirits, yet the ground was strewn with dozens of lifeless bodies. Exercising caution, I cast a wary glance around before making my way to the staircase. Just as I set foot on the first step, a fierce wind howled behind me, and 7 sharp projectiles hurtled toward me. A chill ran through my heart. There was no time to cast any spells. I executed a graceful leap, evading the onslaught with deft agility. Upon utilizing my secret mirror technique to look back, I discovered 7 nearly transparent spirits seated quietly in a corner. Without my special ability, I would have been oblivious to their presence. These spirits appeared to be interconnected, with each right arm joined to another's left, their mouths long and sharp, resembling deadly stingers. Once more, the 7 spirits unleashed their lethal projectiles at me. Harnessing the power of the mirror technique, my eyes became as clear as glass, allowing me to redirect the projectiles back at them, after which I surged toward the 8th level. Having battled the malevolent spirits for so long, the 7th level was undoubtedly the most perilous. Reflecting on it now, I realized that after shedding my mundane self, my grace and evasion had improved significantly, enabling me to deftly avoid the 7 stingers' assault. On the 8th level, a dense shroud of darkness enveloped the air. Within the black mist, flashes of emerald light danced, and sword energies crisscrossed the space. I quickly spotted Lu Xiyu, whose brows radiated sword gleams, dispatching dozens of aberrations simultaneously. In all honesty, his prowess far surpassed mine. Yet I excelled in a myriad of spells. Upon noticing me, Lu Xiyu's expression darkened considerably. I grinned mischievously, saying, "I heard you were quite arrogant, daring to expel our weaponry and armor sect from the realm of rebirth." With a disdainful huff, Lu Xiyu's sword energy swirled between his brows, severing several spirits that had approached from behind. "You are not even a member of the weaponry and armor sect. Why feign such theatrics?" I retorted defiantly. "I am what I declare myself to be. Listen closely. I demand you vacate the realm of rebirth, or I shall come to obliterate you." Lu Xiyu's face flushed with indignation. Torn between the desire to fight and the realization that he could not best me, he unleashed his azure sword energy, ruthlessly slaying a massive beast before charging up to the 9th level without a backward glance. I followed closely behind, finding this level to be the easiest to traverse, as Lu Xiyu had cleared the malevolent spirits for me. On the 9th level, not a single spirit lingered. The waters flowed gracefully, shimmering with enchanting hues. The 3 towering walls were inscribed with an intricate array of runes, and at each corner of the tower, there were alcoves housing a pair of gossamer wings, a fiery red herb, and a round, glistening insect egg. I recognized these as the 3 prized items. Lu Xiu eagerly lunged for the bone egg, while I, uninterested in that peculiar object, chose instead the fire locust wings. The semi-transparent wings felt warm to the touch, measuring merely the length of my fingers, adorned with exquisite crimson patterns that were utterly delightful. I mused that they would surely fetch 1,000 taels of silver. I could not afford to toil in vain. Moments later, a pockmarked dwarf rushed toward us, and upon seeing Lu Xiu and me, he grinned maliciously. Fortunately, I have squeezed into the top 3. He gingerly cradled the red grass and tucked it into his bosom. To the east of the tower's summit, there was a small iron door. Lu Xiu and the dwarf hastily pushed it open and departed. I approached and discovered that this door led directly outside the tower, but could only be opened from within. I chuckled. Had I known the prize was located at the tower's pinnacle, I would have employed the chaos armor technique to seize the treasures directly, avoiding the hassle of battling malevolent spirits. Yuan scoffed. It is not so simple. The soul-settling tower is forged from ancient iron, and the pinnacle is enshrouded in a barrier of runes. With your current mastery of the chaos armor technique, you would stand no chance against the ancient iron and the protective enchantments. Look around. How many evil spirits have ascended to the tower's peak? Curiously examining the runes, I inquired, are these runes also inscribed by the enchanting dance? Yuan nodded. Pay close attention. Suddenly, I exclaimed, the shapes of these runes resemble the postures of the enchanting dance. Yuan smiled mysteriously. The enchanting dance is far more wondrous than you can imagine. Come, perhaps you will one day perform the true enchanting dance. Swiftly, several figures dashed to the tower's summit and, upon scanning the area, cried out in despair, alas, it has all been taken. A burly man caught sight of the fire locust wings in my hand, and his eyes gleamed with greed as he approached me slowly. You wish to snatch this? I laughed heartily, performing the enchanting dance, gracefully lifting off the ground, my sleeves billowing as I sent him flying. With a swift motion, I burst through the tower door, floating toward the river's surface. The azure waves rippled as the wails of the malevolent spirits from the soul-settling tower gradually faded away. I pondered a singular thought. What might the true enchanting dance be like? Chapter 15 of Volume 3. As the spray of waves erupted, I burst forth from the fragrant river, holding aloft the fire locust wings. Thunderous cheers erupted around me, and as I surveyed the crowd of faces, pride swelled within me. How delightful it would be if the 3 beautiful women were among them. Peanut rushed over excitedly, exclaiming, Brother Lin Fei, I knew you would succeed. Peanut Skin, Peanut Shell, and Big Tiger all wore expressions of astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, and suddenly, they sighed. Ah, the foolish have their fortune. They whispered to each other. It seems Lu Xiu came alone. Junior brother, let us devise a cunning plan to take him down together. After verifying the fire locust wings in my possession, Wei Tuo instructed Lu Xiu, the dwarf, and me to stand together as he announced loudly, the 3 victors of this fragrant gathering have been determined. Turning to us with a smile, he said, please, the 3 of you, reveal your sect and names. The dwarf spoke first. I am Egu, hailing from the southern region of the red dust heaven. Wei Tuo and Lu Hedong furrowed their brows, while He Ping stuck out his tongue, exclaiming, goodness! So you are the renowned Egu, who left the demon slaughter heaven decades ago to establish the Wanchong Mountain Manor in the southern regions of the red dust heaven. Egu smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. Lu Xiu then introduced himself, instantly causing a stir among the crowd. Wei Tuo and his companions solemnly congratulated him, speaking with utmost humility and decorum. Lu Hedong remarked, Old He, your daughter is truly captivating, to have even attracted experts from the Luoyang heaven from afar. He Ping smiled faintly and turned to me, asking, where does this friend hail from? Your puppet sorcery is quite impressive. I was taken aback. Amidst the chaotic battle outside the tower, this old fellow could discern that I was manipulating 2 water puppets. Indeed, he possessed remarkable insight. After a moment's contemplation, I replied, my name is Lin Fei, and I hail from the weapon armor sect of Luoyang heaven. He Ping was momentarily stunned, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he asked, is that truly the case? Bai Guangguang rushed forward, exclaiming, absolutely. He is my disciple. He has barely mastered half of my skills, and still has a long way to go. Wei Tuo expressed his astonishment. Is this the esteemed Bai sect leader of the weapon armor sect? It has been many years. I did not expect you to grace the fragrant gathering with your presence. Bai Guangguang, brimming with pride, replied, I was feeling rather stifled in Luoyang heaven. so I decided to take a stroll. His gaze fell upon Lu Tzuyu, only to hurriedly avert it. After a moment of contemplation, He Ping cheerfully suggested, "Since the three of you have won the prize, you should seize the opportunity to become my son-in-law. You all seem weary. Why not honor us by resting at our manor for the night and prepare for a splendid competition tomorrow?" Hisaiwa smiled coyly, her sparkling eyes curiously assessing the three of us. I quickly waved my hand, declaring, "I withdraw from the competition. I only wish to obtain the prize. I have no desire for a wife." The crowd erupted in astonishment, with someone exclaiming, "He defeated Lu Tzuyu that day. I witnessed it with my own eyes at the restaurant." Shockwaves rippled through the gathering as the three sect leaders stared at me in disbelief. He Ping coughed heavily, asking, "Lin, do you find my daughter unattractive? Or do you think the chaotic sect is beneath your esteemed sect?" This old fellow certainly had a knack for subtle barbs. I replied slickly, "It is I who am too unworthy to match such a flower from your esteemed household, which leaves me feeling quite ashamed." "Nonsense," Bai Guangguang interjected hastily. "Though you may not compare to my grandeur, you possess a hint of the charm I had in my youth, and you and Hisaiwa are indeed a perfect match. Our weapon armor sect and the chaotic sect are also well matched. Such a fine union cannot be declined." Pausing, he added to He Ping, "In fact, I would be a better match for Hisaiwa. Why not let me take his place?" He Ping was taken aback. "Sect leader Bai, you jest." Lu Hedong shouted, "Lin Fei, since you have entered the Fragrant Gathering-'s treasure-seeking contest, you must see it through to the end. To withdraw now would embarrass He Ping and tarnish Saihua's reputation." Wei Tuo also chimed in, "Brother Lin, if everyone were to follow your example, the Fragrant Gathering would descend into chaos. There can be no order without rules. It would be wise to rest and prepare for tomorrow's contest." I sighed inwardly, feeling as if I were being forced into a situation I had not consented to. As I realized there was no way to decline, my mind began to formulate a plan. I merely needed to intentionally lose the competition tomorrow, and that would suffice. Nodding in agreement, I finally acquiesced. A fleeting glance revealed a complex expression on Lu Tsuyu's face. He Ping burst into hearty laughter, addressing the gathering. "Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow my daughter will be seeking a suitor. I kindly invite you all to join us in this festive occasion." Following this, the atmosphere transformed into one of merriment as everyone indulged in the fragrant festivities. With a clap of his hands, the sound of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, and the twilight river became adorned with countless golden lotus flowers, their petals unfurling gracefully, each harboring a young maiden in colorful attire, dancing with elegance. Instantaneously, the surroundings became lively. Along the riverbank, numerous stages were erected, where both humans and spirits sang and danced. Soon after, the resounding crackle of firecrackers erupted, and brilliant fireworks ascended into the sky, blooming in a riot of colors. Amidst the cacophony of voices, our group quietly departed, led to a grand mansion in the heart of the city. After a maid presented us with a peculiar tea infused with white fur, Wei Tuo remarked, "It is indeed a rare feat for the three of you to procure such auspicious tokens from the soul-guarding tower. You must possess profound abilities. May I inquire about your future intentions?" His tone suggested an eagerness to recruit us. I languidly replied, "No particular plans, just passing the days as usual." Bai Guangguang immediately scolded, "You unambitious youth, do you wish for me to recount my glorious past?" Wei Tuo chuckled and continued, "If you are inclined, our esteemed sects, the Vajra Secret Path, the Lion's Roar sect, and the Tumbling Imperial sect, would gladly welcome you. Brother Lin Fei, though you hail from the Armament Imperial sect, you may serve in our sect as a benefactor or protector. The remuneration is 5,000 taels of silver monthly, with additional gifts at year's end that can enhance your spiritual power." I suddenly understood that the Fragrant Festival was, in fact, a means for the three sects to attract talent. No wonder they thrived in the prosperous Daqian city, as those with formidable abilities were gathered under their wings, ensuring that no formidable opponents would rise against them. Shaking my head, I replied, "I cherish my freedom and have no interest in becoming a benefactor. If I desire silver, my chaotic armament technique can easily procure it." Agu's eyes flickered, remaining silent. Lu Tzuyu expressed, "If I could forge a bond with Miss Saihua, I would be utterly content." The three sect leaders exchanged glances, and Lu Hedong, somewhat disappointed, remarked, "This year's Fragrant Festival has indeed favored He Ping. The Tumbling Imperial sect will gain another adept." He Ping chuckled, "It is my daughter who is fortunate." After a round of pleasantries, the three sect leaders took their leave, and the maid escorted us to our respective resting chambers. As soon as they departed, Hua Shangbi suddenly bowed deeply to me, his face filled with gratitude. I was blind, unable to discern the extraordinary talents of Master Lin. Had it not been for Master He's revelation, I would have remained oblivious to the benefactor who saved my granddaughter from peril in the Long Snake Strait. I smiled, realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed. Hua Shengguo embellished the account of my victory over Lu Xiu, recounting it with great flair, proudly adding, Brother Lin taught me the wind-blowing technique of the armament, enabling me to soar through the skies. Hua Shengpi, visibly excited, stammered, the wind-blowing technique? That is a long-lost flying skill. Master Lin, your immense kindness to my family is beyond my ability to repay. Hua Shengguo quickly kneeled before Master Lin. I hastily grasped the peanut and sincerely expressed. My esteemed elder asked me to board the ship and offered me beaver soup without expecting anything in return. Since we are so familiar, please do not stand on ceremony. The peanut, with a face full of wrinkles that stretched into a smile, inquired about my background. I merely stated that I had formidable enemies. Hence I chose to conceal my identity. The peanut replied solemnly, your enemies must be unparalleled masters. Though my abilities are rather ordinary, I will risk my life to protect you. A warmth surged within me as Bai Guangguang, who had been listening attentively, finally understood and cheerfully took hold of my arm, saying, you possess quite the skill to have defeated Lu Xiu. In truth, it would not be difficult for me to defeat him either. I simply do not wish to stoop to his level. You should swiftly eliminate Lu Xiu, and we can joyfully return to the realm of the living. Just as the peanut was about to speak, I waved my hand and declared, this matter is under my purview. However, during tomorrow's duel, I have no intention of marrying Hisaiwa, so I will feign defeat to Lu Xiu. Bai Guangguang's eyes widened in disbelief. You intend to lose on purpose? Once Lu Xiu becomes a part of the Jiao Sandao faction, with the backing of the chaotic armor sect, we will meet a dreadful fate. The peanut frowned and said, Senior brother, Lin Gongzi is not one of our weapon armor sect members. How can you coerce him into marrying Hisaiwa? I smiled slightly. In truth, I can also be considered a disciple of the weapon armor sect. To prevent misunderstandings, I fabricated a bizarre tale of encountering a skeleton in the depths of a mountain, surrounded by numerous secret manuals, including the techniques of the weapon armor sect, which I was fortunate to learn. The peanut and Bai Guangguang were rendered speechless, and after a while, Bai Guangguang exclaimed resentfully, that skeleton must have been a book thief. It's good it met its end, better to die early. I replied, I will transcribe the secret manuals of the weapon armor techniques and return them intact. Bai Guangguang laughed heartily, praising me as a promising youth. The peanut choked back emotion, saying, how can we ever repay your kindness? The peanut shell scrutinized me for a long moment before asking, hey, was it really you who saved me that day? I blinked, absolutely. Peanut shell scoffed, humph. So you were pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Don't expect me to be grateful. By the way, why don't you want Hisaiwa? She is passably attractive. The peanut interjected, big brother has been dumped by a woman. Having been bitten by a snake once, he fears the well rope for 10 years. I couldn't help but chuckle, while the peanut declared, it's getting late. Lin Gongzi has had a long day. Let him rest properly. Bai Guangguang, still wishing to chatter, was forcibly pulled out by the peanut. After they left, I extinguished the lamp and lay on the bed for a while. Suddenly, there came a series of soft knocks on the paper window, accompanied by a deliberately lowered voice of a woman calling out, Lin, come out. Chapter 16 of Volume 3, I pushed open the window, and the silvery moonlight flooded the courtyard. Hisaiwa stood boldly beneath a banana tree, her eyes dark and bright. I was somewhat taken aback. What brought her to seek me at this late hour? Could it be that she was yearning for a man? I leaped out the window and politely inquired, hello, Miss He, is there something you need from me? Hisaiwa hesitated briefly, then boldly gazed at me. Do not misunderstand. I have come to ask you just one thing. At that moment, I could not discern her intentions and vaguely replied, I am not an omniscient sage. What you seek to inquire about may elude my knowledge. You must know, Hisaiwa declared with unwavering certainty. I ask you, why did you state in front of so many people that you do not wish to marry me? Is it merely an attempt to elevate your own worth? To garner attention? I found it amusing that she sought me out for this matter. After contemplating for a moment, I decided to speak candidly. I simply do not harbor any affection for you. It is as straightforward as that. Hisaiwa was momentarily taken aback. Why? Is it because I am not beautiful enough? Or my family background is lacking? I scratched my head, replying, dislike is dislike. There is no rationale behind it. Hisaiwa fixed her gaze upon me and suddenly stomped her foot in frustration. I see you are merely toying with me. Humph. What is so remarkable about a mere weapons division? Moreover, you are dirty and unattractive. Only a fool would take a liking to you. With a sly glint in her eye, she continued, actually, you are afraid of Lu Xiu, aren't you? You know you will undoubtedly lose in tomorrow's competition. So you are announcing your withdrawal to save face. Goodness, This woman is truly self-indulgent. I had no time to indulge her frivolities. Stretching lazily, I turned to head back to my room, yawning as I said, "Feel free to say whatever you wish. I am going to sleep and cannot entertain you." "How audacious!" A sharp voice called from behind. "I haven't dismissed you yet." A gust of wind struck my left shoulder. Without turning my head or shifting my stance, I employed my puppet technique, slapping my palm against a nearby locust tree. Instantly, it transformed into a puppet treeman, extending its gnarled branches to shield me from the attack. With a crack, wood splintered as a glistening whip struck the puppet treeman, retracting with lightning speed into Hisaihua's grip. I turned around, languidly stating, "I will leave if I wish. No one can stop me." Such bravado. "Come, let me gauge your true strength," Hisaiwa playfully chided, unleashing her whip in a flurry towards me. I chuckled, curious to observe the intricacies of the chaotic techniques, and thus maneuvered the puppet treeman to evade while remaining on the defensive. With a crack of the whip, it struck towards my left side but landed on the right. Had the puppet treeman not intervened, my right arm would have been struck. I immediately dismissed my earlier contempt. Although the chaotic techniques were a branch of the chaotic arts, their nuances differed and deserved respect. Hisaiwa danced about, her whip landing with rapid precision on the puppet treeman, stripping its bark and snapping its branches until only the bare trunk remained. With a playful laugh, she remarked, "This whip is crafted from 1,000-year-old dragon tendons. You'd best be cautious." No sooner had she spoken than the whip lashed out, severing the sturdy trunk, and the puppet treeman fell to the ground. I grinned cheekily, saying, "Striking is affection, scolding is love. Go ahead, hit me harder. I relish it and assure you I will not retaliate." Pressing my palms to the ground, a large clump of soil rose up, morphing into a puppet earthman to intercept the oncoming dragon tendon. Hisaiwa smiled enchantingly, flicking her whip in a flourish, bypassing the puppet earthman, and then straightening it into a sharp point, aiming directly for my face. As I was about to manipulate the puppet earth golems to shield myself, a sudden flash obscured my vision, and the serpent tendril vanished. Simultaneously, a fierce wind rushed from behind, and the serpent tendril mysteriously swept back towards me. I leapt into the air just in time to evade the strike, yet the tendril, like a phantom, lunged at me head-on, as straight as an arrow, as if it had been lying in wait. How peculiar. This whip strike had just vanished. How could it reappear? In a moment of peril, I executed a graceful dance, shifting sideways through the air, my limbs moving fluidly, narrowly avoiding this seemingly inevitable blow. Quite impressive, I thought. Hisaiwa flicked the serpent tendril, conjuring countless whip shadows that surged toward me. I possessed dozens of spells to counter such an assault, yet employing them against a mere girl seemed excessive, especially since I had boasted that I would not retaliate. I retreated, continuously clapping my palms against the ground, and summoned one puppet earth golem after another to shield me from the onslaught of whip shadows. Bang, bang, bang. The serpent tendril soared and twisted, shattering the golems one by one, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon me again. Hisaiwa raised her head in triumph. "Aren't you going to fight back? Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut?" I retorted defiantly, my gaze fixed on the whip shadows. The chaotic armor technique, being a branch of the confounding armor technique, must share certain similarities. My master had once stated that as long as one comprehended the principles of a spell, there existed a means to unravel it. As I dodged, I pondered strategies. Just as the serpent tendril coiled towards my left foot like a venomous snake, I nimbly sidestepped. The tendril vanished again, reappearing beside my right foot. As I lifted my right leg to evade it, suddenly, the tendril struck my left foot with a resounding crack. Instead of lamenting the blow, I burst into laughter. Hisaiwa looked perplexed. I've never seen someone laugh after being hit. "Are you out of your mind? To die beneath the peony is to be a ghost in style," I replied, my eyes sparkling with excitement as I finally grasped the essence of the confounding armor technique. If the chaotic armor technique disrupted the physical realm, then the confounding armor technique shattered order itself. The tendril that initially coiled around my left foot was, in fact, the second strike. The one aimed at my right leg was the first. However, Hisaihua's technique cleverly reversed the sequence, conjuring a false illusion before my eyes, causing me to dodge the first strike aimed at my right leg, only to be caught by the already prepared second strike on my left foot. "If you strike me again, I shall take you as my wife," I declared confidently, recognizing the sheer ingenuity of the confounding armor technique, though it paled in comparison to the profound complexities of the chaotic armor technique. Once its secret was discerned, it was not particularly challenging to counter. Hisaiwa pouted. "If you're willing, I certainly am not." The serpent tendril suddenly arched, lunging towards my face. Knowing this was merely the second strike, I remained unhurried in my evasion. Just as I anticipated, the tendril vanished in an instant, and a whip shadow swept along the ground, signaling the true first strike. Calmly, I leapt gracefully, evading that blow, and indeed, the second strike appeared right before me, hurtling towards me. Employing the weapon armor technique, my fingers transformed into iron pincers, gently clamping down on the serpent tendril. Hisaihua's eyes widened in astonishment as she tugged forcefully, yet the tendril remained firmly ensnared between my fingers, unable to budge. I chuckled mischievously. Go on, pull harder. It's clamped too tightly for you to escape, I assented. Hisaiwa cast a piercing glance at me, exclaiming, You, how utterly despicable. I was momentarily taken aback, but then Hisaiwa let out a sharp whistle. A vivid azure shadow darted through the air, as a magnificent azure phoenix swooped down towards me. Releasing my grip, Hisaiwa had already leapt onto the phoenix's back. Let us wait and see, she declared, raising her serpentine whip with a haughty snort, followed by a playful chuckle. The azure phoenix flapped its wings and ascended, vanishing into the night sky.